The winter of 1969. A heavy snowfall had just blanketed the Sanjiang Plain, and the snow on Changbai Mountain had already piled up to nearly a foot deep. In the forest along the foothills of Changbai Mountain, a young man wearing a dog fur hat, a thick sheepskin coat, and heavy cotton boots crept forward with a hunting rifle in his hands, stealthily approaching a patch of saplings. If one listened closely, muffled grunting could be heard from within the thicket, a sound made by a group of wild boars foraging inside. The young man raised his gun, 2 bullets clamped between his fingers, and advanced step by step toward the source of the sounds. Through the gaps between the saplings, he could make out a dozen or so wild boars of various sizes rooting about on the ground. Some would pause from time to time to listen to the surroundings before lowering their heads again to dig. The young man stood downwind and did not worry that the wild boars would catch his scent. As he gradually closed the distance to 20 or 30 meters, he gave a soft cough. Hearing the sound, the wild boars naturally raised their heads to look around. In that very instant, the young man's gun went off with a bang. A boar weighing over 100 kg nearby suddenly leapt into the air and bolted to flee. In that fleeting moment, the young man's second shot rang out right on its heels. The shot struck precisely at the base of the boar's ear. The animal that had been about to run collapsed on the spot, its 4 legs kicking frantically as it lay there, clearly beyond saving. The other boars had long since vanished without a trace. The young man lowered his gun, drew a knife from his waist, and strode over. "Finally caught you. You've had me chasing after you for 2 whole days." As he spoke, he pressed his knee into the boar's shoulder from behind and drove the knife along its neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. After struggling for a short while, the boar fell still. The young man's name was Weidong from Shishir in Beha Province. Born in 1949, he was just 20 this year. At home, he had his parents' 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. His father held a minor leadership post at the Shishir cotton mill, and his mother was a textile worker. This was his 3rd year sent down to the countryside in the northeast, and also his 3rd year after transmigrating. At 17, answering the call of the times, Weidong had registered with his classmates and come to a rural village here in the northeast to work as an educated youth. Yet only a few days after he arrived in the northeast, he was tormented by mosquito bites and severe acclimatization, contracted a grave bout of malaria, and died. At that very moment, another Weidong with the same name and surname crossed over into this body. In a way, Weidong's fate was rather unfortunate. In his original modern life, he had been living quite comfortably. He had a decent job, not exactly high-paying, but above average for his city. He owned an old rundown apartment and a second-hand compact car for getting around. Although he had no girlfriend, his salary was enough for him to afford several short-lived romances each month. Then during a holiday trip, he happened to encounter the so-called transmigration artifact. In an instant, both he and his second-hand little car were smashed to pieces. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a hospital. Fortunately, the life of a transmigrator is hard to snuff out. After a round of treatment from the doctors, he gradually recovered. By the time Weidong returned to the village, 2 months had already passed. The other educated youths who had arrived with him were, by then, quite familiar with one another and had pushed him to the fringes. It was difficult for him to blend in again. Soon after, winter arrived. When Weidong had nothing to do, he liked to wander alone through the forest and eventually befriended several local young hunters who often went into the mountains. From then on, Weidong's life settled into a pattern, working the fields in spring, summer, and autumn, and heading into the mountains to hunt in winter. Ever since he transmigrated, Weidong had been exploring whether he possessed the legendary cheat ability. Unfortunately, after waiting a long time, no golden finger or system ever appeared. He did, however, discover something new. His body was becoming increasingly robust, his strength steadily growing. By now, even 3 to 5 men together could not hold him down. The stone mill and the brigade's grain yard weighed at least 500 to 600 kg, yet if he mustered all his strength, he could hoist it up and carry it a few steps. His senses were also far keener than those of ordinary people. That could be considered a kind of transmigrator's welfare. After draining the boar's blood while the carcass was still warm, he took up his knife and immediately began to gut it, splitting it open. The intestines, stomach, and other offal were all tossed onto the ground for the wolves, foxes, weasels, and other carnivores in the mountains. Everyone made a living off this mountain. After heavy snow sealed the slopes, these carnivores found it increasingly hard to obtain food, and each animal a hunter took meant one less chance for them to feed. If they had no food, they might start eyeing humans, so every time a large animal was brought down, some of it had to be left for them. Once everything was handled, he chopped down 2 saplings as thick as a wrist nearby and bound a crossbar between them with rope, making a simple sled like a ladder. He then placed the dressed boar on top and lashed it securely in place. He lifted the front end of the sled himself, leaving the other end on the ground, and began dragging it back. In the forest, one must not carry the game on one's shoulders. The saying that no load is light over a long distance is no joke. Even a gutted boar with only 70 gene of meat left would leave a man utterly exhausted after carrying it for a short way. If at that moment a king Peasy, a lynx, suddenly appeared to shadow you, things could become troublesome. Thus in the mountains and forests, no hunter would allow his strength to be drained too quickly. Dragging the load like this was the most economical way, and in case of danger, he could always abandon the sled and dodge away at once. From the spot where he had brought down the boar to the Hongxing farm, where he lived, was 40 to 50 li. It was already afternoon, and there was no way he could make it back before dark. After he had trudged only a dozen li with the sled, the sun was already sinking toward the horizon. Li Weidong halted, looked up at the sky to confirm his direction, then lowered his head and pulled the sled onward. Only when night had fully fallen did he reach a dugout shelter roofed with logs and moss, a place where hunters who could not return home for the night would rest temporarily. Inside were an oil lamp, firewood, a small iron pot, and some dried wild vegetables and cornmeal, enough to make do with a simple meal and a night's sleep. He unloaded the boar meat and moved it into the shelter, lit the oil lamp, and took the iron pot outside to dig up a pot full of snow. Then he lit a fire to boil water and cook. The meat was ready at hand. He cut off a piece, chopped it into small bits, and tossed them into the pot, then grabbed a handful of cornmeal to make a thick porridge. He slurped it down, roasted a chunk of pork over the fire, and thus settled his supper. After eating and drinking his fill, he barred the door with a wooden pole, wrapped himself in his sheepskin coat, and lay down on the makeshift bed of round logs to sleep. Throughout the night, he could hear wolves howling in the distant forest, yet nothing else happened. At daybreak, Li Weidong took half of the dry rations he carried and placed them into the shelter's grain sack, before once more setting off, pulling the sled on his way back. While Li Weidong was on his way back, 2 horse-drawn carts carrying 10 young people arrived at the village. Whoa! With a shout, the cart driver pulled hard on the reins and brought the carriage to a halt. He turned to the people sitting in the cart and said, "All right, classmates, we've arrived. Time to get off. The village chief is already waiting for you." The young people, wrapped in thick cotton-padded coats, hearing the call, jumped down from the cart one after another. They looked around curiously as they walked over to another carriage, took down their quilts and bundles, then scattered and stood in the brigade's courtyard facing 3 people standing opposite them. Standing before them were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all in their 30s or 40s. The man in the middle, a little over 40, stepped forward. "All right, quiet down. Hello, classmates. First of all, welcome to Xuanhuan Tun of the Hongxing commune. I am the village chief and party secretary of Xuanhuan Tun. My name is Yang Jinxing. This is our accountant Wang Xuan and the women's director Xin Fang. A few production team leaders haven't come this time. You'll gradually get to know them later. Our tun is not large and does not have many people. Fewer than 80 households, just over 400 people. But the area is vast, and there is much land to cultivate. This is the reason you have been assigned here to Xuanhuan Tun. I hope that from now on you can settle your hearts here to work and live fully, carrying forward the spirit of fearing neither hardship nor fatigue, and help build up our country. Do you all have confidence?" "We do." The 10 of them responded, all somewhat listless. Yang Jinxing knew very well why their spirits were so low. Being sent here in the depth of winter like this, their family backgrounds were generally not considered good. Under normal circumstances, such assignments usually took place around April or May, or in August or September. In those seasons, the weather was still mild, allowing newcomers a period to acclimatize. Now, however, they had been sent here directly in this bitter cold. Not only they, but even the tun itself had been given no time to prepare. What was more, this batch of 10 or so educated youths had all come from Shanghai. He truly feared they would not be able to adapt to the northeast climate, and that something might happen. He looked at the educated youths, already shivering in the cold. Yang Jinxing decided not to say much more. "Since it's so cold out here, I'll keep it brief. I know you all come from big cities, but now that you've arrived, you must calm yourselves and stop indulging in idle fantasies. They are of no use. As long as you don't violate the rules, neither I, the party secretary, nor the people of the tun will make things difficult for you. Also, there are few people in our tun, so we cannot place you in villagers' homes. You educated youths will all live together in a collective quarters in the courtyard next door. That way it's convenient both for study and for labor. All right, everyone, follow us first to the place where you'll be living and meet the others there. After that, we'll talk about your work." The courtyard where the educated youths lived was no different from an ordinary small village courtyard, except that it was not as complete and well-equipped as a peasant family's home. On the northern side stood a row of only 4 rooms, 2 large and 2 small. Signs reading male dormitory and female dormitory hung over the doors of the two larger rooms, while the two smaller rooms bore signs that read bathhouse. Ordinary households would not have separate bathhouses. In summer, people simply washed directly in the courtyard. In winter, they would heat a basin of water indoors and wipe themselves down. But after the educated youths arrived, they felt that with so many people, if they all washed inside the rooms, the dampness would be unbearable. So when the houses were built, 2 rooms were specially set aside as bathhouses with the wastewater draining straight into the ditch behind the courtyard. However, in such bitter freezing weather, no one would go there to bathe. On the east and west sides of the courtyard, lean-tos had been erected filled with firewood and coal for winter heating, as well as various tools needed for work. Leading the new educated youths into the courtyard beside the brigade office, Yang Jinsheng called out, "Sun Yongping, Lin Dan, you two come out a moment." Sun Yongping and Lin Dan were the male and female leaders among the earlier batch of educated youths responsible for organizing their labor and study, as well as handling various trivial matters. Soon a man and a woman came out from the 2 rooms. "Village chief, you're here. Is there something we need to do?" "Yes. I'm here to let you know that these are the newly arrived educated youths. You two should arrange for them to settle in first. Once they're settled, take them over to the brigade to collect their grain rations. Let them adjust for a couple of days. In a few days, they'll go out to work with you." "Village chief, why have people been assigned at this time of year? There isn't enough space for them to live," Sun Yongping said, somewhat embarrassed. What Sun Yongping said was not wrong. This educated youth station had been built only 3 years ago, when just over 10 people had been assigned here. When the houses were built, they had already tried to make them as large as possible, but they still couldn't withstand the continual arrival of new people. By now, more than 30 educated youths had been assigned here, one after another. Some had left due to illness or other circumstances, and 26 remained, 15 males and 11 females. The dorms had already been tight with their existing occupants. Now, with suddenly another 10 or so people to add, how could they possibly all fit? Yang Jinsheng had no solution either and could only sigh. "There's nothing to be done. The commune notified us at the last minute to fetch them. What else could we do but bring them back? For now, you'll all have to squeeze in a bit. When spring comes, we'll build 2 more rooms, and it will be more spacious." "All right, we'll do as you say. We happen to be short of hands for cutting timber anyway. With a few more of them, we can bring back more wood," Sun Yongping nodded. "Where is Li Weidong? Has he come back yet?" Yang Jinsheng asked. "Not yet. I guess he's gone farther out this time." Probably. When he gets back, tell him to come see me." "All right, go ahead and get everyone settled." Sun Yongping led 6 of the boys, while Lin Dan led 5 girls, each back to their respective dormitories. Yang Jinsheng followed along with Sun Yongping into the male dorm. The room was fairly spacious. Directly opposite the door stood a long table used for meetings and meals. In the middle of the dorm was a stove built from bricks and clay used for heating. The stove had another function as well. It could be used to fire bricks. Given its size, it could produce a kiln of bricks about every half-month, amounting to several hundred pieces at a time. Once spring came, those bricks would be of great use, whether for building houses or for turning into the commune. On the left-hand side, as one entered, was the cooking stove connected to the large heated kong. When the fire was lit for cooking, it also warmed the kong. Along the kong lay a row of tightly rolled quilts. "Village chief." The boys in the room hurriedly stood up to greet him. Seeing the books laid out on the table, Yang Jinsheng smiled in response. "Studying, are you? Come, let me introduce everyone. These are the newly arrived educated youths. From now on, you'll be living together with them." Then he turned to the newcomers and said, "Come, put your quilts up on the kong and hurry to get your things in order." Originally, with just over a dozen people on the big kong, it had still felt spacious, but with the addition of 6 newcomers, it suddenly became cramped. It would likely be difficult even to turn over at night. In front of the village chief and party secretary, the older educated youths did not dare voice any complaints, but none of their faces looked particularly pleased. Seeing that they had almost finished tidying up, Yang Jinsheng said to Sun Yongping, "Shall Sun go and see whether the girls' side has finished straightening up? If they have asked them all to come over, we'll hold a meeting here in your dorm." Soon the girls all gathered around, and the already cramped room became even more crowded. "All right, everyone, take a seat. First, let us welcome the new educated youth with a warm round of applause." After the applause subsided, Yang Jinsheng continued, "You all came here from different places, and being together is fate. Therefore, I hope our old educated youth will uphold our style and help the newcomers adapt to life here quickly. Yongping, Lin Dan, you two need to take on this responsibility seriously." The two nodded eagerly in agreement. "Rest assured, we know what to do." "Good then. And for you newcomers, you must humbly learn from the old educated youth and strive to adapt in the shortest time possible to complete the production tasks together. Now let the accountant explain the work points and food rations." Wang Shuwen stood up and gestured, then pulled out a small notebook. We belong to the brigade under the commune, which is different from the construction corps and farms. All work is calculated based on work points. A fully working adult male earns 10 work points per day, while a female earns 8. Unemployed minors and those with weaker physical conditions earn between 5 to 7 work points. This is not discrimination, it is based on the intensity of labor. The scoring standard is usually based on attendance. If it's during the busy farming season, it will be calculated according to the actual workload. For example, if you're assigned to harvest 1 acre of wheat, but complete 2, you'll earn 20 work points. If you finish only 1/8 of an acre, you'll only receive 8 points. Now that it's winter, your main tasks as boys are logging while girls will be weaving. As long as you complete the assigned tasks before spring, you will all earn full work points. Is that clear? Yes, understood. Seeing their responses, Wang Shuwen continued, Good, now let's talk about food rations. These rations are divided into basic rations and work point rations with a ratio of 7 to 3. That is, of the food you receive for the year, 70% is basic rations and 30% is work point rations. In our village, the grain yield is relatively high, and you can expect to receive around 600 pounds of food per year. Each of you will have 420 pounds of basic rations, but it will all be in raw grain that you need to mill yourself. You will also receive 180 pounds of work point rations. If you can't finish this portion, you can sell it to the brigade or commune for cash to buy some of your daily necessities. Additionally, for the winter tasks of logging, brick making, and weaving, any excess work beyond the required amount can also be exchanged for money. But we don't have any work points right now, as someone asked. Wang Shuwen smiled. I know you don't have any work points right now, so you newcomers can advance your food rations from the brigade. When next year's rations arrive, it will be deducted from there. Of course, you can also buy directly with cash. Here prices are certainly cheaper than in the city. Wheat is 10 cents per pound, corn 6 cents, soybeans 8 cents, and potatoes and sweet potatoes 2 cents. How you choose to handle this is up to you. If you exceed your food rations, that will result in a debt to the brigade. Moreover, every year during the appropriate seasons, such as for potatoes, cabbages, and firewood, the brigade will distribute according to the number of people. This varies from year to year. Do you have any questions? After seeing everyone shake their heads, Wang Shuwen handed the floor back to Yang Zhenxing. You don't need to know everything about the village immediately, you'll become familiar with it gradually. For now, follow Accountant Wang to collect your food rations, or you'll go hungry today. These new educated youth may have poor backgrounds, but their families are not lacking, so nearly everyone chose to buy their rations when collecting them. Of course, they didn't buy all the food for the year at once. Who could carry several hundred pounds? Most chose to buy enough for the first month, planning to buy again next month. Even though there were machines for milling flour, that was the responsibility of the flour factory. In the village, most of the milling was done by pushing grinding stones, and considering these people likely wouldn't know how to operate them, Yang Zhenxing decided to provide them with finely ground flour for the first month's rations. After that, there would be no such treatment. When they returned with their rations, the old, educated youth had already gone to the woods to log, leaving only the girls in the dormitory, weaving ropes, mats, and straw hats. The newcomers couldn't help much, so they could only organize their belongings. Those with keen eyes took the initiative to clean up the yard, while others gathered together to chat. As the sun gradually moved, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The door of the educated youth dormitory was kicked open. Li Weidong struggled to pull in a sled which was tied to a wild boar. After walking all day without stopping, even though Li Weidong was strong, he was feeling the strain. The clothes under his sheepskin coat were already soaked, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. Is anyone here? Come help, Li Weidong shouted loudly from the yard. Soon over a dozen people poured out from the girls' dormitory, led by the female educated youth leader Lindan. Seeing the wild boar on the sled behind Li Weidong, she walked over with a smile. Dongzi is back. We were worried about you. You were thinking about eating meat, weren't you? Li Weidong replied with a smile. What are you talking about? We were mainly worried about your safety. Come on, I know your character. Is there any food? I'm starving, get me something to eat. Sure, right away. Luan, hurry up and get Dongzi some food. Chua may get some hot water for him to wash up. After arranging this, she turned to Li Weidong and asked, How are we handling the wild boar? As per the usual rules, half of it goes to the brigade, and the rest we will cut up to share and enjoy together, while the remaining portion I will sell for money. This had always been the agreement between them. During winter, Li Weidong would hunt and wouldn't need to log alongside the others. Half of the game he brought back was given to the production team as part of the collective task. The other half was shared among everyone, and only a quarter of it was his own earnings. As a condition, Li Weidong was exempted from all responsibilities during the winter except for hunting. This arrangement seemed to favor Li Weidong, as it was hard to predict how much game could be hunted throughout the winter. However, for the sake of their own cravings, all the educated youth unanimously agreed to this rule. Even if Li Weidong caught nothing, they would each contribute some work points to ensure he earned full points for the winter. This rule had only started in the second winter after Li Weidong began hunting. The educated youth had approached him to discuss this after witnessing his hunting skills. After all, simply watching him enjoy meat was too tempting. The boys' dormitory area. The girl named Chunmei came over with 2 buckets of water, moved a large wooden basin that was leaning against the wall, poured the 2 buckets of water into it, and said to Li Weidong, who was drinking water from a jar, "The water is ready, hurry up and wash yourself." "All right, thanks, Chunmei." The girl flicked her hair and said, "No need to be polite." After Chunmei left, Li Weidong closed the door and, ignoring the new youths who had been staring at him, started to take off his clothes. He quickly stripped down to his underwear, revealing a body full of muscles, picked up the towel that was draped over the edge of the wooden basin, soaked it, and began to bathe. "Are you all new here?" Li Weidong asked while washing himself. "Yes, we all arrived this morning. My name is Huang Guoqiang, and these are Gao Jiangwo and Ding Lei. The 3 outside helping out are Hu Jigang, Wu Jianjun, and Lu Wei." After introducing the people present, Huang Guoqiang asked Li Weidong, "Are you a youth here too? What's your name?" "Of course, if I weren't a youth here, how could I be bathing in this room? My name is Li Weidong. You are in luck today, as I just brought back a wild boar for dinner." "Xuanhuan." "Not entirely, but I do like to wander in the mountains during winter." Ding Lei, wearing glasses and looking refined, pushed up his glasses and asked, "Have you ever seen wolves or tigers?" "Of course, I often see wolves, but I haven't encountered a tiger yet. Wolves are quite scary, though I've heard they are fierce and can eat people. Aren't you afraid to hunt?" Li Weidong chuckled and replied, "Haha, wolves aren't as terrifying as you think. As long as you're not timid, 1 or 2 wolves aren't much of a threat to you. But if there are more, then you'd better pray for your own safety. So I advise you all, if anyone goes out at night, try to bring a few people along." Having finished washing, Li Weidong put on his clothes, took out some cigarettes from his pocket, walked over to the big table, and distributed a few to them before lighting one himself. "How did you all end up here at this time?" Upon hearing Li Weidong's question, the 3 in the room fell silent. Finally, Huang Guoqiang spoke up. "Sai, we have bad luck. Our families have undesirable backgrounds, and no one wanted us, so we were eventually assigned here. Are you in the same situation as us?" Li Weidong shook his head and said, "Not at all, I volunteered to come here." "Then you are much better off than us. We don't even know what will happen next." As he spoke, Huang Guoqiang's tone was filled with concern for the future. "It's all right, the people here are quite nice, and there aren't many rules. Even studying is just a formality. It's much better than going elsewhere. However, don't easily provoke some people in the village to avoid trouble." Huang Guoqiang and the others nodded. "We understand. When in someone else's place, we must follow their rules." "Good, I'm glad you know. From your accents, it seems you are from around Shanghai. Are you all from the same place?" "Yes, we all came from Shanghai. I'm classmates with xuanhuan from the girls' dormitory." "Oh, having an acquaintance is great. You can look out for each other." Just as they were chatting, the outside became lively. From the sounds, it was clear that those who had gone for logging were back. Then someone pushed the door open and excitedly ran up to Li Weidong, saying, "Brother Dong, you're back." "Yes, I'm back. We'll be able to eat meat soon. How was your day?" "It was the same as usual. I really worked enough today." "Brother Dong, why don't you take me hunting?" "Haha, come on, I mean, with your little arms and legs you think you can hunt. Don't end up feeding the wolves." Sun Yongping laughed from behind. Yang I mean retorted, "What's wrong with me? I work just as hard as you all." Yang I mean, who is 18 this year, was among the first batch to come here, but he was only 15 at the time. When he first arrived, no one in the team wanted to work with him because of his lack of strength, fearing it would slow them down. Only Li Weidong, who sympathized with him, treated him a bit better, leading him to rely on Li Weidong psychologically. Later, when Li Weidong began hunting, his status rose sharply among everyone, and Yang Amin's status improved as well. Thus, he became even more reliant on Li Weidong, always hoping to hunt alongside him to gain recognition from others. But the problem is that not only is he physically unfit for hunting, but more critically, he is timid. Physical condition can be improved, but courage cannot be cultivated. If he were taken into the woods and encountered a fierce beast, he would be too scared to move, which would be truly dangerous. Thus, Li Weidong has always been unwilling to take him along, letting him work with the others in logging instead. I mean, the captain is right. You really aren't suited for the mountains. Just work honestly alongside everyone else. Brother Dong will definitely make sure you get your share of the meat." Li Weidong also advised him. "Oh, fine." Yang I mean reluctantly agreed. Once everyone had finished washing and changed into dry clothes, the meat from the girls' dormitory was almost done stewing. They fished the meat out of the pot, tore it apart, and placed it in a large basin, then made a basket full of steamed buns, and brought everything over to the boys' dormitory, placing it on the table. Everyone gathered in the boys' dormitory. Sun Yongping stood up and cleared his throat. Brothers and sisters, we have new comrades joining our team today, which is something to celebrate. By the way, Weidong brought back a wild boar, so let's welcome everyone with a feast. After applause, Sun Yongping continued. Before we start eating, let's all do a quick self-introduction so everyone can get to know each other. Let's start with the boys. My name is Sun Yongping. I'm 20 years old, from the capital, and I'm the captain of the boys team. This is my 3rd year here, and you can come to me if you have any issues. Next up was Li Weidong. My name is Li Weidong. I'm also 20 from Changbai province. This is my 3rd year here as well. Everyone briefly introduced themselves in turn, starting with the captain Lin Dan from the girls' side, followed by the 5 new girls. The boys' attention was always on the pretty girls. It must be said that southern girls have a different charm. Leaving aside whether they are good-looking, their skin is really nice, 2 words, watery and moist. Among them, the most beautiful was a girl named Su Na with sparkling big eyes, an oval face, a delicate nose, and the ear is signature braid hanging down her chest. Looking at her figure, one could tell that she must come from a very good family, otherwise she wouldn't have such a physique. Under the gaze of over 20 boys, Su Na's face instantly turned red. After quietly introducing herself, she quickly sat down, lowering her head and fiddling with the end of her braid. As for the xuanhuan that Huang Guoqiang mentioned earlier, she was decent looking, but not particularly stunning. Yang Imin, sitting next to Li Weidong, nudged him with his elbow and said, "Dong Ge, that Su Na is quite suitable for you. She's really pretty." Li Weidong chuckled. "How do you know what's suitable? How old are you to start thinking about women? I've never seen a pig run, but I know that a girl like her would be at a loss marrying anyone. I just think you're suitable, Dong Ge." "Haha, alright, if you haven't eaten, then let me feed you more." Li Weidong smiled as he picked up a piece of pork with his chopsticks from the big bowl and placed it in Yang Imin's bowl. "Hurry up and eat." Thank you, Dong Ge." Yang Imin immediately dug in, grabbing the pork to eat. Sun Yongping, seeing that everyone had finished introducing themselves, called out, "Alright, don't be polite, let's start eating. You need to be full to have the strength to work." With a command, everyone started eating. Both the old team members and the newcomers could not help but indulge themselves. There was no choice. From Shanghai to the northeast, all they had eaten on the way were steamed buns with pickles or roasted potatoes. Moreover, at home their families were all educated. Even with money, they wouldn't dare spend it openly and could only sneak around, which stirred their appetites. The girls still cared a bit about their image, while the boys were like hungry wolves. Prompted by Yang Imin, Li Weidong paid attention to that Su Na. From his judgment, Su Na definitely came from a wealthy family, well-educated, eating in small bites with her mouth closed, but it was clear she was really hungry, eating at a steady pace. Noticing someone looking at her, Su Na raised her head just in time to meet Li Weidong's gaze, then quickly looked away, lowering her head. Li Weidong couldn't help but smile. This girl was quite amusing, blushing and shy at the drop of a hat. After the meal, once everything was cleaned up, it was time for the difficult part. On a large cot, 21 people lined up, which was simply too cramped with hardly any room to turn over. In such conditions, conflicts were likely to arise. In the darkness, someone shouted, "Stop squeezing. If you can't sleep, just get out." "Who are you cursing at? You're the only one squeezing." "Who am I cursing? What's wrong with you? It's a tiny space. Why are you tossing around?" The room was filled with young people, none of whom had partners. With tensions already high, a simple argument could easily escalate into a physical conflict. Currently, the situation was just like that. 2 people sleeping on the same cot started arguing due to turning over and crowding, quickly escalating into a fight. The 2 people who were arguing began to push each other until they started to fight. However, with so many people in the room, they couldn't just let them go at it. Someone quickly crawled out of their covers to separate the 2. As the captain of the boys' team, Sun Yongping held considerable authority and sternly shouted, "Why are you all going crazy? It's such a small cot. Who isn't squeezing? Just bear with it." "Captain, this isn't right. After a full day of work, we're already tired, and he's hogging more space. Look, there's barely enough room for 1 person to sleep." Alright, some brothers just arrived. Let's all hold on for a bit, and when spring comes we can build another room, then it will be spacious." Huang Guoqiang stood up and bowed to the older educated youths, saying, "Sorry, everyone, we didn't mean to trouble you. How about we just make a bed with wooden planks and sleep on that?" "That won't work. You don't know how cold it gets in the northeast at night. Without a heated con, you'd freeze. Binzi and Lao Tian are just like that. If they're not targeting you." Sun Yongping quickly reassured Huang Guoqiang and the others. Binzi, who participated in the fight, also said, "It's alright, this has nothing to do with you. I just find some people unpleasant. You think I find you pleasant? Lao Tian retorted defiantly. If you're tough, let's find a place to practice tomorrow. Scared of you. If we practice, don't cry when you get hurt. Whoever cries is a grandson. The two continued their noisy argument. Li Weidong grew impatient and stood up, putting on his cotton coat and pants, then donned his sheepskin coat, rolling up his bedding and heading for the exit. Dongzi, where are you going? Sun Yongping looked at Li Weidong's actions with confusion and finally asked. I'm going to stay at the village chief's house for a night. This place is really too cramped. If I make some space, it will be more comfortable for everyone. Li Weidong also felt it was too cramped after a few more people joined the Kong, even turning over Mint, bumping into someone next to him. He had already been wandering in the mountains for several days, feeling exhausted and just wanting a good rest. Now squished in with them, he couldn't sleep well, so it was better to find a place to stay for a couple of days. However, his actions were misunderstood by the two who had just fought, thinking Li Weidong was dissatisfied with them. They quickly spoke up. Dongzi, we didn't mean it that way, don't misunderstand. Li Weidong grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. I know, but it's uncomfortable for everyone to be so cramped. I've been tired for several days and just want a good sleep, so this is it. Dong, go wait for me. He'll go with you. Yang Aimin, who had been sleeping next to Li Weidong, also climbed down from the Kong. Why do you want to go? I also think it's too cramped to let me go with you. All right, then hurry up and get dressed. Once Yang Aimin was ready, the two of them grabbed their bedding and exited the educated youth courtyard, walking along the village path toward the village chief Yang Jinsheng's house. The educated youth courtyard was adjacent to the village committee located in the center of the village. The village chief Yang Jinsheng's house was at the northernmost part of the village, about 200 to 300 meters away. However, that 200 to 300 meters was enough to freeze someone. In the winter nights of Changbai Mountain, temperatures could drop to minus 20 to 30 degrees. Even just to relieve oneself could quickly turn into ice. In winter, the cold was like a galloping horse. Li Weidong and Yang Aimin's current state was similar, jogging along the way. Just as they were nearing Yang Jinsheng's house, they heard a bang of a gunshot coming from the distant woods outside the village. Li Weidong instinctively stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Donggo, what's wrong? Did you hear the gunshot? Yes, I heard it. It's over there. It doesn't seem too far from us. Li Weidong tossed his bedding to the ground. You go knock on the door and help me bring my bedding inside. I'll go take a look. Donggo, don't. It might be someone hunting. Nonsense. Who hunts at night? It must be someone who encountered something. Saying this, Li Weidong pulled out his hunting rifle and machete from his bedding. Donggo, I'm going with you. Why are you coming with me? If you go, I have to take care of you. Stay home and wait for me. Yang Aimin couldn't persuade Li Weidong and could only watch him disappear into the darkness while he turned and knocked on the village chief's door. The reason Li Weidong ventured into the woods so late despite hearing gunshots was that he knew most of the hunters from the nearby villages and he had a good relationship with them. He was also aware that hunters would find a shelter or a windbreak to light a fire if they had to spend the night in the mountains. They would never hunt in the dark. If gunshots could be heard, it indicated an encounter with a fierce beast, most likely a pack of wolves. If there were many people on the other side to handle the situation, it would be fine, but if they couldn't cope, it was very likely that someone would meet their end there. Since they were all hunters not too far from his village, it was impossible to just stand by and watch. He grabbed his gun and jogged towards the direction from which the gunshots had come. There's a saying, a horse dies from running towards the mountain. The effect of listening to sounds is the same. At night, when everything was silent, gunshots could travel farther, so even if they sounded close, he had no idea how far away they actually were. After jogging for more than half an hour, Li Weidong still hadn't seen any sign of people or lights, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Did he take a wrong turn? Just as he was hesitating and stopped, he heard another bang of gunfire from a distance. This time it was clearer, and Li Weidong judged that the sound came from about 1 to 2 miles away. Indeed, he had slightly misjudged the direction. He was heading due north while the gunshots were coming from a place that was somewhat to the west. He quickly adjusted his direction and ran towards where the sound was coming from. Deep in the woods, a young man in his 30s was sitting atop a thick tree about 10 centimeters in diameter, using a ramrod to load his muzzleloader. He was less than 3 meters above the ground, and below the big tree a pile of fire burned. In the glow of the fire, it was visible that several flickering green lights were blinking around the tree. Moreover, these little lights were moving back and forth. After loading his gun, the young man scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a wolf crouching in a thicket of willow trees not far from his tree. This wolf did not circle around the tree like other wolves, instead it crouched in place, occasionally whimpering as if issuing commands. It seemed this was the Wolf King. If he could take it down, the other wolves would scatter for lack of a leader. However, the distance to the wolf made it impossible to accurately shoot with his muzzleloader. When hunting, he would usually get within 20 to 30 meters of his prey to ensure a high hit rate. If he shot from too far away, he wouldn't know where the bullet would go. The position of the wolf was clearly beyond that range, and the thickets would also affect the bullet's trajectory, causing it to change direction upon impact. If he missed the shot and the wolf moved further away, it would mean the end of him for the day. Although he might not get eaten by the wolves while in the tree, he could freeze to death overnight. However, if he didn't take the chance this time, he was definitely doomed. Just as he steeled his resolve, he heard a gunshot from a couple of 100 meters away. Then someone shouted, "Is there anyone ahead? What's going on?" Without caring who was on the other side, the person shouted joyfully, "Brother, there's someone here. I'm surrounded by wolves, come help me." "Got it, how many are there?" "At least 6 or 7, be careful." Hearing that someone was encountering a pack of wolves, Weidong became more cautious. He removed the empty shell from his gun and reloaded it with a new round, also loading 2 more bullets. He slowly moved forward with his gun. This was no joke, a pack of 6 or 7 wolves was already quite a sizable threat. If they were determined to attack a person, even with a gun, Weidong couldn't avoid getting hurt. If the wolves were smart enough to run away, that would be fine. If not, he had to be very careful. As Weidong approached the tree where the other person was, he could hear rustling sounds in the darkness around him. Clearly wolves were moving around him. "I'm just short of wolf skins for a blanket. Come at me if you dare," Weidong thought fiercely. He didn't know whether the wolves sensed the killing intent from him or simply lacked a good opportunity to attack, but as he reached the fire, the pack had not yet launched an attack. "Is that you, Dongzi?" A voice came from the tree. "Who is it?" Weidong recognized the voice from the tree as very familiar. "It's me, Lin Saner, your third brother." After that, the person quickly descended from the tree. Now Weidong could see clearly that the person's name was Lin Youfu, nicknamed Lin Saner, the third child in his family from Beigo village over 20 miles away from Xuanhuan. This person was skilled at hunting. When Weidong first started, Lin Saner had shared some experience and techniques with him, so Weidong respected him. However, seeing him in such a sorry state today made Weidong unable to help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, third brother, how did you get chased up a tree by wolves?" "Well, can I not climb a tree? With this broken gun of mine, how could I handle 6 or 7 wolves? If I had a gun like yours, I would have finished them off long ago and would not have let them chase me." While saying this, Lin Saner looked enviously at the gun in Weidong's hand. There was no way around it. A hunter's equipment depended on personal financial strength. Lin Saner and his family had moved here for farming more than 30 years ago, mainly because they were poor with many people and little land. Coming here allowed them to get more land. Where would they have money to buy guns? The muzzleloader he was using was a gift from Lin Saner's master. Weidong was different. He was a sent-down youth with both parents working, and his father was a minor leader at the Shirshir textile factory, earning over 100 yuan a month. As soon as Weidong wrote home saying he was learning to hunt, his family quickly sent him 300 yuan. Once the money arrived, Weidong got a recommendation from the village team and spent 200 yuan to buy an Eagle brand double-barreled shotgun and another 50 yuan for 200 various shotgun shells. This made those who hunted with him extremely envious. The gun was a hunter's courage. Who wouldn't like a good gun? Although those people had been hunting for longer than Weidong, they mostly used old flintlock rifles that fired 1 shot per load, with the best being single-shot old hunting rifles whose bullets were reloaded by themselves. Few in the surrounding areas had a shiny new double-barreled shotgun and proper ammunition like Weidong. If there were, they would likely be near the border where the people from the construction corps had better guns. There was no comparison. They were also farming and guarding the borders, but they had standardized weapons which these people could not compare with. "Third brother, are you hurt?" Lin San patted his chest and said, "It's nothing. How can a few young rascals hurt me?" Both Weidong and Lin San had already felt the biting cold after a tense journey with the wolf pack. Now that they were a little more relaxed, the chill hit them hard. Hastily, he added some firewood to the fire and squatted beside it with his gun, warming himself. "Third brother, why are you still wandering in the woods at this late hour?" "Oh, don't mention it. I was chasing a pig and ended up here. I was hoping to find a place to rest for the night and continue tomorrow, but who knew I got surrounded by wolves?" "But how could there be such a large pack of wolves here?" Weidong frowned and said, "Yeah, third brother, this place isn't far from our village, only about 4 or 5 li away. If a wolf pack settles here, that could be quite troublesome. A lone wolf or 2 wouldn't be a problem. A grown man with a stick can handle it. Sure, there might be some injuries, but there would be no danger to life. But if there were too many wolves, even experienced hunters like them couldn't guarantee they'd make it back in one piece, let alone ordinary folk. And what about the elderly, women and children?" At this moment, Lin San listened carefully, noticing no sounds of the wolf pack nearby. These wolves are quite crafty. They fled as soon as they saw us approaching in numbers. We really need to track them down later. Even if we can't catch them, we should at least drive them away. That's what I was thinking. Should we head back to our village now, or stay here and keep watch? Earlier, when Li Weidong left the youth point, it was already past 10 o'clock. After running for more than half an hour and chatting for a while, it was now nearing midnight. If they returned to Shenyang village now, it would take almost another hour, making it very late. Plus, Lin San had injured a wild boar. Coming back in the morning would be quite a hassle. So he thought for a moment and said, Dongzi, let's just stay here for the night. In the morning, we'll deal with the wild boar before heading back. Besides, the wolf pack might return in the later part of the night. If we can take down a few, that would be great. Li Weidong agreed. All right, third brother, well, just stay here for the night. Although it sounded easy, enduring the night was another matter. Li Weidong had just come out from the mountains and hadn't rested well for 2 or 3 days. He had hoped for a good night's sleep tonight, but now he was out here again. While they were chatting, it didn't feel too bad, but once they settled down in front of the fire, the warmth made them drowsy and their eyelids began to droop. But Li Weidong knew he couldn't afford to sleep. In temperatures below 20 degrees Celsius, if he fell asleep, frostbite or losing fingers would be considered lucky, or worse, he could freeze to death. Yet the sleepiness wouldn't let him go. Dongzi, wake up, wake up. Lin Sen nudged him as Li Weidong began to drift off. Oh, third brother, did I fall asleep? Of course. You can't sleep. Quickly rub some snow on your face. If you fall asleep, you'll freeze. Lin Sen instructed. Li Weidong stood up in response, grabbing a handful of snow from the ground and vigorously rubbing it on his face. The icy shock instantly cleared his drowsiness, and he felt more alert. Afterward, he walked around the fire a few times and stomped his feet to keep his body from becoming too numb. Having finished stretching, Li Weidong sat back down in front of Lin San and pulled out a cigarette, offering one to him while lighting up himself. Third brother, what time is it now? Neither of them had a watch. Lin San looked up at the moon in the sky and said, I reckon it's around 2 or 3 in the early morning. At this hour, we still have to tough it out until dawn. That's how it is when hunting in the mountains. You have to endure. Just a little longer, and the sky will brighten. After finishing a cigarette and chatting for a bit, the two fell silent again, primarily due to fatigue. By this time in the early morning, who had the energy to keep chatting? Though they hadn't fallen asleep, they were still in a hazy state. As they continued to endure the night, Li Weidong was dozing off when he suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. That chilling sensation came from deep within, unlike the cold from the weather. Instantly, Li Weidong became alert. He knew something was lurking nearby, likely the wolf pack had returned. Wolves are indeed cunning. Earlier, when they saw Li Weidong come to support Lin Sen, they quickly retreated, but they surely hadn't gone far. They were probably observing the two from some hidden spot. After several hours without any movement, they likely intended to attack when the humans were most exhausted. Although he sensed something nearby, Li Weidong didn't make any sudden movements, fearing to scare them off. He quietly adjusted his gun in his embrace, gripping the handle firmly. He slightly raised his head and squinted his eyes to observe his surroundings. A human's eyesight is, after all, not as keen as a wolf's. In the dark of night, he could only see the small area illuminated by the fire. Beyond that, nothing was visible. However, he noticed that Lin San, sitting beside him, was also quietly scanning the surroundings. This was the instinct of a hunter. Without such skills, how could one hunt? They exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, then waited without making any movements. However, waiting was an incredibly grueling process. One had to be more patient than the wolves. The two remained motionless, waiting as the fire in front of them dwindled from tall flames to just glowing embers. Meanwhile, the wolves surrounding them showed no intention of approaching. As the fire dimmed, the temperature around them dropped rapidly. According to Li Weidong's estimation, he could only last for about another 15 minutes. If the wolves didn't come within those 15 minutes, he'd have to rekindle the fire. Otherwise, he might freeze before even encountering the wolves. He didn't know if the wolves had somehow sensed his thoughts. Perhaps they were just waiting to shine a light for him. As the fire dimmed, several wolves crept closer to the two, but they hadn't yet settled on a direction for their attack. Li Weidong's fingers had gone numb from the cold, and just as he was about to lose his grip, he heard the sound of small twigs snapping behind him. Finally, you've arrived. Li Weidong felt a surge of happiness and quietly reached under his ribs to draw out his machete. Why not use the gun? Mainly because the wolves were at his back. If they lunged at him from behind, it would be difficult to turn with a gun. Using a knife was much more convenient at this moment. At this moment, not only Li Weidong, but also Lin San was at the peak of tension. If it were just 1 or 2 wolves, they wouldn't need to worry at all, but what they encountered before were 6 or 7 of them. At this time, Li Weidong dared not turn back. He could only wait quietly. A few minutes later, he felt a tug on his sheepskin coat from behind. Although the force was light, it was definitely noticeable. The tugging was brief and then released. After waiting a few more minutes, he suddenly felt a weight settle on his shoulder. Without any hesitation, Weidong thrust the tip of his axe backward with force. He heard a miserable howl by his ear. The knife in his hand clearly felt the sensation of piercing through flesh. At that moment, Lin Sen also raised his gun and fired a shot at the bushes diagonally across from him. The bushes rustled loudly. As Weidong let go of the knife and lifted his gun, the wolf pack surrounding them had fallen silent. "Third brother, did you hit it?" "It should have hit." Lin Sen nodded. He caught a glimpse of two ghostly green eyes in the dim light of the campfire, which must belong to a wolf. That was why he aimed for those eyes when he fired. Weidong stood up and took a couple of steps forward before turning to look at the wolf he had stabbed. Just about 3 to 5 meters behind him, a hefty creature weighing around 40 to 50 pounds lay on the ground, convulsing and kicking its legs wildly. It seemed that his knife had struck a vital point, otherwise it wouldn't have collapsed after only running a few meters. At this moment, Weidong was no longer anxious. There was no need to waste a bullet or take the risk of getting injured to deliver a finishing blow. He just needed to wait for it to breathe its last. The two quickly gathered some dry grass and branches and threw them onto the fire. The fierce flames blazed up again, illuminating their surroundings and bringing warmth to both. "Third brother, do you think the wolf will come back?" "I don't think so. Even if the remaining ones come, we can handle them too." "That's good. This creature has some nerve daring to come and probe us. I suspect it was driven by hunger, otherwise it wouldn't have targeted humans." Lin Sen analyzed. After this incident, both men were completely alert. They chatted away. Soon the sky began to brighten. Not long after, the daylight gradually brightened. As long as they could see clearly, there was nothing to worry about. At this time, the two stood up to check the wolf they had hunted the night before. The one Weidong had stabbed had 2 wounds, with the knife entering through its belly and exiting through its back. No wonder that wolf died so quickly. It must have been a direct blow to vital organs. As Weidong dragged the wolf back, Lin Sen also pulled another one from the bushes. The one Lin Sen shot hit directly in the forehead. A bullet the thickness of a pinky hitting the forehead would surely take it down in one shot. The two brothers were overjoyed. What was the point of hunting in the mountains? Wasn't it to earn some money and support their families? A wolf skin could fetch 20 to 30 yuan. That was quite a sum, equivalent to more than half a month's wage for a worker in the city. Moreover, wolf meat was edible. The two didn't dawdle and quickly began to skin the animals. After gutting them, Weidong realized why this pack of wolves had been seeking them out. The stomachs of these 2 wolves were empty, containing nothing at all. Lin Sen was indeed right. It was because they were hungry. A pack of 6 or 7 wolves could hardly catch rabbits or similar small prey, and they could only hunt larger game. However, in winter, when the snow thickened, the wolves' forelegs were not as agile as those of deer, making it difficult to catch them. Desperate from hunger, they would certainly take risks. Unfortunately, they had set their sights on hunters Lin Sen and Weidong, costing them their lives. Weidong and the others didn't care what the wolf pack was after. Now they had 2 wolves. After removing the bones and innards, they still had around 40 to 50 pounds of meat, enough to last them for a while. And they also had 2 wolf skins which were in decent condition. Altogether, they could sell for at least 30 yuan. How could they not be happy? Once they had finished processing, the 2 wolves rolled up the skins and tied them with rope, placing them along with the meat on a small sled made of branches. Weidong asked, "Third brother, what shall we do next?" "Head home." "No, I injured a pig yesterday, or I need to go back and fetch that pig. If you have something to do, just head back first and take the meat and skins with you." Lin Sen was unwilling to return just like that. Weidong thought for a moment and decided it would be safer for them to go together. Wolves were vengeful. If they split up, the remaining wolves might follow Lin Sen, which could lead to trouble. "I don't have anything to do, then third brother will go with you." After agreeing, the 2 of them roasted 2 potatoes and a piece of wolf meat at the campfire, filled their stomachs, and extinguished the fire with snow. Then they followed the trail left by the wild pig Lin Sen had injured yesterday. This walk took them a good half a day. They tracked until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, arriving at a grass swamp. This swamp was full of dry willows, tower heads, and various bushes, making it hard to see inside. However, by following the trail left by the wild pig, they knew it had gone into the thicket. Moreover, various animal tracks were all over the snowy ground. Now both of them were scratching their heads. With so many tracks, they couldn't tell which one belonged to the wild pig, and in this grass swamp, the bushes and wild grass were taller than a person, completely obscuring the situation inside. In this situation, finding the wild pig was indeed a bit troublesome. "Third brother, should we go in?" Weidong turned to Lin Sen beside him. Lin Sen frowned, looking up at the sky. In 2 hours it would be dark, and considering the size of this grass swamp, he was unsure if they could make it out in time. But if they didn't go in, it would mean all their efforts today would be in vain. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's go in, Dongzi. We'll walk in side by side, and we must come out before it gets dark. Otherwise it's too dangerous in this swamp at night." "Okay then. Third brother, be careful." The two found a short tree with branches and hung the meat and skins on it to prevent other animals from stealing them while they went into the grass swamp. Then, each holding a gun, they entered the swamp. They had to be cautious with every step as visibility was short and they had no idea what was nearby. Moreover, they dared not separate. In such a vast meadow, if two people were to enter from either end to drive that pig, one could not help but worry. Not to mention whether it would save time. Just the thought of hearing the rustling sounds from the opposite side could provoke an impulse to shoot, and that would be troublesome for anyone injured. Rather than that, it would be better for the two of them to walk together. If they cannot find it, so be it. It would be a stroke of luck if they do. They searched the meadow for over an hour, and by the time it grew dark, they still had not found any trace of the wild boar. "Dongzi, stop looking. It's likely we won't find it, and let's head out." Lin Sen also felt disheartened. Clearly he had hit that wild boar yesterday and followed its blood trail all the way, but after 2 days the boar was still alive and kicking, its vitality seemingly endless. If they still couldn't find it, then the injuries would have healed by now. There was nothing they could do about it. Weidong could only nod in agreement, and the two exited the meadow, heading towards the spot where they had hung the wolf skins. "Brother Sen, should we search again tomorrow?" "Forget it, no need to look anymore. We already have the wolf skins and meat. Let's rest for a couple of days before coming out again," Lin Sen said regretfully. The distance from this meadow back to Xuanhuan was at least 30 to 40 miles, and walking in the mountains was not the same as on flat land. On flat ground one could walk 8 or 9 miles in an hour, but in the mountains walking 6 or 7 miles was already considered good. It would take at least 6 to 7 hours to return from here. If they headed back now, they wouldn't reach home until after 10. Conversely, Lin San's village was closer, taking at most 4 hours to arrive. Lin San then invited Weidong. "Dongzi, it's closer to my house from here. Let's stay at my place for the night, and you can head back to the village tomorrow morning." Weidong thought for a moment and agreed. After all accommodations back home were scarce, it would be better to stay at Lin San's for the night. Thus the two of them loaded up the sled and turned back toward Lin San's village. Lin San's village, Bago village, wasn't large, comprising only about 100 households. This number was reached after many years of migration. When it was first established, there were only about 10 households. Lin San's family was among the earliest settlers, so their home was located close to the center of the village. By the time they arrived at his home, it was already past 8 in the evening. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hurry up and prepare something to eat. I'm starving," Lin San called out as he entered the front door. "Oh, Sainer is back." Someone responded from inside the house, and soon an elderly couple came out to greet them. Upon seeing Weidong following Lin San, they exclaimed, "Oh, you've brought a friend. Grandpa, Grandma, sorry for the trouble." Weidong replied politely with a smile. "No trouble at all, come in quickly. Oh, it's cold outside." "Which village are you from, young man?" the grandmother asked while ushering him inside. "Grandma, I'm from Xuanhuan. My name is Weidong. I met Sainer while running in the mountains." "All right, that's enough questions for now, Mom. Hurry up and cook. Dongzi and I are starving. We have meat here, please stew a pot of it, and fry some scallion pancakes." "Sure, you both sit tight, I'll go prepare the meal." The grandmother smiled as she walked to the kitchen. Lin San urged Weidong. "Dongzi, don't be polite, you just treat this like your own home. Hurry and take off your shoes and warm up on the Kong." Weidong didn't know much about Lin San's family. He only knew that he was the third child with 2 elder brothers. From the looks of it, the elder brothers had likely married and moved out, leaving Lin San to live with his elderly parents. However, at over 30, Lin San still hadn't married. This puzzled Weidong, but he refrained from asking further in case there was a reason behind it. Lin San took a jar of loose liquor from his cupboard, using a bamboo scoop to pour some into a bottle and placing it in a bowl of hot water to warm. The meat was still stewing in the pot, and other dishes had already been served. Lin San took out the wine jug and poured some for Weidong and his father, saying, "Dongzi, try this wine from your brother San. It may look like loose liquor, but it contains some good stuff. You'll feel energized after drinking it." "Really? What did you soak in it?" "A few years back, while running in the mountains, I found some ginseng. One of the roots broke and the price offered by the buyer was too low, so I didn't sell it. Instead, I soaked it in liquor. Try it, there's a hint of ginseng flavor." "Oh, I must try this. I've never had this kind of liquor before." Weidong raised the wine cup and took a small sip, savoring the taste. The flavor of the ginseng liquor was quite decent. It was a bit bitter at first with some earthy notes, but the aftertaste was sweet. Overall, it felt good. Brother Sen, I have to say this liquor tastes pretty good. Tasty, right? Then let's indulge a bit more today. The room was warm and cozy with steam rising from the pot of meat. Sipping on the liquor and chatting made for an immensely pleasant evening. They chatted until deep into the night, and both Li Weidong and Lin San had a bit too much to drink. Brother Sen, I can't drink anymore. Oh, I have to go back to the village tomorrow morning. Otherwise, the villagers will worry. Li Weidong said, his speech slightly slurred. All right, then let's get some rest. We've both been exhausted these past few days. The Kong had been heated in advance, with Lin San's parents sleeping in the eastern room, while Li Weidong and Lin San shared the western room. They had been tired for several days, and with the alcohol, Li Weidong immediately fell asleep as soon as he lay down. In the middle of the night, he felt hot all over, and his nose was itchy. He rubbed it and felt a hand full of mucus, but he didn't pay it much mind and turned over to continue sleeping. The next day, while Li Weidong was still groggy, he suddenly heard a scream. Oh no, what's going on? How could there be so much blood? Then he felt someone pushing him. Dongzi, wake up quickly. Li Weidong groggily opened his eyes to see Lin San and his parents looking at him with intense concern. What happened to Brother San? Dongzi, are you alright? I'm fine, Li Weidong replied, looking confused. Take a look for yourself. Following Lin San's pointing, Li Weidong turned his head and was startled. He saw bloodstains all over the quilt, the pillow, and the Kong. Shocked, he sat up abruptly, saying, What on earth happened? Lin San retrieved a small mirror from the drawer and handed it to Li Weidong, saying, Look at yourself. Li Weidong took the mirror, turned it toward himself, and saw that his face was also covered in dried blood. Dongzi, you don't feel anything wrong, do you? Li Weidong shook his head. No, I feel fine. Hearing two people conversing, Lin San's parents hurriedly walked in. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the bed and the marks on Li Weidong's face, the old lady chuckled. Ha ha ha, this truly is a foolish boy sleeping on a cold Kong, relying entirely on his strength. It's nothing, just a nosebleed. It shouldn't be flowing anymore now, right? Li Weidong rubbed his nose and, feeling no blood, replied, Yes, it stopped. Next time don't drink so much ginseng wine. Ginseng is very nourishing, and a young lad like you who hasn't married doesn't need that. Too much nourishment can be harmful, the old lady advised. So that's what happened. Li Weidong was initially startled, but now that he understood, he felt reassured. Then he looked at Lin San puzzled and asked, Why is my third brother fine then? He can't be like you. You two are of different ages, and the living conditions at home are different. You have a good foundation while your third brother is weaker, so of course he would be fine after drinking. Li Weidong nodded. Indeed, even though they lived in this era. But the original owner never went hungry at home. Their family, including grandparents, totaled 8 people with urban household registration, and they all had a fixed amount of grain. The grandfather even had a pension plus his parents' income. With an income of over 100 yuan a month, even buying expensive grain was enough for the family to eat. They only had a bit of hardship during those 3 difficult years, but they never faced starvation. After he was sent to the countryside and began hunting in the mountains, he also had plenty of meat, so his physical foundation was indeed much better than others. In contrast, Lin San's experience was different. When he first came here to clear land, he couldn't eat anything good. Their family didn't belong to a farm or construction corps, but were ordinary citizens relying solely on their work points to survive. Alas, what a pity. I was hoping to drink more of the family's ginseng wine, Li Weidong said with a look of regret. Lin San's family laughed heartily, and the old lady spoke. If you want to drink, it's not impossible. Just find a wife, or once you're married, you can drink. Do you want me to introduce someone? Can marrying a wife have that kind of benefit? Li Weidong certainly knew the reason, but he had to act a bit naive given that he was a 20-year-old young man. Of course, there are many benefits to marrying a wife. Saying this, the old lady shot a glance at Lin San. Mom, why are you saying this? Dongzi is a sent-down youth. He will have to go home in the future and can't possibly marry a girl from here. Lin San quickly changed the subject. The old lady, however, remained unconcerned. So what? Women follow men when they marry. Finding a girl from here would mean Dongzi can take her back when he goes home. What matters is that she must know how to care for others, you know. All right, Mom, go cook. Well, tidy up the Kong. Got it. Dongzi will keep an eye out for you. If there's a suitable one, I'll have San tell you. The old lady said one last thing before leaving. At this moment, Li Weidong could only smile and respond, All right, thank you, Annie. As for what kind of partner to find, Li Weidong is still unsure. Women from different places have their own charms. Like Su Na, beautiful and delicate with a gentle personality, living with her would surely have its unique flavor. If he were to find a local girl with a bold and generous personality who can work, that would also be a good choice. It really is a bit hard to decide. Forget it, there's no rush. After all, he is only 20 years old and isn't at the age where he must marry. Moreover, he doesn't want to be tied down right now. There's a saying, why give up the whole forest for a single tree? Before he crossed over, Li Weidong had read plenty of materials. At this time, people's thoughts were indeed conservative, but more because of policies, individuals didn't necessarily think that way. There's also a saying, extremes lead to opposites. When repression reaches a certain level, abstinence turns into indulgence. This situation is not uncommon everywhere, especially among young men and women who were sent to the countryside. Many situations have arisen, especially among female sent-down youths who, to reduce labor intensity and receive help from boys or return to the city early, are willing to do anything. Li Weidong does not wish to be a scumbag, but the mindset from his past life severely influences him. Deep down, he thinks having a mistress is quite normal as long as no one finds out right. So in his heart, he isn't thinking about getting married so early. After all, if he gets married, he would have to restrain himself and live unhappily. At his current age, even when it comes time to return to the city, he would only be in his 30s and still young. After having breakfast at Lin San's house, Li Weidong prepared to set off back to xuanhuan. He took over 10 jin of wolf meat, but didn't bring the wolf skin, asking Lin San to help preserve it. He would just need a wolf skin later. Li Weidong wanted to make a wolf skin mattress. As for Lin San's own skin, whether he sells it or uses it himself, that's none of Li Weidong's concern. For Li Weidong, carrying over 10 jin of meat was practically weightless. After bidding farewell to Lin San, he strode back. He would reach home by noon. At this time, the men in the village were mostly out in the woods chopping wood, leaving only women, the elderly, and children at home. So Li Weidong didn't go to the village head Yang Jinsheng's house, but went directly back to the sent-down youth point. Among those newcomers at the sent-down youth point, the boys had already gone to the woods, leaving only the girls behind. Hearing the commotion outside, the female team leader Lin Dan walked out of the girls' dormitory. "Oh, Dongzi, you're back. Where have you been these past few days? Everyone has been worried sick about you. Why worry about me? Am I going to disappear?" Li Weidong laughed, saying as he unloaded the wolf meat from his back. "I mean, said that when you went to the village head's house, you heard gunshots along the way and went into the woods. How could everyone not worry? Come on, you all know what skills I have. No need to worry. Here, cook this meat. We'll eat it tonight." Lin Dan was naturally very happy and hurried over to take it. "What kind of meat is this?" "Wolf. Wolf? Did you run into a wolf the night before last?" Lin Dan asked with a worried expression. "Yes, someone was trapped by a wolf and I helped out." "Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and get to work. Once it's stewed, scoop some out for me to take to the village head. Then don't you have to give half of it to the team? It's only a few jin of meat. How much can we eat if we give half to the team? Well, stew it all, no need to give it. By the way, did you give that half wild boar to the team?" Li Weidong asked. Lin Dan shook her head and pointed to a water tank in the eastern shed. "No, it's still in the tank. You need to go deliver it." "All right, then I'll go deliver it now. You all get busy." Li Weidong carried the pork and left while Lin Dan excitedly took the wolf meat back to the dormitory. "Sisters, look what this is." After Lin Dan entered the room, all the girls who were still weaving looked over. "Captain, where did you get this meat?" "Li Weidong just came back and brought it." Lin Dan replied with a smile. "Did he catch something again? He is really incredible. What kind of meat is this?" "It's wolf meat." Everyone was surprised, looking at Lin Dan and standing up to come closer, staring at the already prepared meat pieces. "Is this really wolf meat? Can we eat it?" "Ha ha ha, what can't we eat? As long as it's meat, we can eat it." "Changbai Mountain, you two stop working, hurry up and gather firewood and boil water. Let it stew slowly until the boys come back tonight." The two girls immediately started moving, while the other girls, after being curious, sat back down to continue their work. The girl sitting next to Suna whispered to her, "Li Weidong is really impressive. We have only been here for 2 or 3 days, and we've already had 2 meals of meat. It feels even better than what we had at home. It feels a bit unreal." Suna actually felt the same. Back at home, her family was well off, but to avoid suspicion, they couldn't often eat meat, and everything had to be done cautiously, fearing they might be caught doing something wrong. Now that they were here, they felt relaxed, but she wondered how long such days could last. Seeing that Suna was silent, the girl leaned over and continued, "Hey, do you think Li Weidong has a girlfriend?" "I don't know. Are you interested in him? He looks good and is capable. Don't you like him? But I know my place. Someone like him would definitely not notice a girl like me. If he were to look for a girlfriend, it would definitely be someone as beautiful as you." The girl gazed enviously at Suna's pretty face. But there was nothing she could do. Looks and figure were given by nature, not something one could achieve through hard work. Suna gave a wry smile, wishing she could have been born a bit more ordinary. Because of her appearance, she had attracted a lot of unwanted attention. If she had been born into an ordinary family, it wouldn't have mattered much. But unfortunately her family was a capitalist one. Those who came to investigate her family looked at her as if they wanted to devour her, and she could only endure in silence, unable to express her anger. Otherwise she wouldn't have signed up to come to such a remote place. My background is not good, so I dare not think about those things. It's better to just focus on studying and working. Suna replied softly. What are you afraid of? Among the newcomers whose background is good. Besides, didn't the captain say before that there aren't so many issues here? Who knows? Let's just see how things go in a while. I hope things are as she said. Meanwhile, Li Weidong was carrying half a pig out and heading to the brigade headquarters not far away. Oh, everyone's here. Uncle Yang, I brought over half a pig for the team. After entering the room, Li Weidong saw the village head Yang Gunxing, accountant Wang Xuan, and women's director Xin Feng all at the brigade headquarters. Dongzi, you're back. Is everything all right? Yang Jinxing hurriedly stood up and walked over, looking Li Weidong up and down. I'm fine. Uncle Yang, you're too worried. How can I not worry? Yang just said that you heard gunshots and went into the mountains, but didn't say when you would be back. I've hardly slept these past 2 days just worrying about you. Li Weidong grinned and said, but I'm back now. To ease your worries, I'll treat you to wolf meat tonight. Wang Guxinjie, you have to come too. Wow, you're impressive being able to take down a wolf. It's not just me, I teamed up with Lin Youfu from Beigo. The other night, it was he who was surrounded by wolves. Oh, by the way, Uncle Yang, you should let the villagers know that there are wolf packs near the forest so that everyone can be cautious when going out. There are at least 4 to 5 of them. Yang Jinxing frowned. Their village had logging tasks in winter, and people also needed to go into the mountains to collect firewood. They couldn't avoid going into the mountains, and if there were always wolves lurking in the forest, how dangerous would that be? Dongzi, can't we hunt them or scare them away? Li Weidong sighed. Hunting wolves wasn't that simple. Uncle Yang, you know that wolves are very cunning. If they don't come after you, it's hard to find them. We shot 2 the other night, but the remaining 4 or 5 ran away. I don't know if they are still nearby or if they have gone far. All right, I'll notify everyone to be cautious. If anyone sees them, they should tell you. You need to think of a way quickly. Don't worry. If I see them, I'll go hunt them. He handed over the pig meat to be recorded as it counted towards Li Weidong's work points. There could be no mistakes. After finishing up, Li Weidong didn't leave. He stayed in the brigade headquarters to drink water, smoke, and chat with Yang Jinxing and the others. It wasn't until evening that they finally left the brigade headquarters. Li Weidong returned to the youth station with a basin of wolf meat and called Yang who had already returned, to go directly to Yang Jinxing's house. Yang Jinxing's family had 5 members: an elderly mother himself and his wife, and a son and a daughter. The eldest child was a daughter 16 years old, who had only graduated from elementary school. When school was suspended during middle school, she came home to help with work. The son was 12 years old and still in elementary school, but he wasn't learning much there. Hurry up and prepare a few dishes at home, and bring out my 2 bottles of good wine. After entering, Yang Jinxing shouted into the house. His wife lifted the door curtain and came out quickly, inviting everyone in after seeing them. Aunt, here's the freshly stewed meat. Please prepare a pot for it. After entering, Li Weidong handed the large basin of meat to Yang Jinxing's wife. Look at you, what are you bringing to eat? Yang Jinxing's wife said politely, calling her daughter, Tao, or hurry, and take it from Donggu. Donggu, you're here. Yang Jinxing's daughter Yang Tao took the basin from Li Weidong's hands, her face still showing a hint of shyness. Why are you shy when you see Donggu? Li Weidong asked with a smile. Why is that? Several people looked at Li Weidong in unison. If I eat this, I might get a nosebleed. Then Li Weidong recounted how he drank ginseng liquor at Lin Saner's house and ended up with a pillow soaked in blood, which made everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha, then you'll miss out on the good food. This meat is really well cooked. There's nothing I can do for the sake of my nose, I'll just have to endure. Li Weidong replied with a pained expression. This young man has a fiery temper. Dongzi, do you want me to find you a wife? Having a wife will help with that. Xin Feng looked at Li Weidong with a mischievous smile. Li Weidong wasn't to be outdone. Sure, Sister Xin, let's find someone like you. Oh, so our young man likes women in their 30s like me. That won't do. There aren't any single women of that age in our village, but there is a little widow. Would you like her? Sure, as long as she's as good looking as you, I have no objections. That's a must. You've seen that little widow? She's the daughter-in-law of old Yang from the front street. Not bad looking, right? You can help her out a bit, and that will relieve your fire. Huh. Li Weidong really had seen that daughter-in-law of old Yang's. She was in her late 20s, quite attractive. When Li Weidong came to Xuanhuan, she had already been married for 7 or 8 years and had 2 children, the oldest being 7. A couple of years ago, her husband drank heavily in winter and fell asleep in a snowdrift. By the time he was found, he had already frozen to death. Now it was just her with 2 children and a sickly, limping father-in-law. Sister Shun, I give up. Can you please stop teasing me? Li Weidong said, feeling embarrassed. It must be said that married women with children really dare to say anything without blushing. Oh, our brave Dongzi can also feel shy sometimes. After saying this, Xuanhuan burst into laughter, causing everyone in the room to laugh along. While joking and laughing, this meal came to an end. After the dishes were cleared, they smoked a couple of cigarettes and had some tea. The sky outside had turned pitch black, and only then did Wang Shuwen and Xuanhuan get up to leave for home. Li Weidong and Yang Aimin also came out from the room and returned to the house where they were staying. Li Weidong chose to stay at Yang Jinsheng's house because it was more spacious. His family had 2 plots of land with 2 houses built, both of which had 3 rooms with a living room in the middle and bedrooms on either side. In northeast China, there's plenty of land for building as long as you have the money to construct it. Yang Jinsheng directly built 2 houses to save time in the future. The one on the east side is where they always lived. Yang Jinsheng and his wife occupy one room, while Grandma Yang stays with her granddaughter and grandson in another. The house on the west side was used for storage and was reserved for when his son grows up and gets married. Now that Li Weidong and Yang Aimin had come over, they cleaned up a room in the west house, lit the stove, and made it livable, but they had to gather firewood themselves, which is quite a chore in winter. Since their stay was short, they made use of what was available. If it were longer, they would have to prepare for themselves. When they returned to the house, the heated Kong had already been lit, probably by Yang Jinsheng's wife. The 2 of them took off their shoes and sat cross-legged on the Kong. Brother Dong, how about you take me with you next time you go into the mountains? Li Weidong looked at him and said, didn't I tell you before? You're not suited for mountain hunting. If you want to just set a couple of traps around where you're cutting trees and see if you can catch a wild chicken or a rabbit. Why do you find cutting wood uninteresting? Yang Aimin replied with a pained expression, it's not that it's uninteresting, but it's just that I find it dull. Following you into the mountains is more fun. Haha, not everyone can handle mountain trekking. Just hang in there. Once this season's task is completed, how about I take you to the northern lake to fish? Li Weidong was treating him like a younger brother. Really? Yang Aimin's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, indeed. When it's close to the new year, our village will also be heading over there. I'll tell the village chief to take you along. Okay, then I'll hold on a bit longer. Now Yang Aimin was excited. Hey brother, did you see that Suna today? Li Weidong shook his head. No, I handed the meat to Lin Dan and went straight to the brigade office. What happened to her? Don't mention it. Those who came from the south didn't bring enough warm clothes or blankets. For the past few days, they've been freezing like mad. If it weren't for us older folks being kind-hearted, they would have frozen to death working outside. Was Suna like that too? Of course. I asked Luan, and Suna didn't bring much. Her blanket is so thin, she probably never imagined it would be this cold here. It's possible. Oh, it hardly ever drops below 0 in the south. How could they understand temperatures of -20 or 30 degrees? I wonder how they've managed these past few days. Brother Dong, I think this is an opportunity. Oh, if you send her something, maybe she will see you in a different light. Li Weidong smiled at Yang. I mean, you may be young, but you're quite clever. Have you not heard of a licking dog? In the end, they end up with nothing. Licking dog. What's that? Ha, have you seen the dogs in our village that run behind people? Seeing Yang Aimin nod, Li Weidong continued, that dog chases after people hoping to eat their poop. Some men chase after women trying to curry favor, just like a dog wanting to lick the gutter. When have you ever seen anyone give that dog a second glance? Oh, I get it. It means don't rush at it. Exactly. It seems you're not foolish after all. Given Suna's looks, do you think there's a shortage of licking dogs in our male dorm? Is there a need for me to send her something? Yang Aimin pouted and nodded. That's true. Out anyway, during these past few days, when we were cutting wood, many people in the team were talking about Suna. There must be some who fancy her and want to be a licking dog. If they want to let them. I have no interest in that. There are plenty of beautiful women in this world. I'm not lacking just her. But she's the only one around here. Brother, aren't you a bit envious? What's there to be envious about? Are you itching to find a wife? Li Weidong teased Yang Aimin. This kid was so eager, what else could explain it? Yang Aimin seemed to have been hit with the truth, awkwardly scratching his head and smiling. He really was caught off guard. Li Weidong quickly asked, which girl do you fancy? Under Li Weidong's probing, Yang Aimin finally began to mumble. As soon as he opened his mouth, it shocked Li Weidong. Who do you fancy? Brother, I have a crush on Zhang Hongmei. We've been together for a while now. Under Li Weidong's questioning, Yang Aimin timidly confessed this. Who? Zhang Hongmei. Li Weidong felt like he was going crazy because this Zhang Hongmei was the young widow mentioned by the women's director Xinfang at the dinner table today. That young widow was quite attractive, but she was already in her late 20s, at least 10 years older than Yang Aimin. Brother, I didn't want to tell you, but today Director Xin said she wanted to introduce her to you, and I'm worried that if it goes on like this, Li Weidong kicked Yang Amin's calf. Are you out of your mind? That young widow is 10 years older than you and has 2 children and a crippled father-in-law. How can you get involved with her? Are you trying to form a gang? Brother, I don't want to either, but I just can't help thinking about her. We are truly in love. I love you. You must be out of your mind. Li Weidong couldn't help but kicked Yang Amin again. It was no wonder he was angry. After all, their relationship had been going well for the past 2 years. Last time Yang Amin's parents visited him, they had repeatedly urged Li Weidong to take care of Yang Amin. Now he had fallen for a widow. How was Li Weidong supposed to explain this to his parents? Brother, I know it's wrong, but I just can't help it. I want her. Li Weidong was completely overwhelmed. First, tell me how you two got involved. Yang Amin then shyly started to recount the story of him and Zhang Hongmei. It all began in the autumn. In the Northeast, crops are planted once a year, sown in spring and harvested in autumn. Due to different harvest times, wheat is generally harvested in July, soybeans in September, and corn by October, while soybeans are harvested after October. Thus, villagers are busy from July until November, often with snow already having fallen several times by then. In Xianyang village, thousands of acres of farmland are cultivated with crops like wheat, corn, soybeans, and sorghum planted in segments, rotating crops each year. During harvest time, everyone young and old must come together to work regardless of whether they are educated youth or villagers. Yang Amin was assigned to work with Zhang Xuanmei's group, while Li Weidong was in a different group, not working alongside him. At first, everything was quite normal. They harvested wheat, then soybeans, and later corn. However, trouble arose during the corn harvest. The cornfield was taller than a person and densely packed, making it impossible to see what was happening deep inside. People usually have urgent needs, but while working, it's not possible to run back to the toilet. So everyone would venture deep into the field, find a spot where no one could see, and take care of their business, covering it up with dirt afterward. This was for a big one. If it was just a little one, there wouldn't even be a need to cover it up. That day, Yang Amin had a bit of a stomach issue, so he found himself sneaking into the cornfield more often, each time going in a different direction. While working, Yang Amin felt his stomach stirring again. He told the person next to him and headed deeper into the cornfield. After walking about 100 to 200 meters, he found a suitable spot to squat down. However, just as he finished and was about to pull up his pants, he heard rustling nearby. He thought it might be a wild boar or a roe deer coming to eat the crops, so he squatted back down. As the sound grew closer, he finally saw that it was not a wild animal, but Zhang Hongmei. Clearly, Zhang Hongmei was also there to use the toilet. She hadn't noticed Yang Amin's presence. Just 10 meters away from him, she pulled down her pants and squatted. An 18-year-old young man like Yang Amin had never seen anything like this. The sight of her bare backside made him dizzy. He didn't even dare to breathe. He knew he shouldn't be watching, but he couldn't control his eyes. Hiding behind Zhang Hongmei, he stared intently. However, Yang Amin had already been squatting for a while, and his legs were starting to feel numb. Just as Zhang Hongmei finished using the toilet and stood up to pull up her pants, he accidentally moved, brushing against a corn stalk that made a rustling sound. Zhang Hongmei turned her head sharply to look over, and the two of them locked eyes, both frozen in place. Zhang Hongmei's mouth dropped open, and she couldn't help but want to scream, but she quickly realized that if someone heard and came over, they would be caught in an embarrassing situation. She hurriedly covered her mouth. What are you doing here? Sister-in-law, I swear I didn't mean to. I just had an upset stomach and came here to squat. Yang Amin explained with a pained expression, nearly in tears. If anyone found out, they would accuse him of being a peeping Tom. After a moment, Zhang Hongmei realized it was her fault for not checking her surroundings better. So what did you see? Yang Amin's face turned bright red as he stammered, I didn't see anything. Seeing his awkward expression, Zhang Hongmei found it amusing and glanced at his young, delicate face. Then stand up now. Yang Amin definitely didn't dare to stand up. He hadn't even pulled up his pants yet, and he couldn't let her see his embarrassing situation. No, Sister Hongmei, I really didn't see anything. No way, hurry up, or I'll shout for someone. Yang Amin was forced to comply and awkwardly stood up. Zhang Hongmei's eyes widened and her face flushed quickly as she spat, Pa, little rascal, and you say you didn't see anything. Yang Amin hurriedly covered himself and turned half away to avoid Zhang Hongmei's gaze. I truly didn't mean it. All right, I understand. This matter must remain a secret, got it? Yes, I understand. Then I'm leaving. You wait a while before coming out. After saying that, Zhang Hongmei smiled and turned to leave. After Zhang Hongmei left, Yang Amin finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he finally crawled out of the cornfield. When he saw Zhang Hongmei again, Yang Amin couldn't help but blush, while Zhang Hongmei appeared completely composed. The day's work ended like this, and nothing else happened. That evening, back at the educated youth point, the exhausted people soon fell asleep. However, Yang Amin couldn't sleep as every time he closed his eyes he saw that white image in the cornfield. Finally managing to fall asleep, he still found himself dreaming of such scenes. From that day on, Yang Aimin began to secretly pay attention to Zhang Hongmei's every move, and the more he looked, the more beautiful he found her. People, whether men or women, tend to become increasingly concerned about someone they have in mind, eventually becoming deeply entangled. Yang Aimin was just like this. Perhaps others couldn't sense it, but as one of the parties involved, Zhang Hongmei certainly could feel his burning gaze. After several days, Zhang Hongmei's feelings began to change. No woman wishes to lack the attention of others. However, the men in the village who lusted after her were only interested in her body. Only this young man before her looked at her with eyes full of affection. Of course, desire was not absent. If there were truly no desire at all, he wouldn't be a man. More importantly, Yang Aimin had seen her body, which gave her a different feeling towards him. Thinking about how she was nearly 30 while Yang Aimin was still a young man, she felt she had nothing to lose. There is a saying, action speaks louder than words. Zhang Hongmei applied this saying to herself. Just 10 days after their chance encounter, when no one was paying attention, Zhang Hongmei walked up to Yang Aimin and said, "In 10 minutes you come over from there to find me." After speaking, she pushed aside the corn stalks and walked deeper into the cornfield. Yang Aimin's heart raced wildly. He didn't know why Zhang Hongmei called him over, but he felt that something significant might happen today. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Aimin asked the team leader for a restroom break, then headed into another direction of the cornfield. After winding through about 100 meters, he arrived at the direction Zhang Hongmei had gone. Walking another 200 meters, he saw Zhang Hongmei waiting for him not far away. With a nervous heart, Yang Aimin approached her, saying, "Sister-in-law, what did you call me over for?" "Still calling me sister-in-law. From now on, when no one is around, call me Hongmei Jia." "Okay, I understand, Hongmei Jia." "Good." Zhang Hongmei took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Yang Aimin. "Now tell me, why have you been staring at me these past few days?" Yang Aimin's face turned beet red as he stammered, "Hongmei Jia, I wasn't staring at you. How would I not know if you were? Quickly confess." "Hongmei Jia, I have fallen for you." It took a long moment for Yang Aimin to squeeze out these words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongmei not only wasn't angry, but instead laughed joyfully. "Hee, you truly are a city boy. You're already talking about love. Do you even know what love is at your age?" "Of course I know. Love is a feeling, a longing that occupies one's thoughts day and night." Yang Aimin rambled on. "So what do you plan to do?" Zhang Hongmei's question left Yang Aimin dumbfounded. Indeed, what use was love without a plan on how to deal with it? "I want to be with you. Is that all? Aren't you just like those other men thinking about sleeping with me?" No. Yang Aimin waved his hands in panic. "That's not what I meant. I mean. Then what do you mean?" "Just talking without thinking of anything else." Yang Aimin was at a loss for words. If he said he didn't want her, what would that make of the dreams he had these past few days? Was the view of that part one saw the other day nice? Zhang Hongmei suddenly asked this question. Yang Aimin didn't react in time and involuntarily nodded, then immediately shook his head vigorously. "You little rascal, claiming you saw nothing that day. I won't let you off." Zhang Hongmei pretended to pounce on him. Yang Aimin thought he was about to get slapped, but to his surprise, a soft and fragrant figure landed directly in his arms. Then he heard her say, "Sister is willing to show you." Afterward, Yang Aimin had never experienced anything like that in his life. Reflecting on the sayings of the married men in the village about the 4 great softness, 4 great fragrances, 4 great tenderness, and so on. Those words were indeed quite fitting. Due to the urgency of the situation, they couldn't linger in the cornfield for too long. After giving him a taste of sweetness, Zhang Hongmei wrapped her arms around Yang Aimin's neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Sister likes you too, but we must keep this a secret from others." "Rest assured, Hongmei Jia, I will definitely keep it a secret." "Okay, then let's hurry out. It's been a while, and tonight when no one is around, wait for me by the haystack behind my house." At this moment, Zhang Hongmei could say anything and Yang Aimin would nod eagerly. "It's settled then. They'll go this way, and you go that way." Zhang Hongmei pointed in a direction and turned to leave. Yang Aimin waited a moment before circling back to the place where they were working. When faced with the team leader's question about where he had been for so long, Yang Aimin simply attributed it to a stomach ache. When night came and all the dormitory occupants were asleep, Yang Aimin quietly sneaked out to wait for Zhang Hongmei by the haystack. Once the two met, it was like dry kindling meeting a raging fire, and things quickly escalated. He only returned to the youth station in the middle of the night. From then on, Yang Aimin secretly met with Zhang Hongmei from time to time, without anyone noticing anything unusual. Today, a joke from Xuanhuan about introducing Zhang Hongmei to Li Weidong startled Yang Aimin. So upon returning to the room, he mentioned this to Li Weidong, otherwise he would have kept it a secret. After hearing his account, Li Weidong suddenly understood. Oh, that explains it. Several times I woke up in the middle of the night and saw you weren't in your bed. You must have been on a date with Zhang Hongmei. Bro, please don't be angry. I really like her. Li Weidong waved his hand. Put love aside. Oh, do you realize there's a 10-year age gap between you two? What future can you two have? What if something happens and she gets pregnant? How would I explain that to your parents? It won't happen, bro. We're careful. If she does get pregnant, I'll marry her. I don't care that she's older than me. Come on. You're still so young, it's hard enough to take care of yourself, let alone a wife. Don't forget she has 2 kids. Can you provide for that many mouths? That's why I'm thinking of learning to hunt from you. Once I learn, I can support a family. What does she think? Has she agreed to marry you? No, I've talked to her, but she hasn't agreed. At least she knows her place and has some self-awareness. Donga, how can you say that? I was the one who brought it up. Enough. Li Weidong waved his hand. Don't talk to me about this now. I'll have a chat with her later. Hearing Li Weidong mention looking for Zhang Hongmei, Yang Aimin felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Brother, please don't make things difficult for her. Alright, I understand. You actually seem quite tender-hearted. With so many young girls in the village, why are you fixated on just her? I'm truly amazed by you. Looking at Yang Aimin's pitiful expression, Li Weidong, who initially wanted to scold him, ultimately refrained from saying anything. To be honest, Yang Aimin is an adult now. How he chooses is ultimately his own decision, and as his brother Li Weidong can only offer some advice. If Yang Aimin truly chooses to marry Zhang Hongmei, there's nothing Li Weidong can do but help persuade his parents so he can support a family. However, before that, Li Weidong needs to see what Zhang Hongmei really means. Does she share Yang Aimin's feelings, or is she merely looking to exploit him? If it's the latter, then Li Weidong would definitely oppose the idea. As for Yang Aimin worrying that Li Weidong might fancy Zhang Hongmei, that's purely unfounded. There's simply no possibility of that, and no matter what, he wouldn't seek out a widow with 2 children. It's not as if all other women have perished. The two chatted until late into the night before finally going to sleep. The next morning, before Li Weidong could rise, he was awakened by a loud banging on the door. Dongzi, hurry up, something's happened. Yang Jinsheng's voice called from outside. Li Weidong didn't even bother to put on clothes. He crawled out of bed and dragged his cotton shoes to open the door. Uncle Yang, what happened? Seeing that Li Weidong was only in a single garment, Yang Jinsheng quickly stepped in and closed the door. Let's talk inside. Back indoors, Li Weidong put on his clothes while listening to Yang Jinsheng. Dongzi, last night Danianzi was attacked by wolves. Last night? What was he doing? Where was he attacked? It happened on the back mountain. Danianzi's wife is from that village north of ours. He returned late after visiting her family. Who knew he would encounter wolves on the way? If he were alone, he might have been fine, but since he was with his wife, he sustained several bites while trying to protect her. How is he now? Is he seriously injured? I went to see him. His arm, thigh, and shoulder were all bitten. It's quite serious. Then why hasn't he been sent to the hospital? We can't let him catch rabies. Yang Jinsheng waved his hand. Can we not send him? I've already arranged for someone to take him to the county hospital. I came here to ask if you think it's the same pack of wolves you encountered a couple of days ago. Did Danianzi say how many there were? He said there were only 2. If there were more, he and his wife definitely wouldn't have made it back. 2. Li Weidong mused. That's hard to say. The pack we encountered a few days ago had at least 4 or 5. Could these 2 be newcomers? Who knows? You're the one who hunts in the mountains. Think about it. We need to catch them, or no one in the village will dare go up the mountain. Alright, I understand, Uncle Yang. I'll head into the mountains today and see if I can find anything. Fine, but hurry up. Go check in with Jinjia and Jianjun as well. Let them take a look. Do you want to come along? Hearing Yang Jinsheng's question, Li Weidong shook his head. No, I'll go on my own. If it doesn't work out, I'll figure something out. Yang Jinjia and Yang Jianjun are brothers who also hunt in the mountains. In this area of rugged terrain, every village typically has a few hunters unless it's a very small village with only a few families. The village where Li Weidong resides, Xuanhuan, has 80 households and around 400 people, making it quite a sizable village, so it's normal to have a few hunters. Previously, when Li Weidong visited Lin Sanjia's village, which had over 100 households, there were even more hunters. He knew of at least 4 or 5 families engaged in it. It's not that Li Weidong doesn't want to find help, but it's just that these 2 brothers have their quirks. The elder brother Yang Jinjia is relatively better and treats others kindly. The younger brother Yang Jianjun has little skill but boasts loudly and tends to take more than his share. Li Weidong had gone out with them a couple of times before and ended up at a disadvantage, so he never sought their company again. After tidying up at home, he returned to the youth point for breakfast. Yang Aimin went with others to log in the forest while Li Weidong took some food and his gun and headed into the woods north of the village. He was looking for wolves, but it wouldn't be that easy. Wolves are easy to find when they are looking for people, but when people are looking for them, it becomes difficult. When they see a person from a distance, they simply flee. Even if one sees them chasing four-legged animals with two legs, is a futile dream. Li Weidong wandered around the forest. Apart from seeing the traces of wolves, he didn't find a single hair. However, he did find the spot where Yang Danian and his wife were attacked by wolves last night. From the signs left at the scene, disordered footprints on the ground, the marks of someone who fell and got back up, and the scattered blood spots in the snow, it was clear that Yang Danian fought valiantly to protect his wife. It's said that couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Yet Yang Danian earned Li Weidong's respect this time. After this reflection, he resumed his search for wolves. After circling around the area, Li Weidong confirmed Yang Jinsheng's report. There were indeed only 2 wolves that attacked Yang Danian and his wife, not the pack encountered a few days ago. It's possible that the pack dispersed after being shot at and now operates separately. From the signs of the struggle, it was evident that although the 2 wolves injured Yang Danian, they didn't gain much advantage from him. When those 2 wolves fled after the attack, they limped away, likely having injured their legs. Upon returning to the scene, Li Weidong inadvertently noticed a wolf tooth that had fallen on the ground stained with blood. He crouched down to pick up the wolf tooth. Examining it closely, Yang Danian sure gave it a good whack. He knocked out a tooth. Quite impressive. A wolf that is limping and missing teeth cannot survive in the forest. It can't catch prey or bite down properly, making it little different from being dead. In such circumstances, wolves become even more ferocious. Unable to catch other prey, they may resort to hunting humans. It's essential to deal with them. While Li Weidong was pondering this, he heard rustling sounds coming from the direction of the village to the south, along with voices. He stood up and gazed southward. Soon he saw Yang Jinjia and Yang Jianjun approaching, one carrying an old cannon, the other holding a spear, engaged in conversation. Oh, look who it is. Brother Weidong is here too. Did the village chief mention anything to you? Yang Jinjia greeted Li Weidong first upon seeing him. Li Weidong looked at the 2 men and nodded slightly. Yes, the village chief told me to come and see if we can deal with those 2 wolves. TCH, if you ask me, the village chief is unnecessary. Do we really need so many people to deal with a wolf? Just the 2 of us is enough, Yang Jianjun said, rolling his eyes. He also looked down on Li Weidong a bit. Firstly, Li Weidong had only been hunting in the mountains for 2 years, which was shorter than their hunting experience. He thought Li Weidong could only catch things relying on his gun. Secondly, when Li Weidong first started, he followed them, but later he distanced himself, which made Yang Jianjun feel a bit looked down upon. Of course, the most important reason was Yang Jianjun's own character. He was the type who spoke his mind without reservation. Yang Jian asked Dongzi, don't mind him. How's it going? Any gains? Li Weidong smiled and said, Brother Jian, take a look at this. As he spoke, he handed over the wolf fang in his hand. This must have been knocked off during the scuffle between Dajing and the wolves last night. Also, I just checked the tracks. Both wolves were injured and shouldn't have run too far. If we're lucky, we might spot them today. Before Yang Jian could respond, Yang Jianjun snatched the wolf fang from Li Weidong's hand and started examining it. Wow, I didn't expect that coward Yang Dajing could actually take down a wolf. It seems this latter's strength is indeed considerable. As he spoke, he was about to stuff the wolf fang into his pocket. Li Weidong reached out and grabbed his wrist. I say, Jianjun, isn't this inappropriate? I found this wolf fang. Who cares about this broken thing? It's just a look. Yang Jianjun showed no guilt and tossed the wolf fang back to Li Weidong as if it were garbage. You think that's a broken thing, but Li Weidong couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After giving him a glare, he turned to Yang Jian and said, Brother Jian, I'm heading off. Be careful, there are not just these 2 wolves in the forest. Yang Jian was initially thinking of inviting Li Weidong to join them. However, his brother was just too disappointing, first saying those nonsensical words, and then even trying to snatch a wolf fang from him, leaving him too embarrassed to speak. Alright, I got it. Dongzi, you be careful too. Yes, don't worry. Li Weidong tucked the wolf fang into his pocket and with his gun under his arm walked deeper into the forest. I say, Jianjun, can't you control that mouth of yours? At least keep it in check. Just look at the nonsense you were saying and trying to snatch a wolf fang from someone. How shameful is that? Yang Jian truly felt exasperated. What's so shameful about it? Just ignore him. What skills does that kid have? Isn't it just because he has a good gun? If we had his equipment, we would have caught much more than him. Just thinking about how he left us makes me angry. Alright, enough of that. Why did he part ways with us? Isn't it because you always want to take more for yourself? What do you mean I want to take more for myself? He's just one person, and we have 2 families to support. Isn't it only fair? Seeing that he couldn't reason with him, Yang Jian simply dropped the subject and waved his hand. Alright, let's quickly look for tracks around here. We need to search for those 2 young wolves. If we catch them, we can sell them for some extra money. So that's more like it. If we find nothing, it won't be worth it. Yang Jianjun held the spearhead and following the wolf tracks pushed through the weeds while leading the way. Li Weidong, on the other hand, stopped thinking about what had just happened and began to wander around the village. In his mind, since the wolf had the audacity to attack people before, it meant it was desperate. If they couldn't catch prey when it was good, now that it was injured, it certainly wouldn't run far. He estimated it was still looking for opportunities around the village. The Weidong region was originally a haven for wildlife. It was humans who took over their territory to establish villages. Thus, it was not surprising at all for wolves to appear around or in the village. However, due to their instinctive fear of humans, wild animals wouldn't easily provoke people. When they went into the mountains, even if they encountered wolves or bears, they typically wouldn't attack humans. Unless they were desperate or had cubs, their aggression would be much stronger. Among hunters, there was a saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This didn't mean that pigs and bears were stronger than tigers in combat, but rather that pigs are stubborn creatures. If injured, they could become aggressive and charge at humans. If a person got hit, it would be quite serious, and if a wild boar's tusk jabbed you, that would be quite a problem. As for bears, they are large, tough-skinned, and even if shot a couple of times, they wouldn't die immediately, which poses significant danger to people. Of course, if a person had a rifle or a large caliber gun, that would be a different story. However, hunters using old shotguns or single-barrel rifles to hunt bears would struggle unless they managed a clean headshot. Regarding tigers, they are too rare and seldom seen, so they don't pose much of a threat to hunters. If one were ever encountered, it would be a matter of self-preservation. In fact, wolves are the wild beasts that hunters encounter most often, and also the ones that compete for prey the most. In winter, when prey is scarce, wolves often roam around human villages. But it's not entirely to deal with humans. More often, they are eyeing the livestock and poultry raised by people. Since domestic animals are confined, they are much easier to catch than those roaming in the wild. Therefore, wolves regard human villages as resource refresh points. Every winter, domesticated animals from the village are taken away by wolves. Of course, if they encounter someone they think they can overpower, they will attack. Just like when Yang Dajing and his wife were targeted, those 2 wolves must have seen them as solitary and frightened, which is why they pounced on them. Otherwise, if it were Li Weidong, Lin Sainer, or other experienced hunters, those 2 wolves wouldn't necessarily dare to confront them. However, a wolf that has injured a person must be eliminated, otherwise they will be more inclined to attack humans than other wolves, as it's easier to catch them. It's akin to how dogs that bite people in a village must be put down. Once they bite once, there will be a second time. Nevertheless, it should be noted that while it's easy for them to find you, it's difficult for people to find them. When Li Weidong and Yang Jianjun parted ways, it was still before noon. Now, as dusk approached, he had been wandering all day without even seeing a single wolf hair. Forget it, he'll try again tomorrow. Li Weidong mumbled, turning around to head back. Once he exited the forest, he reached the dirt road at the edge of the woods. This was a path that had been cleared for farming and harvesting in the village, barely wide enough for 2 carts to pass each other. Not far ahead was Xuanhuan. Li Weidong also relaxed. With his gun slung over his back and a cigarette in his mouth, he strolled back leisurely. Not long after, he spotted something stumbling ahead by the roadside. It cannot be blamed on Li Weidong for making a mistake. The sky had already darkened, making it difficult to see clearly. Moreover, it was only a little over a mile from Xuanhuan, and the direction this thing was going was still towards the village. Naturally, he assumed it was just someone's dog that had been let out. The dog took a few steps before stopping to look back at him. When Li Weidong got within 30 to 50 meters, it continued to move forward, still limping. When it was far away, it stopped again and waited. Oh, this dog is quite clever. Curiosity got the better of Li Weidong, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. As the dog saw him approaching quickly, it suddenly darted into the nearby woods. You limping dog, why are you going into the woods instead of heading back? Li Weidong wondered. When Li Weidong reached the edge of the woods and turned to take a look inside, he found that the limping dog was crouching not far away, watching him. Hey, this is strange. Are you trying to get me to go into the woods? Suddenly, Li Weidong recalled something he had heard while running in the mountains when an old hunter mentioned it. If a green-skinned creature is injured and wants to lure a person, it will deliberately pretend to be particularly weak or injured, leading someone to chase it, ultimately bringing them into its ambush before attacking. Could this be a green-skinned creature trying to lure him in? Li Weidong squinted and strained to see, but he still couldn't tell whether it was a wolf or a dog. After a brief hesitation, Li Weidong made up his mind. Just when I was worried about not finding anything, whether you're a wolf or a dog, I need to ask my gun if it agrees. I will follow you and see what's going on. Having thought this, Li Weidong drew his gun from behind and stepped into the woods. The limping wolf moved slowly ahead, maintaining a distance of 30 to 50 meters from Li Weidong, its legs still limping, occasionally looking back to check if Li Weidong was following. Chase. Li Weidong was determined to see what was going on. He no longer cared whether it was dark or not, and continued to follow. Unknowingly, he had walked 2 or 3 miles, and the sky had completely darkened. Fortunately, it was a full moon tonight. The bright moon combined with the reflection of the white snow allowed him to see the surroundings clearly. If it had been pitch black, Li Weidong definitely wouldn't have followed into the woods. He wouldn't want to walk blindly and risk meeting trouble. At this point, there were many more shrubs around, and the limping wolf no longer limped but quickened its pace, darting into a nearby thicket. Li Weidong then heard rustling sounds all around him. Oh, it really is just like what that old hunter said. You're using yourself as bait to lure me in. Well then, let's see who is stronger. A smile appeared on Li Weidong's face. He looked around and found 2 trees growing side by side. He walked over, cleared some snow from the ground with his foot, collected some grass and dry branches, and started a fire. During this time, Li Weidong wasn't worried that the wolves would rush at him. He knew these creatures' habits. They wouldn't attack recklessly without full assurance, so he calmly prepared. However, his ears remained alert to the sounds around him, and he could hear movements nearby. Judging by the sounds, there were at least 3 wolves in the surrounding thickets. These couldn't possibly be the same 2 wolves that attacked Yang Danian. It was likely the ones he and Lin San had dealt with before. They had come looking for revenge. After starting the fire, Li Weidong leaned against a tree and sat down in front of the fire, resting his gun on his legs, his right hand positioned near the trigger. Then with his left hand, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, using a burning branch from the fire to light it. Taking a deep drag, he squinted and looked around. He could clearly feel and hear that wolves were active nearby, yet they stubbornly refused to show themselves. After smoking 3 cigarettes, Li Weidong's hands and feet started to feel a bit numb, and they still hadn't moved. At this point, Li Weidong decided not to wait any longer. He had no need to continue wasting time here. If he waited until the early hours of the morning, and he became tired or unable to move, he would be the one at a disadvantage. He needed to find a way to lure them out. Since these wolves had led him here, they definitely didn't want him to leave easily. If they wouldn't come out, he would head back, and he didn't believe they wouldn't act. Thus, Li Weidong got up, extinguished the fire with snow, and began to walk back. Indeed, after walking back for a distance of about 100 or 200 meters, he heard continuous rustling sounds coming from the bushes on either side. Aren't you all supposed to be patient? Why have you followed me now? Li Weidong felt a sense of pride. Yet he did not let his guard down, tightening his grip on the gun and keeping his ears attuned to the sounds around him. After walking nearly over a mile, Li Weidong could clearly sense that the few wolves were becoming restless. He could see their figures occasionally flashing in the woods in the moonlight. Li Weidong was ready, waiting for one to spring out from either in front or behind, ready to take a shot at it. At that moment, about 200 or 300 meters away to his right front. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Li Weidong heard the bullet was passed less than 2 meters behind him, startling him into a cold sweat. Frightened, he quickly crouched down and shouted, "Who the hell fired the gun? Who was over there?" A voice came from the distance, and it sounded like Yang Jianxi. "It's me, Li Weidong." Moments later, he heard the sound of footsteps rushing towards him. A few minutes later, Yang Jianxi and Yang Jianjun appeared in front of Li Weidong. Li Weidong's face was quite grim as he glared at the 2 men through gritted teeth, thinking that if that shot had been slightly off, it could have hit him. Looking at Yang Jianjun, who was holding an old rifle, Li Weidong coldly asked, "Was that you who fired the shot?" "Yeah, after searching all day, I finally spotted a green-skinned creature. What else was I supposed to do?" Li Weidong kicked him, knocking Yang Jianjun to the ground, then sat on him, slapping his face mercilessly. As he hit, he cursed, "What the hell are your eyes for? If you don't want to just dig them out so you won't harm others." Li Weidong had come over without any special abilities, but his strength had increased and his perception had sharpened. He pinned Yang Jianjun down, who struggled but couldn't break free, quickly getting bloodied from the blows. Naturally, Yang Jianxi couldn't just stand by and watch his brother get beaten, but he knew he couldn't take on Li Weidong, so he rushed over to pull him back. Dongzi, stop it, let's talk this over." "What's there to talk about? Didn't you see clearly before shooting? If your gun had been off even a little more, I would have been done for." Li Weidong glared fiercely at Yang Jianxi. Dongzi, we truly didn't see you. If we had, we definitely wouldn't have shot right." Yang Jianxi forcefully tugged at Li Weidong's arm to pull him up. In truth, Li Weidong knew they weren't doing it on purpose, but knowing didn't change the fact that he needed to vent his emotions. If Yang Jianjun's shot had been just a little more off target, it would have hit him. Moreover, after enduring the cold while fishing for so long, he was about to catch something only for the 2 of them to scare it away with a single shot. It was infuriating. Having gained a foothold, he followed the force of Yang Jianqi's pull to stand up. However, after being beaten, how could Yang Jianjun just let it go? He sprang up from the ground. Li Weidong, I'll smack you. You dare to mess with me? I'll fight you. With that, he lunged at Li Weidong. Li Weidong wouldn't let him have his way. He kicked directly at Yang Jianjun's chest, sending him flying several meters into the nearby bushes. After breaking free from Yang Jianqi's grip, he charged out and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Yang Jianjun. The two began to brawl in the bushes. Although Yang Jianjun was not as strong as Li Weidong, he fought back with sheer courage. More often, it was Yang Jianjun's cries of pain that filled the air. Yang Jianqi watched the heated fight, scratching his head. Although they were brothers, it was clear they were in the wrong. In normal hunting, one must observe carefully before shooting to avoid injuring anyone. However, Yang Jianjun was impulsive. After searching all day without finding the two wolves, he heard some noise ahead and wanted to investigate. When he saw the wolves, he didn't think twice, raising his gun to shoot, nearly injuring Li Weidong in the process. Kicking and hitting him back was warranted. Only after being pulled apart, he still had to insult him. Now how could he endure being pinned down? More importantly, he knew that even if he got involved, the two of them together wouldn't be a match for Li Weidong. Rather than both brothers getting beaten and returning to the village with bruises, it would be better to act as a peacemaker, making future encounters in the village easier. In this moment of distraction, Yang Jianjun was thrown back to the ground, receiving another beating. All right, Dongzi, stop. It was Jianjun's fault for talking back. Please don't hold it against him for your brother's sake. Yang Jianqi quickly stepped in to pull Li Weidong away. With his anger vented, Li Weidong finally ceased his assault and stood up. Pointing at Yang Jianjun, he said, Yang Lai, I'm letting you off easy today out of respect for your brother. But if you act up again, I'll make sure you regret it. Yang Jianjun, now too exhausted to retort, could only glare at Li Weidong lying on the ground and breathing heavily. All right, Dongzi, let's call it even. How about we take a break and smoke? Yang Jianqi pulled Li Weidong aside and handed him a cigarette. Li Weidong took it and lit it up. Didn't you guys head that way? How did you end up over here? Don't even mention it. After we split up, we followed the wolf tracks, but saw nothing all day. By the time we realized it was getting dark, we were preparing to head back and continue the search tomorrow. Dongzi, you ran into trouble, huh? How come we didn't hear your gun? Li Weidong shot a glance at Yang Jianjun again. Isn't it because of you two? I've been fishing for 2 hours and you scared everything away with a single shot. If you had hit something, that would be one thing, instead you almost shot me. Yang Jianqi's face flushed with embarrassment. If they hadn't shown up, perhaps he would have caught something, and now they had ruined the situation. Sorry, Dongzi, we really didn't know you were here, otherwise we wouldn't have shot. All right, it's done and over with. What are you going to do? Are you heading back to the village or continuing the search? We're heading back to the village too. Then let's go together. Since it was the same path and not far from the village, Li Weidong felt awkward leaving the two behind in the woods. If it were daytime, it wouldn't be a problem, but it was now nighttime. Yang Jianjun had been seriously hurt by him, and he didn't know if the wolves had run far away. If they hadn't run far and returned to find an injured Yang Jianjun, both of them could be in danger. Li Weidong had taught him a lesson, but they were from the same village, and he couldn't let him run into real life-threatening danger. Yang Jianqi went over to help Yang Jianjun up, resting his arm on his shoulder and supporting him as they followed Li Weidong back. When they reached the village entrance, Li Weidong turned back and said, I'm going first. Thank you, Dongzi. I'm really sorry about tonight. Yang Jianqi said politely. It's fine. Just get back quickly. After Li Weidong's figure disappeared, Yang Jianjun unhappily said, Big brother, what's wrong with you? You just watched me get beaten and didn't help. How could I help? Do you think we could take him on together? Did you not see that he could lift the stone mill at the granary by himself? If I went up, it would be pointless. Do you want us to embarrass ourselves in the village? You still shouldn't just stand by and apologize to him. You're the one who should be embarrassed. I should have just shot him dead. Yang Jianqi slapped Yang Jianjun again. Shut up. Lair, I warn you, you'd better get rid of that kind of thinking. What kind of society are we in? Do you want to get shot? If you want to die, don't drag the family down with you. Yang Jianjun was frightened by his brother's fierce expression and muttered, I was just joking. You shouldn't even say that, let alone think it. Fighting and quarrels happen often in the village. Who else thinks like you? If the villagers hear you, what will they think of you? Do you still want to stay in the village? Why are you so annoying? I was just saying it casually. Yang Jianjun was the kind of person who liked to boast, but when his elder brother Yang Jianqi got serious, he became afraid. After all, it was a childhood shadow, especially in sibling relationships where there was a 4 or 5 year age gap. The younger one is definitely intimidated by the older one because parents might hesitate to punish, but the eldest sibling would be merciless. Even as they grew up, the pressure from blood ties could not be overcome. Do you know why Li Weidong fought with you and still came back with us? Why? Isn't it because he was afraid of wolves around? He didn't want to see his brothers die outside. Humph. I don't need him. He just wants to show off. Yang Jianjun dismissed Li Weidong's kind gesture. All right, fine, you'll learn your lesson with that mouth of yours. Hurry home. Li Weidong returned to the home of the village chief Yang Jinxing. Hearing the sound of his entrance, Yang Jinxing walked out from their room. Dongzi, you're back. Yes, Uncle Yang, I'm back. So did you see the wolves today? Li Weidong didn't intend to mention today's matter, responding. I went to the place where the incident happened, and indeed there were 2 wildlings, but I didn't find them. They'll go again tomorrow. All right, make sure to catch them as the villagers are all worried. They don't dare to go into the mountains to chop firewood. Don't worry, Uncle Yang, I'll definitely take care of it in the next few days. That's good. Have you eaten? If not, I'll have your aunt make you something. No, I've roasted a couple of corn buns in the mountains and full. In reality, Li Weidong was still hungry, but it was late and they had already eaten at home, so he couldn't let them fuss over him again. Although he and Yang Imin were staying at Yang Jinxing's house, they didn't eat there. They still cooked with the other educated youth at the youth station. In these times, no one's household had an abundance of food. The 2 of them being young men could eat a lot, and if they ate at Yang Jinxing's, it would surely be a loss for him. A meal or 2 was fine, but over time it would lead to complaints. All right, then you should rest early. Back at their own place, Yang Imin had already returned. Brother, you're back. Upon seeing Li Weidong, Yang Imin smiled and approached. Yes, how was today? Were you tired from work? Not bad, I've gotten used to it, said Li Weidong as he pulled out a lunchbox from under the bedding on the Kong. Brother, here, since you didn't come back for dinner, I packed you a box to take home. Hurry, and eat it still warm. Unexpectedly, this kid was quite thoughtful. Li Weidong nodded in satisfaction and reached out to take the lunchbox. Recently, due to Li Weidong continuously bringing back the food at the youth station had been quite good with meat included in the dishes. Li Weidong was indeed hungry, holding the lunchbox and eating heartily. Yang Imin chattered beside him. Brother, you won't believe it today that Su Na was wearing an extra military coat. It was clearly a gift from someone. Really? Who gave it to her? I don't know, but that coat looks new. I wonder who gave it to her. That's normal. If you want to pursue a girl, you have to invest something. Unlike you, who doesn't have to do anything and still gets to eat meat. Li Weidong replied with his mouth full. Yang Imin scratched his head shyly. Brother, can you not tease me like that? Ha ha ha, I'm just stating facts. You, even if you just took a dump, could get a woman. We're both sincere. It's not just some random fling. All right, sincere. I got it. Li Weidong said this, but a teasing smile lingered on his face. Enough with the jokes. I'm talking serious matters here, and you keep diverting. What serious matters do you have? Isn't it still about the relationship between men and women? Yang Imin leaned forward, propping himself on the Kong. Brother, I think it's a pity for a beautiful girl like Su Na to be with someone else. She's most suited to be with you. You don't understand, in finding a wife, you can't just look at looks. You also need to consider if she's someone who can share life with you. A pretty face can only last a few years. In the end, it's all the same. Delicacies can be tasty, but too much of them will make you sick. Yang Imin clearly disagreed with Li Weidong's perspective. Delicacies can be tiring. You could feed me this 3 meals a day and I wouldn't get tired of it. Have you had enough of corn buns and potatoes? Of course. I'm almost about to throw up. I don't want to see them again for a lifetime. Donggu, what kind of wife do you want to find? Li Weidong put down the lunchbox, wiped his mouth, then picked up the enamel cup from the Kong table labeled labor is most honorable and took a sip of water. If I'm going to find one, I want a practical and hard-working wife who knows how to care for others. He then pulled over his coat, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Also, I need a woman with a good build, big breasts, and a nice backside for good childbearing. Ha ha, Donggus, so you like that kind. Then I think Su Na would be even more suitable. Yang Imin laughed, gesturing. Look at her figure. Doesn't it fit your standards perfectly? Li Weidong thought carefully. During the cold winter, everyone wore thick clothes, so it was hard to tell who had a good figure, but Su Na was indeed sturdier than the other girls, which seemed quite good. What are you always thinking about? Since getting together with Zhang Hongmei, you've been pondering over this all day. Not at all. I'm just looking out for you, Donggu. After the new year, you'll be 21, and it's not good to be without a partner. Then Yang Imin began to instill in Li Weidong the benefits of finding a partner. Li Weidong didn't say anything, just smiled and listened, occasionally responding. In this era, without mobile phones, television, or internet, what could one do at night? Some people would gather to play cards or drink, but that was a minority since both activities cost money. More often, those with wives would cuddle with their wives to sleep, while those without would turn off the lights and chat. In such nighttime conversations, no one could claim to be more pure or noble. It was all the same. Men don't have many topics to discuss together, current events and politics are off limits, as saying the wrong thing could lead to serious issues, leaving only women as a topic. Women together would also exchange gossip. After chatting for over an hour, feeling that it was getting late, they added some firewood to the Kong and directly stripped off their clothes to sleep. The next day, Yang I-min went to the forest to cut wood, while Li Weidong picked up his gun and went back into the woods to look for the wolves. This pack of wolves might have been frightened by the gunshots. Li Weidong hadn't seen them for several days. He also hadn't seen the 2 wolves that attacked Yang Danian. Li Weidong thought that these wolves had likely left the village area. Just then, he had just exited the forest and returned to the youth station when someone came to find him. Not recognizing the visitor, Li Weidong curiously asked, "I am Li Weidong. Who are you?" "Oh, I'm from Shilin, 20 miles west of here. My name is Chen Daong. You know Lin Sainer from Bago village, right?" "Yes, I know him." Li Weidong nodded. "He sent me to find you. Our village is having serious wolf issues and several people have already been injured. He asked me to inform you to come help catch them." Li Weidong frowned. "When did this start happening in your area?" Hearing Li Weidong's question, Chen Daong recalled, "It's been about 10 days. The wolf has been wandering in the forest outside the village, injuring several people, and has already taken 3 of the village's sheep. There's no one in our village to hunt, so we're really left with no choice." This matched perfectly. Li Weidong had been pondering during his recent wanderings why he hadn't seen any signs of the wolves. It seemed they had found a better place. "Did Sangu say when to go?" "If we can go early, we should have. Sangu is already there." "All right, then wait for me a moment. I'll tidy up and follow you back." Li Weidong returned to the house, opened his box, and took out a bullet pouch to fill the bullets on his waist. This bullet pouch could hold up to 30 various types of bullets. Since he was hunting wolves, he didn't load many birdshot rounds, just 2 in case he encountered a wild chicken or rabbit, so he could taste them. The rest were deer bullets and single-head bullets. Deer bullets consist of about 10 8mm pellets packed inside the shell, used for medium-sized game, like deer, roe deer, foxes, wolves, and small wild boars. The advantage of these pellets is their large quantity and slightly larger size, which increases the hit rate after firing. The downside is their short range, but the effective distance is only about 50 to 60 meters. Beyond that distance, even if you hit it, is hard to achieve a one-shot kill. Then there are the single-head bullets. It's simple, just place a large bullet head in the shell used for hunting elk, moose, bears, and large wild boars. The advantage is great power and long range. At a distance of 1 to 200 meters, it's easy to hit. Once hit, the prey is basically doomed. The downside is a very low margin for error. If you miss a shot, the prey will be frightened away, and the recoil is strong, making the shoulder ache. However, Li Weidong still quite liked using the single-head bullets. After all, his strength allows him to steady the gun firmly. His hunting rifle is a double-barrel one, meaning he has 2 chances to shoot, even with single-head bullets. So in the past 2 years, when hunting wild boars, he always used single-head bullets. As long as he aimed well, he could definitely take one down with 2 shots. This time, he loaded 10 deer bullets into the pouch, leaving the remaining 18 slots for single-head bullets. After packing his gun and bullets, he also took a few steamed buns wrapped in cloth to keep in his pocket. Though food would be provided in the village, it is routine for someone who hunts in the mountains to carry some food. Once everything was ready, Li Weidong pushed open the door and stepped out, saying, "All right, Daong brother, let's go." 20 miles is neither far nor close, and it takes over 2 hours to walk the mountain road. In Weidong, the sky darkens by around 4 in the winter, and it doesn't brighten until 6 or 7 the next morning. When they left Xuanhuan village, it was already past 3. By the time they reached Shilin village, it was pitch dark. Fortunately, the journey was quite peaceful, and they encountered nothing unusual. Chen Daong led him to a house, saying, "This is our village chief's home. Sangu is right here." "All right, then let's go in." "Village chief Sangu, I brought Weidong here." As soon as Chen Daong entered the courtyard, he shouted loudly. Someone immediately came out from inside. The one leading was Lin Sainer. "Hey, Dongzi is here. You arrived pretty quickly." "Of course, Sangu, if someone asks for me, how could I not hurry over?" Come, let me introduce you. This is the village chief of Shilin. You can just call him Uncle Chun. You know these 2, right? Mangzi and Chengzi." Lin San introduced Li Weidong. Mangzi and Chengzi were familiar to Li Weidong. They also hunted in the mountains, but they were of the rather reckless type. Not foolish, but rather brash. Usually the 2 had a feeling of not being able to gather without being enemies. After a few heated words, they would go out and fight, and after the fight, they would come back laughing with their arms around each other. However, while they could fight each other, if someone bullied one of them, the other would get angry. When hunting, they wouldn't use guns, they would set traps and make sneak attacks. When encountering prey, they would charge in with a big axe or a spear. That's just how these 2 were. However, they were quite polite to Lin San and Li Weidong, even showing a level of respect. Lin San was their older brother, and from the same village taking good care of them, so they were willing to listen to his words. Li Weidong had also subdued them through sheer strength. When they first met last year, they were quite discontent with Li Weidong until one time, when he got so angry, he beat them both up, after which they submitted. Li Weidong nodded at the two, and then smiled at Uncle Chen, saying, "Hello, Uncle Chen. Good. This young man looks spirited. Quickly come in and warm up." After entering and sitting down, Li Weidong asked, "What exactly is the situation, San Go? Let Uncle Chen explain it to you." Village Chief Chen pushed a tobacco basket to the center of the group, rolling a cigarette, as he introduced the current situation. Shilin Village is not large, with less than 30 households and over 100 people. It hasn't been established for long, and the villagers survive mainly by farming, foraging for wild vegetables and pine nuts. It was only about 10 days ago that people foraging for pine nuts in the forest encountered wolves. Fortunately, they were in a group, so no one was injured. However, that night, one of the sheep raised in the village was taken away. Now pigs, cattle, and sheep are important assets. Under the collective economy, individuals can only raise a couple of them. Moreover, if you raise 2 pigs or 2 sheep, one must be sold to the collective at a base price, and the farmer only receives feed money, the other one belongs to them. They can be slaughtered for meat or sold for money, serving as a source of income for the household. This is the regulation for pigs and sheep. As for cattle, donkeys, and horses, only production teams can raise them. For poultry, regardless of the breed, it is stipulated that the number cannot exceed 10 to 15. This is also an important source of income for farmers. The idea of chicken butt banks is not just for fun. Now that a sheep has been taken, it is a huge loss for the villagers. The day the sheep was lost, that family followed the trail up the mountain only to be attacked by wolves returning with injuries. Fortunately, they survived. In the following days, more people gathering firewood and foraging for pine nuts were chased and bitten by wolves, and 2 more sheep were lost. This instilled fear in the villagers. They dared not go out at night and had to go up the mountain in groups during the day. Village Chief Chen was also very anxious. Hearing that there were hunters in Bago village, he found Lin San and asked him to help deal with the wolves. Of course, helping wouldn't be for free. They would provide food and lodging, and the wolf pelts would belong to Lin San. In the end, they would also give 50 kilograms of flour, but there was a requirement to resolve this within half a month without any more sheep losses or injuries. Once the conditions were laid out, Lin San was intrigued. 50 pounds of flour is no small amount. If it were cornmeal, it could be exchanged for 100 pounds of cornmeal. If it were potatoes, it would be even more. This is enough for a family of 3 to eat for a month. And then there are the wolf pelts. A single wolf pelt sells for several dollars. If we catch a few more, the profits would be even greater. As for why they aren't giving them any meat, that's because the benefits can't all go to them. The village has suffered so much loss, there should be some compensation, or else the villagers will have complaints. Of course, Lin San could not handle this matter by himself. According to Village Chief Chun, there were at least 4 or 5 wolves active in the forest outside the village. So Lin San called upon Air Mangzi and De Chengzi and sent someone to Yang Tuan to find Li Weidong. With the 4 of them, it would be sufficient. "Third brother, when are we going into the mountains?" Li Weidong looked at Lin San. "Don't rush. The sheep went missing 2 days ago, and I think the wolves will definitely come back into the village within these days. Let's keep watch in the village for 2 days and see if they will come. If they don't come, then we will go into the mountains to search." "All right, I'll follow your lead. So how do we keep watch?" "Here's the plan. We will split into 2 groups, you and Mangzi as one group, and Chengzi and I as the other. I've already had the village gather the sheep in the yard at the north entrance. We can ambush from both sides. I've checked that yard. It's very suitable for an ambush." "Good, that's settled then." With important matters at hand, they naturally couldn't drink. After a simple meal, Li Weidong and Lin San left the village chief's house. They also took a few blankets to keep warm at night. When they arrived at the yard at the north entrance of the village, Li Weidong took a glance. The yard was surrounded by a wooden fence just about the height of a person. A wolf could easily jump in. To the west of the yard was the sheep pen, which was built on 3 sides with mud bricks, while the side where the shepherd drove the sheep was made of wooden fencing directly facing the small house to the east. The 4 of them split into 2 groups, one group on the small house to the east and the other group on the roof of the sheep pen. This way they could cover all sides. No matter which side the wolves came from, there would be a group able to respond. "All right, Uncle Chin, you all can go back now. We 4 will wait here." Lin San arranged this and spoke to Village Chief Chen. "All right, Saner, be careful. Whether you catch the wolves or not is minor. You just don't get yourselves frostbitten." On this winter night, it was -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, and the 4 of them had to stay outside. Village Chief Chin was also worried about them freezing. It's fine, we have these thick blankets to cover ourselves. We won't get cold. You go back and tell everyone not to come out if there's any commotion. After all the villagers left, Lin San and Li Weidong went up to the roof. Li Weidong and Mangzi were on the roof of the sheep pen, laying down 2 blankets as a base. Then they put on their sheepskin coats and crawled in, covering themselves with 2 more thick blankets. Although it felt a bit cramped, they weren't cold. With their heads peeking out, wearing thick hats and wrapped in scarves, only their eyes were visible, watching the surroundings attentively. The waiting time was the hardest to endure. They couldn't move or speak. If a sound startled the wolves away, their suffering would have been in vain. Under the dark night, everything was silent. Even the sheep in the pen had fallen asleep. Yet some could not sleep. Li Weidong held his hunting rifle, eyes fixed on the distance, listening to Mangzi's heavy breaths as he fell asleep. He couldn't help but feel angry. This kid seemed comfortable without a gun, not having to worry. After keeping watch with Li Weidong for a while, he quickly fell asleep. If he weren't snoring in his sleep, Li Weidong really would have wanted to slap him awake. It was truly infuriating. He turned his head to glance at Lin San, but couldn't see what was happening on their side. Li Weidong's gaze shifted back to the road outside. They waited until the early hours of the morning. At this point, Li Weidong was also so tired that his eyes were drooping, but he forced himself to stay awake. In a daze, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the firewood pile outside the wall. Li Weidong perked up immediately, quickly straining his ears to listen, but there was no further sound. He thought he might have misheard. But after waiting a moment, he heard another rustling sound. This time Li Weidong was sure that there was something down there. He quietly poked his head out to look down from the eaves, but couldn't see anything in the dark firewood pile. He then pulled his head back, his eyes fixed on the wooden fence of the yard. He slowly reached out to wake Mangzi beside him. "What's wrong, Dongzi? Are the wolves here?" Mangzi, upon waking, grabbed his spearhead and looked around. "Be quiet, it's right under our sheep pen in the firewood pile. Wait for them to come in," Li Weidong whispered urgently to Mangzi. Mangzi nodded, also getting tense and staring at the yard wall. They held their breath, waiting for more than half an hour when they finally saw a few figures appear in their line of sight, peeking into the yard. After a while, there was a wolf that couldn't contain itself, standing up on its hind legs and resting its front legs on the wooden fence to look inside. "Why aren't you shooting?" Mangzi was getting a bit anxious. "Don't rush, wait until they jump in." The wolf that had been leaning on the fence looked for a while and then jumped back down, followed by several wolves wandering around the yard. About 20 minutes passed. The wolves seemed to have felt safe. One of them took a couple of quick steps and jumped in from a lower part of the wooden fence. However, it didn't head straight for the sheep pen. Instead, it began to roam around the yard. Sensing the presence of the wolf, the sheep in the pen started to get restless, bleating loudly. Perhaps the sound of the sheep also stimulated the wolf pack. Following the first wolf that entered, 2 more jumped in while 2 stayed outside. However, those 2 had no intention of entering. Seeing the wolves in the yard about to enter the sheep pen, Li Weidong felt that he couldn't miss this opportunity. If the wolves got in and attacked the sheep, it would be hard to explain to the villagers. He directly pulled the trigger. However, he shot not at the wolves inside the yard, but at the 2 outside. Bang, bang. 2 shots. One of them fell to the ground, immediately thrashing its legs. The other jumped high, howling as it ran towards the village. As Li Weidong fired, Lin San also shot. He aimed at the wolves inside the yard. His gun was an old-fashioned foreign cannon, which required reloading after each shot, so he had to ensure each shot hit its target. Thus, he chose the one closest to him. With the gunfire, 1 wolf in the yard fell to the ground with a thud. "Mangzi, go. Don't let them get away," Li Weidong shouted to Mangzi beside him. Mangzi, being a bit of a fool, took his spearhead and jumped directly from the roof of the sheep pen into the yard. Wielding his spearhead, he drove the other 2 wolves away, preventing them from getting close to the wooden fence. Kingzi saw that Mangzi had already jumped down. He also felt a bit anxious, but the shed in the east room was a bit high and it was dangerous to jump down from above in the dark. After looking around and gritting his teeth, he decided, whatever. They'll throw down the blanket covering me as a cushion and jump down. Kingzi leaped down. He picked up the spearhead from the ground and ran to the other side of the courtyard wall, driving the 2 wolves away together with Mangzi. The 2 wolves were also feeling anxious. They bared their teeth at the 2 of them, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, how could Mangzi and Kingzi allow that? They swung their spearheads, not letting the 2 wolves get close. It sounds long, but it was just a moment's work. At this time, Li Weidong had already reloaded his gun. Mangzi, Kingzi, get out of the way. He was also afraid of hurting these 2 brothers. With Li Weidong's shout, Mangzi and Kingzi quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. One wolf fell to the ground, but the other bullet missed. The wolf that wasn't hit took the opportunity while Ermangzi and the others dodged and dashed out towards the village. At this moment, it was already too late to reload and shoot again. Coming down from the roof, Lin San wore a face full of regret. Damn it, this broken gun is a pain to load bullets. If I had a good gun, those 5 wolves wouldn't stand a chance. Li Weidong smiled and comforted him. All right, Sango, we already got 3 and one I shot is injured. Tomorrow we can follow up and definitely catch it. If one gets away, then so be it. Sigh. We originally shouldn't have let any escape. Lin San sighed regretfully. Looking at Lin San's demeanor, Li Weidong spoke up. Sango, once this is over, we can gather 5 or 6 wolf skins, right? That could sell for 80 to 90 yuan. It'll add some more for you to buy a new gun. Upon hearing this, Lin San quickly waved his hand. No, that's not right. We all hunted those wolves together. The wolf skins should be shared among the 4 of us. How can I use it to buy a gun? What's the big deal? It's just a few skins. We won't starve without them. If you have a good gun, you'll be able to hunt more, and then won't we have money? At this moment, Ermangzi and Dekengzi returned, dragging the dead wolves. Yes, and Gudongzi is right. We're not short on money. Having it with us is just a waste. It's better to pool together to buy you a gun. That way you can hunt more in the future, and we can enjoy more meat. Ermangzi said with a smile. Although his words sounded light, Lin San was well aware of the reality. Now who in the village isn't short on money? After working for a year, the work points earned once exchanged for food leave only 2 or 30 yuan in cash. Families with many mouths and few strong laborers even owe money to the team. A single wolf skin is worth 10 to 20 yuan, which is a significant income for every household. Now for Li Weidong and the brothers to use this to buy guns, it was entirely due to brotherhood. But as the elder brother, he couldn't just take his brother's things for free. That's not right. Dekengzi is about to marry and he needs money for many things. If this money comes in, it will relieve some pressure. Ermangzi, aren't you also planning to build a house? I can't take it. I'm fine with what I have. What's there that you can't accept? My house won't be built until after spring anyway, and Dekengzi's marriage is still some time away. If you have a good gun, we can hunt more, and then money will come in. Lin San thought about it, and agreed. If he had a good gun, just now those 2 wolves surely wouldn't have escaped. If he bought a good gun, he could run into the forest more this winter and hunt more. Then let's do this. Consider this money as a loan from my brothers. They'll pay it back slowly once I earn money. Li Weidong never thought of asking Lin San to pay back the money, but he also knew that if it wasn't counted as a loan, Lin San definitely wouldn't take the money. So he casually waved his hand. You say what you want. Ermangzi, Dekengzi, hurry and start the fire. Oh, let's skin these while it's warm. This kind of work naturally didn't require Lin San and Li Weidong to lend a hand. Earlier, Ermangzi and the others rested well on the roof. Now was the time for them to pitch in. A bonfire was lit in the courtyard, and Li Weidong and Lin San sat beside it smoking, watching Ermangzi and the 2 busy at work. This busy work lasted for several hours. By the time they finished preparing the 3 wolves, it was already getting light outside. At this time, the villagers dared to come out and check the situation. The gunshots from last night were heard by everyone in the village, but due to previous warnings, they were told not to come out, fearing accidental injuries. Now that it was dawn, there was no danger. The first to arrive at the courtyard was still village chief Chun. From behind the wooden fence, he saw the wolf skins hanging in the courtyard and laughed. Ha, San, it seems you had quite the harvest last night. Lin San hurriedly stood up and went to open the door. Uncle Chun, we lived up to our mission. We caught 3 last night, and 1 injured wolf ran away. After we eat, we'll head into the mountains to see. It can't have gone far. Oh, that's great. This solves the village's problem. Thank you all for your hard work. Weidong, Mangzi, Dekengzi, you all worked hard. It's nothing. Don't be polite. Just remember to give us what you promised. Ermangzi said directly, being straightforward. What are you talking about, Mangzi? Why bring that up? Lin San quickly interrupted him, and then turned to village chief Chun. Uncle Chun, don't mind him. Mangzi just has that kind of personality. Not at all. This was originally a thank you to you. You can go to the team accountant anytime to collect it. However, San, could you stay a couple of days longer? Lin San looked at village chief Chun with some confusion. Uncle Chun, do you have something else to discuss? It's like this, the villagers are indeed scared of the wolves. There are quite a few wolves in the forest, and if they come into the village again, it will be a problem. Could you patrol around the nearby woods and drive the wolves away? Uncle Chun, we should patrol, but there's just over a month until the new year. You know, we hunters have tasks to complete for the team each year, and we still haven't finished this year's tasks. We need to hurry and hunt. Now that we've dealt with these wolves, they definitely won't come back. If they do, we can help the village deal with them then. Village Chief Chun could tell that this was just a polite refusal, but he wasn't in a hurry. Don't worry, it won't delay your work. There are plenty of wild animals in the woods by our village. You can hunt there, and he'll tell you a good spot. Lin Saner became curious. What good place? Of course it's a place where we can catch something. We have quite a lot of good stuff here. As long as you stay for a few more days, Uncle Chin will tell you about this place. Look at what you're saying. Helping to eliminate pests for the village is something we should do. It's settled then. In half a month, the four of us will patrol the surrounding forest and clear out the green-skinned pests. Lin Sen laughed immediately. Ha ha, all right, it's settled. Let's not worry about anything else for now. Let's have breakfast first. We must be starving after a whole night. Village Chief Chun was also very pleased. He really knew of a place in the mountains where wild animals were abundant. This was discovered when the villagers were gathering pine nuts, but there were no hunters in the village, so knowing the location was of no use. Now it's quite good to exchange this place for Li Weidong and Lin Saner, helping to clear out the wolves nearby, though it was very cost-effective for the village. As for whether they could catch something, that depended on their skills. The courtyard was already surrounded by many villagers watching the excitement. When Village Chief Chin called out, several people immediately ran in. Village Chief, hurry up and make breakfast. What should we make? Isn't it obvious? Cook some porridge and cut a piece of meat to stew. Upon hearing about the stew, the villagers couldn't help but swallow hard. Village Chief Chin noticed and turned to Lin Sen, saying, Saner, I'm taking this meat. No problem, that's what we agreed upon. The skins belong to us and the meat belongs to the village. Village Chief Chin nodded and called for someone. Go find a big pot, stew a pot of meat first, and bring the rest back to the village to keep for later. The meat from 3 wolves weighs around 100 pounds. The village, including men, women, and children, is only a little over 100 people, whose stewing half would be enough to eat. Lin San and Li Weidong were still thinking about the injured wolf. After breakfast, the 4 of them hurried out of the village, following the tracks left by the wolf into the mountains. From the traces, it was clear that the wolf was indeed seriously injured. The dripping blood was particularly noticeable on the snow leading up the mountain through the forest. Since they confirmed it was injured, Li Weidong and the others relaxed and followed the trail slowly. While searching for the wolf, they could also see if they might encounter other wild animals. Thanks to the harvest from last night, the mood of the 4 was quite relaxed as they chatted and laughed along the way. After walking about 2 or 3 miles, they saw the wolf's blood trail leading into a grass-filled ditch. These ditches are generally located by rivers or in low-lying areas in the mountains. Every winter when it snows, the snowmelt flows down the ditches in spring, gathering in the low spots of the mountains. Here there were hardly any large trees, just various wild grasses, some nearly as tall as a person, and they were extremely dense. Such places are the favorites of wild animals in winter. The thick wild grass provides both concealment and warmth. However, this place was not very friendly to hunters. Once the prey got in there, it was hard to find. Third brother, are we close? Of course. A wolf skin is worth over 10 pieces of money. We can't just let it go. Then he turned to Mangzi and to Chengzi. Mangzi de Chengzi, you two go ahead with the spears and clear the way up. Be careful. Got it. Mangzi replied and led the way into the grass ditch. The 2 of them pushed aside the wild grass, cautiously, slowly making their way forward, while Li Weidong and Lin Saner followed closely behind. The noise made by the people entering the grass ditch startled many animals hiding inside. Rabbits and wild chickens scattered in all directions, causing quite a commotion. However, Li Weidong and the others were not focused on these small animals. Their primary goal was to find that wolf. After wandering around in the grass ditch for about half an hour, they still hadn't found the wolf's den, which made them a bit disheartened. It shouldn't be like this. Based on the injuries, that green-skinned wolf shouldn't be able to run this far. It should have found a place to hide once it got into the grass ditch. Did we miss it? Li Weidong asked. Lin Saner stroked his chin, agreeing. After all, this grass ditch isn't small. It's about 50 or 60 meters wide and a couple of 100 meters long. Having 4 people together surely meant there were places they couldn't reach. Then let's split up and search again. I refuse to believe we can't find it. So the 4 immediately split up. Each person maintained a distance of about 10 meters apart, walking forward side by side. This time, even more things startled up, and they heard continuous rustling sounds ahead. Mangzi, wielding a more than 2-meter spear, walked ahead with wide eyes, determined not to overlook any corner. But the more he tried not to miss anything, the easier it was to overlook. As he moved forward, he didn't notice that about 3 or 4 meters to his right, a pair of green eyes were glaring at him fiercely. Mangzi remained completely oblivious. After taking another 2 or 3 steps, the distance between him and the eyes had shrunk to about 2 meters. At that moment, the owner of those eyes suddenly sprang out from the bushes and lunged at Mangzi's thigh with a snap. Mangzi let out a howl. Oh my God, it's right here. Having been bitten, Mangzi dropped the spear, a surge of fierce energy rising within him. He charged straight at the wolf. The wolf tried to dodge, but due to its injury, its movements weren't as swift, and it was directly tackled to the ground by Mangzi. Mangzi wrapped his arms around the wolf's neck, his legs clamping down on its hindquarters. With all his strength, he shouted, "He'll kill you." The wolf was now suspended off the ground, and no matter how much it struggled, it was in vain, unable to bite Mangzi. While the man and wolf were in a stalemate, Weidong, who was closest to Mangzi, rushed over. Seeing the situation, shooting was out of the question. He quickly drew a knife from his waist, took a couple of steps forward, grabbed one of the wolf's front legs, and stabbed the knife into its chest, twisting the blade forcefully. Blood gushed out, and how could the wolf survive? After kicking a few times, it stopped moving, its tongue hanging out. "All right, Mangzi, let go, it's dead," Weidong said as he pulled out the knife. Mangzi released his arms and sat on the ground, panting heavily. "Mangzi, how are you? Did you get hurt?" Lin Sainer and De Chengzi also rushed over. Seeing Mangzi covered in blood, they quickly asked. Mangzi looked down at the blood on his cotton jacket and replied, "It's nothing, this is the wolf's blood. Damn it, it bit me on the thigh, I don't know if it broke the skin or not. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and take off your pants to check. If you're hurt, we need to apply some wolf brain." This is a method passed down from ancient times. If someone is bitten by a rabid dog, the best course of action is to kill the dog and use its brain to smear the wound, which can prevent rabies. Wolves and dogs are alike. Both can carry the rabies virus. Thus, the same method applies if bitten by a wolf. For a normal dog bite, it depends on whether the dog carries the virus. If it doesn't, rabies won't be contracted. If it does, one can only pray for their luck, as this carries an element of chance. At this moment, Mangzi couldn't care less about the cold and hastily pulled down half of his long underwear to inspect the bite on his leg. Fortunately, it was winter and he was dressed warmly. Although the bite was painful and the skin was torn, it hadn't penetrated deeply. There were only 4 purple bite marks left on his thigh. Thank goodness it didn't break the skin. Looking at the bite mark, De Chengzi chuckled. "I must say, Mangzi, you are quite lucky. If that had bitten a little higher, you would have lost your manhood, and marrying a wife would be a distant dream." "Get lost, you crow's mouth. My manhood is just fine." But Mangzi's confidence was evidently wavering as he couldn't help but glance at his manhood. He felt a pang of fear in his heart. It really had been close. If the wolf had bitten just a little differently, he would have been finished. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they dragged the wolf out of the marshy area and found a clearing to start a fire, roasting themselves while skinning the wolf. This wolf had indeed been injured by Weidong the previous night. However, the wound was not fatal. The bullet had passed through its hind hip, rendering one of its back legs useless. An animal with 4 legs can still run on 3, it only affects its speed. Additionally, the cold weather at night meant that the wound had continued to bleed initially, but soon the fur around the wound froze, indirectly stopping the bleeding for the wolf. Had it not been for the tracks left in the snow, the wolf might have died right there, and Weidong and the others might not have found it. "Third brother, with this pelt we have a bit more money for a gun. If we can hunt a few more in the next half month, we can buy a new one." Weidong pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Lin San. Lin San also wanted a new gun. After all, new guns are more effective, but their prices are too steep. Weidong's double-barrel shotgun had cost 200 yuan. Even a single-barrel one costs around 120 to 130 yuan. Just buying a gun without ammunition is like having a stick. Shotgun shells cost 2 to 3 jiao each, and stocking up on 100 rounds would cost 20 to 30 yuan. So to upgrade, one must prepare at least 150 to 200 yuan. Currently, Lin San's family had 2 wolf pelts, one his own, and one that Weidong had asked him to help make into a mattress, but Weidong had also given it to him first. In Shilin village, they had hunted 4 wolves, acquiring 4 pelts. Together that made 6, and if sold at 15 yuan each, it would total 90 yuan. They still lacked about 60 yuan. Although Weidong had said in the morning that he would cover any shortfall, Lin San didn't want to do that. Even though they were good brothers, owing such a debt would be hard to repay. He thought that if they could hunt more game in the days before heading to the city, it would be best to earn that missing money. "Dongzi, shall we head towards the forest that village chief Chen mentioned?" Weidong nodded. "Sure, we have meat now, so we don't need to worry about hunger. It's just uncertain how much game there is in the place village chief Chen mentioned and whether the big game is still around. Let's see if we can find it. The big game is likely in hiding now and won't move easily. Yes, if we can catch a big game, we will have made a huge profit this year." Weidong smiled. The big game refers to black bears. When crouching, their bodies can range from 1.2 to 1.8 meters, and when standing, they can exceed 2 meters. Males can weigh over 300 pounds, while females can reach around 200 pounds. During warm weather, they eat voraciously, but in winter, they hibernate for several months. Every part of a bear is valuable. The meat is edible, the skin can be sold, and the bear bile and paws are especially expensive. Bear bile can sell for at least 80 to 100 yuan, and each bear paw is worth no less than 10 yuan, while the skin fetches a minimum of 20 yuan. There's also the meat and fat, which can also be sold for some money. Thus, hunting a black bear can earn a hunter at least 200 yuan, equivalent to the annual income of an average laborer. Every hunter going into the mountains loves bears, but few dare to provoke them. However, when they left Shilin village today, village chief Chen told them there was a bear in a gully outside the village along with wild boars and roe deer active in that area. This piqued Li Weidong's interest. Now there were 4 of them with 2 guns, so taking down a bear should be possible. Even if they couldn't catch a bear, hunting a few wild boars or roe deer would also be a good option. After a brief discussion, the 4 of them decided to clean up the injured wolf first, then head to the gully mentioned by village chief Chen to hunt the bear. As they waited for Mangzi and De Chengzi to finish cleaning the wolf, they divided the meat among themselves, rolled up the pelt, and tied it to their backs, leaving the entrails behind for other wildlife. Once everything was cleaned up, Li Weidong and the others extinguished the fire and set off. Although it seemed close, the actual journey was not so short. The 4 of them walked all day until just before dark, finally arriving at the gully mentioned by village chief Chen. This gully was indeed sizable, measuring 300 to 500 meters wide, though its length was unknown. In the middle of the gully was a small river with dense trees, weeds, and shrubs on both sides. No wonder village chief Chen said there were many animals here. With food and water available, it would be foolish not to come here. Moreover, the traces on the path showed that few people frequented this gully, making it a veritable paradise for wildlife. Dongzi, it seems we really came to the right place. We can definitely find good things here. Li Weidong was also quite excited. In these times, firearms are not restricted and hunters have already scoured the nearby mountains, so being able to acquire any game is a win. Such a remote area of deep mountains that few have trodden is truly excellent. I agree we should stay here for a few days to try and find that bear. Yes, we shouldn't miss anything else while looking for the bear. It's getting late. Let's find a place to settle down first and talk about tomorrow later. Lin Sin nodded and turned to Mangzi, saying, Mangzi, you and De Chengzi go chop some branches and tent poles. Let's build a shelter in a wind-sheltered spot to avoid freezing at night. Mangzi and De Chengzi took their machetes to gather wood, while Li Weidong and Lin Sin dug a pit in the ground to prepare dry grass. The hut on the mountainside is relatively easy to set up. Find a sheltered spot, clear away the snow, weeds, and dirt from the surface, and dig a pit to expose the rocks beneath. If there's time, heat the stones with fire. If not, simply lay some dry grass on top, then cover it with branches, sticks, and moss to create a simple hut. With someone inside, it won't feel too cold. If it were at the bottom of a ravine, this wouldn't work as the ground there is moist and thick. Heating it with fire would melt the frozen soil, causing the hut to become waterlogged. Li Weidong and Zhang San chose a stony area on the mountainside where there is a height difference of more than a meter. Building the hut this way is simpler. While they cleared the area, Mangzi and De Chengzi also dragged back a few small trees. The small trees, about 4 to 5 meters long, were cut into 2 sections with a machete. Placing them over the cleared stones formed a triangular space. Using tree trunks as beams and branches, dry grass, and moss as the roof, they layered a few more times to complete it. The openings at both ends were blocked with stones, and the gaps were filled with dry grass. This hut can block the cold wind. Once everything was done, it was completely dark outside. The group lit a bonfire at the entrance of the hut, roasting wolf meat and the dry rations brought from the village. Eating and chatting was quite pleasant. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them went to rest early, preparing to head down to the valley at dawn to search for the mountain den. The hut was not big enough for all 4 to sleep side by side. They could only stretch out their legs. 2 would sleep with their heads facing east, and the other 2 facing west, reducing the space taken up. They crawled into the hut, blocking the entrance with branches. The muzzle of the hunting rifle faced outward, so there was no need to worry about dangers in the night. Although the forest was lively with the sounds of various animals, Li Weidong and the others slept soundly. There were no unexpected situations, and when he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Looking at the toes that were sticking out near his head, Li Weidong was relieved that it wasn't summer, otherwise the smell would be unbearable. Struggling out of the hut, a gust of cold wind rushed into his neck, making him shiver involuntarily, instantly waking him up. He wrapped his sheepskin coat around himself, slung his hunting rifle over his back, and walked towards a few trees not far from the hut. He stood behind a tree to relieve himself after a night's work. He picked up some branches and rekindled the fire. At that moment, Lin Sin also crawled out of the hut, saying, Dongzi, you're up so early. Brother Sin, you're up too. Why not sleep a bit longer? I can't sleep. Oh, I usually get up around this time. Lin San sat down next to Li Weidong. Li Weidong pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket and handed it over, saying, Brother San, have one. Oh, you young intellectuals are lucky. You can still afford to smoke this brand. This must cost over 2 dimes a box, right? About that, but I didn't buy it and my dad sent it to me. He sends me 3 to 5 packs every quarter. I still have 2 packs left now. When I go back, I'll bring you a pack. Really? That's great. Of course it's true. Do you need any fabric? If so, I can ask for some when I write to him. Fabric? What kind of fabric can you get? De Chengzi immediately became interested. Red fabric, floral fabric, and polyester are all available. Just tell me which one you want. Can you get a bit of everything? I want to make a couple of new outfits for my wife. Li Weidong readily agreed. Sure, I'll ask for some of everything. In this day and age, fabric is definitely a precious commodity. Each person is allocated 9 feet of fabric per year. A jacket requires 3 feet, and a pair of pants needs 2 feet. If it's for cotton clothing, even more fabric is needed. Moreover, a person can't just have one outfit. They need 1 or 2 sets for each season, so 9 feet of fabric is simply not enough. Thus, many people wear the same piece of clothing for many years, patching it up and continuing to wear it. In families with children, when the eldest outgrows their clothes, they pass them down to the second child, and when the second child can no longer wear them, the third child takes them. Moreover, the fabric from that era doesn't hold up well to washing, so laundry isn't done very frequently. Like those portrayed in some TV dramas, washing clothes by the water every day would definitely get one scolded. If a piece of clothing gets worn out from washing, it becomes unusable. So when they heard that Li Weidong could get fabric, not only De Chengzi, but also Lin San and Mangzi were very excited. This meant that in the future, when they wanted fabric, Li Weidong could help them. Not to mention the cost of being able to get it without needing tickets is truly a blessing. The 4 of them cleaned up, roasted a few things to eat over the fire, and then extinguished it. They decided not to disturb the hut. If they needed to come back later, or if other hunters came, they could use it too. Afterwards, they shouldered their rifles and headed down into the valley. Their primary goal now was to find the mountain den, but whether they encountered roe deer or wild boars along the way was secondary. The mountain den could be a tree den, a ground den, or a stone den. The tree den refers to tree hollows which must be sought in ancient trees over 100 years old, where the trunk or roots have cracked open, forming a large cavity. Black bears will climb up and modify the hollow for hibernation. This effectively avoids attacks from other bears or predators like tigers. In areas without such large trees, black bears will choose ground dens or stone dens. A ground den is simply a dugout hole in the ground. A stone den is a cave. Both types of winter dens are not particularly safe. Sometimes when a tiger is overly hungry, it may ambush a hibernating black bear in the ground or stone den. According to the observations of those gathering pine nuts, the mountain den has been seen in this valley. Thus, they need to find the location of the mountain den in this forest. According to the observations of those gathering pine nuts, the mountain den has been seen in this valley. Thus, they need to find the location of the mountain den in this forest. According to the observations of those gathering pine nuts, the mountain den has been seen in this valley. Thus, they need to find the location of the mountain den in this forest. According to the observations of those gathering pine nuts, the mountain den has been seen in this valley. Thus, they need to find the location of the mountain den in this forest. According to the observations of those gathering pine nuts, the mountain den has been seen in this valley. Thus, they need to find the location of the mountain den in this forest. Finding a hibernating bear within the vast valley spanning over 10 miles poses quite a challenge. However, the 4 of them are not in a hurry. With provisions in hand, they feel secure. Each of them carries dry rations and about 30 to 40 pounds of wolf meat, enough to last them several days. They possess sufficient patience for the search. Moreover, the hibernation spots of bears have their own distinctive characteristics, setting them apart from other locations. In other areas, once it snows, the snow does not melt. However, in the place where the bears hibernate, warmth emanates from the accumulated snow, and by clearing the branches and fallen leaves covering the entrance, one can spot white frost at the entrance. At this point, caution is essential, as there is likely a bear inside. Li Weidong and his companions have been roaming this valley for a good 3 to 4 days. Hard work pays off. Finally, they have managed to locate it. Mangzi and De Chengzi take the lead in scouting ahead, and as they walk, they arrive at the base of a large tree. Mangzi's keen eyes spot what seems to be a hole at the base of the tree. De Chengzi take a look. Is that a tree hole? Does it resemble a den? De Chengzi hurriedly looks over, and the more he observes, the more it resembles a den. Excitedly, he turns to Mangzi, saying, I think it is. The two quickly wave to Li Weidong and Lin Saner, who are inspecting another tree not far behind. Li Weidong approaches at a brisk pace asking, "What did Mangzi discover?" Third brother Dongzi, "Look, is this not the bear's den?" Li Weidong had never seen a real bear den before. After glancing a few times, he turns to Lin Saner, who has experience in this matter. After observing for a while, Lin Saner steps back a few paces and turns to the three, saying, "I believe there must be a bear inside." "Great. Third brother, what should we do?" Li Weidong and the others are filled with excitement. If they succeed, they would have nothing to worry about. "Dongzi, you will be the main force in this. In a moment, the two of us will take positions at diagonal angles with our guns while Mangzi and Dechungzi will poke at the black bear. Once it surfaces, you fire first. After 2 shots, I'll take over. You quickly reload while I distract it. Whether we can take down this black bear without injury depends on you." Unfortunately, Lin Saner's gun can only fire once before needing to be reloaded, and there isn't enough time. If it were just Lin Saner, he would never dare to provoke the black bear. Among the 4, only Li Weidong is a quick shooter. After firing 2 rounds, he can reload and continue shooting in just 3 to 5 seconds. Lin Saner's arrangement is based on the fact that after Li Weidong fires, the bear will surely charge at him. If Lin Saner fires again, at that point the bear will likely turn its attention towards him. This yields time for Li Weidong. "Alright, I understand, third brother. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Lin Saner nods, then looks at Mangzi and Dechungzi, saying, "You two must be careful. Once the black bear emerges, run without hesitation. This is no joke." "Understood, third brother." With their plans set, Li Weidong and Lin Saner position themselves about 30 to 40 meters from the den, standing under opposite large trees. Mangzi and Dechungzi, gathering their courage, approach the entrance of the den. Armed with tumterlong spears, they thrust into the den. The sensation of hitting wood versus flesh is distinctly different. At first, the spear strikes the hard wood, but soon they feel a softer resistance. Mangzi exclaims excitedly, "Dechungzi, I hit something." "Really?" Dechungzi throws aside his spear and rushes over to join Mangzi in thrusting his spear. 1, 2, 3, push hard. The two exert all their strength to jab deeper. Oh! A furious roar emanates from within the den, clearly indicating that their jab has caused the black bear pain and roused it from slumber. At this moment, the two quickly grip their spears and retreat. Their speed could put a rabbit to shame. When they reach Li Weidong's side, the black bear emerges from the den. Li Weidong is also prepared. The black bear crawls out of the den, clearly spotting the fleeing Mangzi and Dechungzi. The black bear might be thinking, "So it was you two who woke me up. I won't let you off." It first opens its mouth wide and lets out a furious roar, "Ah!" At that moment, Li Weidong fires his gun directly. Bang! The shot strikes the bear's shoulder, causing it to let out a pained roar and rise on its hind legs. In that brief moment, Li Weidong fires his second shot. Bang! This shot directly hits the bear in the chest. Indeed, neither shot has taken it down. Once on all fours, the black bear charges towards Li Weidong. Following Lin Saner's advice, Li Weidong focuses solely on reloading irrespective of the bear's approach. This frightens Mangzi and Dechungzi nearby. With a distance of over 30 meters, the black bear's speed and size, coupled with its intimidating presence, instill fear. However, the two do not abandon their brotherly bond. Despite trembling hands, they hold their spears at the ready. As the black bear takes a few steps, Lin Saner's gun fires. Bang! The bullet strikes its front shoulder and neck. The black bear stumbles, falling to the ground. After getting up, it charges towards Lin Saner. At this moment, Li Weidong finishes reloading. Li Weidong fires 2 shots at the bear's head and chest. After all, the black bear is still flesh and blood. Having endured 5 shots, if it doesn't perish, it is no ordinary bear, but something far more sinister. Nonetheless, this still startles Lin Saner. The bear collapsed only 2 to 3 meters away from him. He could clearly see the bear's unwilling gaze. However, at this moment, no words can change the situation. The black bear only exhales its last breaths, continuously spitting blood. Li Weidong and Mangzi rush over. "Third brother, what's the status? Is it dead?" "It's already finished. Don't rush, wait for it to breathe its last. Before it breathes its last, it's best not to get too close. What if it retaliates in its final moments? Getting injured now would truly be pointless." After waiting for about 10 minutes, once the bear has completely passed, Lin Saner calls out, "Mangzi, hurry and get the gallbladder." The gallbladder must be extracted while the bear is still alive or shortly after its death. Otherwise, if too much time passes, the gallbladder will shrink, leaving only a membrane, and its medicinal properties will diminish significantly. Extracting it fresh allows for a higher selling price. "All right," Mangzi replies, drawing a knife from his waist to start the extraction. After finishing with the gallbladder, he hands it to Lin Saner for safekeeping, then begins to remove the paws, followed by skinning and butchering. This black bear weighed around 300 pounds. The four of them spent nearly half a day dealing with it. They had a complete and well-preserved bear gallbladder, 4 bear paws weighing about 7 to 8 pounds combined, a bear skin with several holes, and over 200 pounds of meat. This left them quite satisfied. By the time they finished, it was already half the afternoon, and they decided not to wander anymore. They returned to the shelter they had set up, started a fire, and began preparing food. "Oh, it's a shame there's no wine. It would be so satisfying if we had some," Mangzi said, tearing off a piece of the roasted bear heart with a stick and chewing it vigorously. "Be grateful in this wild mountain area. Being able to eat something warm is already quite good. You're gnawing on meat now. You wouldn't have this life at home." "Ha ha ha, that's true. This life is really comfortable. If only we could eat meat every day." "In your dreams, eating meat every day? Why don't you just fly to the sky?" Weidong chuckled as he watched the two bickering. "There will come a day like that. It's already much better than before the liberation. After a few more years, we'll definitely be able to eat meat whenever we want." Lin Saner nodded in agreement. "That's right. Just think about how it was when we first arrived here. We really lacked everything. Now we're slowly getting what we need." Mangzi, with a mouthful of meat, mumbled, "Third brother, are we going back tomorrow or continuing to wander?" Lin Sin glanced at the forest below and turned to Weidong. "What do you think, Dongzi?" Weidong thought for a moment. There were 4 of them, and they had caught over 200 pounds of meat. That meant each person would only get around 50 pounds, which wasn't heavy. Plus, the ground was covered in snow, so they didn't have to carry it all the way. They could chop down a few small trees, make 2 sleds, and easily haul 400 to 500 pounds of meat back. It would be a shame to just return empty-handed. "Third brother, since we have enough to eat now, let's hunt for a couple more days. If we could catch a roe deer or a wild boar, there would be more meat at home. Even if we can't catch a wild boar or roe deer, we could get some wild chickens or rabbits. What do you think?" Lin Sin actually had the same thought, but was worried Weidong wouldn't agree. Seeing him say that, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's stay here for another couple of days. Let's aim to gather more." "What about all this stuff? Should we take it with us?" Mengzi asked. "No need. We'll leave the skin and meat in the shelter, covering them with stones to keep them safe. Just bring the gallbladder with us." After the brothers discussed it, they had an early dinner and went to bed, preparing to get up the next day and continue working. Little did they know if their good luck had run out, or if the gunshots from yesterday scared all the animals away in the forest. The next day, the entire day passed without the 4 of them seeing anything significant. Weidong didn't even get a chance to fire his gun. Meanwhile, Lin San's old rifle fired 2 shots and brought down a few wild chickens. However, they still had some harvest. That evening, the 4 of them enjoyed a roasted chicken. 2 more days passed, and they still hadn't caught much, only managing to get a single roe deer yielding about 50 to 60 pounds of meat. Though they wanted to continue hunting there, the weather turned against them. By noon on the 3rd day, the sky darkened and snow was about to fall. In Weidong, once the snow starts, it won't stop for a day or 2. The thickness of the snow could range from a few centimeters to half a meter or even a meter. If they waited for the snow to stop before leaving, it would be even more difficult. Lin San and Weidong discussed it and decided to return before the snow started falling, planning to come back after a few days. They also needed to go to the market to sell the bear gallbladder and skin, and they had to buy a gun for Lin San. So they moved all the meat they had stored in the shelter onto the prepared sled. The 2 of them pulled a sled and began to head back. It was about 20 to 30 miles from this valley to Shilin village and nearly 50 miles to Xuanhuan. They had previously promised village chief Chen to help clear out the wolves around their village, so their destination was still Shilin village. Just as they walked 4 or 5 miles out, the snowflakes started to fall from the sky. The small snowflakes quickly turned into heavy snow, falling more and more heavily, and a northwesterly wind picked up, whipping the snowflakes against their faces painfully. Dragging such a heavy sled, the 4 of them naturally looked for an easier path. After crossing 2 mountain peaks, they saw the winding road at the foot of the mountain. Though it was called a road, it was actually just a dirt path connecting the nearby villages and towns. There wasn't that much cement available to build rural roads, but having this path was already quite good. Every day there was a bus that went to the city, making life more convenient for the common people. In winter, when the ground froze solid, this road was relatively easy to walk on, but once it thawed, it became impassable, turning into a muddy mess. Once they got down from the mountain onto the road, all 4 of them let out a sigh of relief. It became much easier to pull the sled now, and although it was a few miles farther to walk to Shilin village along the road than over the mountains, it was much more relaxed. After walking about 4 or 5 miles, it was almost completely dark. As they walked, Weidong noticed something lying by the roadside. "Third brother, look over there by the roadside. Isn't there something lying down?" "A person." Lin Sanner looked in the direction Li Weidong was pointing, puzzled. By the drainage ditch on the side of the road lay something that indeed looked like a person, but it was already getting dark, so they couldn't see clearly. It really looks like a person. Mangzi Desheng, you two stay behind. I'll go with Dongzi to check it out. Lin San then said to Li Weidong, Dongzi, keep your gun ready. If anything seems off, just shoot. Understood. Li Weidong released the safety on his gun, chambered a bullet, and followed Lin San closely as they approached. Step by step they reached the figure and discovered it was indeed a person, lying face down by the ditch. Lin San turned to Li Weidong and nodded, then crouched down and grabbed the person by the shoulder, pulling them up. As they flipped the person over, they realized it was actually a woman, specifically a young woman. In such cold weather, this woman was only wearing a not very thick cotton jacket with a towel wrapped around her head and no hat. Her face was extremely pale, as if she were already dead. Lin San placed a finger near her nose to check for breathing. She's still alive. Dongzi, quickly help me get her onto the sled. Li Weidong hurried forward, and together with Lin San, they lifted the woman and placed her onto the dirt sled, wrapping her in the bedding they had brought. They slapped her face a few times and shouted her name, but she showed no signs of waking up. Li Weidong looked at Lin San. Third brother, it's still about 10 miles to Shilin village. If we go back like this, she might freeze to death on the way. What do we do? Lin San was also at a loss. Indeed, it would take over an hour to return 10 miles, and the woman was nearly frozen stiff. By the time they got back to the village to save her, it would be too late. At this moment, Lin San also wore a troubled expression. This was a matter of life and death. When they weren't involved, it was none of their business, but now that they had encountered it, they could not just stand by. Bringing her back to the village for treatment was uncertain. It was unknown if she could hold on, but here there were indeed no conditions for proper medical care. It all depended on her resilience. Let's hurry up and move forward, see if there are any houses ahead, Lin San urged. The four of them pulled the sled, quickening their pace against the wind and snow. After walking less than 2 miles, they saw a small path branching off from the road leading into the woods. It vaguely seemed like there were houses within. Mangzi, you're quick on your feet, hurry over and check if there's a house inside, Lin San commanded. Mengzi responded and dashed along the small path into the woods. Lin San shouted from behind, don't run too far, take a quick look and come back. Got it. A few minutes later, Mengzi rushed back breathlessly. Third brother, there's a small room inside. It looks like it belongs to a beekeeper, a temporary structure, and there are beehives outside. Did you see anyone? No one. What would anyone be doing out here in this weather? All right, let's not worry about that. Let's go. Hurry up. Lin San could no longer afford to hesitate, calling for everyone to pull the sled and turn towards the path. After walking about 200 meters inside, they spotted a small house. The house was not large, constructed from adobe, appearing to consist of only 2 rooms with a lock hanging on the door. Beside the house was a shed containing dozens of wooden beehives. Mengzi quickly unlocked the door. Desheng, go gather some firewood and get a fire started. Dongzi, you carry her and put her inside. Though the lock was secured in a state of urgency, one could always manage to open it. Mengzi jammed the tip of a spear into the lock and struck it hard with a stone, causing the lock to click open. Pushing the door open, Li Weidong carried the unconscious woman inside. The room was very simply arranged, featuring a large room connected to a bedroom, separated only by a wall slightly taller than a person, with a clay bed inside and a stove connected to it. There was also a round wooden table, a few stools, a water jar, and several clay pots. Li Weidong entered and placed her on the clay bed inside. Behind him, Lin San had already followed in, carrying a large pile of snow in his clothes. Mengzi, go help Desheng start the fire. Dongzi, let's quickly rub the snow on her to warm up the frozen parts. Li Weidong didn't think too much, as saving the person was the priority. He grabbed the snow and vigorously rubbed it on the woman's hands. In the winter in the north, if a person stays outside for too long, if their hands, feet, or ears become frostbitten, the worst thing to do is to warm them up immediately with hot water. If that were done, the flesh and blood would necrotize or even fall off. The right approach is to rub with snow until warmth is restored gradually, ensuring no serious issues arise. Rubbing hands and feet was manageable, but what about the body? Inside the room, 4 grown men faced a dilemma, as the unconscious person was a woman and none of them felt comfortable removing her clothing for treatment. Especially once the fire was lit and they could see the woman's appearance clearly, they felt even more hesitant. The woman was not young, appearing to be around 27 or 28, definitely not yet 30. Moreover, she did not look like a northern person possessing a delicate appearance. Third brother, you should handle this. I'm not cut out for it. Li Weidong glanced at the woman and then at Lin San. No way, how can it be me? I've never done this before. You know how to save her. If all 3 of us handle it, will she be okay when she wakes up? Li Weidong asked Mengzi and Deshang. The two of them nodded quickly. That's right, third brother Deshang is about to marry soon and Dongzi and I are still young, it's not suitable for us. You should do it. Yes, third brother, you just take care of it. Well, step outside to light the fire and make some soup. Li Weidong stood up and directly led Mengzi and Deshang out, closing the door behind them. Lin San had no choice but to brace himself and step forward, reaching out to remove the woman's clothing and rub her arms and legs. Emerging from the house, the three went to the nearby shed and started a fire. Mengzi asked Li Weidong, Dongzi, you wouldn't be thinking. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so clueless, yet you have quite a few ideas. I may be clueless, but am not foolish, or as soon as you mentioned it I understood. What are you two talking about? Deshang asked, looking puzzled. Li Weidong chuckled, are you dumb? How old is third brother? He must be over 30 now. Still no wife, and I think this woman looks pretty good. If third brother saves her, he might just bring home a wife. But what if she has a man? What nonsense. Mengzi interrupted directly. If she had a man, would she be wandering around outside like this in this freezing cold, not afraid of something happening? Just look at her outfit, as she definitely isn't from our local area. Who dresses like this in the middle of winter? Now that third brother saved her life, having seen everything, who else would she follow if not him? Li Weidong agreed with a smile. That's what I'm saying, if third brother has been single for so many years, he should at least have a wife, right? But I'm just worried that third brother might not want to. Mengzi sighed again. Why not? Who would refuse such a good thing that just falls into their lap? Li Weidong asked out of curiosity, is there something going on? He knew that Lin San was in his 30s and had always been single, but didn't know why and felt it wasn't appropriate to ask. Now hearing Mengzi's words, it seemed he knew the reason. Mengzi hesitated to speak and Li Weidong kicked him. What's there to hide from us? Just spit it out, quit acting like a girl and hurry up. It's not that I don't want to say, but it's that third brother won't allow it. Third brother is in the room now. Oh, it's just the three of us. Can we not talk nonsense? Exactly, Mengzi, hurry up and quit with the nonsense. Mengzi took the cigarette from Li Weidong, lit it, and took a deep drag. This story goes back to 7 or 8 years ago, back when Deshang hadn't moved to our village yet. At that time, third brother had a girlfriend. They had grown up together and were very close, but third brother's family was poor. He had an older brother and an older sister, neither of whom had married yet, so there was no money for his wedding. But no matter how well they got along at that time, marriage still depended on the parents' wishes, especially for girls. If the girl's parents didn't agree, no matter how much she liked him, she couldn't marry him, and in the end that girl married someone else. Third brother was heartbroken, as since then he has not sought another partner. Did his family not arrange a match for him? How could they not? But third brother couldn't take a liking to anyone. Oh, what could be done? He must still have that girl in his heart. What good does that do? She probably has several kids by now. Isn't that the case? But there's no way to persuade him, he won't listen. Mengzi sighed. I never expected Lin Saner to be such a romantic. Just because his childhood sweetheart married someone else, he decided not to find a wife and remained single until now. If his brothers hadn't helped him, he might have been a bachelor for life. Li Weidong chuckled softly. Now the opportunity has arrived. Sang-gu has already seen her naked, so there's no way he can refuse her. Yes, this is good. Just force it on him, he has to accept it. Mengzi nodded repeatedly. But what if the girl doesn't want to, or if she has a boyfriend? That's what Deshengzi chimed in. Li Weidong and Mengzi simultaneously slapped him on the head. Can you say something auspicious? Exactly. I said to Deshengzi, you can't stand to see Sang-gu happy, can you? How could I? I also want Sang-gu to have a wife. A family with a wife and kids is wonderful, but what I'm saying is, what if? There's no what if. If she has objections, we can persuade her. Women are soft-hearted, a little persuasion will surely work. But Deshengzi is right, what if she has a boyfriend? Li Weidong stroked his chin and said. Mengzi grew a bit impatient. Oh, Dongzi, why are you like this? Look at that girl, does she seem like she has a boyfriend? Alright, let's not guess anymore. Once she wakes up, well, no. Li Weidong waved his hand in response. Exactly, once she wakes up, we can just ask her. The three of them were roasting by the fire in this shed, cooking porridge, watching the heavy snow outside, and chatting happily. Inside, Lin Saner was busy. After warming the woman's arms, legs, face, and ears with snow, he used a hot towel to dry her off and covered her with a blanket. He added a few pieces of wood to the stove. After finishing his tasks, Lin San was drenched in sweat. He didn't dare go outside. If he did, he would surely catch a cold. So he could only sit in front of the stove and wait. After a while, when the sweat on his body had mostly dried, he walked out of the house. Sang-gu, is everything done? Yep, it's done. She's still sleeping. Let's see how she is when she wakes up. Sang-gu, did you take a good look at how that girl looks? Mengzi grinned. What do you mean? I was too busy saving her. How could I have time to look at her appearance? Lin Sen replied evasively. But how could he not have seen the girl's looks? He had seen her clearly when he was wiping her face and ears. The girl wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was definitely not unattractive, belonging to that kind of type that grows on you. Sengu, you're not being honest with us three. Li Weidong took over the conversation. Haha, just looking at your expressions I can tell you aren't hiding anything good. Ooh, I won't fall for your tricks. How could we? We're all doing this for your sake. Sengu, what if that girl becomes your wife? Don't say such nonsense. We don't even know her. Where would we say that? Li Weidong laughed. Historically, heroes rescuing beauties always end with the beauties offering themselves in gratitude. Sengu, you saved her life. Isn't it right for her to repay you? It would be perfect since you haven't married yet. Enough, that's just a story. How can we common folk encounter such good fortune? What if the girl is willing? Would you agree? Lin San took it as a joke. Why would I refuse? As long as she's willing, I would be more than happy. Who wouldn't want a free wife? That's exactly what they were waiting for. Li Weidong, Mangzi, and De Chengzi exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. As night grew later, the snow continued to fall heavily outside, and the temperature dropped even further. The four of them extinguished the fire and returned to the house with the cooked porridge. They first checked on the girl, who was still unconscious, but her complexion had become rosy and her breathing was steadier, indicating that she was no longer in life-threatening danger. They felt relieved, keeping watch by the stove and having a simple meal. The question of how to sleep next arose. With that woman on the Kong, the four of them certainly couldn't sleep on it, otherwise she might wake up thinking they were villains. They had no choice but to bring in some firewood from outside, lay it on the ground, and spread their big coats over it, squeezing together to make do for the night. Having a roof over their heads was much better than having none, and with the fire burning inside, they didn't feel cold. Even though it was so rudimentary, the four of them, who had been running for several days, quickly fell asleep after lying down, and the sound of snoring filled the room. In the middle of the night, the woman lying on the Kong woke up. She opened her eyes, first staring blankly at the ceiling. She remembered that she had been walking on the road, cold and hungry, and could no longer hold on, finally collapsing by the roadside, thinking that she would surely die here. But unexpectedly, after she fell, when she opened her eyes again, she was already here. Listening to the sounds around her, she heard snoring coming from the neighboring room. It seemed someone had saved her. What a stroke of luck. Coming back to her senses, she realized that apart from her simple underwear, she had no other clothes on. A wave of panic swept over her. Would the people outside have done something while she was unconscious? If that were the case, it would have been better if they hadn't saved her. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but start to sob. Li Weidong was still very alert. Even while sleeping, he remained vigilant about his surroundings. In his daze, he heard someone crying. He suddenly opened his eyes and perked up his ears to listen carefully. Indeed, someone was crying, and it was coming from next door. He immediately became alert. He nudged Lin Saner beside him. Hey, what's wrong, Dongzi? Lin Saner asked groggily. San, go wake up. That girl should be awake. Lin Sen also became alert, really. The two of them climbed up from the straw mat and didn't bother with the still sleeping Mangzi and De Chengzi. They added some firewood to the ceramic basin they had picked up to use as a fire pit, letting the flames illuminate the entire room. The two looked towards the Kong and saw that the girl was no longer crying or moving, curled up under the blanket. Lin Sen glanced at Li Weidong, as if asking what to do now. Li Weidong filled a bowl with meat porridge from the pot on the stove, walked over to the Kong, and placed the porridge on the edge of the Kong. Miss, we know you are awake now. Rest assured, we are not bad people. We saw you by the roadside and saved you. You must be hungry, so eat something first. Once you're full, we can talk. After placing it down, Li Weidong went outside. At first, the girl didn't move, but she couldn't withstand the hunger in her stomach, so she raised her head to see that Li Weidong and Lin Saner were not looking at her. She wrapped herself in the blanket, sat up, and picked up the porridge placed on the edge of the Kong, drinking it eagerly. After consuming a bowl of porridge, the girl's complexion improved significantly. She softly expressed, thank you for saving me." Hearing her voice, Li Weidong and Lin Sen both stood up. "You're welcome, miss. Can we come in?" "Yes, come in." Only then did the two turn around and walk over, seeing the girl wrapped in a blanket sitting on the Kong looking at them. "Miss, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Weidong, and this is Lin Youfu. You can also call him Sango. Those two are Mangzi and De Chengzi. We are from the nearby village, hunters who roam the mountains. We found you lying by the roadside, and it was Sango who rescued you and helped you recover. May I ask how you are called? By your accent, you are not from our locality. How did you end up here?" The girl looked at the two before her, especially after hearing Li Weidong mention that it was Lin San who treated her. She couldn't help but glance at Lin San a few more times. He was not very old, of average height, slightly thin with stubble on his face, appearing somewhat unkempt, yet his eyes were quite bright. He did not give a bad impression. "Sanga, thank you for saving me." Lin Sen quickly waved his hand. No, it was just a coincidence. Anyone would have done the same in such a situation. "Then I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died out there." As the three chatted, Li Weidong and the others learned about the girl's identity and experiences. The girl's name was Huang Guizhi, 25 years old, from Shudi. She came to Weidong to find her fiancé, who had been assigned to work at a farm here after transferring a few years ago. They had originally planned to get married, but her fiancé had been delaying it due to work. However, this autumn, she suddenly received a letter from Weidong announcing the cancellation of their engagement. Her fiancé did not provide any reasons, simply stating he wanted to break off the engagement with her. This was unacceptable for Huang Guizhi. After winter set in and the production team had little work, she packed her things and set out to the northeast to confront her fiancé. Traveling from Shudi to Weidong was not an easy task, especially for a woman. She took an ox cart to a truck, then a train, and upon reaching the northeast continued on a truck and a horse-drawn cart, finally walking on foot. After much effort, she found the farm where her fiancé worked. Upon inquiry, she learned that her fiancé had broken off the engagement because he had fallen for another woman. They had already married, and that woman was even pregnant. The situation was irreversible. There were no legal protections for Huang Guizhi and her fiancé, leaving her with no avenue for redress. She could only leave in despair. She wandered aimlessly down the road, unaware of how long she had walked or where she had ended up. Eventually, she fainted by the roadside due to hunger and cold. After listening to her story, not only were Li Weidong and Lin Sen furious, but even Mangzi and De Chengzi, who were eavesdropping on the straw mat in the main room, jumped up. "What the hell is this? That bastard deserves to be shot. In this day and age, how can one abandon another? Don't worry, miss, we'll stand up for you and deal with that scoundrel." "All right, you shut your mouth," Li Weidong retorted to Mangzi. They only had a betrothal with no formalities or marital relations. What good would it do to confront him? Since he dared to break off the engagement, he must have already prepared an escape route. "Miss is your fiancé's current wife from a wealthy and powerful family." Huang Guizhi pondered for a moment. "I heard from those at the farm that the woman's family seems to be some kind of officials at the farm." "That's right. That man is simply trying to climb the social ladder. It would be futile to pursue him. You should think about what to do next. Are you going back to Shudi or staying here?" After a moment of silence, Huang Guizhi revealed a bitter smile. "How can I return home now? My parents would never hold their heads high in front of the villagers if I went back." Seeing the situation, Li Weidong realized an opportunity had arisen. "Miss, you're older than me, so I'll call you Sister Guizhi. Look, you can't go back home, and you're all alone in Weidong. Let me introduce you to my brother Sanga, who is 31 this year, just a few years older than you, and currently single. If you think it's appropriate, you can follow him and become his wife. I can't guarantee anything else, but my brother is definitely someone who knows how to live. He cares for others, and his hunting skills are quite good. He will surely provide you with a good life. What do you think?" Suddenly, as Li Weidong said this, Huang Guizhi was momentarily taken aback, sitting there in a daze, unsure of what to say. Lin San was anxious on the other side, as he had always been thinking of his childhood sweetheart and had never considered looking for a wife, or rather he was uninterested in any woman other than that childhood companion. Now that Li Weidong brought it up, he hurriedly stood up and waved his hands. No, Dongzi, you're taking advantage of her vulnerability and meddling in matters of the heart. This absolutely won't work." Li Weidong didn't care about that. He understood that Lin San wanted to be with his childhood sweetheart, but that was only possible through underhanded means, otherwise there was no other way. However, the risks of such means were too great, and he was not the type to engage in that sort of thing. Now he just wanted to push them together, with the woman already in his bed. He couldn't believe Lin San wouldn't be moved. "Mangzi Dai Chengzi, you two take San, go outside to gather some firewood, gather plenty. I need to have a word with Sister Guizhi." Mangzi realized Li Weidong wanted to persuade Huang Guizhi, so he stepped forward and grabbed Lin San's arm, and together they pulled him out. Once they left, Li Weidong cleared his throat. "Sister Guizhi, I'm speaking to you alone today. Please consider whether what I'm saying makes sense. Let's not even talk about Lin San's life-saving grace to you. Just consider your current situation. You can't go home, and as a woman alone in the outside world, you must have experienced how difficult life can be without a man to protect you. Furthermore, although Lin San had to remove your clothing to save you, he has seen your body. If you don't marry him, who else would you marry? Don't you think so?" Remembering her clothing, Huang Guizhi's face turned red. "He was the one who took off my clothes." Yes, Mangzi de Chungzi, and I stepped out to avoid making you uncomfortable when you woke up. Only Sangu was there to treat you, and he had to use snow to rub your body all over. Otherwise, your blood vessels would be blocked, and you might have needed an amputation. Luckily, you have recovered now. It turned out not only had he seen her naked, but Lin San had also touched her all over. Now it seemed that not marrying him was no longer an option. But just now he said he wasn't willing. Huang Guizhi said softly. Seeing that Huang Guizhi had relented, Li Weidong chuckled. You don't need to worry about this. He'll talk to Sangu. As long as you agree, I have plenty of ways to make him willingly marry you and treat you well in the future. What do you say? Will you agree? Huang Guizhi bit her lips, slightly nodded, and replied softly. All right then, since you should rest well, eat and drink as you please. He'll go talk to Sangu. Li Weidong was quick to change his tone. After standing up and coming out of the room, he saw Lin Saner and Air Mangzi starting a fire in the shed. Li Weidong walked over, sat down opposite Lin Saner, lit a cigarette, and looked at him with a smile, saying nothing. Lin Saner felt uneasy under Li Weidong's gaze. Dongzi, you should speak up. What did you say to her? This can't be allowed to happen. If it does, what will become of me? Ha ha ha, it's too late. She has already agreed. Now it's up to you to agree or not. Li Weidong replied with a laugh. There's no way I can agree. I'm not in a hurry to get married. Whether you want to marry or not is no longer up to you, Sangu. The girl has already been seen and touched. After all that, how can you leave her without a commitment? Lin Saner pouted, showing a look of regret. Oh, I was in a hurry to save her. I said I wouldn't do it, but you three insisted I had to. What now? What can we do? You have to marry her. Anyway, Huang Guizhi said, she's a flower girl. If this gets out, how will she live her life? Are you going to let her suffer? This matter is only known to us. If you all keep quiet, it will be fine. Air Mangzi chimed in. Sangu, you know I can't keep my mouth shut when I drink, and I might spill the beans. Moreover, Dai Chengzi tends to talk in his sleep, and whatever he says will come out. His mother is a big mouth, so even if we want to keep quiet, we might not be able to. You guys. Li Weidong continued. All right, Sangu, she's a 25-year-old flower girl, and you're a man in your 30s. Clearly, you're the one benefiting from this. Why do you still have that expression? I know your situation too. It's just because you were thinking of another woman. Now she's married, and you're still dreaming about her. What's the use? In the end, you're just wasting your time. Lin Saner's eyes immediately glared at Air Mangzi. Air Mangzi shrugged. Sangu, you see, if my mouth hadn't been so bad, I wouldn't be bringing this up. You should marry her, otherwise I can't hold back. Li Weidong wanted to laugh, but he had to hold it in. Sangu, the girl said that if you don't marry her, she won't be able to live. Do you want to see someone you just saved disappear again? Oh no, what if someone tries to extort us for this? Lin Saner slapped his thigh. What do you mean extort? You're not losing anything. You have to pay for a wife, anyway you might as well get one for free. Just enjoy it, right, De Chengzi? De Chengzi nodded vigorously. That's right. The wife I mentioned would cost at least a pig. Look, ultimately, under the persuasion of the three, Lin Saner nodded in agreement. He had no choice, he was already being pushed to that point. All right, Sangu, you go inside and have a good chat with the girl. I promised her that you would treat her well in the future. You need to make a statement. Li Weidong pulled Lin Saner up and pushed him into the room. After that, he returned to the spot where Lin Saner had been sitting and took out 2 packs of cigarettes to throw to Air Mangzi and De Chengzi. You both performed well today. He, of course. If we can help Sangu get married, we have to pitch in. Air Mangzi took 1 pack and split another with De Chengzi, putting one in his own pocket. After Lin Saner was pushed into the room, he hesitated, unsure which foot to move first. Instead, Huang Guizhi spoke first. Sangu, come sit here. Oh, okay. Lin Saner finally moved his feet and cautiously sat down on the edge of the Kong. Sitting on the edge of the Kong, Lin Saner appeared quite awkward, unsure where to put his hands, fidgeting with his legs and crossing his fingers to rub his palms, only to feel uneasy and then brace himself on the edge. Huang Guizhi looked at his nervous demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Sangu, Li Weidong just said that you can marry me, give me a home, and treat me well. Is that true? Now that the girl had said it, what more could Lin Saner say? He nodded vigorously, steeling himself, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yes, Dongzi is right. I can give you a home and will treat you well. Huang Guizhi was also at her wit's end. She had traveled a long way to the northeast and hadn't achieved her desired outcome. She couldn't return home, and now someone was willing to accept her. What more could she ask for? Good, I believe you. From now on, I will be yours. I am willing to marry you. The matter was that simple. Once confirmed, they gradually relaxed. They began to talk more, mainly about their family situations, living habits, and expectations for future life. The two were happily chatting. However, the three outside were suffering. It was still late at night, and they would have to wait at least 2 or 3 hours until dawn. Moreover, it was snowing, and the ground had already accumulated a thick layer of snow. Li Weidong, Mangzi, and De Chengzi were staying outside in the shed, keeping warm for the two of them. Although the shed had 3 walls, one side was completely open, allowing the cold wind to blow in. They could only wrap their coats tightly and endure it. After a long wait until the sky began to brighten, Lin Saner finally came out of the room. He walked over to the three of them, clasped his fists in gratitude, and said, "Thank you, brothers." "Ha, don't mention it, Sengu. Do we still need to be so formal with each other?" Li Weidong then asked. "It seems you two have come to an agreement." "Yes, we've agreed. After we finish this and head back, we're getting married. You three still have to help me with the arrangements." "No problem. We will handle it and make sure it's lively. What about our sister-in-law?" Lin Saner was momentarily caught off guard, then responded, "Who?" "Oh, you mean her? She hasn't recovered yet. After chatting for a while, she couldn't hold on any longer and just fell asleep. Dongzi, let's stay here for another day for her to recover before heading back to Shilin village, okay?" People can indeed change quickly. Lin Sin was previously thinking of his former beloved. A part of him was bound by loyalty, while another part was due to his family's poverty, making it impossible for him to marry. The matchmakers introduced him to women who were either divorced or unattractive, which Lin San found unacceptable, and families of better standing did not consider him. This delay extended to his current age. Suddenly, a stunning 25-year-old girl appeared, and the key was that she asked for nothing and was willing to be with him. If Lin San said he was not moved, it would be pure nonsense. Now that their relationship was established, he naturally had to stay to take care of Huang Guizhi, leaving the rest to Li Weidong and the others. In the morning, he reheated the congee from last night and baked a few corn buns. After eating, Lin Weidong and the other two came out of the small room to stroll around the woods. However, at this time, it was also challenging for them. The snowstorm made the roads difficult to navigate. It was not just flat ground, but required climbing hills and crossing ridges. But in order to give Lin San and Huang Guizhi more time alone together, they ventured out. Li Weidong carried a hunting rifle, while Mangzi and De Chengzi each held a spear, aimlessly wandering around the hills near the beehives. After the heavy snowfall, finding prey became quite difficult. The tracks they had previously made were completely covered. However, at this time, animals were also reluctant to roam, surely seeking sheltered spots. Li Weidong and the others only needed to find places with dense grass that were also wind-sheltered. From dawn until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, they had yet to find any trace of prey. The three of them were freezing. "Dongzi, I think we should head back. We've been to several places and still haven't seen any prey. If we keep wandering, it will be dark." Li Weidong looked up at the sky. The snow showed no signs of stopping, and it was getting dark. If they continued, it would be troublesome if they lost their way in the heavy snow. "All right, let's head back. We'll take a detour this way. If we encounter something, we'll shoot. If not, then so be it." When he left, he had gone west. Now, heading back, they would first go north, then east to return to the beehive cabin. Having walked more than halfway, they were only 2 or 3 miles away from the cabin. Just as they were walking, Li Weidong suddenly stopped. "Wait. What's wrong, Dongzi? Listen carefully. Is there some noise?" Mangzi and De Chengzi tilted their heads, straining their ears to listen, then looked at Li Weidong in confusion. "There's no sound at all." But Li Weidong still trusted his instincts. Ever since he had crossed over, his perception had indeed improved significantly. Standing still, he listened closely again. Amidst the sound of wind and snow, a few grunts could be heard. "No doubt about it, Mangzi Chengzi, there are wild boars here," Li Weidong said in a low voice. "Really?" The two immediately became excited. "There must be some. Let's find out where they are. They can't be far from us. Move quietly so you don't scare them away." The three quickly spread out, moving slowly to search the surroundings. If there was anyone brave, it would be Mangzi. This lad held a spear, moving forward slowly and occasionally poking the grass and bushes with the spearhead. After walking down a slight slope, the ground was covered in white snow, and there was nothing to see, just the normal undulations of the hills. In fact, the lowlying area was a trench about 1 or 2 meters wide, filled with numerous shrubs and wild grass, all covered by the snow that had fallen on them. It looked flat from above, but it was empty below. Mangzi stepped into the void, and in a panic, he poked the ground with the spear to brace himself from falling. But with that poke, he let out a cry. Several wild boars sprang up from the trench beside him, scattering in all directions, one of them limping. "Oh no, they are here!" Mangzi shouted in surprise. But with one leg in the trench, he had no way to catch the boar, let alone chase after it. At this moment, he could only shout loudly, "Dongzi, Da Chengzi, there are boars heading your way." Originally not far away, his voice carried on the wind to Li Weidong's ears, and behind him the sounds of the wild boars grunting could be heard. He quickly turned around and raised his gun. In the blink of an eye, 2 wild boars were running towards him. They were not small, each weighing around 150 to 160 pounds. He only had 2 shots. Li Weidong quickly made a choice in his mind. He decided to shoot just one of them, which should allow him to catch it. If he shot 2, he might not catch either. With 2 consecutive shots aimed at one wild boar, he watched as that boar collapsed to the ground, its legs kicking wildly, but unable to rise again. The other wild boar, startled by the gunfire, turned and ran in the opposite direction. Li Weidong did not bother with the struggling boar on the ground. He quickly reloaded and ran towards De Chengzi, shouting as he ran, "Mangzi, De Chengzi, are you on?" "I'm fine." Mangzi's voice came first. "De Chengzi, De Chengzi." Not hearing De Chengzi's response, Li Weidong shouted anxiously, "Dongzi, come quickly. I've got one caught, but I can't handle it myself." He was separated from De Chengzi by Air Mangzi, and the distance between them was about 50 to 60 meters. Li Weidong quickened his pace. The snow had been falling for 2 days and was almost knee-deep. He stumbled through the deep snow, closing in on De Chengzi. He saw him confronting a wild boar with a spear. The wild boar did not want to flee, nor did it want to charge at De Chengzi. However, with a weapon in hand, if it tried to rush in, De Chengzi would jab it with the spear, and if it tried to run, he would poke it again, making it furious, and pursue him instead. That's how wild boars are. When injured or provoked, their reaction is not to flee, but to fight back, chasing after you. That's why hunters say that wild boars are difficult to deal with. They are stubborn, have thick skin, and if they charge or gash you with their tusks, it can be quite painful. De Chengzi did not dare to confront the wild boar head-on, but he knew how to provoke it. The angry wild boar, completely disregarding the blood flowing from its wounds, was determined to fight De Chengzi. Li Weidong ran to within 20 meters of De Chengzi and the wild boar. De Chengzi was circling a tree, taunting the wild boar. "Get out of the way!" Li Weidong shouted, raising his gun and firing at the wild boar. The boar staggered, no longer able to deal with De Chengzi, and turned to flee. De Chengzi would not let it escape. He lunged forward, stabbing his spear into the wild boar's side. De Chengzi was also getting anxious. With all his might, he thrust the spear deep into the wild boar's body, piercing through its ribs and firmly pinning it to the ground. The wild boar shrieked and struggled on the ground, making it hard for De Chengzi to control it. "Dongzi, hurry up and come help." At this point, there was no need to waste another bullet. Li Weidong tossed the gun aside, drew out his knife, and dashed over in a few steps, bracing his knee against the boar's shoulder and plunging the knife into its neck. As the knife was withdrawn, blood gushed out, staining the white ground red. Once the wild boar was completely still, Li Weidong and De Chengzi exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, that was thrilling. Dongzi, this time we certainly didn't come out for nothing." "Absolutely. At this rate, we'll be enjoying a bountiful year." Li Weidong was also very pleased, as their harvest was truly substantial. First, there were the 4 wolves from Shilin village, a black bear from the western ravine, a roe deer, and a few wild chickens, and now they had caught 2 wild boars. After deducting the wolf meat given to Shilin village, the remaining meat was all theirs. Altogether, it amounted to 500 or 600 pounds, plus a reward of 50 pounds of flour. The 4 wolf pelts and the bear would be traded with Lin Saner for a gun, and the remaining 4 of them would still get to split about 50 to 60 pounds. The meat would be taken back to their own village without needing to share with the production team. Because they were out helping these past few days, it counted as public duty, and the production team was keeping track of their work points. Thinking of this, Li Weidong couldn't help but smile. Just then, Air Mangzi ran over. "Yo, looks like you've caught one here." He glanced at the spear stuck in the wild boar. "De Chengzi, you're doing well. I thought you'd be too timid." "Pa, even if you're timid, I won't be. I caught one. What about you?" "I fell into the ravine. What could I catch? Besides, if it weren't for me, would we have found these pigs?" Air Mangzi said, shrugging as he approached. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed to a wound on the pig's rear. Hey, look, this pig was the one I wounded." "De Chengzi, you can't say this has nothing to do with me." "Wound my foot. I've stabbed this pig several times. How do you know this one was yours?" Air Mangzi squatted down and gestured. "Look, this wound was made from above. De Chengzi, are you a monkey? Can you leap up and stab it?" All right, let's say you stabbed it, you monkey." "You damn monkey, you're the one." "Haha, you said it yourself. Now you're not satisfied." Watching these 2 bicker was quite amusing. Li Weidong stood up, wiped the blood from his knife on the wild boar, sheathed it, and tucked it into his belt. "All right, Mangzi, you and De Chengzi take care of this pig. They'll go fetch the other one. Should I come with you?" "No need, I'm fine on my own. You 2 clean up quickly. Once you're done, let's hurry back and not stay out too late." "Okay, just be careful." Li Weidong returned to the first pig they had caught, tied its back legs with a rope, and pulled it back, leaving a long trail on the ground. According to the hunters' rules, when they hunted something, they had to leave some for the carnivorous animals in the wild, as they all earned their living in the forest. For these 2 pigs, the heads, hooves, and hard-to-clean entrails were left behind. Li Weidong and the others packed up the meat, heart, liver, kidneys, and belly to take back. After finishing up, more than an hour had passed. The sky had completely darkened. They were quite skilled at making the wooden sleds, and quickly finished one to load the pig meat onto. Mangzi and De Chengzi pulled it, while Li Weidong, holding his gun, walked alongside, heading back to the small beekeeping shed. They soon saw lights coming from the shed. Hey, do you think we were a bit unlucky today? Why did we have to go around from the west? If we had gone from the east, we would have run into these pigs earlier and wouldn't have had to wander all day. My legs are getting thin. Do you think we would have encountered them if we had gone from the east? What if the pigs only came here in the afternoon? What if we had gone the wrong way? Then we wouldn't have found anything. You're just being argumentative. Who told you to keep talking nonsense? It wasn't you who chose the west when we set off in the morning. Is it wrong to choose wrongly? Honestly, can't you be comfortable without arguing a bit? Ha, you're right. I just enjoy arguing with you. Mangzi shrugged and didn't say anything further. After all, they were used to bickering, and sometimes one would take the loss while the other benefited. There was no need to argue. At the beekeeping shed, Lin Sainer was anxiously waiting for their return. Though he knew with Li Weidong accompanying them nothing would go wrong, it was still concerning that night had fallen and the 3 hadn't yet appeared. Throughout the day, his relationship with Huang Guizhi had improved significantly. Since they had established a relationship, it was much more convenient to take care of each other without needing to avoid any gender differences. Tasks like drying hands, washing faces, applying medicine, and feeding each other could all be done. Huang Guizhi was fortunate in that her time unconscious outside was relatively short. She was rescued by Li Weidong and Lin Sainer, preventing severe frostbite mainly on her hands, face, and legs. Her body was weak, but that was due to fatigue and hunger. With more food and a few days of rest, she would gradually recover. She heard the sound of the 3 talking inside the house. Lin Sainer hurriedly jumped down from the edge of the bed. Dongzi, they're back. They'll go greet them. Watching Lin Sainer run out, Huang Guizhi forced herself to get off the bed and walked to the door to look outside. 3rd brother, we're back. Look at what we've caught. As soon as Mangzi got close, he shouted. Ha, seems like you all had quite a harvest. I wondered why you were so late. Lin Sainer certainly saw the wooden sled that Mangzi and De Chengzi were pulling. Li Weidong smiled and approached. On the way back, we encountered a group of wild boars caught too and had to clean them up, which is why we're late. Quick, hurry inside. We'll talk once we're in. Dinner has been ready for a while and the meat is cooked. We've just been waiting for you to return. Lin Sainer urged the 3 of them to hurry inside. There was no need to unload the meat from the sled. They simply carried it straight into the house. Li Weidong followed behind and saw Huang Guizhi standing at the door. Oh, 3rd sister-in-law, it seems 3rd brother has taken good care of you today. You're able to get up. Yes, I'm feeling much better today. Huang Guizhi replied with a blush. Lin Sainer also flushed. Dongzi, what are you saying? We haven't married yet. Be mindful. Ha, what's there to be afraid of? It's already settled. What's the difference, a day earlier or later? 3rd sister-in-law, while we were out, did 3rd brother give you any trouble? Li Weidong teased again. Huang Guizhi listened to Li Weidong's words, feeling shy as she lowered her head and couldn't say a word. On this side, Mangzi was getting a bit excited. After putting down the sled, he leaned over to Lin Sainer and said, 3rd brother, you move quite fast, but you need to take it easy. Your sister-in-law hasn't recovered yet. Lin Sainer raised his leg and kicked him. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Dongzi is just joking, and you all are joining in the fun. Mangzi rubbed his, but he said at first, why didn't you kick him? Li Weidong moved closer and put his arm around Mangzi's shoulder. Well, there's nothing I can do. 3rd brother can't beat me, so I can only take it out on you. Among the 4 of them, it's clear that Li Weidong is the strongest in a fight. His strength is undeniable. The weakest in combat is definitely Lin Sainer, but both Mangzi and De Chengzi respect him greatly, so they would never fight with him. So they could only let Lin Sainer handle them without any way to fight back. Thus, Lin Sainer considers Li Weidong a good friend, while Mangzi and De Chengzi see him more like a younger brother. Although their relationships aren't distant, their ways of interacting are different. All right, you all have your points. I won't say more. Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Huang Guizhi quickly responded to Mangzi. Yes, your 3rd brother has been stewing it all afternoon. It's just heating up in the pot, so hurry and sit down. He'll serve you rice. No, sister-in-law, you take a break. We can handle it ourselves. Mangzi hurried over to help serve the rice and meat from the pot. Today's dinner was quite good. Lin Sainer had stewed 2 legs of roe deer and a wild chicken mixed with some mushrooms he had foraged from the woods around the house during the day. Although it was winter now, there were still mushrooms in the woods. The wild mushrooms of the northeast grow at the roots of trees and can be harvested in late autumn or early winter. Those not picked by people or eaten by animals would be buried under the snow after a snowfall. These wild animals dig through the snow in winter just to get to the mushrooms, moss, and tender grass beneath. However, these mushrooms had already been frozen, or if not eaten now, they would spoil by spring. Lin Saner had foraged these trees, bringing back some mushrooms to stew with the meat. There were very few staples. The four of them had initially brought little, heating a few corn buns and boiling a few potatoes in the stove. They drank meat broth. The three brothers were indeed starving, and as soon as the meat was served on the table, they couldn't wait to dig in. Lin San and Huang Guizhi had already eaten, helping Huang Guizhi back to the Kong to rest, while Lin Saner sat down at the table with Li Weidong and the others. Today Guizhi has improved a lot, but she has some frostbite on her hands and feet that still needs ointment. The little bit we brought is definitely not enough. I think we should set out to return to Shilin village tomorrow. What do you think? Li Weidong nodded. That's fine, as long as sister-in-law's body can handle it, there won't be any problem. I heard that badger oil is particularly good for treating frostbite. I wonder if this village has any. No problem, I know where to find it. After we return, I'll go get some. Lin San said. Really? That would be great. Sister-in-law, are you feeling all right? Huang Guizhi replied, I'm fine. After a day of rest, I'm feeling better and can walk with you. Li Weidong turned to Lin San and said, third brother, let's not let sister-in-law walk. Tomorrow morning, we'll make a better sled, make it warmer, let sister-in-law sit on it, and you can pull her while the three of us handle the meat. What do you say? Lin Saner felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they had several 100 pounds of meat to carry, and it seemed inappropriate to only take care of his own wife. Seeing his expression, Li Weidong laughed. It won't be a problem, third brother. We brothers help each other out. It's just this bit of meat, the three of us can easily manage it. Besides, with their big builds, they should put in some effort too. That's right. Third brother, just rest assured. With us two around, it'll be a breeze. Mangzi and De Chengzi both nodded eagerly. All right then, I appreciate your hard work. After dinner, the four brothers chatted for a while before lying down on the grass to rest. Sleep always seems to pass quickly. It felt like they had just laid down when the sky outside brightened. The heavy snow for 2 days had finally stopped, and the sun had completely risen, shining on the snow-covered ground, the reflected light appearing quite dazzling. After getting up, Li Weidong and the others went to chop down a pile of small trees about wrist thick. They left 2 long ones cutting the part that drags on the ground at an angle, while the rest were cut into short sticks over a meter long, tying these short sticks to the 2 long wooden poles with ropes. Once done, they laid the bear skin on the bottom and then covered it with bedding. Fortunately, when they left Shilin, they anticipated needing to stay in the wild for several days, so the 4 of them had brought 2 bedding sets. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any way to make it thicker. After laying it out, they let Huang Guizhi lie down, covering her with a blanket and then the wolf skin on top. Although the smell wasn't pleasant, it was sufficiently warm. The meat was placed on the other 2 sleds, with Li Weidong pulling one and Mangzi and De Chengzi pulling the other. They relocked the small house and left 2 coins inside, one as compensation for the lock and the other as accommodation fee. Once everything was prepared, the 4 of them pulled the 3 sleds back. Since they were taking the main road, they had to take a detour, so there were still over 20 miles from the beekeeping cabin to Shilin village. The 4 of them couldn't move too quickly while pulling the sleds. The over 20 miles took them more than 5 hours to cover. They left in the morning and only reached Shilin village when the sun was already slanting westward. Seeing the 4 of them return with plenty of things, the villagers naturally lit up with excitement, and someone hurried off to notify the village head. Upon returning to the small courtyard prepared for them and settling, Huang Guizhi village head Chun came to the door. Third brother, I heard you brought back plenty of good stuff. Lin Saner and Li Weidong welcomed him out. Uncle Chin, you're here. This time we really wore ourselves out just to bring back this little bit of stuff. By the way, the green-skinned one you mentioned is right there. Mangzi, help Uncle Chun take it off. One green-skinned one definitely wouldn't satisfy village head Chin's appetite, especially since he could see that there was plenty of meat on the sled. However, the previous agreement was that only the wolf meat belonged to the village, nothing else was mentioned. He rubbed his hands together, smiling. Third brother Dongzi, you see, our village doesn't have anyone who hunts. It's really hard to get meat. Raising pigs or sheep, they wouldn't even let themselves eat. They'd rather sell them for money. Do you think you could spare some meat for Uncle Chun? Before Lin San could speak, Li Weidong interjected, sure, but Uncle Chun, if you want meat, you'll need to trade something for it. We agreed before that only the wolf meat goes to you. The rest is none of your concern. The gaze of village chief Chin shifted from Li Weidong to Lin San. Lin Sin nodded slightly, saying, Uncle Chun, it's not that I don't want to give it for free, but hunting also costs bullets and expenses. Moreover, it was a joint effort by the four of us, and I can't let my brothers work for nothing. Village Chief Chen pondered for a moment and replied, All right, then what do you want to exchange for? Lin Sin looked at Li Weidong with a questioning gaze. Li Weidong spoke, Let's use food again. Your village probably doesn't have much money, and food is the most abundant resource. So let's trade at the rate of 3 pounds of wheat for 1 pound of meat. Currently, the market price is 1 pound of wheat for 15 cents and pork is at least 70 cents a pound. You definitely won't be at a loss. The Weidong area, developed since the 1950s, has transformed from the vast Weidong into Weidong. Although there aren't many people in Shilin village, there is certainly plenty of land. The annual grain production is significant as well. In 1969, the total population of the 3 northeastern provinces was around 75 million, and the grain output was indeed about 21 million tons, averaging 280 kilograms per person. This is considerably higher than the subsistence threshold of 200 kilograms per person. However, the current system follows a production team model where each household's yearly grain is distributed according to labor points. Some families may find themselves short on food, but the village committee certainly has plenty of grain. Each year, after paying public grain taxes, purchasing grain, and distributing labor grain to villagers, the remainder is stored in the village committee's warehouse as reserve grain. The proportion of this reserve grain generally accounts for about 10 to 15 of the total production. Although Shilin village has only over 30 households, it possesses more than 3,000 mu of land, producing over 2,000 gene of grain annually. With 10 in reserves, that amounts to over 2,000 gene. Exchanging for 2 or 300 gene of meat wouldn't be a simple task. The only consideration is whether this decision would lead to any mistakes for Village Chief Chen. However, this clearly was not a concern for Village Chief Chen. With so few households in the village, he essentially decides all matters, and no one dares to report him. No one from above would come to check the exact amount of reserve grain in their small village. Besides, with the new year coming in just over a month, what's wrong with giving the villagers some benefits? No one could object to that. Finally, Village Chief Chen waved his hand decisively. Deal. 1,000 gene of wheat was exchanged for 350 gene of meat. The villagers happily carried the meat away, knowing that the 1,000 gene of wheat would wait until Li Weidong and the others left Shilin village before being taken from the warehouse. Naturally, Village Chief Chen wouldn't let him leave. Li Weidong and Lin San invited him to stay and drink together. Mangzi and De Chengzi prepared some of the remaining meat to stew. The group began drinking in the house, during which Village Chief Chen also inquired about Huang Guizhi. However, the group had already agreed on a unified story stating that Lin San's fiancée had come to visit him and had suffered some frostbite on the way, hence could not return immediately and needed to recuperate there. Village Chief Chen did not press further. After finishing the meal, when only the brothers were left, Lin San turned to Li Weidong and asked, Dongzi, what are your plans now that we've traded for so much grain? What plans could there be? Just distribute it. Each family gets 250 gene, which is enough for me to eat for a year. You guys have larger families, so it should last for 2 or 3 months, right? Nothing is more important than having enough to eat. That's right, San. Good, this time we traded for wheat, and I haven't had white flour steamed buns in ages. Once I get back, I'll have my mom grind it into flour so I can eat my fill. Mangzi couldn't help but swallow hard as he spoke. Next to him, De Chengzi chimed in, just eating steamed buns isn't enough. I say scallion pancakes and dumplings are better. Scallion pancakes wrapped around meat are simply delightful. Exactly. If we had that meat in our hands, we'd have to take it to the supply and marketing cooperative or sell it in the city. The price offered by the cooperative is too low, and selling it on the black market in the city carries too much risk. It's better to give it to the village instead, or we can get grain directly, and having grain in hand keeps our hearts at ease. Yes, that's true. Nothing gives more peace of mind than having grain in hand. A few years ago, who could have so much grain at home? We were truly afraid of starving. Lin San's words resonated with everyone, especially during those disaster years when even wild vegetables in the mountains were completely dug up. Having 2 meals a day, one of grains and one of porridge, was considered a good life. Among them, Huang Guizhi sighed. You all are quite fortunate. Each person can have 20 or 30 mu of land. Back in my hometown, each person barely has a little over 1 mu, and it's all scattered. If it weren't for the crops growing all year round and the abundance of wild vegetables in the mountains, we'd probably starve every day. Even now, many people still can't afford food. Is there really that little land where you are? Lin San and the others couldn't help but ask. You have to understand that although Lin San, Mangzi, and De Chengzi's ancestors came from the interior, they were from the North China Plain. Even though there were many people and little land, each person could still average 2 or 3 mu. Yet even 2 or 3 mu isn't enough to eat. How could one survive with just 1 mu of land in Shu? Exactly. We have mostly mountainous areas and very few plains. Only in the later parts of Shu are there some flat lands. In my family, we mainly have mountainous land, and the areas suitable for growing grain are scarce. Moreover, the families with more children find it hard to get by. Reflecting on her own family's situation, Huang Guizhi felt a wave of sadness. With 6 or 7 people in her family, even if they earned full labor points every year, they wouldn't receive enough grain to feed everyone. A significant part of her reason for coming to the Northeast to find her fiancé was to relieve her family's burden. So when she learned that her fiancé had married someone else, Huang Guizhi felt utterly hopeless. Unable to return home, she easily agreed to Lin San's proposal. "Sister-in-law, it must be tough for your family too?" Li Weidong asked. Huang Guizhi nodded. "Yes, most families are similar. My family currently has my father and my brother, 2 strong laborers, and now we can earn a bit more labor points than before. The years before were truly difficult. It's all right now. After you marry San Gu, the labor points you both earn will definitely be more than before. You can send some grain back home, and they'll live a better life." Lin San nodded, saying, "Right. I earn full labor points every year, which amounts to about 600 jin of raw grain. After threshing, it's about 400 to 500 jin, enough for us to eat. In winter, I also go hunting in the mountains to get some meat and exchange it for money. In the future, the grain you earn can be sent home to help your family live better." "That won't do. Since I married you, I must think about our family here and not funnel everything back to my family. If my family really can't get by, we can help them, but it's not necessary normally." Huang Guizhi directly rejected Lin San's suggestion. Huang Guizhi's thoughts were completely reasonable. Since she was preparing to marry Lin Saner, the first thing to do was to manage their little family well. Her family was indeed facing difficulties, but it was not to the extent that they could not manage. Helping during tough times was certainly a given, and it was something a daughter should do, but it shouldn't be a constant support. She understood the principle of a favor received leads to a grudge, as always helping would lead to complaints if she ever ceased to contribute. It was unfair to her in-laws as well. Even if Lin Saner didn't say anything, she felt uncomfortable about it. Her words made Li Weidong regard her with newfound respect, for before his time travel, he had encountered many women who were unable to distinguish between inside and outside. They listened to their family or friends, treating their husbands as mere calculations for daily life, ultimately ruining their own homes. She felt wronged, but Huang Guizhi's attitude was commendable. Although she stated she would help her family, it was to a limited extent. "Yes, Sango, I support my sister-in-law. Your father-in-law's family is indeed facing difficulties, and it's appropriate for you to lend a hand. But the priority should be to ensure your own life is well-lived, keeping your sister-in-law healthy and happy, which would give you face. You don't need to be overly cautious, sister-in-law. You two will be a couple from now on. There's nothing you can't say to Sango. He is quite capable, and he can earn some money from hunting in the mountains each year. Don't be stingy with your family." "Yes, I understand, thank you, Dongzi." Huang Guizhi nodded in gratitude towards Li Weidong. These words were not out of line for Li Weidong. After all, he was the matchmaker for the two, and there were some things he needed to say in their unfamiliar situation. Afterward, they discussed the wedding preparations, what needed to be arranged, and their conversation continued into the late night. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Saner set off from Shilin to fetch badger oil, while Huang Guizhi was still suffering from frostbite on her hands, feet, and face. If not treated properly, it could leave scars. It was said that badger oil was particularly effective not only for treating frostbite, but also for fading scars. Lin Saner didn't want his wife's hands and face to be scarred, so he left early while Li Weidong and Mangzi continued to wander around Shilin, hoping to encounter some game. Their primary task was to clear out the wolves or black bears around the village. In fact, the wolves here were just those 5 that had set their sights on the livestock in Shilin, and wolves are territorial by nature. In their territory, no other wolf packs were allowed except for the occasional lone wolf. They had already taken down 4 of the 5, and the last one had long since disappeared. So the 3 of them spent the entire day without seeing a trace of the wolves or any other animals. However, Li Weidong and the others were not discouraged. They had already caught so many things. If they didn't catch anything today, so be it. Who could guarantee they would find game every time they went into the mountains? Finding a mountain like Huda Mountain where one could hunt 1,000,000 jin of meat in a winter was indeed rare. This was not achievable in Changbai Mountain. They treated the day as a leisurely outing, and they also set some traps for wild chickens and rabbits in the bushes around the village. If they caught something, it would be a pleasant surprise. When night fell, Lin Saner hurried back. Sangu, I'm back. Did you get the stuff? I got it. Old Lu and I have been friends for many years. He wouldn't refuse me this small favor. Although there's only a small jar left, it should be enough for treatment. Lin Saner pulled out a jar about the size of a garlic mortar. Li Weidong had never seen what badger oil looked like. He reached out to take it, curiously opening the lid to take a look inside. The badger oil in the jar had already solidified, appearing light yellow and semi-transparent, with a somewhat pungent smell. Is this really effective, Sangu? Absolutely. This badger oil has many uses, not just for treating frostbite, but also effective for burned scalds and skin ulcers. Why else would I have traveled so far to get it? Really? Then when we go into the mountains in the future, we should pay more attention to it. If we find any badgers, we should catch them. You never know when it might come in handy. That's true, we hadn't paid attention before. This thing doesn't have much meat, and catching it is quite difficult. It's not worth the effort. Let's keep an eye out for it in the future. Li Weidong nodded. Yes, you should hurry and apply the medicine to your sister-in-law. We'll head over to that room. Okay, once I finish here, let's discuss the matter of going to the county. After agreeing, Li Weidong led Mangzi and Chengzi back to the east room, while Lin Saner went with Huang Guizhi to the west room to apply the medicine. The reason they needed to go to the county was that whether it was wolf skins or bear bile, if they let the supply and marketing cooperatives or those buyers collect them, the prices offered were usually very low. If they took them to the county themselves and found specialized fur shops and pharmacies to sell the skins and bear bile, they could make more money. More importantly, they also needed to buy guns, which could only be purchased in the county. The supply and marketing cooperatives in the towns didn't deal with such items. Lin Saner's plan was to get things in Shilin village sorted first. When the time came, they would return to Bago village, settle Huang Guizhi at home, and take back the remaining grain and meat. An even more important task was to go to the brigade office to obtain an introduction letter for buying guns. Although guns were not banned in this era, to buy a proper hunting rifle one needed an introduction letter from the commune, and then go to the 6 doors to apply for a gun permit. Only then could they have the proper paperwork. Of course, there were also unregulated guns, such as those old foreign cannons left over from previous generations. It's not that the 6 doors didn't want to manage them, there were just too many and no mandatory requirements, so they turned a blind eye. Li Weidong had already calculated how much money those skins and bear bile could sell for. Just that bear alone could fetch around $200, not to mention the 6 wolf skins. They had long exceeded the amount needed to buy a gun. The remaining money could also help Lin Saner prepare for his wedding. Speaking of the wedding, Lin Saner looked a bit shy at Li Weidong. Dongzi Sangu still has a favor to ask of you. If you have something to say, just say it. No need for all this formality, just go ahead. Lin Saner scratched his head. Dongzi, can you get me some ration tickets? Sugar tickets, cloth tickets, peanuts, thermoses, wash basins, mirrors, anything you have will do. Getting married is truly a troublesome affair. It is not just a matter of a few words. There is an overwhelming amount of preparation required. Even though Huang Guizhi does not ask for a bride price, her family cannot send anyone, yet Lin Saner cannot let her feel wronged. He thought about giving Huang Guizhi a grand wedding, ensuring her dignity was upheld so that the women in the village wouldn't gossip about her. To hold a wedding with dignity, the preparations needed are extensive. Rice, flour, and meat. They currently have enough, having just traded 350 pounds of meat with village chief Chen for 1,000 pounds of flour, and they still have about 200 pounds of meat left. At worst, he could borrow some from his brothers, which would be sufficient for the feast. The remaining sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies would indeed need to be purchased. But which family in the village has those items in bulk? Even if they do, it would only be small quantities. At that moment, he thought of Li Weidong, who was a sent-down youth. They certainly had more of those tickets than the villagers. Li Weidong pondered for a moment, feeling it should be sufficient. If he couldn't gather enough from his own youth group, he would visit a few nearby youth groups. Further away, there were the sent-down youth from the construction corps, who had even more supplies. All right, no problem. They'll go back tomorrow and see how much I can find. Let's meet at your place then, and afterward we'll head to the county town together. Thanks, Dongzi. Li Weidong waved his hand, saying, Oh, do we need to say that between brothers? You all will have to work hard wandering the mountains these next few days. This isn't something simple either. We are indeed going out to hunt. So when you go back tomorrow, bring my share of meat with you. It will come in handy for trading. Li Weidong naturally would not agree, as they were in need of supplies for the wedding. No need, after I return, I will first owe them a debt. We can settle it later when we get more supplies. You can keep this meat for your wedding preparations. Then at least take those 3 wild chickens with you. You can't go back empty-handed and not show any appreciation, insisted Lin Saner. All right, I'll take them. Once I return, I'll treat them to a meal to smooth things over. After reaching an agreement, Li Weidong set off back to Xuanhuan the next day. This time he returned without carrying much and his steps were much lighter. The 20-plus miles of distance took less than 3 hours to cover. When he returned to Xuanhuan, it was still before noon. Li Weidong headed straight back to the youth group. Now the male youths were all working at the lumberyard with only the female youths doing handicrafts at home. It had been over half a month since the new youths arrived in the village, and they were starting to adapt. Compared to the boys, the girls adapted a bit faster. After all, they didn't have to go out and perform heavy labor, they just needed to learn weaving skills from the older youths in the dormitory. The stove in the room was burning brightly, so it didn't feel cold. After returning to the youth group, Li Weidong first knocked on the door of the female youth dormitory. Is Lin Dan in there? Yes, just a moment. Lin Dan's voice came from inside. Soon the curtain was lifted and Lin Dan walked out. Oh, you finally came back. Just arrived? Isn't it just back? Here. Li Weidong handed the 3 wild chickens he was carrying to Lin Dan. Lin Dan smiled as she took them. You can't be serious having been gone for so many days, and you only brought back 3 of these. Li Weidong chuckled. Ha ha ha, seems like your appetite has grown spoiled. With these, isn't it enough? What else do you want? Well, you should at least bring back a wild boar or a roe deer for everyone to enjoy. All right, I'll try to bring one back next time. Quickly have someone prepare these wild chickens and boil them. Tonight I'll treat everyone to drinks. We have something to discuss. Lin Dan looked at Li Weidong curiously. What is it? It sounds quite serious. It's nothing major, just that a friend of mine is getting married and is short on tickets. I'm seeing if anyone has extras to gather some. Later I'll figure out how to get them what they need. What kind of tickets do you need? Li Weidong recounted the tickets Lin Sainer needed. Oh, that's simple. I don't know about the boys, but we girls have some. I'll ask around when I go back and see who has extras. They'll send them to find you. All right, I appreciate your help. After finishing up, Li Weidong returned to the boys' dormitory, while Lin Dan took the 3 wild chickens into the girls' dormitory. Once inside, she raised her hand. Sisters, we have good food to eat again. I knew it. As long as Li Weidong is back, we will definitely have meat to eat. Did I guess right? Lu Wan said with a smile to everyone. Lin Dan handed over the wild chickens. Wan, quickly boil some water, clean these up, and start cooking. Tonight we will have dinner with the boys. Then she turned to everyone and said, by the way, Li Weidong just asked me if we know who has extra tickets, whether it's for sugar cloth food or industrial goods. Oh, anything is fine. As long as there are extras and someone willing to trade, they can go find Li Weidong next door. He will figure out how to exchange. The room immediately erupted in chatter. The youths were all from the city and had brought various tickets with them when they arrived. Occasionally their families would mail them some, but rarely could they be used here. The supply and marketing cooperative had pitifully few varieties of goods, and to spend them one had to go to the county town. However, the county town was too far away, they had no time and didn't dare to cross mountains as a group. They could only go when someone was going to the city. They could only go a few times a year, and most of the tickets in hand could not be spent. Now that Li Weidong was thinking of using them, it just happened that they had a way to exchange, and they began to discuss what to trade. Hey, have you all thought it through? If not, I will go first. Hao Chuanmei, who was relatively close with Li Weidong, was the first to step out with her tickets. Sister Chuanmei, I'll go with you, said Su Na as she came over with a few tickets from her box. Among them, she was probably the most eager to trade. As a person from Shanghai, she had not anticipated how cold it would be here and had only heard that it was extremely cold and that thick clothes were necessary. She had bought some cotton jackets and quilts in Shanghai. At the time, she thought it was sufficient, but after arriving here, she realized her assumptions were too simplistic. However, during the journey, they were all engaged in group activities, and there was no time for new purchases. So when she arrived, she toughened it out for the first few days, not daring to take off her clothes at night for fear of the cold. It wasn't until later, when a male youth gifted her a cotton coat, that things improved a bit. Nonetheless, she still felt cold overall and desperately needed to buy some things. Now that she could look to Li Weidong for an exchange, she naturally became active. Hao Chunmei and Su Na stepped out of the girls' dormitory. Nana, what are you planning to exchange? Hao Chunmei asked. I want to swap for a thicker quilt and a warm cotton coat, as well as an overcoat. It's not right to keep using someone else's stuff. Yes, that makes sense. I noticed that Zhang Yong has been overly attentive to you. His intentions are clearly not straightforward. If you have no feelings for him, it's better to return the coat as soon as you get your own. Su Na nodded. I think the same. There was no way before, but now that I can use my own, I will return it to him as soon as possible. So you really have no feelings for him at all? Hao Chunmei leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Su Na smiled bitterly. I've never thought about it. Given my family background, what's the point of thinking about this? You can't say that. Here things are different from the city. Look, no one talks about social status here. Right? Su Na said, a light smile spreading across her face. Oh, by the way, just remember to smile more. You look so pretty when you smile. Don't keep that serious face all the time. Let's go in. As they pushed the door open, they saw Li Weidong sitting at the long table, smoking a cigarette while cleaning a gun. So soon. Quickly have a seat. Li Weidong, surprised by their quick arrival, waved them over. Lin Dan just mentioned you needed some tickets. I have a few here, see if you can use them. Hao Chunmei walked directly to Li Weidong and sat down, placing her tickets on the table. Just a moment. Li Weidong took a cloth and wiped the gun spring, then quickly reassembled it. After setting the gun aside, he picked up Hao Chunmei's tickets. She had 2 tickets for half a pound of sugar and over a dozen industrial vouchers. Buying things like thermoses, wash basins, and mirrors requires industrial vouchers, which are only issued to urban residents with jobs. Our rural farmers do not have them. Yet farmers also need thermoses and similar items, so they can only obtain them through other means such as bartering. For example, exchanging eggs for a thermos at a supply and marketing cooperative, but a thermos costs 40 to 50 eggs, which is incredibly expensive. Alternatively, they could go to the city to exchange goods for industrial vouchers and then buy a thermos. In any case, neither method is as straightforward as just using industrial vouchers to make a purchase. Do you want cash or to exchange for something? But let's agree first, don't ask for anything outrageous because I can't get that. I'm not short on cash. Your parents work at the textile factory, right? How about you ask them to send a few bolts of fabric to my family? Li Weidong chuckled. You certainly know how to do business. You know it's not hard to sell now, so you're asking for this. Of course. Who do you think I am? Hao Chunmei replied, proudly, a hint of playfulness in her tone. All right, I'll get you some fabric, but aren't you going to ask for something for yourself too? Hao Chunmei shook her head. I don't really need anything. Come on, you're just being stingy. I'll be going to the county seat in a few days for some errands, and I'll bring you back some food, all right? Really? That would be great, thank you, Li Weidong. Hao Chunmei smiled. Don't mention it, we're all friends here. I'm counting on you to help me with my laundry. Li Weidong agreed with a smile, nodding as he put away the tickets and turned to Su Na. What about you, Su Na? Su Na handed her tickets to Li Weidong. I'd like your help in getting a thicker quilt and some cotton clothes. Is that possible? Li Weidong didn't respond right away. He first took the tickets Su Na handed him and examined them one by one. He was surprised to discover that Su Na was definitely wealthy. Don't be fooled by the few tickets she brought. There were 10 pounds of sugar tickets, 30 feet of cloth tickets, and over 10 industrial tickets, but the most valuable was a watch ticket among them. Moreover, all these tickets were nationally accepted, unlike the many local tickets Hao Chunmei had given him. Currently, tickets are categorized into national and local tickets. National tickets can be used everywhere, but they are fewer in variety, mainly including grain tickets, cloth tickets, oil tickets, sugar tickets, and large items like sewing machines and bicycles, as well as industrial tickets. Local tickets come in a much wider variety and cover all aspects of people's lives, but can only be used locally. Once you leave the area, they are not recognized elsewhere. If someone needs to travel, they must exchange local tickets for national ones in advance. Therefore, national tickets are generally more valuable than local tickets. When Li Weidong and the others first arrived, they carried national tickets, but after a few years they mostly ended up with local tickets. Su Na had just arrived and all the tickets she presented to Li Weidong were national tickets, which made his eyes light up. With this watch ticket, he could finally buy himself a watch, and his days of relying on the sun to tell time would finally come to an end. However, the value of her tickets far exceeded what she needed in exchange. Li Weidong looked at Su Na in confusion. Are you really only exchanging these tickets for a quilt and some cotton clothes? Su Na smiled gently, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Li Weidong. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to go with you to the city. I want to buy some daily necessities. It's not easy to ask you to help me buy them. Li Weidong nodded. There were indeed some items that girls needed that he couldn't help buy. All right, that's fine. Just let the village head and Lin Dan know in advance, and when I leave in a couple of days you can come along. Will they agree to my leave request? Why wouldn't they? It's not busy right now. Su Na bit her lip. Because of my background. What if they misunderstand and think I want to leave? Ha ha, Su Na, you're overthinking it. You're just a girl, where can you run off to? If you really leave, you might not even survive outside Changbai Mountain. Li Weidong couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her still slightly worried expression, he comforted her. Don't worry, I'll help you talk to them. They will definitely agree. But don't even think about really running away, or I'll get punished. Su Na slightly bowed to Li Weidong. Thank you, Li Weidong. No need to be polite. By the way, the value of your tickets is quite high. Adding them up is over 100 yuan. The items you want don't exceed 70 or 80 yuan, so I won't let you lose out. I'll also give you a prepared wolf skin. How does that sound? Wolf skin. Su Na's eyes widened as she looked at Li Weidong. Of course we need it. Hao Chunmei immediately made a decision for Su Na as she had lived here for several years and knew the benefits of wolf pelts. She had just never had the opportunity to get one. She tugged at Su Na's sleeve saying, "This is a valuable item. All right, then I will take it." Su Na nodded in agreement. "Okay, it's settled then. When we return from the county town, I'll give it to you. The pelt is still being tanned and isn't ready yet." Su Na nodded saying, "No problem, I'm not in a hurry." Hao Chunmei glanced enviously at Li Weidong saying, "Li Weidong, could you get me a wolf pelt too? I want to make a wolf pelt blanket." "Sure. You just need to pay 30 yuan for the cost and labor." Li Weidong replied with a smile, knowing that the best price for a wolf pelt at a fur shop was only around 20 yuan, and even with the tanning labor, it wouldn't exceed 30 yuan. He said this mainly to make Su Na feel that she wasn't losing out since they didn't know the true price of the wolf pelt. "Do you think I'm worth 30 yuan? You really dare to ask for that?" Hao Chunmei retorted. "Ha ha, why beautiful, how do you think you're not even worth 30 yuan? If that's the case, I should ask around to see if anyone has 30 yuan to sell you off." Get lost, you can't say a few words without going off track. After a bit of banter, Hao Chunmei and Su Na returned to the girls' dormitory. Next, several female intellectual youths came to Li Weidong to exchange vouchers. The older generation mainly exchanged money and daily necessities, while the newcomers requested bedding and warm clothing. Li Weidong recorded everything in his notebook. By the evening, the boys had received another wave of exchanges, with the boys mostly wanting to trade for money, cigarettes, and alcohol. In the end, Li Weidong had obtained a watch voucher, 20 jin of sugar vouchers, 50 chi of cloth vouchers, and over 80 industrial vouchers. He didn't acquire any grain vouchers, which was understandable as food was always the most crucial resource, and no one would use their grain vouchers to exchange for goods. If these vouchers were exchanged for money, they would be worth about 250 to 260 yuan, with Su Na alone accounting for over 100 yuan. Once Li Weidong finished tallying everything, he informed them that he would hand over the items after returning from the county. Naturally, these people had no objections as they were busy with their tasks and couldn't go to the county, so they could only rely on others to purchase the items for them. After everything was accounted for and a gathering had been held, Li Weidong and Yang Aimin left the intellectual youth station, preparing to sleep at the home of village head Yang Zhenxing. Throughout the journey, Yang Aimin remained silent. Li Weidong grew curious, asking, "I mean, why are you so quiet today when you're usually so talkative?" Yang Aimin glanced at Li Weidong and sighed, remaining quiet. "Speak up if you have something to say, don't be so wishy-washy, or I might just kick you." Yang Aimin suddenly grabbed Li Weidong's arm, speaking in a choked voice, "Brother Dong, you have to help me. Otherwise I won't be able to live." "What's the matter that you can't live without it? Speak clearly." Li Weidong pulled his arm away forcefully. Brother Dong Hongmei is pregnant." Yang Aimin stammered. "Who? Say that again." Li Weidong's tone immediately rose several notches. Yang Aimin, like a child caught making a mistake, lowered his head, saying, "Zhang Hongmei, she's pregnant with my child. Brother Dong, what are we going to do?" "When did this happen?" "Just in the past few days since you left. Hongmei told me it should be 1 or 2 months along already." Li Weidong felt a wave of panic. This situation was indeed troublesome. If she weren't pregnant, he could have talked to Zhang Hongmei to help them break it off or keep it hidden to avoid any trouble. However, before Li Weidong could take action, news of the pregnancy came, completely ruining his plans. Li Weidong kicked Yang Aimin a few times in frustration and slapped him a few times, saying, "Didn't you say you were being careful? How did this happen?" Yang Aimin didn't dodge, allowing Li Weidong to kick him. "Brother, I didn't know either. I was careful before, and when Hongmei said she was fine, I thought everything was okay. What are we going to do now? If someone reports this, you might as well wait to be executed." "Brother, if it's necessary, I can marry Hongmei, but I'm afraid her father won't agree. Please, you must help me." Yang Aimin was in tears. "Is this marriage your idea, or did Zhang Hongmei suggest it?" Zhang Hongmei suggested it, saying that since she's pregnant now, she can't have an abortion, and the only solution is to get married quickly. Li Weidong felt something was amiss. Was Zhang Hongmei scheming against Yang Aimin? But would it be worth it to gamble with her reputation and life? Back then, a woman getting pregnant before marriage was a serious matter. While men wouldn't be executed, they would definitely face criticism and even re-education through labor. Women faced even harsher consequences, being publicly condemned and socially ostracized, followed by forced abortions and similar re-education. If it had happened in the early 1980s, they would have been taken out for public execution. The current solutions were twofold: either find a doctor for Zhang Hongmei to secretly have an abortion and pretend nothing happened, or quickly get married, announcing her pregnancy only after securing a marriage certificate. However, they were several years apart in age. If Yang Aimin married her, he might never return to the city. He'd have to wait until after reforms to return as a private business owner. Are you sure you want to marry her? Think carefully. If you marry her, your household registration and relationships will all have to be transferred to the village, and you'll lose any chance of returning to the city for work. Li Weidong asked again. Yes, Brother Dong, I've thought it through. I want to marry her. There's no other way, right? There are other ways. We can have Zhang Hongmei get an abortion, and if neither of us says anything, no one will know. Yang Aimin remained silent for a moment before shaking his head, saying, No, Brother Dong, I don't want to do that. After all, that's my child, and it's not good for her. Li Weidong felt helpless. He couldn't force Yang Aimin to make a decision. All right, since you've made up your mind, let's go back and talk to the village head to help persuade Zhang Hongmei's father. Thank you, Brother Dong. You just keep bringing me trouble. Oh, let's hurry up. Back at Yang Jinsheng's house, Li Weidong went directly to Yang Jinsheng's room and knocked on the door, saying, Uncle Yang, are you there? Yes, it's Weidong. Come in quickly. No, Uncle Yang, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to you about something. Before long, Yang Jinsheng lifted the curtain and came out. What's so important that I had to come out for? Uncle Yang, let's go to our room. This matter is a bit troublesome. Returning to the room they were staying in, Li Weidong urged Yang Aimin to quickly boil water for tea while he and Yang Jinsheng sat down on the kong. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Yang Jinsheng to light. Uncle Yang, this matter is a bit hard for me to speak about, but I have to say it. If I don't tell you, it really won't work out. Yang Jinsheng smiled and struck a match to light it. What's going on that has you so troubled? Given our relationship, you can just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. All right, I'll speak frankly then. It's not my issue, but I means. He has taken a liking to Zhang Hongmei, the daughter-in-law of Yang Leiguai from our village, and he's thinking about marrying her. He's worried that Yang Leiguai won't agree, so he wants to ask you for help. Li Weidong did not mention that Zhang Hongmei was pregnant. Bringing that up would complicate things. If it were just a romantic relationship and the two were single, no one could say anything. At most, it would just be a laughing matter. As the village secretary and head, Yang Jinsheng naturally knew the situation of every household in the village. Hearing Li Weidong say that Yang Aimin liked Zhang Hongmei, a look of surprise appeared on his face. I remember Aimin just turned 19 after the new year, right? But Zhang Hongmei is already 28 and has 2 children. That's quite a gap. And what does a young man want to marry a widow for? What is he thinking? Li Weidong also smiled bitterly. I don't know what this kid is thinking, but he really has his heart set on Zhang Hongmei, and the two of them are already getting along well. What do you think we should do? Oh dear, this kid is quite quick to act. I mean, you come here. Yang Jinsheng shouted toward the outer room. Yang Aimin walked in looking like a student caught misbehaving, his head hung low and his hands crossed in front of him. Uncle Yang. Let me ask you, boy, at your youth station, there are dozens of beautiful young girls and many girls of similar age in our village. Why did you choose Zhang Hongmei? Why must you play the stepfather to her children? Yang Aimin replied, counting on his fingers. Uncle Yang, those girls are too young and immature for me. I don't like them. Oh, I only like Zhang Hongmei. What? Yang Jinsheng laughed in disbelief. So you prefer older women, huh? I am truly impressed by you. Li Weidong also laughed. Uncle Yang, I asked him about this earlier and tried to dissuade him, but it's no use. He's determined to marry Zhang Hongmei. What do you think we should do? Does Zhang Hongmei want to marry you as well? Yang Jinsheng looked at Yang Aimin. Yes, we've both agreed that as long as we can convince her father-in-law, we'll get married. Oh, so you two have made an agreement. That means I have to persuade Yang Leiguai. Li Weidong handed him another cigarette. Uncle Yang, do you think this job will be easy? Yang Jinsheng found this a bit tricky. Approving their marriage would be simple, or recommendation letter from the village would suffice to get a marriage certificate from the town. As for Yang Jinsheng's age, that was not a concern. Changing a number would be easy. However, persuading Yang Leiguai would not be so straightforward, as both his wife and son had passed away and his daughters were all married off. Only Yang Leiguai, Zhang Hongmei, and the 2 children remained in the household. Currently, it was Zhang Hongmei who was managing everything at home, allowing them to live a normal life. If Zhang Hongmei were to marry, it's possible she could take a daughter with her, but the son would certainly have to stay with Yang Leiguai. Even if she wanted to take him, Yang Leiguai would likely not agree. Yet with Yang Leiguai's condition, it was hard enough for him to care for himself, let alone support a child. So the likely response would be that Yang Leiguai would never agree to let Zhang Hongmei remarry. Though marriage freedom is emphasized now in rural areas, it is not as free. If the old man does not agree, the village cannot force him to accept it. If anything goes wrong, it will be a serious issue. Oh, this is really hard to manage. If Zhang Hongmei remarries, how will he and the kids live? Yang Jinsheng began to ponder. Li Weidong was thinking about another point. If Yang Aimin marries Zhang Hongmei and takes care of her children, raising a daughter would be fine, but how could he support a son? He would need to help build a house and marry a wife, which would be no small expense. More importantly, her son is already 7 or 8 years old and knows everything. He might not even be able to raise him well. After all the effort to raise him, he might not even feel gratitude and could very well think that his life was exchanged with his mother's body. This is a problem that even the likes of Dorgan could not solve. How could an ordinary person handle it? Yet it is likely that Zhang Hongmei would be unwilling to part with her child. What other options do we have? Yang Jinxing frowned, taking a few puffs from his cigarette. Yang Leiguai is nearly 70 this year. I mean, if you're willing to support him for a few years, this issue would be easier to resolve. Otherwise, it will indeed be difficult. Uncle Yang, that doesn't seem right. Yang Leiguai has other children. How can we have Aimin take care of him? Li Weidong interjected. Yang Leiguai does have 2 daughters, but they are both married off. One is in the town, and the other is over 30 miles away in Gangzhou. Neither of them could take him in. So it falls to Zhang Hongmei to care for him. After all, he has a grandson. Li Weidong looked at Yang Aimin, who was about to speak, and quickly interrupted him. That's true, but if we have Aimin care for him, wouldn't that mean Aimin is moving in? Originally, Aimin marrying Zhang Hongmei puts him at a disadvantage. We can't place all the burdens on Aimin. Yang Aimin's words were cut off before he could even start. He was actually thinking about agreeing, and in his mind, to put it bluntly, Yang Leiguai could live for a few more years, and it wouldn't be a big deal to just provide a few meals. What was urgent now was to get married quickly. He could wait, but Zhang Hongmei's pregnancy could not wait. So Dongzi, do you have any suggestions? Yang Jinxing asked. Li Weidong thought for a moment. Uncle Yang, if Aimin manages Yang Leiguai's food and drink, that would definitely not be a problem. However, we need to clarify that his family is his family and Aimin's family is Aimin's family. This marriage to Zhang Hongmei must be made clear. It's not Aimin marrying into her family. We must prevent any issues with his 2 daughters in the future, and the village needs to allocate a new plot of land for Aimin to build a house separate from Yang Leiguai. Do you think that's all right? There's no problem with allocating land as long as Aimin registers his household in the village. He can get a plot of land. However, I'm not sure about Yang Leiguai's attitude. How about this? Tomorrow I'll discuss with a few of his relatives to see how we can best approach Yang Leiguai. How does that sound? Li Weidong could only agree. No matter how urgent it was, they had to wait. All right, then it's up to you, Uncle Yang. I happen to be at home these days, so I'll go with you. Li Weidong could only agree. No matter how urgent it was, they had to wait. All right, then it's up to you, Uncle Yang. I happen to be at home these days, so I'll go with you. To begin with, Yang Jinxing and Yang Leiguai can be considered distant relatives. When discussing this matter, it is better to consult closer family members. Thus, Yang Jinxing decided to first discuss with his relatives before jointly persuading Yang Leiguai, which would make the latter more amenable. Li Weidong followed along to see if this matter could succeed and what conditions Yang Leiguai might propose. If the conditions were unsuitable, he would have to think of other solutions. After sending Yang Jinxing back, Li Weidong and Yang Aimin returned to the house and sat down. Brother Dong, do you think this matter can be resolved? I don't know either. If it can be settled, that would be the best. If not, you should prepare to tell Zhang Hongmei to terminate the pregnancy, otherwise both of you will definitely face big trouble. I will talk to Hongmei tomorrow. As long as you support me, I will have confidence. If Yang Leiguai disagrees, perhaps Hongmei can exert some influence. Li Weidong nodded. If Zhang Hongmei could be of help, then her remarriage would not be an issue. He was just worried that she might not be able to and would shift all the problems onto Yang Aimin. At that moment, Li Weidong even considered what he would do if Yang Leiguai refused and Zhang Hongmei clung to Yang Aimin. If that were the case, he could lure Zhang Hongmei or Yang Leiguai into the woods, setting a trap or digging a pit for capture, thereby resolving the issue at once. Though this plan was somewhat unethical and cruel, it would undoubtedly be effective. By then, no one would trace the trap or pit back to him. Li Weidong did not want to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Among all the educated youth, Yang Aimin was his only true friend, someone he regarded as a brother. Therefore, he didn't want to see Yang Aimin suffer because of this matter. Let's hope for the best. I will help you deal with this in the next few days. In a couple of days, I need to head to the county. Should I go with you? Li Weidong waved his hand, saying, you don't need to. Focus on your immediate affairs. If Yang Leiguai agrees, you should quickly register your marriage with Zhang Hongxia. If not, we will think of another way. All right, I understand, Brother Dong. The next day, Li Weidong did nothing but accompanied Yang Jinxing as they strolled around a few families in the village. These families were all relatives of Yang Leiguai. They had no objections to Zhang Hongxia's remarriage. After all, it didn't involve their own family. However, when asked to help persuade young Leaguai, they began to make excuses, clearly not wanting to get involved in any trouble. If they went along to persuade him, and after Zhang Hongxiao remarried Yang Leaguai family became upset, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall on their shoulders. Everyone had their own thoughts. By the end of the day, they had not managed to secure any assistance. Instead, the news of Yang Amin's impending marriage to Zhang Hongxiao quietly spread in the village, though it had not yet reached Yang Leaguai ears. By evening, Yang Genxing, Li Weidong, and Yang Aimin gathered again. Uncle Yang Leaguai relatives are no good either. They only want to watch the excitement, and none are willing to step forward. Yang Genxing sighed. Well, this is understandable. Oh, after all, no one wants to invite trouble upon themselves. I should have realized this yesterday. So what should we do now? Who else can we turn to? Yang Genxing continued. It seems the village will have to take the lead in this. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting with the village committee to discuss going to Yang Leaguai home together and talking to him. Can this work? Let's talk and see if it will work. Given the circumstances, there were no other options available, so they could only see how things went tomorrow. Li Weidong then turned to Yang Aimin, asking, after you met with Zhang Hongmei today, what did she say? She said she must marry me. If Yang Leaguai disagrees, we will secretly register our marriage and make it official. We won't be afraid if he doesn't agree. Can Uncle Yang allow them to register? Li Weidong looked to Yang Genxing. Registering isn't a problem, but a recommendation letter is needed for the registration. I'm afraid if we just go ahead and Yang Leaguai family causes a scene, they might report it to the brigade. As the village head, Yang Genxing had to consider the impact of this matter on the village. He couldn't just issue proof for Yang Aimin and Zhang Hongmei based solely on their feelings. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Thus, Yang Genxing could not do such a thing and could only proceed through persuasion to gain Yang Leaguai consent and follow the proper procedures. All right, let's try tomorrow. If it doesn't work, we will think of other solutions. Li Weidong nodded. That day passed just like that. The next day, Yang Genxing called the village accountant, the women's director, and several team leaders to discuss this matter. The new marriage law had been in effect for nearly 20 years, with clear regulations on marriage and divorce, and it strongly supported the remarriage of widows. No one could violate a woman's personal wishes. Thus, when this matter was raised, it received unanimous support from the village committee. The next step was to persuade Yang Leaguai. After much discussion, no one had an especially good solution. Forget it, let's just go directly and see what Yang Leaguai says. What if he agrees? What good is it to ponder endlessly here? The women's director Shen Fong slammed the table and said. Yang Genxing nodded in agreement. Shen Fong has a point. What if Yang Leaguai agrees right away? Let's go find him and have a chat. The group rushed out of the brigade office and headed straight for Zhang Hongmei's home. At that time, the only ones working outside were the strong laborers from the village. Everyone else was hibernating at home, and Zhang Hongmei's family was no exception. Is Leaguai at home? As soon as they entered the yard, Yang Genxing called out. Yes, yes. Zhang Hongmei hurriedly came out from the house. Uncle Genxing, you are here, please come in. Entering the house, Yang Leaguai limping came out to greet them. Seeing so many people, all village officials, he was somewhat curious. Genxing, do you have something to discuss? Yes, we have a few matters to discuss. Well, then let's sit inside. Hongmei, please fetch some water and bring my tobacco pouch. Zhang Hongmei prepared everything and took the two children to another room. After sitting down, Yang Genxing got straight to the point. Leaguai, today we, the village committee, are here mainly to talk about your daughter-in-law Zhang Hongxia. Your son has been gone for several years now, and she has been tirelessly taking care of you and the two children, which is indeed not easy for her. The key point is that she is still young. She isn't even 30 this year. She cannot remain like this forever. We want to know your thoughts on this matter. Yang Leaguai sighed, silently grabbed a pinch of tobacco from the pouch, and began to smoke. Old man Yang kept his head down, silently smoking, without uttering a word. Yang Genxing and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what Old man Yang meant. Old man Yang, you need to voice your thoughts. Although the current policy supports freedom in marriage, if Hongmei remarries, we should still consider your opinion. I know. These past few years I have burdened Hongmei. I should have died long ago. Death would bring peace. Only then did Old man Yang slowly begin to speak. What are you talking about? A good death is better than a miserable life. We are just discussing, why bring up death, making it hard for us to talk? How am I preventing you from speaking? I'm stating facts. Ever since my son passed away, I've thought about dying, but death just won't come. Having my daughter-in-law take care of the children while also managing this old man. If she wants to remarry, let her. I'm just an old man. It doesn't matter what happens to me. Dying sooner would be best. The old man was playing the game of feigned indifference. Though he verbally agreed to Zhang Hongmei remarrying, his repeated mentions of wanting to die were nothing short of a threat to them. Xin Fang, with a hint of embarrassment on her face, said, Uncle Yang, what you're saying makes it hard for us to discuss this. I am the women's director in the village, and I must care for the lives of every woman here. A few years ago, because the children were small, I didn't consider this matter, but now that they are older, can she support them alone? Moreover, she is still so young, she can't just remain single forever. She needs to take a step forward. Director Xin, you're right. I'm not stopping her from remarrying. If she wants to marry, let her. You just leave my grandson with me. Even if it kills me, I can raise him. Old man Yang glanced at Xin Fang and then spoke with a hint of indifference. Xin Fang's eyes flashed with disdain, and just as she wanted to say more, Yang Jinxing took over. Oh, old man Yang, don't say that. Even if Zhang Hongmei remarries, she can't just forget about you. We came to seek your opinion first. So what you mean is that my daughter-in-law has someone she likes, and that's why you came to talk to me. Then tell me, who is this person? It wouldn't be that young fellow, would it? Old man Yang's gaze turned toward the side where Li Weidong was sitting. Li Weidong decided not to beat around the bush and directly said, Uncle Yang, it's not me who has feelings for Zhang Hongmei, but my good brother. He asked us to come and discuss this. Since you said you wouldn't stop your daughter-in-law from remarrying, if Zhang Hongmei agrees, then it's settled. You can mention any conditions you have. Let's not complicate things further. Who is this brother of yours? Oh, he's also from our youth point. His name is Yang, and he's from Shandong province. Is he taking Hongmei back to Shandong? No, he plans to settle in our village. He has already applied for a plot of land from the village, and if they get married, they'll build a house next spring. You don't have to worry about not being taken care of. My brother said he would take care of your meals and wouldn't let you suffer. I think this is a good thing, which is why I agreed to help him out. Although you have 2 daughters, they're all married now, one in town and the other in Gangzhou. I've inquired about their families. They all have their own issues. Who will care for you? If you get sick, you'll still have to rely on Zhang Hongmei. If you agree, you'll have someone to take care of you and help raise your grandchildren. Isn't that great? Though Li Weidong spoke with a smile, his words carried a strong warning, and his tone turned cold while emphasizing the part about getting sick. Yang Jinxing, Xin Fang, and the other village committee members were shocked, realizing how ruthlessly Li Weidong was starting off with a threat to old man Yang. Young man, your name is Li Weidong, right? My old man is already this age and won't live many more years. My only wish now is for my grandson to grow up well. As long as he is fine, I have no further desires. Old man Yang stared at Li Weidong with the cigarette in his mouth. Li Weidong chuckled. You can rest assured. I guarantee that my brother is a good person. He won't mistreat the 2 children. Moreover, he can teach them to read and write. Who knows, they might even achieve something in the future, bringing glory to your family. Additionally, all the village cadres are present today. If he treats the children poorly, not only I, but everyone here will not let him off easily. Indeed, Uncle Yang has been in our village for several years. We all know he is a sincere child, so you can rest assured. Yang Jinxing added. Old man Yang fell silent once more, and after a while he raised his head and said, Then bring Hongmei over here. After Zhang Hongmei arrived, he looked at her and said, Hongmei, ever since Shengzi died, you have indeed suffered these past few years. If it weren't for the children being so young, I would have let you remarry 2 years ago. Now that the children are older and you are still young as your father-in-law, I cannot stop you from remarrying. If you are willing, then go ahead. Just treat the children well. This way I can die without regrets. Women are emotional creatures. After old man Yang said these few words, tears fell from Zhang Hongmei's eyes. Dad, what are you talking about? You will live healthily and watch the children grow up. Even if I remarry, I will still be your daughter-in-law and will not neglect you. All right, I understand. You go ahead and do what you need to do, and don't worry about my feelings. However, if Hongmei is to marry, all necessary formalities must be followed. The betrothal gifts and banquet must be grand. We cannot let the villagers see it as a joke. Don't worry about that. Our village will assist in organizing everything according to the rules. After a discussion, this matter was settled. Li Weidong and the village committee members walked back together. Back at the village committee, Xin Fang sighed. I used to think old man Yang would be tough to deal with. I didn't expect today to go so smoothly. He directly agreed. Haha, everyone was surprised, right? We should thank Li Weidong for this. Yang Jinxing smiled, but stared directly at Li Weidong. I say, Dongzi, you're quite something. When did you learn those tricks? And the part about getting sick and dying. What would you have done if he hadn't agreed? Hey, how can I do anything to him? I was just saying that casually. After all, this is a law-abiding society. Uncle Yang, you're both the village chief and secretary, so don't talk nonsense. Oh, you know it's a law-abiding society, yet do you realize what you just said? Li Weidong now somewhat regretted saying those words in front of Yang Jinxing and the others. They gave him a thorough lecture saying that fighting is one thing, but such thoughts are unacceptable and constantly threatening others will only lead to disaster in the future. Li Weidong could only repeatedly apologize, assuring them that he would definitely rid himself of such thoughts in the future. The group scolded him for over 2 hours before finally letting him go. When night fell and he returned home from the brigade headquarters, Li Weidong saw Yang Aimin looking at him with hopeful eyes, which ignited his anger. If it weren't for your situation, would I have to endure such a long lecture? Unable to hold back, he kicked Yang Aimin twice. Brother, why are you hitting me? Yang Aimin hurriedly dodged after taking the kicks. Isn't it because of you? I was scolded by Uncle Yang and the others for an entire afternoon. Oh, can't I vent my frustration? Yang Aimin smiled and leaned closer, saying, Sure, you're my brother. How could I not let you vent? Now that you've vented, if it's not enough, you can hit me a couple more times. Come on with your small frame. If I hit you a couple more times, you'll be down for the count. Dongge, how did the discussion about my situation go today? It's all settled. When the time comes, prepare the betrothal gifts and banquet, and you too can go get your marriage certificate. But where will you live after getting married? You can't possibly live at her place, right? That's what I've been thinking about too. If we want to build a house, it has to be next spring. But Hongmei's pregnancy can't wait. Brother, what do you think we should do? What else can we do? Just live here for now. Later you can discuss it with Uncle Yang. You can rent for half a year and move once your new house is built. Brother, what about you? Where will you live? Don't worry about me. If it comes to it, I'll go back to the educated youth spot and squeeze in with them. It won't be long anyway. After the new year, I'm thinking about whether I can build a house too. Previously, Li Weidong hadn't paid much attention to building a house. At that time, there was still enough space at the educated youth spot, and if he were to build a house, it would cost at least a couple hundred yuan, which didn't seem worth it. Because if he didn't register his household in the village, he wouldn't have land for building. Even if the village allocated him a piece of land to build a house, that house wouldn't belong to him. When the time came to leave the village and return to the city, the house would belong to the brigade, and no one would dare to buy it. But now it was different. Newcomers had arrived at the educated youth spot, and it would take at least 8 or 9 years to return to the city. There would definitely be more newcomers, and Li Weidong really didn't want to squeeze in anymore. That's perfect. Brother, how about we build a house together? All right, we'll talk about it later. Li Weidong nodded and said to Yang Aimin, Actually, I was quite surprised today. Everyone said that Yang Leiguai is hard to deal with, but the discussion went surprisingly smoothly. It can't just be because of my few words that he agreed. Yang Aimin thought for a moment and said, Brother, I think Yang Leiguai might know about the situation between me and Hongmei. Perhaps he even knows that Hongmei is pregnant, which is why he agreed so readily. What makes you think that? I don't have any evidence, but I usually meet with Hongmei at night, and it's right behind his house by the firewood pile. Do you think he wouldn't have noticed? Yang Aimin analyzed. Li Weidong nodded, agreeing that it made sense. If his daughter-in-law's unusual behavior went unnoticed once or twice, it could be excused. However, Yang Aimin and Zhang Hongmei had been together for quite some time, over 3 months, and it would be impossible for him not to notice at all. Moreover, Zhang Hongmei's pregnancy symptoms would likely have caught Yang Leigui's attention. Thus, when Yang Jinshin came to talk to him, he was just deliberately making things difficult initially, but soon relented. Li Weidong's threat might have given him a suitable way out. Oh no, this old man plotted against me. I ended up being lectured for over 2 hours. Li Weidong suddenly exclaimed. In reality, this was indeed the case. It's just that Li Weidong realized it too late, and he had been thinking a bit too simply. Not long after Yang Aimin and Zhang Hongmei started their relationship, Yang Leiguai had already noticed the issue. He even secretly followed Zhang Hongmei when she went out at night to see what was going on. He discovered she was going out on a date with a man. Yang Leiguai was initially furious. After all, Zhang Hongmei had put a green hat on his deceased son and wanted to catch the couple in the act. However, he only took a few steps before stopping. He thought about the fact that the family was now supported by Zhang Hongmei. With his disability and age, he could only earn half the work points of a strong laborer, which amounted to only 5 work points a day, adding up to just a little over 1,000 a year. If he were to confront Zhang Hongmei and her lover, who would support the family, his few work points couldn't even feed the grandchildren. More importantly, it would be a disgrace. If it became known in the village or even in the surrounding area, Yang Leiguai would never be able to hold his head up again. So he decided to endure it. However, a while ago, Yang Leiguai discovered that Zhang Hongmei had morning sickness. He then confronted Zhang Hongmei directly, saying he knew about her past and that she was pregnant, using this as leverage to force her to take care of him in his old age and ensure the 2 children were well cared for. Of course, there were conditions. She had to agree to marry again. Under the collusion of Yang Leiguai and Zhang Hongmei, Yang Aimin and Li Weidong were both trapped. That's why the discussion went so smoothly today. It's not to say that Yang Leiguai and Zhang Hongmei were in the wrong. Yang Leiguai wanted someone to look after him in his old age, and he wanted his grandchildren to be raised properly. Zhang Hongmei, who was pregnant with Yang Aimin's child, needed a proper home, so she had to marry Yang Aimin as soon as possible. In the end, it was likely Yang Aimin who would suffer the most, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't control his own desires back then. Now that it had come to fruition, he couldn't deny it. Fortunately, Zhang Hongmei was still carrying his child, and she was still young enough to have more. This was much better than the character in a certain TV series who raised 3 children and was drained for a lifetime. Feeling a bit sulky, Li Weidong lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Forget it, it's ultimately a good thing. You can get married now, but I must clarify something with you in advance. Marrying Zhang Hongmei was your strong desire, so don't complain to Donga later if you're not happy. Yang Aimin sincerely replied, Brother, am I that kind of person? My feelings for Hongmei are genuine, there won't be any problems, so don't worry. Alright then, it's settled. He'll head to the county town tomorrow. You can ask Uncle Yang to get the introduction letter and go get the marriage certificate. He'll buy everything you need for the wedding while I'm in the county town. I got it, brother. I still have about 40 to 50 yuan saved up. He'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Please help me buy what I need. This time going to the county town, there are quite a few items to buy for the educated youth point. Moreover, I also need to bring back wedding items for Lin San, so relying on manpower alone is definitely not enough. Li Weidong went to find Yang Jinsheng to borrow a horse-drawn cart, and also asked for 2 pieces of wood to place under the cart wheels. When walking on the snow, he tied these 2 long pieces of wood beneath the cart wheels to use as sled runners. Once they reached the city, they could unload the wood and use the wheels for easier travel. Yang Jinsheng repeatedly reminded him to take good care of the horses. In this era, mules and horses were crucial production tools, and the brigade took better care of these animals than of people. If it weren't for his good relationship with Li Weidong, he wouldn't have lent it to him at all. Once the cart was hitched, Li Weidong drove the horse-drawn cart to the educated youth point and tied the horse to a tree at the entrance. Walking back to the yard, he knocked on the door of the female educated youth dormitory and asked, Is Suna ready? As the voice fell, Suna quickly came out of the dormitory. Are you wearing that to go with me to the county town? Suna opened her arms and looked at her outfit, which was no different from usual. Yes, what's wrong with it? Haha, in that outfit you'll freeze before you even get to the county town. Li Weidong replied with a smile. What he saw was Suna dressed in a cotton coat and pants, wearing a military coat on top, a scarf wrapped around her head, and holding a handbag with nothing else. This outfit is fine for short periods outside, but for long distance walking it definitely won't do. To say nothing of reaching the county town, even going to Lin San's home, which is over 20 miles away, would freeze her through. This is already my last outfit. That's still not acceptable. Where's your quilt? Go grab it, and put it on the cart, and wait for me. After Li Weidong finished speaking, he turned and entered the male dormitory. Inside, he took out his keys, unlocked his box, and pulled out an old cotton coat and a woolen hat. After locking the box, he came out of the male dormitory. He saw Suna waiting in the yard holding her quilt, accompanied by several other girls. Follow me. When they reached the cart, Li Weidong placed the items he was holding on the side of the cart and turned to the nearby firewood pile to grab 2 handfuls of broken wheat straw to lay in the cart. Then he laid his old cotton coat on top and said, All right, get in. Suna and the others watched as Li Weidong busily prepared. Finally realizing this was to keep Suna warm. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Suna said thank you and climbed into the cart. Once she sat down, Li Weidong threw the cotton hat to her and said, Put on the hat. Your scarf won't block the wind, and wrap the quilt tightly around you. He untied the horse's reins and told the other girls, All right, you can go back now. The things I need to prepare for you will be brought back when I return. Go. Giddy up. Jumping onto the cart, Li Weidong shouted a command and cracked the whip. The horse began to trot, clip-clop, clip-clop. This horse-drawn cart, though lacking a cover, was much better than walking. Following the country road, they traveled for about half an hour before arriving at Lin San's home in Bago village. Li Weidong had visited Lin San's house more than once or twice and knew the way well, driving the cart directly to his doorstep. When the cart stopped, Suna looked confused and asked Li Weidong, Where is this? This is my brother's home. He is getting married in a few days. Don't you know? He needs to go to the county town with us, and it's perfect for him to warm up at his house. Oh, I see. Just then Lin San's parents, hearing the commotion outside, came out to check. Oh, it's Dongzi. Saner hasn't been home these days. Is there something going on? Uncle, I know. Sangu and I have been together these days. We are preparing to go to the county town, and I just borrowed a horse-drawn cart from the village. He hasn't returned yet. He hasn't returned. But since you two have made plans, he should be back soon. Don't freeze outside, come in quickly. Who is this girl? Is she your girlfriend? Li Weidong smiled and replied, No, this is a girl from our educated youth point. She is also going to the county town to buy some things. Oh, I see. Then hurry up and get her inside, it's cold outside. The old couple urged Li Weidong and the others to come in. Come down from the cart. Li Weidong called to Su Na and reached out to help her down. Once inside, she took off her outer coat, cotton hat, scarf, and so on, revealing her beautiful face. The old couple was somewhat surprised. The old lady held Su Na's hand and exclaimed, "Wow, this girl is really beautiful, just like someone out of a painting." What's your name? Annie, my name is Su Na. That's a nice name, just like you. Girls from the city are different. How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Being asked these questions upon their first meeting, Su Na felt a bit unaccustomed and shyly looked down to answer him. 19 this year, and I don't have a boyfriend yet. You should choose carefully. Generally, a normal person wouldn't be worthy of you. Tell Annie what kind of guy you're looking for. The old lady took Su Na inside and sat her down on the kong to chat. In the main room, Li Weidong and Lin's father lit up cigarettes. The old man asked Dongzi, "When did you plan to go to the county town?" "In the next couple of days. We need to buy some things, mainly because Sang-gu is getting married." Li Weidong replied with a smile. "Who?" The old man found it hard to believe his ears. "Your son, my brother. He is getting married, and you two will soon have a daughter-in-law." "When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Where did this daughter-in-law come from?" The old man asked in a series of questions, and then turned to yell into the house, "Old lady, come out quickly. Dongzi says our Sainer is getting married." At that moment, the old lady couldn't continue chatting with Su Na. She hurried out of the house, staring intently at Li Weidong. "Dongzi, is this true?" "Yes, auntie." Li Weidong then recounted how they had gone to the West Lin area to help deal with wolves, and on the way back rescued Huang Guizhi. The old couple inquired further about Huang Guizhi's situation, and Li Weidong answered each question seriously. Finally, the old lady slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "This is truly wonderful. Our Sainer is over 30 and hasn't married yet. Your uncle and I have felt guilty about it. If it weren't for the lack of money back, then Sang-gu wouldn't have had to miss out on marriage. Now this matter is finally resolved. Your uncle and I can close our eyes peacefully now." As she spoke, the old lady couldn't help but wipe away tears. Seeing the old lady shed a tear, Li Weidong smiled and comforted her. "Annie, why are you crying? This is a joyful occasion. Consider how to welcome our future daughter-in-law. Her home is thousands of miles away. We mustn't let her suffer any grievances." The old lady wiped her tears, saying, "Of course. I will treat her like my own daughter." That old man stopped dawdling and hurry up to tidy our house. It's a mess. We can't let her feel uncomfortable when she arrives. "All right, I'll clean up shortly. She hasn't returned yet. There's still time." "What do you mean there's still time? Dongzi is already here, and I expect Sainer and the others will be back home in a couple of days. We need to hurry. Don't just sit around." "Auntie, I won't be polite with you. It's tough on you to run the carriage. If Sainer isn't finished yet, can you bring Guizhi back for me?" The old lady was quite anxious, and Li Weidong nodded with a smile. "Sure, no problem. I'll set off now and definitely bring her back before dark." Actually, it was still quite early. They had left Xiangyang around 9 in the morning, arrived at Beigo village in half an hour, chatted for a bit, and it wasn't even 11 yet. Making a trip to Shilin and back was definitely feasible. Li Weidong arranged for Su Na to help the elderly couple with some chores, and then drove the carriage out towards Shilin. Meanwhile, Lin Sainer and the others were also on their way back. Li Weidong had been gone for several days, and the issues in Shilin had mostly been resolved. After Li Weidong left, Lin Sainer along with Mangzi and De Chungzi had been wandering around Shilin for several days without seeing any signs of wolves, but they had hunted quite a few wild chickens and rabbits. As the agreed time approached, Lin Sainer found village chief Chun and reported that the wolves in the area had been driven away and there should be no problems in the short term. If more wolves come next year, it will certainly be a different group, and they can find help to deal with them then. After thanking Lin Sainer, village chief Chin promptly handed over the agreed 1,000 jin of wheat. The three of them loaded about 10 sacks and the remaining meat, including the freshly caught wild chickens and rabbits, onto the sled and let Huang Guizhi sit on top of the sacks. The three of them pulled the sled back little by little. Although it was heavy, they felt immensely satisfied. With this trip, they would have enough food until spring, even if they didn't hunt in the mountains again. As Li Weidong drove the carriage towards Shilin, he spotted 3 people in the distance dragging a rope attached to a sled trudging along. Upon getting closer, Li Weidong pulled the reins to stop, one leg dangling off the side of the cart, while the other leg was crossed on the cart's board, elbow resting on his knee. Leaning forward with a smile, he said, "Oh, you guys are really working hard." The 3 stopped and looked up at Li Weidong. Mangzi exclaimed in surprise, "It's Dongzi. Oh my, I'm exhausted. Why did you take so long to arrive? You've barely walked any distance, and you're already tired. It's only 5 or 6 miles from Shilin." Don't just stand there talking. This is over 1,000 pounds. The three of us are almost dead tired. Haha, I think you three look quite energetic. Mangzi leaned on his knees saying, enough talk, hurry over and help us load the things onto the cart. Li Weidong jumped off the cart, and the four of them worked together to move the sacks from the sled onto the cart, securing the sled to the side of the cart with a rope. They all then sat on the cart. At that moment, Lin Saner asked, Dongzi, why did you come at this time? Did you exchange the tickets? Yes, it's all sorted out. Absolutely enough for your wedding preparations. I've already talked to your parents about your fiancé, and they are overjoyed. They're tidying up at home right now, which is why I hurried to bring you back. You sure are quick with your mouth. I was hoping to surprise them when I returned. Lin Saner chuckled in reply. It's already a big surprise. The old lady is practically bursting with anticipation. Sister-in-law, how do you feel about going home? Are you nervous? Huang Guizhi smiled lightly. What's there to be nervous about? Saner's parents are just like my own. That's right, Weidong. Would you like me to introduce you to a girl from our hometown? Ha ha ha, I think I'll pass. I can't handle the strong personalities of women from your region. What strong personalities? Lin Saner and Mangzi looked at Li Weidong in unison. I've got the Sichuan dialect down as sister-in-law can understand, right? Huang Guizhi giggled. The women from our place aren't like that at all. They're all quite nice. What are you two talking about? I don't understand. Mangzi asked. Haha, you don't need to know, it's not related to you. Later Saner will experience it and tell you. Oh, fine then. Lin Saner looked at Huang Guizhi with confusion, but how could Huang Guizhi explain? She could only think to herself that she must control herself in the future and not let Li Weidong and the others see any amusement. The group chatted and laughed as they returned home. Hearing the sound of the bells on the cart, the old man and old lady had already come out to greet them. In their eyes, there was no concern for Lin Saner, Mangzi, or De Chengzi. They didn't even pay much attention to the sacks and meat on the cart. Their eyes were fixed on Huang Guizhi. This must be Guizhi. Hurry down, it's cold on the road. The old lady grabbed Huang Guizhi's hand and wouldn't let go. I'm fine, not cold at all. Grandpa, Grandma, are you both well? Huang Guizhi, though a bit shy, still appeared confident. We're great. Hurry inside to warm up. Don't worry about these things, I'll let them handle it. The old lady led Huang Guizhi into the house. The remaining old man Lin Saner and Li Weidong unloaded the cart in the yard, moving all the grain into the granary. Today was the first time the old lady met her daughter-in-law, Lin Saner, and the others had been away for so many days, and they definitely couldn't leave again today. Thus Li Weidong and the others took the horse to the storage room for miscellaneous items, set it up, filled it with fodder, and then returned to the house. As they stepped into the house, it was already filled with laughter and chatter. The old lady, Huang Guizhi, and Su Na were having a lively conversation on the comm. As they entered the inner room, Mangzi and De Chengzi froze at the sight of Su Na, their eyes wide simultaneously, thinking, she's incredibly beautiful. Cough, cough. The old lady coughed twice and said, you two kids pay attention. Is this how you look at people? Annie, who is this girl? Why haven't we seen her before? Mangzi asked. No need to worry about who she is. She's Dongzi's partner, a college student from the city, so you don't need to think about it. Mangzi scratched his head, saying, I'm not thinking about it. I was just asking. I know what you're thinking just by the way you act. The old lady curled her lips. Then she started introducing Su Na, saying, girl, don't mind him. That's how they are. This one is Mangzi and the other is De Chengzi. Both followed our Saner to the mountains to hunt. I know, auntie. Su Na nodded, turning to smile, and nodded Mangzi and the others, saying, hello. You hello? Mangzi and the others obviously stuttered a bit. At that moment, Li Weidong also came in after settling the horses from outside, asking, what are you two doing standing here? Why don't you sit down? Mangzi threw his arm around Li Weidong's shoulder and quietly asked, hey Dongzi, when did you find such a beautiful partner? You didn't even tell us. My partner? Yes, the girl. The old lady just said she's your partner. Mangzi pointed his gaze towards Su Na. Li Weidong suddenly understood. It turns out the old lady didn't believe him when he told Lin Sanma that Su Na wasn't his partner. However, he was too lazy to explain again. Explaining would take too much effort, and besides, Su Na was good-looking. If she was indeed his partner, that would be quite impressive. Do I have to report everything to you? Hee, of course not. Are all the girls in your youth station this beautiful? How about you find a nice one for my sister? What are you looking for, a wife? Mangzi chuckled, of course. Look at us, for there were originally 3 bachelors, and only De Chengzi had a partner. Now it's great. Sengu has one, and you quietly started dating this one, leaving only me alone. You have to help me find one. Finding one isn't a problem, but are you sure you can handle those city girls? This is a very realistic issue. Even if Li Weidong were really dating Su Na, or even marrying her. Their backgrounds wouldn't be too far apart. After all, he was also from the city, and his father was a small leader in the factory. Moreover, Li Weidong's advanced understanding several decades ahead was not considered climbing high for Su Na and her family. But Mengzi was different. If he were introduced to a youth from the city, their levels of understanding would differ, and what would happen when they had to return to the city? In Li Weidong's memory, many had abandoned their spouses or children to return to the city, and even some girls had exchanged their bodies for a chance to return. So Li Weidong didn't want to introduce a city girl to Mengzi. Mengzi was also self-aware. He scratched his head and said, "Then forget it, I can't serve those delicate city girls. It's better to find a village girl." Hey, that's the right attitude. Don't worry, when we return to Xuanhuan, I'll help you keep an eye out and find a suitable girl from the village. I'll definitely get you a pretty one. Then I'll trouble you, Dongzi. Alright, stop thinking about this here and hurry to help San go with the meat. Everyone's waiting for dinner. After Li Weidong finished speaking, he pulled Mengzi and the others outside. Although they had spoken quietly before, Su Na couldn't hear what they were saying, but by their expressions she could tell it was related to her. Combining this with what Lin Sanma said earlier about her being Li Weidong's partner, she guessed a few things, but didn't intend to refute anything. After all, Li Weidong could be considered the most powerful and capable person in the entire youth station. Even the captains of the male and female teams treated him with respect. Li Weidong was also very familiar with the village head and other village officials, and now he saw that he had quite a few connections elsewhere. If she could have even a slight connection with him, it would surely protect her well. The more beautiful a woman is in this world, the more she will use her advantages. Although Su Na was only 19 now, she had seen many different types of people since she was 16 at home. She knew very well that when a woman arrives in a strange place, she needs a strong person to protect her, otherwise she could easily end up with nothing left. The grains brought back by Lin San and the others were only wheat and hadn't been milled into flour, so for today's meal, it was impossible to have steamed buns or pancakes. Fortunately, there was plenty of meat. They stewed a full pot of it, added some dried mushrooms picked in autumn, and included a couple of large cabbages, putting a circle of pancakes around the pot. The taste of the meal was exceptional. During dinner, Li Weidong and the others were outside by the charcoal stove drinking and chatting, while Lin Sanma set up a small table with Huang Guizhi and Su Na on the Kong inside. While eating, the main topic of conversation for several people was about the wedding preparations, listing out the necessary items one by one to avoid forgetting after they went. Fortunately, Li Weidong had exchanged quite a few tickets here, otherwise the things needed for Lin San and Yang Imin's wedding might not have been possible to use. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. Last night, Li Weidong and the others drank quite a bit, and after the food was cleared, several of them returned to the house and fell asleep immediately. When he opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. Li Weidong came out of the room and saw Huang Guizhi and Su Na sitting in the main room by the stove chatting with the old lady. "Dongzi is up. You shouldn't drink so much in the future. It's hard to feel well after drinking too much," the old lady nagged. Li Weidong smiled and replied, "Got it, Annie. I'll definitely pay attention in the future." Who knew that the wine yesterday was so strong? Of course, that wine was brewed by your uncle from sweet potatoes. It's quite strong. Are you hungry? Nana, hurry and serve Dongzi some food, the old lady directed. No need to rush. Let's wait until they get up to eat together. Why wait for them? Whoever gets up first eats first. After eating, clean up. Aren't you all going to the county town? Taking the bowl of porridge handed to him by Su Na, Li Weidong smiled at her and said, "Thank you, I'll eat first." "You're welcome, hurry and eat. The temperature is just right now." The old lady, watching the two, interjected, "Look at you. The city kids really know how to be polite. Even with your own people, you're so courteous. Girl, let me tell you, don't be too polite with your man, or he might think that you aren't on the same page. However, you also can't be too willful. Do you understand this?" Su Na blushed and stole a glance at Li Weidong, seeing he had no reaction, and nodded, saying, "I understand, Annie. I will pay attention." "Oh, that's right. A woman must learn to grasp the measure to hold her man." After finishing their meal, Li Weidong began to prepare the cart for departure, while Lin Saner and Mengzi gradually got up. Once everyone had eaten and gotten ready, the 4 men and 2 women prepared to set off for the county town. Originally, only Su Na was supposed to accompany them as the sole female, as she needed to buy items that were inconvenient for Li Weidong to carry for the girls at the youth station. However, the old lady felt it was inappropriate for one girl to accompany a group of men without a companion, so with Huang Guizhi now joining, it was convenient since she had never been to the northern county town. This trip was also to purchase items for their wedding, so it was best to let her come along and choose things she genuinely liked. The elderly couple from the Lin family laid out thick bedding in the cart to ensure Huang Guizhi and Su Na wouldn't feel cold on the journey. Saner Dongzi, don't rush on the road, take your time, but be sure to take good care of your wives. As they were leaving, the elderly couple kept reminding them. We know, Mom, don't worry. We're off now. Lin San nodded repeatedly. With a crack of the whip, the cart slowly departed from Bago village, carrying the 6 of them. The straight-line distance from Bago to the county town was about 50 li. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least over 60 li, and based on the usual time, the cart would take about 2 hours to arrive. However, it was winter now, and the roads were covered with snow, making them slippery. With so many people on board, Li Weidong dared not let the horse run freely, as it could easily lead to accidents. By the time they reached Lung County town, it was already past noon. After a quick meal at a small restaurant, Lin San asked Li Weidong, Dongzi, what should we do next? Should we split up to buy things, or stick together? Li Weidong thought for a moment, and replied, Sangu, let's first find a place to settle down. Since we won't finish shopping today, let's settle in, and then check out the stores together. We can buy some things and the rest can wait until tomorrow when Mangzi and Deshang can take them to shop. We'll go sell the furs and buy your gun. How does that sound? That works. We'll first find a guest house to stay in, and then head out after we've settled our things. The accommodation is a guest house, but the choice of what level depends on personal financial conditions. Every city has decent hotels and restaurants, which has always been the case. It's just a different name now. It wasn't like Li Weidong previously thought that in the 60s and 70s, cities had nothing, and that all commercial activities were strictly regulated. Although there were strict regulations preventing private enterprises, there were still plenty of state-owned enterprises. Those factories, businesses, and stores from before liberation had all undergone public-private partnerships, so there were plenty of commercial projects. However, there were indeed not as many entertainment options as before liberation. Back then there were numerous dance halls, nightclubs, and small bars, but now the available entertainment facilities were limited to cultural centers and cinemas. During the day, people had few places to enjoy themselves, usually going to parks to skate, wandering around in shopping malls, or supply and marketing cooperatives, or browsing at fairs. There wasn't much else to do. Li Weidong and the others found a guest house resembling a homestay, accommodating their cart inside, complete with a dedicated stable and fodder, making their stay convenient. The 6 of them booked 2 adjacent rooms, making it easier to look after each other in the evening. After moving their belongings inside, they regrouped and set off to the largest store in the city, the Friendship Store. Although Lung County town wasn't large, it had a population of 2,000 to 3,000. While it couldn't compare to major cities like Harbin or Changchun, it was still much better than subordinate cities like Mudanjiang, and the store had a fairly complete range of goods. During the afternoon, they mainly wandered around to check prices and buy some small items. After dinner, Li Weidong also took them to watch a movie before returning to the guest house to rest. The next day dawned. Li Weidong and Lin San harnessed the cart to sell 5 wolf pelts and 1 bear pelt, along with bear bile and bear paws. Mangzi and Deshang followed Huang Guizhi and Su Na to help carry their things. In previous years, Li Weidong and Lin San had sold furs, but they had done so less frequently in the county town, having found a fur shop they had collaborated with before. After some bargaining, they received 80 yuan for the 5 wolf pelts and 32 yuan for the bear pelt, totaling 112 yuan. Bear bile can be used in medicine, so they needed to find a good pharmacy. In northeast China, there were businesses that purchased medicinal materials year-round, supplying major pharmacies like Tongrentang and Larentang in the capital. As long as the quality was good, they usually offered higher prices than those small pharmacies. The public bear they caught was quite large, resulting in a correspondingly large bear bile, and because it was freshly harvested, its quality was top-notch. The buyer didn't waste time. He handed over 100 yuan directly. Lin San still intended to sell the 4 bear paws at a decent restaurant, but Li Weidong stopped him. Sangu, we can't sell these bear paws to a restaurant. We would lose out. If we don't sell them to a restaurant, then who should we sell them to? Lin San asked in confusion. Just follow me. Li Weidong pulled Lin San along the road toward a distant unit. Lung County's main pillar industries are 3: coal, forestry, and agriculture. These 3 industries have driven the economic development of the entire Lung County. Although the mining and forestry areas are out in the mountains beyond the county town, many administrative units and supporting factories for these industries are located in the city. If they wanted to get a good price for the bear paws, they needed to seek out the right people here. The 2 arrived at the entrance of the Lung County coal mine unit, and Li Weidong took out a cigarette and headed straight for the guard. At that time, any factory guard was quite formidable. Although they belonged to the security department, their names were recorded in the 6 gates. If there was a task that required assistance, personnel from the security departments of various enterprises could be directly drawn upon. The key point was that security personnel in each factory at that time were armed, far more impressive than the security guards of later generations who only wore uniforms. What do you want? The security personnel questioned as Li Weidong and Lin Sen approached. Hello, comrade. We're not bad people. I'm a youth from Xuanhuan in Lung County, and we came here to buy some coal and wanted to ask you for directions. If you want to buy coal, go to the coal store. What are you doing here? Li Weidong continued to smile, handing over his youth certificate with a box of cigarettes underneath it. We don't have that much money. Isn't it cheaper to buy directly from the mine? Please help us with directions. The gatekeeper probably didn't engage in such matters. Quietly, he pocketed the cigarettes handed over by Li Weidong. Do you have a coal ticket? Li Weidong chuckled. If I had one, would I trouble you for directions? That's a tough one. Oh, without a coal ticket, who would dare sell to you? Li Weidong took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and shoved it into the man's pocket, saying, Big brother, we are not bad people. We just need some coal to warm up at the youth station. Please help us out. You need to find Director Wang from the procurement department. He has some unplanned coal. Just wait here. When the person in charge gets off work, he'll give you a heads up. Whether it works out is up to you. Oh, I can't help with anything. All right then, if you give me a heads up, it's a done deal. Thank you, big brother. After that, the gatekeeper no longer paid attention to Li Weidong, while the two of them drove the cart to the opposite side of the factory gate and waited there. Can this really work, Dongzi? Lin Sen asked. Don't worry, San Gubit will definitely work. Once we meet Director Wang, not only can we sell our bear paws for a good price, but we will surely be able to buy coal at the cheapest price in the future, even for free. Li Weidong said confidently. Is it really that exaggerated? Absolutely. These people have great power. Oh, just wait and see. He was very familiar with such operations. Back in his hometown Shirshir, his father was a production director, and every year he managed to acquire low-price cloth, with people coming to seek him out in droves. And this wasn't even the procurement or logistics departments, where the leaders wielded even greater power. A slight leak from them would be enough for Li Weidong and his companions to feast. The two of them waited at the gate until the sun began to set, and the closing bell rang from the factory. Coal mine workers gradually started to get off work, and at this moment Li Weidong and his companion focused their attention, closely watching the gatekeeper and the employees coming out. After waiting for about half an hour, fewer people came out, and then a middle-aged man in a cadre uniform, somewhat plump, rode a bicycle out of the factory. After the gatekeeper greeted him, he waved at Li Weidong and his friend, indicating that this was the person. Li Weidong responded with a clear gesture. Then they followed the cart behind him. They certainly couldn't stop him at the factory gate with so many people watching. It wasn't convenient at all. After walking for a bit, once the man turned onto a less crowded side road, Li Weidong patted the horse's rear, urging it to catch up with Director Wang. Oh, is that you, Director Wang? As the cart passed by, Li Weidong looked at him and pretended to be surprised. Director Wang looked at Li Weidong and his companion with confusion. Who are you two? You must be a person of importance, easily forgetful. I'm Li Weidong, and this is Lin Sainer. We met a couple of years ago when I delivered wild game to the factory. You don't remember? Director Wang still looked puzzled. Really? Yes, we might not have been very noticeable back then. Are you off work now? Director Wang genuinely had no memory of it, but as a department head, how could he remember who delivered wild game to the factory 2 years ago? Since someone recognized him, it indicated that it indeed happened, so he nodded. Yes, I'm off work. What brings you here? We hunted a bear in the mountains a few days ago. We sold the bear gallbladder and skin to the collectors, and now we still have 4 bear paws. The collectors offered too low a price, so we thought of selling them in the city. You two are mountain hunters. Yes, every winter my buddies and I go into the mountains to hunt, to earn some extra money to support our families. By the way, Director Wang, would you like some? If you want, I can give you a discount. Bear paws are always a valuable item, and acquiring them is quite difficult. Otherwise, how could they be on the list of famous dishes? In the past, without rapid-fire weapons, no hunter would dare to provoke a bear without cause. Usually, hunting a bear involved setting traps or digging pitfalls. Now, even with firearms, at least 2 or 3 people are needed to hunt. Doing it alone is still very dangerous. Director Wang seemed to be somewhat tempted. As the procurement director of the coal mine, he usually had access to just about anything. However, such mountain delicacies were not easy to come by. Even if he bought them, they wouldn't be for himself. They would be for the factory's reception or to give to his superiors. Can I see the goods first? Li Weidong signaled to Lin San, who directly brought over the bundle containing the bear paws from the cart, saying, Here, take a look, leader. 4 large, thick bear paws with long claws were presented before Director Wang. After looking at the goods, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. They look good. How much do you plan to sell them for? Li Weidong chuckled. How can I quote a price in front of you? Just set the price, leader. Director Wang looked at Li Weidong in surprise. Aren't you afraid that I might offer you a low price and you'll be at a loss? How could that be? You are a leader of such a large factory, you wouldn't let us suffer. Even if we did lose, we would accept it. We just hope you can give us opportunities to deliver wild game to the factory in the future. Oh, so you were waiting for me here. Alright, since you said that I'll give you this opportunity. For these 4 bear paws, I'll offer you 50 yuan each. In the future, if you catch any game, send it to the factory. I'll buy it at the highest market price. How does that sound? To be honest, a price of 50 yuan each can't be considered high, but it's certainly not low either. Among the 4 bear paws, only 2 front paws are genuinely valuable, with the left front paw being the most prized. This is because bears always use their left front paw to grab food, so the palm is often smeared with various wild fruit juices, honey, or animal blood. After eating, they have a habit of licking their left paw. This makes the bear's left paw more tender and thus more valuable. If sold individually, it could fetch 70 to 80 or even 100 yuan. However, the price for the rest would drop. If averaged out, it might not even reach 50 yuan each, so Director Wang's offer isn't low. Li Weidong nodded repeatedly. No problem, we'll go with your price. In the future, please take care of us 2 brothers. If you need any wild game, just let us know, and we'll find a way to get it for you. Great, then it's settled. Come with me to get the money, and leave me an address. If I need anything, I'll have someone contact you. Following Director Wang back to his home, the 2 didn't go inside, but waited at the door. After receiving the money and leaving the address, they happily returned to the guest house. They were delighted, but Mangzi and De Chengzi had suffered all day. One must never underestimate a woman's passion for shopping. Huang Guizhi and Su Na began their day early, and once they entered the department store, they did not stop moving. If they were just buying, it would be one thing, but more often than not, the 2 of them wandered without making any purchases, while Mangzi and De Chengzi trailed behind them all day. They dared not utter a single complaint, for when they left in the morning, Li Weidong and Lin Sainer had specifically instructed them to behave and not cause any trouble. The 2 of them held it in all day. It wasn't until the afternoon, after Huang Guizhi and Su Na had explored the entire mall, that they began to make purchases, and once they started, it was hard to stop. Though Huang Guizhi didn't have much money on her, as Lin Sainer and the others had yet to sell their items, the funds at their disposal were limited. However, Su Na had plenty of cash on hand. She pulled out a thick wad of money from her small bag, stating that they could use her money for now and settle up later. As a result, the 2 managed to purchase nearly everything they needed for the wedding over the course of the day. The only items left unpurchased were due to Mangzi and De Chengzi being unable to carry so many things. Upon returning to the guest house, Huang Guizhi and Su Na were very happy, while Mangzi and De Chengzi felt frustrated, collapsing onto the bed to rest. They saw Li Weidong and Lin Sainer come back. Mangzi quickly sat up and complained, "Third brother Dongzi, can you follow them tomorrow? This is exhausting. I've never seen anyone who can walk this much. It's even more tiring than hunting in the mountains." "Ha ha ha, you can't handle it. Aren't you supposed to be looking for a partner? Consider this an early experience." Li Weidong replied with a laugh. "No way, I don't want this experience. If she were my partner, I would accept it, but accompanying your partner's shopping is simply unbearable. I'm definitely not doing this tomorrow." De Chengzi chimed in, "Exactly. I've accompanied my partner shopping before, but never like those 2. I don't want to go tomorrow either." Li Weidong had known this would be the outcome. If it were other girls shopping, they would likely lose interest after a while, especially when they lacked money and felt insecure. But Su Na was different. Given her family background, she certainly had no shortage of money, and having experienced life in a city like Shanghai, she was well accustomed to it. After being cooped up in the village for so long, she was determined to enjoy herself in the city. Huang Guizhi was merely there to accompany her. However, Mangzi and De Chengzi had to follow along, as Li Weidong and the others still had unfinished business. They had sold their goods, but Lin Sainer still needed to buy a hunting rifle. Originally, they planned to sell these items and then buy the rifle, but they had to wait for Chief Wang from the coal mine, which meant they only accomplished this today. They would have to wait until tomorrow to buy the gun. Tomorrow, you 2 can accompany them for half the day. In the afternoon, I'll let you have some free time to wander around. Sound good? Li Weidong reassured them. "Dongzi, you better stick to your word, no backing out." "Don't worry, I won't back out. Tomorrow morning, Sainer and I will go buy the gun, and after that we'll swap with you 2 in the afternoon." Li Weidong nodded seriously. Mangzi and De Chengzi finally agreed. Now that they had some money, they needed to plan how to use it wisely. He called Huang Guizhi and Su Na over, and the 6 of them sat in the room, laying out the money they had earned today on the table. Li Weidong didn't let Lin Sainer take action, but instead reached for the money himself. "We made 112 from selling the hides, 100 from the bear bile, and 200 for the 4 bear paws, totaling 412 yuan. Then Li Weidong counted out 230 yuan and set it aside. "This 230 yuan is for Sainer to buy the hunting rifle and ammunition, and we'll go buy it tomorrow." The remaining 182 yuan is for Saner to buy items needed for the wedding, as well as money for the banquet. Mangzi and Chengzi, do you have any objections? No objections, it's decided. Mangzi and De Chengzi quickly nodded. Lin Saner spoke up from the side, Dongzi, we won't need that much money. We have food at home, and in the city we just need to buy some sunflower seeds and peanuts, and some household items. 30 to 50 yuan would be enough. So deduct the money you owe me for the tickets. The rest should be shared with Mangzi and the others. We've been out for so many days, and we can't go back home without bringing any money. No need, third brother, we still have wheat. With 200 jin of wheat, my parents will be thrilled and won't care about money. Mangzi laughed, and De Chengzi nodded in agreement, exactly, third brother. If it weren't for you and Dongzi Mangzi, and I wouldn't have earned those 200 jin of wheat. You can keep the money. Li Weidong shared the same sentiment, as they had all earned it through hunting and hadn't taken it from their own pockets. Right, third brother, I'll take out the money for the tickets, and you keep the rest. In the future we'll need money for living expenses. We three don't need that much money. Lin Saner pondered for a moment. If he didn't accept, it might hurt their brotherly bond, but he wasn't one to take advantage. All right, I'll take the money, but consider it a loan from my brothers. I'll pay it back slowly once I save enough. If you agree, I'll use it. If not, I can't take it. Fine, it's settled then. Whenever you can pay it back, it's fine, no need to rush. Afterward, Li Weidong took out 60 yuan from the 182 yuan. All right, this should be enough. Is this sufficient? Dongzi, don't shortchange yourself by spending your own money. This should be on me for my wedding. You shouldn't have to contribute. Li Weidong chuckled, standing up and going to the bedside to grab his backpack, pulling out a stack of tickets. How could I let myself lose out? Do you know how many tickets I brought back from the youth point? Over 100. The ones I'm giving you are less than half of that. These tickets are mostly for things they wanted, and many were bought with my own money. How could I let myself lose out? Lin Saner finally felt relieved. As long as you're not losing out, that's good. I just worry that you won't mention it and end up covering for me. Tickets don't have a fixed price. Some places are expensive, while others are cheap, especially for nationwide tickets. If they return to Shishir or Beijing, the price would be at least double compared to Lung County. Thus, even if he distributed some to Lin Saner, Li Weidong wouldn't lose out. Moreover, he still had plenty left. Li Weidong retained over half of various tickets, keeping the most valuable watch ticket for himself, intending to use it tomorrow. Li Weidong inquired again about how much he spent on purchases from Su Na today, and from the remaining money, he planned to return the portion given by Su Na. He then said to Su Na, I will give you the list and money for the items that the people at our educated youth station need shortly. Tomorrow morning, let Mangzi and the others accompany you. Buy what you can, and for what you cannot buy, we will go together in the afternoon after I return. Su Na nodded. Okay, I understand. After discussing everything, there was nothing more for the day, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. As soon as the sun rose the next day, Li Weidong and Lin Saner headed out again. Their main goal today was to buy a hunting rifle. Following Li Weidong's suggestion, Lin Saner chose the same Eagle brand double-barreled hunting rifle as Li Weidong. At this time, there were quite a few brands of hunting rifles available, such as Eagle brand, Tiger Head brand, May brand, Squirrel brand, and so on. The prices of hunting rifles varied, ranging from single-barreled rifles costing around 70 to 80 coins to double-barreled rifles costing over 200 coins, mainly depending on the quality. The Eagle brand rifles also came in single-barreled and double-barreled options, with the single-barreled being cheaper, costing less than 100 coins, while the double-barreled was considerably more expensive, with the gun itself priced at 200 coins and 30 coins for 100 rounds of ammunition. However, the craftsmanship was excellent and the structure was simple and durable, making it one of the most produced hunting rifles at present. Li Weidong suggested this because if Lin Saner bought this rifle, they would both have rifles with the same caliber, allowing them to share ammunition. When hunting, if either of them ran out of bullets, they could exchange ammunition. Although individuals are not prohibited from owning guns, purchasing from a gun shop still requires an introduction letter from the village. This had already been arranged by the village before they left. After presenting the introduction letter, they registered, paid, and quickly received the hunting rifle and ammunition. Next, they had to do one more thing: register at the Liaishaman. Only after obtaining the firearm certificate could they be considered legal gun owners. By the time all the procedures were completed, it was already around noon. The two did not eat out, but went directly to the mall to meet up with Su Na and the others. On the way, they stopped by the post office to mail letters that they and the educated youth had entrusted to them. Perhaps having heard the complaints from Mangzi and the others last night, Su Na and Huang Guizhi did not take them along for too long this morning, and even when shopping, they did not let them follow, instead arranging for them to find a place to sit and wait. The items they needed to buy primarily included things for girls: soap towels, clam oil combs, hair ties, small mirrors, and so on. Of course, the items girls need every month are also indispensable. Although there are no small angels yet, finished products are available. The price for these is not cheap at 50 cents each, which can be reused, and they can be filled with sanitary napkins or medical sanitary pads. The girls in the village are not so particular and mostly make their own, but the educated youth are used to using finished products. Suna and the others were buying these not only for themselves, but also for the over 10 girls at the educated youth station, who all entrusted Suna to bring back some for them. Although each item is small, the total adds up to quite a lot. Since these items were for girls, the two felt embarrassed to have Mangzi and De Chungzi follow them, so they had to leave them at the mall entrance to wait. After all, the mall had heating, so they were not worried about getting cold. When Li Weidong and the others arrived, they saw Mangzi and the others sitting bored on a bench at the mall entrance. "What are you two doing here? Where are Su Na and the others?" Mangzi, almost falling asleep from boredom, pointed upstairs upon seeing Li Weidong and Lin Sainer. "They are on the second floor buying things for women and didn't let us follow." "Have you finished shopping?" Lin Sainer patted the long canvas bag hanging from his shoulder. "Yes, we already bought everything. We just completed the registration and came to find you." "Really?" Mangzi's eyes lit up immediately. "San Gu, let us see it." "What are you looking at? This is not the place to take it out. What if someone gets scared?" "We'll talk about it when we get back." Lin Sainer naturally refused. "I just want to see a little peek. Not taking it out." Mangzi didn't want to miss this opportunity. Li Weidong laughed, saying, "Good, just take them to a nearby place where no one is around to let them have a look, otherwise they'll keep bothering you. They'll just go up to find them." "All right then, we'll wait for you here." Lin Sainer found the two's eagerness amusing and nodded in agreement, leading them away. Li Weidong stepped forward and ascended the stairs. The second floor of the mall mainly sold products besides women's items, also more valuable goods, such as bicycles, radios, watches, finished clothing, leather shoes, and the like. After walking around a bit, he spotted Su Na and Huang Guizhi selecting items at the daily necessities counter with two large bags at their feet, indicating they had bought quite a bit. Having found them, Li Weidong did not rush over, but turned to the watch counter. "Hello, comrade, what brands of men's watches do you have?" "Shanghai brand, Beijing brand, Seagull brand, and there are also Diamond brand and Peacock brand. Which one do you want? The prices are different for each. Please take out the Shanghai brand for me to have a look. Did you bring the watch ticket?" The salesperson looked at Li Weidong. If he didn't have a watch ticket, the service attitude would probably change. Li Weidong nodded and took out the watch ticket from his wallet. "I have it with me. Please take it out for me to see how much is it." "This one is model 581. This one is model 611, both priced at 90 coins. This is the new model one, priced at 120 coins. Which one do you want?" The salesperson quickly took out 3 watches and placed them on the counter. Li Weidong couldn't tell the differences among the 3 as they looked quite similar, but he figured the model one must be pricier for a reason. In any case, he had enough money, so he told the salesperson, "Then give me the one for 120 coins. The salesperson, probably never having seen someone as decisive as Li Weidong, was taken aback, as she had never encountered this person before. In less than 2 minutes since his first visit, he wanted to purchase one. "Are you sure you want this? I will issue the ticket." The salesperson asked again. Li Weidong nodded. "Yes, this one will do." "Where do I pay?" "The cash register is over there. Wait a moment while I prepare the ticket. After you pay with the ticket, come back to collect the watch." The salesperson pointed in a direction and quickly prepared the ticket. After Li Weidong paid at the cash register and returned, he immediately put the watch on his wrist, placing the box in his shoulder bag. Walking proudly towards the daily necessities counter where Su Na and the others were amidst the surprised gaze of the salesperson. "What did you buy? Have you finished yet?" Li Weidong asked softly behind Su Na. Unexpectedly, Su Na let out a startled scream. As the old saying goes, people can scare each other to death. Although Li Weidong did not intend to frighten Su Na when he approached, she was deeply focused on selecting the items she wanted to buy. His sudden approach startled Su Na, and when she turned to see it was Li Weidong, she patted her chest and exclaimed, "Oh, you scared me to death, you annoying person." Li Weidong laughed heartily. "Who knew you were so timid? I didn't mean to scare you. Then you came over without making a sound. Isn't it because you were too absorbed in your selection? Have you almost finished buying everything?" Su Na nodded, pointing at the bag by her feet. "I've selected almost everything, just this little bit left. Are you all done on your side?" "Yes, we are all done. Next we just need to focus on shopping. Have you bought your bedding and winter clothes?" "Not yet. We didn't know how to choose, so we wanted to wait for you to return and go together." Indeed, both Su Na and Huang Guizhi were from the south, and it was quite challenging for them to select suitable winter clothes for the current temperature. "All right, you continue to pick. I'm going to smoke a cigarette over there. Call me when you're done, and I'll come over to help you carry things. After lunch we can come back to continue shopping." The advantage of shopping in a mall now is that there aren't so many rules. They could smoke not just in open areas, but even in front of the counters without any problem. However, they still needed to be cautious in places selling fabrics and clothes. If they burned anything, they would have to compensate. Once they finished selecting, Li Weidong went over carrying 2 large bags and joined them downstairs to meet Lin Sainer and the others. They put the items back in their guest house room and had lunch at a restaurant nearby. Afterward, they returned to the department store for more shopping. By the end of the afternoon, they had purchased everything they needed. However, it was getting late and returning home would definitely take until midnight, so they had to stay another night at the guest house. To celebrate and reward everyone, Li Weidong and Lin Sainer decided to treat everyone to a nice meal that evening, so they ordered hot pot at a restaurant next to the guest house, preparing some lamb, vermicelli, frozen tofu, and cabbage. That night, they enjoyed hot pot in the guest house room, accompanied by 2 bottles of liquor, drinking heartily and preparing to return home the next morning. The journey back went smoothly as it was daytime, and there were many people together, so no wild animals dared to provoke them. After 2 or 3 hours, the cart successfully returned to Bago village. They unloaded everything needed for Lin Sainer's wedding while the rest remained in the cart. Li Weidong planned to head straight back to Xuanhuan today without wasting another day here. Originally, they had planned to leave right away, but Lin Sainer's parents insisted they have lunch at home first. As a result, they ended up drinking again during lunch. By the time he and Su Na were heading back, it was already around 4 o'clock and the sky was dimming. Dongzi, you've had quite a bit to drink. Why don't you just stay until tomorrow? There's plenty of space to sleep at home. Lin Sainer urged him to stay. Li Weidong waved his hand. It's fine, I haven't drunk too much. You know my alcohol tolerance. It's only about an hour back. As long as I take it slow, it won't be a problem. Don't worry. By the way, Sing-gu, hand me the processed wolf skin. Suna's dormitory bedding is a bit thin, and I've promised to make her a wolf skin blanket. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll go get it. When Lin Sainer came out of the storage room, he was not only holding the wolf skin, but also a few sheets of pristine rabbit fur. He handed them directly to Li Weidong, saying, "This is the wolf skin. I happen to have a few sheets of rabbit fur here as well, which would be great for making Suna some gloves or a scarf. I'll give those to you too." Thanks, Sing-gu. Let's go. Li Weidong called for Suna to get in the cart, ensuring she bundled up the bedding properly, then hopped onto the driver's seat, cracking the whip as the horses trotted off. At first, there was no feeling of discomfort, and Li Weidong and Su Na were chatting and laughing. However, after a while, the cold wind hit him, and Li Weidong began to feel the effects of the alcohol. His eyelids couldn't help but start to droop. Seeing Li Weidong fall silent, Su Na also ceased talking, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, gazing at Li Weidong's back in a daze, lost in her own thoughts. As the saying goes, old horses know the way. Li Weidong dozed off in the cart, but the horse continued along the road toward home without needing to be directed. Just past halfway, as the cart passed through a dense forest, the horse suddenly became restless and quickened its pace. Li Weidong did not feel much of a change, and Su Na, not understanding the situation, did not notice anything unusual. At this moment, wolves had already been watching them from the forest, but they had not yet acted. The horse sensed the unusual danger and quickened its speed. As the cart passed, a wolf suddenly leaped out from the forest behind them, running alongside the cart. In the woods beside the cart, several shadows flashed by quickly. Li Weidong was still dozing, but when the horse neighed loudly and the cart suddenly came to a halt, he opened his eyes and hurriedly checked the situation. To his shock, he saw a wolf standing in the middle of the road ahead, blocking their path. Looking back, he noticed another wolf about 20 to 30 meters behind the cart, standing in the road and staring at them. Just by their boldness in blocking the cart, Li Weidong could tell that there were definitely more wolves in the surrounding forest, and it wouldn't be less than 2. This situation was becoming troublesome. If it were just him and Lin Sainer, or even Mangzi and the others, 3 to 5 wolves wouldn't scare them at all. But now Su Na was sitting in the back, and it wasn't that he looked down on women. In such a dangerous situation, women were at a disadvantage. They couldn't possibly fend off a wolf by themselves. Instead, Li Weidong had to divert his energy to protect her. While the situation was dangerous, it wasn't yet critical. He still had a gun at hand with about 20 bullets left, which was enough to handle the situation. Moreover, they were in the cart, which made them a cohesive unit. If the wolves wanted to attack, they would have to be cautious. The main concern now was that he had nearly fallen asleep earlier and had no idea how far they were from the village. If he urged the cart back, would the wolf pack come to attack the horses? If the horse got spooked, it would be far more dangerous than facing the wolves. A cart overturning was much worse. Li Weidong grabbed the hunting rifle hanging at the side with one hand, tightened his grip on the horse's reins with the other, and turned to Su Na, shouting, "Cover your head with the blanket, lock your body in place, and hold on tight. Don't come out unless I call for you." Suna noticed the wolves behind them at this point and asked with a trembling voice, "Are those wolves?" Li Weidong loaded the bullets and turned to Suna with a grin saying, "That's right, it's a wolf. You are quite lucky to encounter one on your first outing with me. At this time you can still smile. What should we do now?" Suna clearly was not prepared for this situation. After arriving at Weidong, she only heard people say that there are many wild animals here, especially wolves, and that they could encounter them at any time. However, since she came here, she had hardly left the village. This time, after running for a few days, she still hadn't seen one and thought people were exaggerating. But now they really encountered one. It's fine if it comes to it, it'll just throw you down. With your delicate skin, the wolf will definitely love to eat you. Li Weidong joked. A hint of panic flashed in Suna's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She knew Li Weidong was just teasing her and wouldn't actually do such a thing. You're just trying to scare me, how annoying. Haha, then you better wrap yourself up tightly and hold on tight. If the horse runs and throws you off, you really will be wolf food. Upon hearing this, Suna quickly reached out to grab the rope tied to the things beside her, securely fastening herself in the carriage. Li Weidong gave a shake of the reins, tapping the horse's rear with the gun, prompting the cart to move forward. Although the horse was somewhat frightened, it took a step forward with the push from its rider. The wolf, blocking the path in front, likely sensed that the horse was not scared and continued to move forward, feeling provoked. When the cart was about 10 to 20 meters away, the wolf not only did not retreat, but instead lunged at the horse. At the same time, Li Weidong's gun also fired. Bang! The wolf suddenly leaped high, tucking its tail and darting into the nearby woods. However, the horse could not take it anymore. Even with Li Weidong controlling it, it neighed in fright and bolted. A horse startled like this would generally not stop until it exhausted its energy, unless a particularly experienced handler could control the frightened beast. Clearly, Li Weidong did not have that ability. Over the years, he had only learned to drive a horse cart, and while he could manage it, he wasn't particularly skilled. In this situation, even if he had immense strength, it wouldn't help. He couldn't just jump over and grab the horse's neck to stop it, especially not with wolves trailing behind. The front was clear, but the wolves behind were still closely following. In fact, there were not one but three of them now, and they were running at a speed that was not slower than the cart, perhaps even faster. Li Weidong glanced back occasionally. Just as he saw there was still some distance, he turned back to control the horse, and when he looked again, one of the wolves had already leaped onto the cart. About to lunge forward, Suna screamed in panic. Li Weidong, it's climbing up." "Stop screaming, I see it," Li Weidong replied, and immediately swung his gun, pulling the trigger at the wolf. However, at such a close distance, with the cart bouncing violently, Li Weidong's aim was not precise. A slight movement could easily cause the bullet to stray. The wolf was startled, suddenly darting to the side and falling off the cart. Li Weidong was busy barely managing to control the horse's direction to prevent it from straying off the path, or it could easily tip over. At the same time, he had to keep an eye on the situation behind and on both sides. If a wolf caught up, he would fire a shot to slow it down. With only 2 bullets left in the gun, he had to find time to reload while controlling the cart. The cart sped down the main road, and when the horse finally exhausted its strength and stopped, Li Weidong looked around and had no idea where they were. However, according to the time, they had been running for quite a while and should be very close to the village. Looking back, it seemed that his previous shots had worked. The wolves had not followed them. At this moment, Li Weidong let out a sigh of relief. He took out a cigarette and lit it, asking Suna in the back of the cart, "Are you okay?" Suna was almost faint from fear. She had never experienced such thrilling events in her life. Facing those intruders in her home, they were still human after all, and although she was scared, she was somewhat prepared. But this time was different. She was facing a startled horse cart and the relentless pursuit of wolves. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by wolves. Suna did not respond to Li Weidong's question, still immersed in the memory of the wolf that had jumped onto the cart, its gaping, bloodied mouth. Li Weidong thought Suna was injured or had a problem, so he quickly threw the cigarette onto the snow and turned to the cart, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her up. Suna, are you okay?" Being shaken, Suna finally came back to her senses. Looking at Li Weidong in front of her, she couldn't help but open her arms and hugged him tightly, bursting into tears. For a moment, Li Weidong didn't know what to do, so he just opened his arms and let her hold him. After a while, he heard Suna ask through her tears, "Li Weidong, are we safe now?" "Yes, we are safe now. There's no need to be afraid, I'm here, right? If the horse hadn't been startled, those few young wolves wouldn't be enough for me to handle." "You are just bragging. How come you were so nervous earlier?" "I was just worried about you. If you got bitten by a wolf, I'd be in big trouble. If such a beautiful girl were to be bitten by a wolf, it would ruin her looks, and how could she find a partner and get married later?" Li Weidong joked, trying to ease Su Na's emotions. But he forgot that in such moments women tend to develop a stronger sense of dependence on men. What he meant to be comforting turned into Su Na's ears, as if Li Weidong liked her and was worried about her getting hurt, desperately protecting her. Many thoughts instantly filled Su Na's mind, but she chose the reply she deemed most suitable. If I really get disfigured, I'll rely on you. Li Weidong laughed. That won't do. You didn't choose me when you were perfectly fine, and now you want to rely on me after getting disfigured. I won't fall for that. Now that I'm fine, if I rely on you, do you want me? Of course, as long as you're willing to be with me, I definitely want you. Who wouldn't want such a beautiful wife? Su Na's little face turned red instantly, and she hugged Li Weidong's broad shoulder even tighter. Then can't you hold me? Li Weidong glanced down at his open arms, hesitated for a moment, but then closed them, pulling her into his embrace and gently patting her back. After a long while, the two finally separated. Li Weidong sighed. Am I considered to have accidentally found a partner now? Su Na had not anticipated that their relationship would develop so quickly. Just a few days ago, she had thought that if she were to date Li Weidong, his capabilities would allow her to live a stable life here. Originally, her plan was to take her time to understand the situation, since she felt stable for the moment and could afford to wait to see if they were truly suitable for each other before moving forward. However, she did not expect the relationship to be confirmed so soon. Yet she understood that during dangerous times, established relationships often become even more solid. Although the danger might only be perceived by her at this moment, Li Weidong would surely not reject her. Thus, Su Na boldly expressed her feelings, and indeed Li Weidong did not disappoint her. Still, Su Na felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that Li Weidong's earlier words might have been just a joke. She looked up at him and said, "You might not understand my family's situation very well. I am the child of a capitalist, so if you think my background will hold you back, then let's just pretend nothing happened." Li Weidong laughed heartily. "Do you really think I would worry about that? What if I do? I belong to the black 5 categories now. If you choose to be with me, it might affect your future job prospects in the city. Aren't you afraid?" "What do I have to be afraid of? Right now I find hunting and living this way quite satisfying. Are you afraid of living this tough life with me?" Su Na smiled softly. "I feel the same way. As long as I can live steadily, I am already very content and dare not wish for more." "Then that settles it. As long as I am here, no one will harm you." "Yes, I believe you." Su Na nodded heavily, wrapping her arms around Li Weidong's waist and gently closing her eyes. Li Weidong was taken aback, realizing he had this kind of benefit too. Why would he hold back? It didn't matter if Su Na was calculating. What did it have to do with him? What could she possibly calculate? She merely wanted him to protect her. As for future matters, that was for later, and there was no need to overthink it now. He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her tender lips, pressing softly a few times before plunging into a deep kiss. Despite being surrounded by ice and snow, their hearts burned with passion. After a long while, they finally parted. Li Weidong reached out to adjust Su Na's hat and said, "All right, let's not freeze here any longer. We should head back. There are many days ahead, no need to rush." Su Na's face flushed with embarrassment at his words. She lightly punched his arm and said, "You're so annoying." This time she did not sit in the cart, but wrapped herself in a blanket and sat in the driver's seat with Li Weidong. As the cart slowly made its way back, Li Weidong occasionally turned to glance at Su Na. "Focus on driving. Why do you keep looking at me?" "Because you're handsome. Before we were just ordinary friends, so I couldn't look at you too much, but now that you're my boyfriend, of course I can look as much as I want." "All right, then look at me as much as you want." Su Na was quite confident about her appearance. "By the way, you mentioned your family is capitalist. How big are they?" Li Weidong asked curiously. Su Na was unsure how to assess her family's size. "I don't know. My family is in the tea business, and we have tea plantations in Shi Mountain, Taihu, and Jinshan. Since the time of my great-grandfather, our family has had a shop in the Magic City. By the time of my grandfather and father, we have at least a century's history." "Wow, your family's business is quite significant. But what use is that?" "Now it's no longer ours. My parents are ordinary workers in a tea factory, living a life filled with anxiety. At this stage, being able to keep their jobs and live peacefully at home was already quite good. Many people were working in remote areas." "Do you have any other siblings?" "I have an older sister and a younger brother. My sister is currently in Inner Mongolia, and my brother is still young, attending elementary school in the Magic City. I wonder how they are doing now." Li Weidong took Su Na's hand gently and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine in the future. Once it gets warmer here, I'll take you to Inner Mongolia to see your sister." Su Na's eyes lit up. "Can we really do that?" "Of course. There's nothing stopping us as long as we inform the team in advance. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything then." As the cart approached the village, Su Na suddenly remembered something. and said to Li Weidong, I need to clarify something with you. This coat I'm wearing was lent to me by Zhang Yong. I offered to pay him, but he refused. I've never had any such intentions towards him, so please don't misunderstand. Li Weidong had known about this for a long time. Previously, when he and Su Na had no relationship, it wasn't his business. And it was normal for a beautiful girl to have admirers. But things were different now. Having confirmed their relationship, he felt he had to express something. I know about this and won't take it to heart. Just return the coat to me when we get back, and I'll return it to him. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. Su Na nodded. Okay, when we get back to the dorm, I'll take it off and give it to you. The cart drove straight into the youth station. At this time it was still early. Although it was already dark, it was only a little past 6. This is typical in northeast China. In winter the sun sets around 4, and by 4:30 it's completely dark. Li Weidong and Su Na walked slowly, chatting, and being overly affectionate delayed them a bit, which was why they returned at this time. Otherwise they would have arrived much earlier. As soon as the cart entered the yard, the people inside heard the noise and came out to greet them. Weidong, Su Na, you're back. The two groups of young people surrounded them. They were actually more concerned about whether they had brought back what they needed. Li Weidong smiled and pointed to the wooden boxes in the cart. The things we wanted are all in here. These 2 boxes are for us guys, and those 2 are for the girls. Come on, a few guys help unload the boxes and girls help them carry it inside. We'll sort everything out once we're in. Young man team leader Sun Yongping called for people to come over and untie the ropes and move the items. Li Weidong and Su Na were surrounded by the 2 groups back to their respective dormitories. Naturally, Su Na took charge of distributing the items for the girls, while Li Weidong handled the boys. After most of the items had been distributed, Li Weidong noticed Yang Ai Min was not present, so he asked, where's Yang Ai Min? He hasn't been around these days. That guy got married. He should be at his wife's house right now. Didn't he tell you? Sun Yongping replied. Li Weidong realized the situation. Before leaving, he had reminded Yang Ai Min to hurry and get the marriage certificate. Once they had the certificate, no one would dare to gossip about them. This way there would be a reasonable explanation for the child in Zhang Hongmei's belly. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite quick, having already obtained the certificate, and it seemed that the whole village already knew. Oh, I know about this. Among the things he bought are items needed for the wedding. Li Weidong nodded. You really know about this? Sun Yongping was somewhat surprised. What do you think he is thinking? Why would he want to marry a widow with 2 children? That's just Eamon's choice. He likes Zhang Hongmei. No one can change that as long as he feels good about it. The other educated youth in the room started discussing, as well some expressing regret, others enjoying the gossip, while some commented on how widows understand men. Gradually the topic began to stray from normal conversation, shifting to discussing what type of woman is better. Just as they were chatting excitedly, a knock sounded at the door. Everyone stopped talking. Sun Yongping quickly interrupted, as discussing relationships openly in public during this era could lead to trouble. The people in the room quickly shut their mouths, all eyes turning to the door. Sun Yongping walked over and opened it. It's Su Na. Is there something you need? Could you please call Li Weidong out for a moment? Sun Yongping turned to Li Weidong. She's looking for you. Li Weidong set down what he was holding and walked over, saying to Su Na, have you finished distributing everything over there? Yes, it's all done. Here, this coat is for you. Please return it to Zhang Yong. Li Weidong reached out to take it. All right, then you can go back now. Remember to put the wolf skin under your mattress at night so you don't get cold. Okay, I got it, or I'll be going now. As the 2 conversed, Sun Yongping stood by the door, clearly able to see their movements and expressions as well as hear their conversation. After Su Na left, he curiously looked at Li Weidong. Wait a minute, Dongzi, you 2 seem to have something going on. Li Weidong chuckled, but did not answer directly. Instead, he returned to the room holding the coat and approached Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, this is the coat Su Na borrowed from you. Now that she has no new one, she's returning it. Thank you for helping her before. Zhang Yong, a Beijing native, stood about 175 centimeters tall, looking quite sturdy, with distinct facial features. Among the male educated youth, he was considered one of the better-looking ones. He had some money and was quite eloquent, thus he was well-liked among the educated youth. However, he tended to chat with girls during his free time. When Su Na arrived, he immediately took notice of her. He noticed that she lacked sufficient warm clothing and lent her his spare cotton coat, hoping to use this opportunity to get closer. However, he did not expect that Su Na would return the coat through Li Weidong. For a moment, he was unsure of what Su Na meant by this, whether she felt embarrassed or if there was some other reason, but he did not show it. He reached out to take it. No need to be polite. We are all educated youth at the same place, and we should help each other. But that doesn't mean you can help me for free. Li Weidong turned and walked towards his cabinet, unlocking it and taking out a few boxes of cigarettes, handing Zhang Yong 2 boxes. This is a token of gratitude for you. He then handed the remaining 2 to Sun Yongping. Take these and share them with everyone. While I'm not at the site, please take care of Suna for me. Wow, you two really have something going on, huh? Sun Yongping exclaimed. Everyone was curious about this gossip. Not only women liked to hear it, but men did as well. Come on, tell us you two weren't even familiar before. How did you get together after just one outing? There's nothing much to it, it's just that she was captivated by my charm. You're just boasting. There are many here who are better looking than you and more eloquent as well. How come our educated youth's first beauty chose you instead of someone else? Quickly confess so we can learn from you. Li Weidong chuckled. That might be because when we encountered a wolf pack on our way back, I performed a heroic rescue as she fell for the hero, and as soon as I mentioned it, she agreed. Envy me. Now that makes a little sense. Everyone nodded in agreement, as it has always been said that beautiful women love heroes. Once a beauty is rescued, if the man is handsome or decent-looking, most will say the young lady has no way to repay her gratitude and is willing to offer herself in return. However, if the man is too ugly or there's a significant age gap, they will say the young lady has no way to repay, so she can only promise to be his servant in the next life. Then someone responded, "Oh, what a pity. Our place finally got a pretty girl, and now she's been taken away so quickly. What do you have ideas about her? So what? A graceful lady deserves a gentleman. Don't you like beautiful girls insisting on finding an ugly one as your wife?" The person retorted, "I have self-awareness. Someone like me is fine with an ordinary girl. A too beautiful girl is hard to keep. Don't you agree?" Many nodded in agreement. The next topic shifted to which girl from the adjacent female dormitory would be more suitable to marry. However, no one noticed that Zhang Yong had become very silent at this moment. He was gripping the coat tightly, his eyes filled with disappointment and resentment. When his eyes swept over Li Weidong clearly sensed the hostility and turned to look at Zhang Yong, only to see Zhang Yong quickly avoiding his gaze. Li Weidong smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. In his eyes, not to mention this educated youth's sight, even in the surrounding areas no one could defeat him. Even if Zhang Yong was unwilling, what could he do? He wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him, even if he had the courage. If it came to playing dirty, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. Noticing that it was getting late, Li Weidong gathered the remaining items for Yang Amin's wedding into a bundle, lifted it, and said to everyone, "All right, you all take care. I'm heading back to sleep now." After Li Weidong left, everyone scattered to tidy up the items they had brought back. Sun Yongping glanced at Zhang Yong, walked over, and pulled his arm, bringing him to a corner. He whispered, "Zhang Yong, since we all came from Beijing, there are some things I still need to guide you on. There are many women in this world, there's no need to get hung up on one. Perhaps among the new girls who will come next summer, there will be even better ones. You must not let this cause any conflict with Li Weidong." Zhang Yong chuckled, "Do you think I'm that kind of person? It's just a woman, oh what's the big deal?" "Then I'm relieved." Sun Yongping patted his shoulder. "Get some rest soon." Sun Yongping patted Zhang Yong on the shoulder and walked away. Yet unnoticed by him, the smile on Zhang Yong's face quickly vanished as he departed. After a brief adjustment, Zhang Yong regained his usual expression, turned around, and walked towards the others, chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Li Weidong came out from the male dormitory and first approached the female dormitory door. He knocked and called Suna out. "I have returned the items to Zhang Yong. Now I'm preparing to go back to the village chief's house. Are you all right here?" "Yes, I'm fine." Zhang Yong didn't have any other reactions, right? No, he wouldn't react that way. Rest assured. "Then I'll leave now and come back tomorrow morning." "All right, be careful on your way." Suna closed the door and returned to the dormitory where the girls gathered around her, their curiosity far surpassing that of the boys. Arriving at the residence of village Chief Yang, Genshing, Li Weidong saw the lights on inside the house from the courtyard. Li Weidong thought Yang Aimin had already returned, so he pushed the door open and entered directly. The sudden noise startled those inside. As Li Weidong parted the door curtain and stepped into the inner room, he saw Yang Aimin and Zhang Hongmei anxiously tidying their clothes atop the Kong bed. "Ahem. Am I coming back at an inopportune time?" Li Weidong awkwardly stopped, though claiming he had done nothing. Who would believe him? "It's nothing, Brother Dong. We really haven't done anything," Yang Aimin hurriedly explained. "When did you get back?" "I arrived in the village after dark. First went to the educated youth point to return their belongings. These remaining items are what you need for the wedding." Li Weidong placed the bundle on the Kong bed, then turned and left the inner room to sit on a chair in the main hall. After a while, Yang Aimin came out, saw Li Weidong sitting there, and quickly took out a cigarette, offering it and lighting it for him. Li Weidong shot him a glance. "Go inside and roll up my bedding. Tonight I'll sleep back at the educated youth point." Yang Aimin hurriedly stopped him. No, brother, it's not necessary. Hongmei still has to return to her home later. The child can't be left unattended. Seeing Li Weidong's puzzled look, Yang Aimin continued, Hongmei said before the wedding festivities they can't stay together overnight to avoid village gossip. I'll send her back now. Li Weidong nodded. Yes, that's sensible. A few days won't make a difference. It's better to leave less room for rumors. That's exactly what we thought. Yang Aimin turned to the house and called, Hongmei, get ready and come out. I'll send you back. Zhang Hongmei responded inside, then lowered her head and stepped out. The earlier moment had been unbearably awkward. Had Li Weidong returned even a moment later, they would have been completely exposed. Thinking of this, Zhang Hongmei couldn't help but blush. Standing beside Yang Aimin, she quietly greeted Li Weidong. Brother Dong, we're leaving now. Although she was older than Li Weidong since she was married to Yang Aimin, she addressed Li Weidong by the name given by Yang Aimin. Li Weidong awkwardly replied, All right, it's getting late, let's hurry back. I mean, take the stick and be careful on the road. Okay, got it, brother. After the two left, Li Weidong finally exhaled deeply. In the future, he would have to be more cautious and not barge in recklessly. After Yang Aimin sent Zhang Hongmei back and saw Li Weidong still sitting in the main hall, without leaving, he approached quietly and said, Brother Dong, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Where did you go wrong? Yang Aimin rubbed his hands anxiously. I shouldn't have let her come to our place. You realize that now? Although you two have registered your marriage and living together is normal, this is Uncle Yang's home. You haven't held a wedding feast in the village yet, so letting her stay overnight with you. How would people see that? Just now Zhang Hongmei was too embarrassed to tell you. Don't you know village matters like this? Does Zhang Hongmei not know? Brother, I know I was wrong. I'll be careful from now on. Yang Aimin bowed his head. Enough, don't act like that. If you can't hold back, just get the wedding done in these few days to avoid trouble. Yang Aimin chuckled. I was just waiting for you to come back. You came back only to show me this. If you were late, would you both have been naked? Li Weidong glared and teased Yang Aimin. Did I scare you just now? Is the stick still effective? Yang Aimin was utterly embarrassed. Brother Dong who behaves like you. Haha, no complaints. Li Weidong laughed heartily. Yang Aimin didn't know how to respond, only blushing deeply in silence. Li Weidong waved his hand. All right. First check if all the purchased items are complete. If not, I'll make time tomorrow to run down to the county town to buy the rest for you. The two entered the inner room and opened the bundles to inspect. Nowadays, wedding goods were mostly the same, just varying slightly in quantity. After the inventory, Li Weidong continued. Tomorrow morning we'll inform Uncle Yang and hold your wedding in the next couple of days. No need for much fuss. Just invite our educated youth friends, village officials, Uncle Yang's relatives, and Zhang Hongmei's family. That will suffice. Yang Aimin nodded in agreement. There was one matter neither Li Weidong nor Yang Aimin chose to mention: how to explain things to Yang Aimin's family. Li Weidong did not know how to address it. When Yang Aimin's parents came before, they asked him to help look after Yang Aimin. How to explain this now? If he told his parents, they certainly wouldn't agree. But since Yang Aimin himself was willing, there was no way to stop him. Yang Aimin did not dare to tell his family. He knew that if he did, his parents might come from afar to interfere with his wedding. But now that Zhang Hongmei was pregnant, if his parents came to meddle and this matter was exposed, it would bring him great trouble. It was better to marry first, then bring Zhang Hongmei and the child home to explain later. By then, even if his parents were angry, they would have to accept it. The next day, after discussing with Yang Gensheng, they decided to use Yang Gensheng's house as the marital home. The house where Li Weidong and Yang Aimin lived was spacious enough for Zhang Hongmei and the child to move in. Li Weidong moved back to the educated youth point. After the spring festival, the village granted Yang Aimin a plot of homestead land to build his own house. The wedding feast was held at the educated youth point, featuring purchased sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sugar cubes, along with wild boar and roe deer meat hunted earlier by Li Weidong, plus various mountain delicacies gathered in autumn. They prepared 6 dishes, finishing with a large pot stew. Thus, the wedding was considered complete. After tending to Yang Aimin's wedding, Li Weidong had to attend Lin Sanner's wedding, which had been planned before their return, but without a fixed date. Now that the date was set, Lin Sanner arranged for Mangzi to notify him, asking him to bring Suna along. Attending Lin San's wedding is not merely about being a guest at the banquet. One must arrive a day or two in advance to help with the preparations. Lin San is determined to give Huang Guizhi a sense of face, so he plans to invite quite a few people. In addition to the families that are close in their village, Lin San's friends from neighboring villages have also been invited to join the celebration. After helping to wrap up Yang Aimin's wedding, Li Weidong set off with Suna for Lin San's home the next day. Suna was attending not only as Li Weidong's girlfriend, but also as a friend of Huang Guizhi. After all, Huang Guizhi had no family members here, and it would be too lonely for her without someone by her side. This time there was no horse-drawn carriage available to them, so the two of them walked, while dragging a small sled, which carried some wedding gifts for Lin San and Su Na. Ever since Li Weidong and Su Na established their relationship, they had been busy with Yang Amin's matters, and with so many people at the youth station, there hadn't been any opportunity for them to be alone together. So once they left the village and were alone on the road, they found themselves at a loss for words, walking in silence. "Are you tired?" Li Weidong suddenly asked. "What?" Su Na, lost in her thoughts, didn't pay attention and asked back. "I asked if you were tired. If you were, just sit on the sled, and I'll pull you along." Su Na shook her head and smiled sweetly. "I'm fine, I'm not tired. Let's walk for a while." "All right, just let me know if you get tired." Seizing the moment, Li Weidong reached out and took Su Na's hand. Though separated by thick gloves, Su Na's heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She stole a glance at Li Weidong, but did not pull her hand back, allowing him to hold it. As their feet crunched on the snow, images from Su Na's previous fantasies flashed in her mind, a sky as blue as the ocean, a few white clouds scattered across it, and on the snowy ground a man and a woman strolling down a forest path, hand in hand, moving towards a beautiful future. Isn't this exactly how she and Li Weidong look now? Perhaps it was fate that brought her here to meet Li Weidong. Seeing her silent, Li Weidong asked, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing much, I was just thinking that maybe I really came here for a reason." "What do you mean?" "Don't be fooled by how little time I've been here. The people here are all very nice, making me feel a sense of ease I haven't felt in years." Su Na replied, "Is that all? What else? Didn't you think of me at all?" "Hee, I knew you would ask that." Su Na laughed heartily. "I feel the luckiest to have met you. It's really nice to feel protected by someone. The attitude of the people at our station towards me has improved a lot these days." This was indeed true. Ever since she returned, the youth at the station learned that she and Li Weidong had become a couple, and their attitude towards her had noticeably changed. It wasn't that they treated her poorly before, but their feelings were limited to that of ordinary friends. But now it was different. The old youths were more enthusiastic towards her, willing to teach her what they knew, and some of the fellow youths from the same batch as her seemed to be trying to curry favor with her. Moreover, no one mentioned anything about her family background. All of this was brought to her by Li Weidong. Especially for the female youths, they naturally found it harder to get close to Li Weidong. Getting too close could easily lead to rumors. In the past 2 years, there had been those who expressed interest in Li Weidong, but he had never agreed to any of them. Now that he was dating Su Na, it could only mean that he was someone who valued looks. The advantage was that they could befriend Su Na to get closer to Li Weidong. Li Weidong was also well aware of this. These people befriending Su Na were simply because he could bring practical benefits to the youths at the station. Although this was a time that emphasized various forms of study and struggle, it was certainly not like a few years ago, when people were brimming with enthusiasm, unafraid of hardship and toil. But the saying goes, one burst of enthusiasm leads to decline, and in the end, exhaustion. It has been over 3 years now, and people's enthusiasm has significantly waned. Perhaps the people in the cities are more concentrated and intense. In a place like Weidong, that enthusiasm has long been extinguished, leaving only the harshness of hardship. Filling their stomachs and improving their lives is the top priority for everyone. As for visiting other youth stations for connections and study, they might as well forget it. From the Xuanhuan youth station to the nearest youth station, which is a farm station of the construction corps, it is at least 10 li away in a straight line, and if they take a detour, it's not less than 20 li. Moreover, the youths at the farm station have actual work assignments and look down on those youth who are stationed in the villages. There is basically no chance of connecting and studying with them. Furthermore, the other station youth stations are over 30 li away from theirs. The current Weidong is not the Weidong of the 21st century, where wild animals roam freely in the mountains and forests. Wolves, bears, and wild boars can be encountered at any time, and if luck permits, one might even come across a creature with words on its head, who would risk their lives to visit and connect with others. Thus, at this youth station, aside from a few special youth stations, most only put on a show of study during inspections. The rest of the time is spent on routine labor. Therefore, someone like Li Weidong, who can bring practical benefits to everyone, is highly valued at the youth station. This is why he doesn't have to join in on logging work. Roaming the forest to hunt brings him full labor credits, no matter how many animals he catches. I am also very lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. At first, I thought I would remain single until I returned to my hometown. Li Weidong replied with a smile. However, after hearing this, Su Na's expression slightly changed. Why did she feel that Li Weidong was just focused on her appearance? I see there are also pretty girls in our Xuanhuan village. Why didn't you choose them back then? Su Na couldn't help but ask. It's simple. I have high standards. I not only seek physical beauty that meets my aesthetic, but also a common language for communication. Otherwise, living together would be too exhausting. But how can you be sure that two people will have a common language? Suna asked curiously. Li Weidong nodded, looking at Suna. I have a feeling that we will have a common language. What do you think? Yes, I believe so too. Suna paused for a moment and then nodded. She now confirmed that Li Weidong was clearly attracted to her looks, and whether they would have a common language in the future depended on how they interacted. Upon careful reflection, it becomes clear that in the real world there are not as many vows of eternal love and genuine feelings as one might think. Everyone has their own motives. Li Weidong may have been attracted to her beauty, while Suna too saw in him the ability to protect herself. Having known each other for barely a month, their union was simply a matter of mutual needs. If in their future interactions they were to develop genuine feelings, it would be considered fate. If things do not work out later, it would simply mean that their fate was insufficient and they would part ways without debts, each living well. In Li Weidong's heart, his thoughts ran deeper. He was well aware that he would definitely return to the city in 10 years, and he had already devised a plan for his return. If he could manage to get back through university, that would be the best outcome. At that time, being a university student held significant value, and graduates typically found themselves working in government positions. As long as he did not dig his own grave, he could certainly rise to power. Such a prospect had been unimaginable in his past life, where countless individuals would go to great lengths competing fiercely for a civil service position. Since graduating from university, Li Weidong had attempted several times to succeed, but had never managed to do so. This lifetime presented him with a valuable opportunity to rectify past regrets. Furthermore, Suna's family background would help him remain untempted by money on his political journey, preventing him from encountering setbacks. If he failed to get into university, he planned to venture into business upon returning to the city. In an era of great opportunity, with enough courage, even a pig could fly, not to mention Li Weidong had a wealth of knowledge about the future. As long as he did not disrupt the course of history, building a business empire for himself was not too difficult, especially with Suna's family supporting him. This was something Li Weidong had contemplated since Suna arrived at the youth station, not merely an afterthought after they confirmed their relationship. Thus, that night, when the atmosphere was right, Li Weidong quickly became intimate with Suna. As for other women, Li Weidong believed it was best not to complicate matters. In this era, casual relationships could lead to serious problems. If he were to consider such notions by the 1990s, he could indulge freely. By then, he would be in his 40s, full of energy. With such a beautiful girlfriend like Suna by his side, what more could he want? The two walked slowly along the rural path, each harboring different thoughts. After a while, Li Weidong clearly heard Suna's heavy breathing. It seemed she was quite exhausted. He stopped and said to Suna, "Let's take a break here. I'll make a fire to warm up before we continue. Later I'll pull you along." Suna, not wanting to be stubborn, replied, "Okay, let's rest for a bit. I didn't feel that it was so far on the way back." "Ha ha ha, of course you didn't feel far sitting in the cart. It's still 20 miles to Bago village, and we have to walk for a while." Li Weidong arranged the bedding on the sled for Suna to sit on, then turned to gather some dry grass and branches from the edge of the woods. He started a fire by the roadside and found a clean spot to scoop some snow into a ceramic jar, placing it over the fire to heat. The snow at this time was not like the later dirty snow, as long as no animals had stepped on it. Digging through the surface layer revealed pure white snow without impurities. It could be melted into water and boiled for drinking. After warming themselves by the fire and sipping some hot water, they set off again. This time Li Weidong did not let Suna walk alongside him. Instead, he placed her on the sled and pulled it along with a rope. This way they moved much faster. After an hour or so, they arrived at Lin Sainer's home. At that moment, Lin Sainer's house was bustling with activity. Everyone from the neighborhood had come to help prepare for his wedding with Huang Guizhi. The men were chopping firewood, cooking meat, and setting up the banquet, while the women were busy sewing blankets and the bright red coat Huang Guizhi was to wear. "Yo, Dongzi is here. Who is this?" As soon as Li Weidong and the others appeared at the door, they were recognized by those in the yard. Li Weidong greeted with a smile, "Brother Su, you're here quite early." "This is my girlfriend Suna." "Oh, so she's my sister-in-law. I must say she is truly beautiful. When Mangzi told me about her, I didn't believe it, and now I've finally seen her in person." Li Weidong helped Suna down from the sled and introduced, "This is Lao Su Yuqing. He's a hunter a few years older than us. Just call him Brother Su." "Hello, Brother Su," Suna sweetly greeted. At that moment, Lin Sainer also walked over. "Dongzi, Suna, you're here. How was the journey?" "It was fine, no issues at all. I see that the preparations are nearly complete, right?" "Yes, it's almost done. The meat is cooking right now. It should be ready for the banquet the day after tomorrow." Suna, you should hurry inside, it's freezing out here. The others are resting inside. After saying a few words, Lin Saner turned to Suna. Suna looked back at Li Weidong, who nodded. You can go in now, Aunt, and Huang Guizhi will introduce you to everyone inside. I'll be outside helping San Go with the work. All right, San Go, brother Su, then I'll head in, Suna said to the others before stepping into the house. After watching her enter, Li Weidong turned back. San Go, where are the others? Has everyone arrived except for brother Su? Lao Su lives nearby, so he came first. Lu Laoda and Zhao Xuanzai and Nia Pingon probably won't arrive until the afternoon or tomorrow morning. What about Mangzi and the others? Li Weidong asked again. They went to the village to borrow tables and utensils. With so many people, we won't have enough at home, so we're borrowing in advance. Lin Saner replied. Indeed, without any fast food services for banquets, whether it was a joyous or solemn occasion in the city, one might hire a chef, but in the countryside, meals were prepared by those who could cook in the village. Tables, chairs, and utensils were borrowed from neighboring homes. Whatever was borrowed was returned in kind after use. Often after several banquets, the variety of dishes and utensils from each home would be a colorful mix. So what should I do? Li Weidong looked around, unsure of what work he should do. There isn't much left to do. You just sit by the stove to warm up and wait for everyone to gather, then we'll drink. There truly is nothing to do now. The neighbors around the village, upon hearing the news of Lin Saner's wedding, came early to help, partly because it is a tradition for neighbors to assist each other in such matters. Additionally, it was a time of celebration when one could enjoy good food. Lin Saner had been fortunate in hunting this winter, and his home was stocked with plenty of meat. They had also brought back wheat from Shilin, and just a few days ago, over 100 pounds had been ground into flour, which would make delicious noodles or steamed buns. Li Weidong was not familiar with these people, so after casually greeting a few of them, he settled down next to the stove smoking while chatting with old Su. Su Ge, how has your hunting been this year? Old Zu's face fell. Don't mention it. Ever since winter set in, I've only caught a few wild chickens and rabbits, not a single big game, not even a trace of them. It's been quite unlucky. Li Weidong found it amusing. You've really had a bad streak. Catching a trace is your forte. Indeed, just the other day I spotted a pair, but after chasing them for several miles they managed to escape. Old Zu's face was filled with regret. Catching traces refers to a term used by hunters in the Northeast. It actually pertains to a type of marten scientifically named Qing Yao, also known as Ushuri marten, primarily found in the Northeast region, resembling a fox, but with shorter legs. Their fur is grayish-blue or yellowish-green, and their underfur is particularly dense, making them excellent material for marten fur coats and hats. The size of a marten is not very large. A male measures about 60 to 70 centimeters long and weighs around 15 to 16 pounds, while females are slightly smaller. Once caught, a single pelt can sell for 40 to 50 yuan, and even lower quality ones can fetch 20 to 30 yuan. Su Yuqing had his own methods for catching martens. While others might miss them, he could accurately track their traces and locate their dens. Every winter, he could catch a few and earn a couple of hundred yuan, enough to support his family. However, since the first snow in October, more than 2 months had passed. He hadn't caught a single one, only trapping a few wild chickens and rabbits. Seeing old Zu's forlorn expression, Li Weidong comforted him. All right, don't be too disheartened. With San Ge's wedding, we're all gathered here. Once the wedding is over, let's go into the mountains together and see if we can catch something big. That sounds great. I heard from San Ge that you all have had a great catch this year with several young minks and even a few heads of pig. I'm envious. Su Yuqing's eyes immediately lit up. Ha ha, then it's settled. Should we invite San Ge to join us? Su Yuqing turned to glance at Lin Saner, who was busy. Then let's not invite him. He just got married and should enjoy his time with his new wife tonight. It's bound to be more exhausting than digging a cellar. Li Weidong laughed heartily. True, he deserves to enjoy a few days of newlywed bliss, so it'll just be us. Lin Saner approached, curious about their laughter. What are you two chatting about so happily? Old Su said the first few nights of marriage are more exhausting than digging a cellar. You better take it easy, San Ge. Li Weidong joked. Get lost, are you two even serious? What's wrong with that? San Ge, don't you want to hear some tips? Old Su is an experienced one. Let him give you some advice so you don't get shy on your wedding night. The more you talk, the less sense it makes. I can't be bothered to deal with you two. Lin Saner blushed and ran away, leaving behind a chorus of laughter from Li Weidong and Su Yuqing. As it neared dusk, Lu Laoda, Zhao Xuanzi, and Nia Pingon arrived at Lin Saner's home. Lu Laoda and Zhao Xuanzi lived in the same village. Nia Pingon lived a bit farther away, so the two of them waited for him at home for a while before they all came together, which made them a bit late. However, arriving at all was a good thing. The brothers gathered set up a table for drinks in the house and began to drink. The other villagers who came to help along with the women in the house also brought their own dishes. Once this like-minded group got together, the conversation never stopped, and of course the drinking didn't either. From around 4 o'clock until nearly 11 or 12 at night, they continued to drink and chat. Naturally, some got drunk. Su Yoqing, Nia Pinggan, and De Chengzi had already laid down by around 10 o'clock. By the time the others finished the drinking session, they were also a bit tipsy, and Li Weidong was no exception. Fortunately, there was no need to move places for sleeping. They just cleared the table, laid down the bedding, and could sleep. The earthen Kong in the room was warm and cozy. Li Weidong chose a spot at the edge as he was still worried from the last time he had a nosebleed. If it happened again in front of so many people, it would be a huge embarrassment. Fortunately, his fears did not come true. When he woke up after a good sleep, he was perfectly fine. With only one day left until Lin Saner's wedding day, they must not drink heavily today. After getting up, they looked for places that needed help and quickly got to work. The main tasks of the day were to prepare the dishes for the wedding the next day and finalize the wedding schedule. There was also someone in charge of the wedding, and they just needed to listen to the arrangements and do what they were told. Soon the big day arrived. In the morning, Lin Saner got ready neatly, wearing a big red flower, and accompanied by Li Weidong and the other brothers went to the other end of the village to fetch Huang Guizhi. One cannot marry a bride from one's own home, so they found a family in the village with 4 generations living together, brought some gifts, and allowed Huang Guizhi to marry from there, hoping to share in their good fortune. The family was also very willing, as having the bride leave from their home brought good luck, which was beneficial for the elderly and children. It may be that customs differ from place to place, but this is how it is here. Once the bride was welcomed back and the ceremony of bowing to heaven and earth was performed, the main event of the wedding, the feast, was about to begin. At this time, Li Weidong and his brothers transformed into servers. After a busy day, they finally sent off relatives, friends, and neighbors. With some free time, they gathered the remaining dishes into a few bowls and returned to the room to drink again. Lin Saner and Huang Guizhi came to toast a few drinks before leaving. After they had eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, someone suddenly said, "Do you think Sengge has already entered the bridal chamber? Should we go listen?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately received the agreement of everyone present. There was no way around it. Among those in the room, apart from Lu Laoda, who was 3 years older than Lin San, everyone else was younger than Lin San, and only Lu Laoda and Lao Su were married. The rest were still single. "I'm not going, but wouldn't be right for the older brother to listen to the brother's room. You all go, but be careful that your third brother comes out with a stick to beat you." Lu Laoda chuckled and waved his hand. "How could that be? Isn't it perfectly normal to create a ruckus during the bridal chamber? Who would be anxious about that?" Li Weidong and the others were currently in the east wing of Lin Saner's house, which was originally used for storing grain and miscellaneous items. Because friends were coming and wouldn't leave until evening, they had tidied it up a few days ago. The heated Kong was still warm, but it consumed a bit more firewood. Suna, along with Lu Laoda and Lao Su's wife, had been arranged to stay at Lin San's brother's house. In this courtyard, the main house was occupied by Lin's elderly couple, while the west room was the new home of Lin Saner and Huang Guizhi. After the brothers reached a consensus, they quietly opened the door to peep into the courtyard. At this moment, the east room of the main house had already turned off the lights. It seemed Lin San's parents were exhausted after these few days, and of course, there was also the intention to alleviate the awkwardness for their son and daughter-in-law. The west room, however, was still lit. The brothers sneaked out, tiptoeing to crouch beneath Lin Saner's window, straining their ears to listen to the sounds inside. Although it was very cold outside, with temperatures dropping below -10 or 20 degrees, none of them felt chilly. Their intense curiosity and desire to eavesdrop had already overcome the winter's harshness. Inside, Lin San said in a nervous yet somewhat deep voice, "Guizhi, I truly never thought in this lifetime that I, Lin Saner, would be able to marry a wife, let alone one as young and beautiful as you." "Stop talking nonsense. How am I good looking? I'm just ugly." "Not at all. You're just saying that. You're far prettier than many of the wives in our village, and in my heart, you are the most beautiful. I'm not lying to you at all. You just know how to flatter people. How come I never noticed that you were so smooth-tongued before? I don't see how it's being smooth-tongued. Before coming in, I already wiped my mouth and brushed my teeth. Don't believe me. Smell it. Oh, you're so annoying. Now you've learned to take advantage of the situation." Lin San chuckled. "How can that be considered taking advantage? Isn't it normal to kiss and hug your own wife? Come here, let me kiss you." Then came the sounds of kissing. Outside the wall of the house, Li Weidong, Mangzi, Dai Chengzi, Lao Su, and Nia Pinggan were covering their mouths, trying hard to suppress their laughter as they listened. "The light, blow out the light. Huang Guizhi's voice came from inside the house. No need, but it's better to keep the lights on. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Hurry up, be good, and please do it quickly. At this point, they really shouldn't listen any longer. Continuing would lead to inappropriate scenes. Lao Su, who was already married and knew what was about to happen, glanced at the few people still straining their ears nearby and deliberately squeezed his throat, mimicking a woman's voice. You scoundrel, hurry up and blow out the light. People are shy. The voices inside abruptly stopped. The light suddenly went out, and Lin Saner cursed from within. That brat is eavesdropping under the wall. Li Weidong and the others burst into laughter, and Mengzi shouted, Third brother, you should just blow out the light to save your sister-in-law from being embarrassed, ha ha. Mengzi, you little rascal, are you itching for a beating? Ha ha ha, third brother, save your energy. After that, everyone rushed back into the east wing, and once inside, they couldn't stop laughing. Meanwhile, in Lin Saner's room, Huang Guizhi was blushing deeply and felt utterly embarrassed, curling up in the quilt. Lin Saner lifted the quilt to look at her face. All right, it's fine now, those little rascals have all run away. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. How am I supposed to face them in the future? It's all right, isn't this how weddings go? We'll definitely regain our honor in the future. Most of those little rascals aren't even married yet. Lin Saner comforted her. You make it sound easy, but it's not you who's embarrassed. Ha ha, it's fine. This time I'll blow out the light. With a soft puff, Lin Saner blew out the candle and then crawled back onto the Kong, snuggling Huang Guizhi into his embrace. In the east wing, after the brothers had laughed enough, they sat back down at the table and had a drink. Li Weidong spoke up. Brothers, today I was chatting with Su Ge, and he said he hasn't hunted well these past 2 months and hasn't gotten much. We discussed whether we should all go into the mountains together tomorrow while we're all here. Maybe we can find something good. Su Yuqing chimed in. Yes, I've been quite unlucky these past 2 months, only catching a few mountain chickens and 3 rabbits, nothing else. How about you, Lauda? Lu Lauda took a sip of his drink. Not bad, these past 2 months have been decent. In October, I bagged a roe deer, and this month I caught a half-grown wild boar along with 4 or 5 wild chickens. What about you, Xuanzi? I'm about the same as the big brother. I caught 2 roe deer and snared 2 rabbits. Before Lao Su could ask, Nye Pingon spoke up. I've been hunting generally. Oh, I only caught 1 wild boar, and the roe deer I trapped was also dug out by wolves, bringing back about 10 pounds of meat. After they all finished speaking, Mengzi grinned. You guys really aren't doing well. A look at us. Do you know what we have caught? What did you catch? Several people looked towards Mengzi. Come on, De Chengzi, tell the brothers. Mengzi ordered De Chengzi with a serious demeanor. De Chengzi didn't take offense and began to count on his fingers, adding up what Lin Saner and Li Weidong had hunted previously, a total of 6 wolves, 1 bear, 2 wild boars, and a pile of wild chickens and rabbits. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was astonished. Wait, it's only been a few days, and you've caught so much already. Haha, that's right. If it weren't for us for not being able to carry so much meat, we could have caught even more. Lu Laoda turned to Li Weidong. Dongzi, did you really catch that much? Li Weidong nodded. Indeed, we 4 were lucky. There were wolves causing trouble on the west side, so we asked third brother to help hunt. After we went, we managed to catch 4 of them. Then villagers collecting pine nuts told us of a place with game, and that's how we ended up with so much. The other's eyes sparkled. What place? At this moment, Li Weidong recalled encountering wolves on the road a few days ago, in a mountain gully that few people go to. Let's check it out together tomorrow. Also, a couple of days ago when I was returning from Shenyang, I ran into a pack of wolves. I believe I injured one. Oh, we should look for it when we go. Is that really the case? Yeah, I was almost surrounded. Li Weidong said with a smile. Su Yuqing sighed heavily. Is there no justice left? We live not far apart, yet why do I never encounter anything while you all come across good fortune so often? Li Weidong patted his shoulder. I say, Su, brother, you must be joking. With that old broken foreign cannon of yours, if you really ran into that bunch of green-skinned ones, would you handle them, or would they handle you? My double-barreled shotgun almost got me into trouble with them. Su Yuqing chuckled, saying that if he really encountered a wolf, he wouldn't be afraid of 1 or 2, but if there were too many, he certainly wouldn't be able to handle them. There was no way around it. Among these brothers, old Zu's hunting skills were relatively poor. He was truly incapable of hunting wolves, wild boars, or bears. His expertise lay in setting traps and catching sable, specifically the Ashuri sable. This time, with so many of us, we must catch something big, otherwise it won't be enough to cover our expenses. Old Su continued. Li Weidong nodded. That's a must. Tomorrow, let's first check out that group of wolves to see if we can round them up. If not, we'll head straight to the ravine in Shilin. Mengzi interjected. Big brother, you don't know there's a lot of stuff in that ravine. The trail is all torn up from the peach pits. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow we'll follow Dongzi to check out where he encountered the wolves, and then we'll head straight to that ravine. Lu Laoda confirmed with a clap. With nothing else to discuss, everyone took the opportunity to rest, as they would be heading into the mountains the next day. They wouldn't get good sleep for the next several nights, so they needed to conserve their energy and restore their spirits to cope with the hardships ahead. The next morning, Huang Guizhi had already started preparing breakfast early. As a new bride, she had to establish a reputation for being diligent and capable. When Li Weidong and the others arrived at the main house, they saw Lin Saner sitting in a master's chair and Huang Guizhi bustling about. They started joking with them. Third brother, third sister-in-law, did you get up early or not sleep at all last night? Now you're not embarrassed, right? Huang Guizhi's face immediately turned bright red as she lowered her head and didn't dare look at everyone, only focusing on her work. Lin Sen pointed at them and said, you guys are something else. Oh, just wait until your weddings to talk. Ha ha, third brother, you probably won't have that chance. Just look at those of us here, who is older than you. Only big brother. Among us who are unmarried, you, as the elder brother, can you disrupt our wedding night? Go away, don't talk to me about that. Among peers there are no distinctions, you all, just wait. Lin Saner didn't care about that. Having suffered a loss himself, he was determined to get back at them. As for the elder brother not being allowed to disrupt the wedding of a brother's wife, that was a matter between blood brothers. They considered themselves sworn brothers and had no such restrictions. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter at that time. The last one walking to Chengzi was a bit anxious. He was set to marry after the new year. When the time came, he would be the first to create a ruckus, so he hurriedly spoke up. Third brother, I was not eavesdropping, I was inside drinking with big brother. Spare me, I know you well. How could you not be involved in this? Lin Saner waved his hand dismissively, ignoring De Chengzi. The meal was quickly prepared, and Lin's elderly couple, along with Su Na Old Zu's wife and Lu Laoda's wife, all came over. During the meal, Lu Laoda brought up their plan to venture into the forest. Lin Sen, upon hearing this, immediately said, then I'll go with you. You'd better not go. You just got married, stay at home and accompany your wife for a few days. We'll bring you a share of what we catch. Lu Laoda declined. Seeing Lin San about to speak again, Li Weidong also added, third brother, you really shouldn't go. It's not good to go hunting and see blood right after your wedding. You should stay at home and be with your sister-in-law. However, you can let old Su use your gun. His broken one is too much of a hassle to load one bullet at a time. Lin San nodded, saying, all right, you all can take my gun, and what about my old foreign cannon? Mangzi De Chengzi, who wants to use it? Mangzi and De Chengzi weren't very skilled with guns. They preferred axes, spears, and traps. But since everyone else had guns, and they didn't, they felt a bit out of place. Thus, Mangzi took Lin San's old foreign cannon, while De Chengzi took the one old Su had used earlier. The rest had their own guns. Li Weidong had the same Eagle double-barreled shotgun as Lin San, while Lu Laoda, Zhao Xuanzi, and Nie Pingon all used old-style single-barreled shotguns. These were the kind that required you to take a shot, then break the barrel to load another round with ammunition, all reloaded by themselves. Even so, among hunters, these were considered decent equipment, much better than the old foreign cannons that used muzzle-loading gunpowder. Of course, they couldn't compare with the weapons used by construction corps, farm hunting teams, or village militia. Those were standard weapons acquired from above, including old Hanyang's Mosins, and even the newly produced 56 halves. There was nothing they could do. Although guns weren't prohibited now, the management of standard firearms was still quite strict. The weapons supplied to these areas had to be registered, and anyone losing or damaging them would be held accountable by the officials managing those firearms. So their envy was of no use. The best guns they could obtain were the double-barreled shotguns that Li Weidong and Lin San had. However, these guns were sufficient for hunting. After the meal, they tidied up a bit, prepared water and dry food. Li Weidong, old Su, and Lu Laodao arranged for their partners and wives, asking Lin Saner's family to wait for their return. 7 men, 7 guns, carrying plenty of traps and snares, they set off with great enthusiasm. With a hunting team of this scale, they could stride through the forest. No animal would dare to cross their path, not even those with a name on their heads. After walking for about half an hour out of the village, they arrived at the place where Li Weidong and Su Na were chased by the wolves. Big brother, look, this is where I shot. That wolf ran in that direction. Li Weidong stood by the roadside, gesturing as he spoke to Lu Laoda. Lu Laoda walked down into the ravine from the road, examined the traces, and thankfully it hadn't snowed in the past few days, so no one had gone into the woods by the roadside. The marks left by the wolf's escape were still visible. After walking in a few steps, Lu Laoda squatted down and began to scrape at the snow. Then he came back to Li Weidong and said, indeed, it was injured. There are blood spots on the ground. Although they're a bit buried, they can still be seen. Let's follow the trail, but might have already died somewhere. The group descended from the road, turned, and entered the woods following the tracks for 300 or 400 meters, but saw no sign of the wolf's corpse. Lu Laoda stopped, raised his head, and observed the surroundings carefully. Lu Laoda stopped, raised his head, and observed the surroundings carefully. Big brother, what are you looking at? Mengzi approached with confusion. Lu Laoda raised his arm and pointed at the crows flying in the distance. Look over there, aren't those old crows flying in circles? Lu Laoda nodded. It should be, let's go check it out. If we're lucky, that wolf might be dead over there. Considering the distance, it wasn't far. The group followed the direction of the circling crows, and after about a mile they reached the place. It was a grassy depression overgrown with weeds and shrubs, making it impossible to see what was inside. Mengzi and De Chengzi used their machetes to clear a path, with Lu Laoda and Li Weidong following closely behind. As they approached, a flock of crows suddenly took off into the sky. On the ground lay a wolf that had been nearly devoured. Not only was there hardly any meat left, but even its skin was in tatters. Well, that was a wasted trip. There's nothing here, it's too scattered. Mengzi bent over and poked at the remnants of the wolf's corpse with his machete. It's been a few days, so it's normal for there to be nothing left. Lu Laoda turned to Li Weidong. Dongzi, this should be the one you injured. Li Weidong nodded. Yes, from the distance, it should be this one. Since it died here, I estimate the other wolves must have left. Wolves are ferocious and cunning animals, yet they are also cautious and timid. If a healthy wolf is killed while hunting, the other wolves will perceive this place as unsafe, while most will choose to leave and find a safer place to live. Of course, there is also the notion of revenge, which usually stems from humans capturing or killing cubs or mates, which brings the wolves back following the scent. Beyond that, there aren't many theories. The idea of wolves seeking revenge is more of an artistic embellishment. In reality, the most vengeful are humans. Once a person is attacked, no animal in the entire forest will have peace. What animal would be foolish enough to seek revenge on humans, risking its own life? All right, let's go. We'll head directly towards the west forest. Having seen that there was nothing worth taking, Li Weidong and the others turned to leave. After they left, the crows descended again. From the place where they discovered the wolf carcass to the mountain gorge Li Weidong mentioned, it was over 30 miles away. Walking through the mountains, they had to take detours and keep an eye out for wild game. They took a break midway to smoke and warm themselves, which delayed them. By the time they reached the gorge, it was already getting dark. Big brother, look, this is the shelter we built before. Below is the gorge we talked about. Li Weidong stood on top of the ridge, pointing to the shelter halfway up the mountain and the dense trees and wild grass below. Lu Laoda gazed at the valley below, nodding in admiration. This is indeed a good place. I never noticed it while wandering before. There must be plenty of good things hidden here. Mengzi chimed in. That's for sure, big brother. We caught the big head in this forest, and there are plenty of pig tracks as well, but we didn't manage to catch any. All right, let's set up camp here. Tomorrow we'll lay traps around, and then head into the forest to see if we can catch something good. This year's harvest depends on this. Lu Laoda looked at the forest in the valley with a determined gaze and instructed everyone. Dongzi, you're strong. Take Mengzi and De Chengzi to chop wood. We need to build a bigger shelter. Lao Su, Xuanzi, Ping, and go gather some firewood and dry grass. Later, help Dongzi with the shelter while I go down to scout around. Once everything was arranged, Lu Laoda grabbed his gun and headed down into the valley. Li Weidong and the others began to busy themselves with their tasks. With 7 of them, they needed to build a large shelter to accommodate everyone for the night. The ground was hard as a rock in winter, making it impossible to dig holes. They could only drag small trees back, remove the branches, bind the ends of 2 trees together with one end propped up on the slope and the other end stuck into a lower area, forming an upright frame. After arranging 4 or 5 like this, they used a smaller tree to connect those 4 or 5 supports together. Thus, the framework of the shelter was completed. Next, they placed the trimmed branches onto the sturdy frame, laid a layer of dry grass and leaves on top, and finally shoveled some snow to weigh it down. Using tree trunks and ropes, they fashioned 2 simple doors on either side, and the shelter was finally complete. Although it wasn't very warm, it was windproof. Inside the shelter, they laid thick, dry grass for sleeping and added a layer of sheepskin or wolfskin for bedding, with a small fire pit in the open space. Sleeping here was much better than on the open ground. Most importantly, they didn't have to worry about wild animals coming close at night, allowing for a more peaceful sleep. By the time they finished all this, it was completely dark outside. They built a large bonfire outside the shelter, warmed up the dry food and water they brought from home, and their simple dinner was quickly prepared. Although they had a shelter, someone still needed to keep watch at night. The 7 of them divided into 3 groups, with each group taking turns for 3 to 4 hours until dawn. That night, there were no unusual occurrences. Although they could hear various sounds from the forest below, no wild animals approached their shelter. When dawn broke, they followed the same groupings as last night, with one group heading in each direction to set traps along the edges of the forest in the valley. Mangzi and De Chengzi were willing to follow Li Weidong, so the three of them formed a team. Lu Laoda and Zhao Xuanzi teamed up as they were more familiar with each other. The remaining pair was Su Yuqing and Ye Pinggan. This time they didn't bring many traps, because those things were too heavy. Each person carried 2, while the rest were snares. The snares were much simpler. Instead of iron wire, they used ropes both thick and thin made from twisted hemp rope, which had excellent resilience. The thick snares were mainly for wild boars, deer, and wolves, while the thin ropes were for trapping wild chickens and rabbits. Setting snares is an art. It requires skill. You need to select areas frequented by wild animals and look for fresh tracks. Not every place where humans pass can successfully trap something. Li Weidong didn't know much about this. It was mainly Mangzi and De Chengzi who set the snares. With 3 groups, 14 traps, and over 100 snares set, the day passed. On their way back to the shelter, Mangzi kept muttering, "It would be great if it snows. The snow would cover the snares, and we'd definitely catch something. It's not that easy. We should head into the forest tomorrow. If the animals are startled and run out, we might catch something." Li Weidong replied with a smile. Sometimes it's said that heaven lends a helping hand. Li Weidong and the others had set up the traps, and that night it started to snow heavily. By morning, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. Moreover, when dawn broke, the snow showed no signs of letting up. It only fell thicker. Li Weidong and the others all turned to Lu Laoda, seeking his guidance on what to do next. Lu Laoda glanced at the sky and said, "It looks like this snow won't stop anytime soon. If that's the case, let's wait a bit longer. Once the snow stops, we can enter the woods. That will make it easier for us to hunt." Having traveled so far and set the traps, none of them wanted this hunt to be ruined by the snow. It's just a matter of spending a couple of extra days in the wild during a heavy snowfall. It's only a bit cold. After all, they had enough provisions with them, and it was merely a matter of burning a bit more firewood to get through it. Everyone unanimously agreed with Lu Laoda's suggestion, and Mangzi and De Chengzi were the most pleased. Just yesterday they had said how great it would be if the snow could cover the traps, and now it was indeed snowing. This was clearly heaven lending a hand, and both were confident that this hunt would yield great results. After discussing, the group began to assign tasks, with some going to collect firewood and others gathering hay. The collected hay was laid on top of the shelter and around it, then covered with firewood, leaving only a ventilation hole at the top and a very narrow door for entry and exit. This method not only kept them warm, but also made it easier to start a fire, and they didn't need to keep watch at night. Once the door was sealed, nothing could get in. The heavy snow continued to fall for 2 days, covering everything outside in a blanket of white, obscuring all traces. The brothers had also been cooped up in the shelter for 2 days, only stepping out briefly to relieve themselves, otherwise they stayed inside. Fortunately, it was just snow and not a northwesterly wind. If it had stirred up blizzards and gales, this shelter would surely have been hard-pressed to withstand it. After the snow stopped, sunlight bathed the land anew. The sky looked exceptionally blue, and the sunlight reflecting off the snow was dazzling, making it hard to look directly. They removed the door panel that had been blocking the entrance and pushed aside the snow piled at the door. Li Weidong and the others crawled out of the shelter, breathing in the fresh air. After being cooped up in that shelter for 3 days, the smell was quite overwhelming. Stepping into the half-meter-deep snow, Li Weidong turned to Mangzi and laughed. "Mangzi, your wild chicken trap might be in trouble. With this snow's thickness, both the wild chickens and rabbits can run over it. They won't be caught in the trap. No worries, it's just a few wild chicken traps. This time we're aiming for the bigger ones like wild boars and deer. They won't even notice our traps." Mangzi was quite optimistic. "What you're saying makes sense, Mangzi. I believe there are plenty of things hidden in this forest. When we encircle them later, let's divide the work." After Lu Laoda stepped out, he gazed into the forest and began assigning tasks. He first looked at Li Weidong, saying, "Dongzi, you take Mangzi and De Chengzi with you. The 3 of you go around to the left and make a big circle. Then Lao Su Yu and Ping'an will go from the right side and do the same. Make a big circle. Xuanzi and I will head through here. Remember, only shoot when you see the big game. Don't waste your bullets on wild chickens or rabbits. We need to catch as many as we can this time." With everything planned, Li Weidong shouldered his gun and led Mangzi and De Chengzi to the left. The snow-covered path was difficult to traverse. The freshly fallen snow was soft, and every step created a knee-deep pit. After walking a while, they felt exhausted, but for the sake of hunting, they couldn't complain. They gritted their teeth and pressed forward, taking turns to lead the way. Feeling they had walked far enough, Li Weidong turned back to look at Lu Laoda and then plunged into the woods. Once inside, they startled several wild chickens which flew up to the branches. Li Weidong resisted the urge to fire his gun, remembering Lu Laoda's words to wait until they encountered larger game. The three of them walked side by side, inching deeper into the woods. It's no wonder that Air Mangzi is a lucky charm. They had hardly walked 100 or 200 meters into the woods when Air Mangzi stopped at a place resembling a cluster of grass mounds. The grass mounds known as tauto are a type of wild grass that grows by water or in muddy areas, sprouting in spring and withering in autumn. The dried grass that hadn't decayed yet would freeze in winter, and when spring came the new grass would envelop the old, providing nourishment during summer. Over time, these grass mounds could grow to several dozen centimeters or even over a meter high. When dense, they can connect, and after heavy snow they can support a person but have empty spaces below. Many small animals such as badgers, sable rabbits, and weasels would find food or even build nests in them. In this valley, after the snow melts every year, there is often plenty of standing water, so there are many tauto. As Air Mangzi approached those mounds, he felt something was off. They didn't look quite like the others. So he raised his foot to step on it, finding it quite solid, and then stepped up. As soon as he stepped up, the mound moved and emitted a hum sound. What the hell, that's a pig. Just as Air Mangzi was about to shout, the herd of pigs rose and scattered. This directly knocked Air Mangzi down. Bang! The gun in Air Mangzi's hand went off. However, the gun wasn't aimed at the pig. It went off accidentally when he was knocked down, and the bullet shot straight up into the sky. Oh no, Dongzi is a pig. Hearing the gunshot, Li Weidong was startled and turned around to see Air Mangzi toppled over with the herd of pigs rushing away. Herd pigs are not the same as solitary pigs. A solitary pig is very cautious, but herd pigs are different. When they forage together, they are less aware of outside sounds as they don't know which one will make a noise. Previously, during the snow, these herd pigs had found a spot to huddle together for warmth, completely covered by the snow and sleeping soundly, unaware of the approaching humans. What Air Mangzi saw was actually the large mound of pigs covered by snow. When he stepped on it, the pigs woke up, and when he jumped on top, they panicked, of course, knocking Air Mangzi over. Li Weidong, seeing the pigs bolt, raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the herd, cursing, "Air Mangzi, you old pig, you are the real pig." Before Li Weidong's words fell, the Changzi had already fired his gun. He also saw the pig leap up and had no time to think. He quickly raised his gun and fired at the pig that looked most pleasing to his eyes. Afterwards, regardless of whether he hit or missed, he tossed the gun aside, pulled out his axe from the back of his waist, and in unison with Air Mangzi charged at a medium-sized pig that had just gotten up from the ground. This was unavoidable. Both Air Mangzi and Changzi's guns were old-style cannons, which only had 1 shot. Reloading after firing was too cumbersome. By the time they finished loading, the pig had long since run away. The pig they were chasing was not large, only about 50 or 60 pounds, and running in snow over half a meter deep was quite laborious. If it hadn't been startled earlier, the little pig would have followed behind the big pig, not having to exert itself to dig through the snow. Now that the camp was in chaos, the medium pig dashed into the snow, struggling to move forward. Air Mangzi and Changzi caught up with it, raised their axes, and vigorously struck it down. Li Weidong finished reloading and aimed at the fleeing wild boar's rear, firing another shot. After that, he didn't shoot again. The pig was just too fast, and the trees in the forest were too dense to see far. Continuing to shoot would just waste ammunition. However, with his 3 shots, he managed to injure 1 pig. As for Changzi's shot, it was unclear whether it hit, as no blood was seen on the ground. As for Air Mangzi, it was fortunate that he didn't get hit by his own bullet. Although both of them were not very skilled with their guns, they managed to kill 1 pig with their axes. The 2 of them carried the medium-sized wild boar weighing 50 or 60 pounds in front of Li Weidong and said, "Dongzi, how is it?" "We caught 1. Li Weidong smiled and nodded. "Not bad. You 2 should stick to cold weapons from now on. Hot weapons are practically useless for you." Air Mangzi chuckled and scratched his head. "I also think that using that thing is unsatisfying. This is so much better. Chopping feels great." "All right, hurry and bring back the one I shot. I also injured a pig. He'll go check it out, and you 2 wait for the boss and the others to come." Before he finished speaking, 2 gunshots rang out from the direction of Lu Laoda and the others. Li Weidong closed his gun, saying, "You 2 wait here. He'll go take a look." With that, he took off running towards Lu Laoda's side, shouting as he ran, "Boss, what's going on?" Just as he ran about 50 meters, he heard 3 more shots ringing out from farther away. They must have spotted something. It seemed their first round of gunfire startled a lot of animals. After running a few more steps, he heard Lu Laoda shouting from a distance, "Dongzi, it went your way." Li Weidong abruptly stopped, knelt on 1 knee against a large tree, raised his gun to aim on his shoulder. Soon he heard rustling in the forest and saw 2 roe deer bouncing and leaping toward him. What was there to be polite about? Bang bang. With 2 shots in quick succession, he saw one of the roe deer fall directly into the snow, while the other turned and dashed off in the opposite direction. As Li Weidong's gun fired, Lu Laoda and Su Yuqing also fired their guns in succession. The intensity of it felt just like a battle. After this round, no wild animals appeared in their sight anymore. Both Mangzi and De Chengzi were anxious, jumping up and down, only hearing others firing while they struggled to load their old guns. Holding their axes and hatchets, they couldn't catch up. They could only watch helplessly as several wild animals slipped away just a short distance from them. Damn it, De Chengzi, when we get back, we must practice shooting more. It would have been embarrassing if we hadn't caught this little piglet after hearing the boss and Dongzi fire. De Chengzi nodded, continuously feeling the same way as Mangzi. You're right, Mangzi. Well, definitely practice shooting more when we get back. If we can't manage 2 consecutive shots like Dongzi, at least we can use a hatchet. This is just too frustrating. Enough with the chatter, let's hurry and pull the pig back. Once we've done that, I'll check if the traps caught anything. If we can catch 2 with the traps, we won't look so bad. The 2 of them dragged back the pig that Li Weidong had killed. De Chengzi immediately started to clean it, while Mangzi headed toward the traps with his old gun and axe. Li Weidong hadn't gone very far. After shooting the roe deer, he waited for it to die completely before dragging it back by its leg to De Chengzi. Where's Mangzi? Seeing that only De Chengzi was cleaning the wild boar, Li Weidong asked. You want to check the traps? Oh, all right. Then you clean it. Oh, I'll go see what the boss and the others caught. Li Weidong was also curious about what Lu Laoda and Su Yuqing had hunted. The 3 groups of people were separated by 200 to 300 meters. They could hear each other, but couldn't see anyone. When walking over, they had to shout a couple of times to let the others know they were coming. Upon meeting Lu Laoda, Li Weidong asked, Boss, I caught 2 pigs and 1 roe deer, and I also injured another pig. What did you 2 get? Lu Laoda laughed heartily. Look here, we got 2 roe deer and 1 pig. Impressive. Li Weidong gave a thumbs up. Lu Laoda and Zhao Xuanzi both used their hatchets, firing 1 shot and reloading 1 bullet. They had fired a total of 4 shots and caught 3 prey, which was quite remarkable. On his end, Li Weidong had fired 6 shots and only managed to hit 3, injuring 1, while 1 was killed by Mangzi and De Chengzi with their axes. Compared to Lu Laoda and Zhao Xuanzi, he felt slightly lacking. You did well too. If it weren't for your gunfire startling the roe deer, we wouldn't have spotted them at all. With the snow so deep, you guys were lucky to see the pigs. That's impressive. Li Weidong couldn't help but chuckle. Mangzi stepped on a pig. How could we not find it? Lu Laoda and Zhao Xuanzi laughed heartily that Mangzi really got lucky. He even managed to step on it. Who says otherwise? Others can't even touch it, but he stepped right on it. You don't know one of the pigs on my end was killed by Mangzi and De Chengzi with their axes. Those 2 were fierce. Ha ha ha, that does fit Mangzi's character. After joking for a bit, Lu Laoda counted, adding both sides together. We have 6 now. Let's see how old Su and the others are doing. Before long, Su Yuqing also came over from their side, his voice arriving before he did boss him coming over. Suga, how many did you see? After meeting Su Yuqing, Li Weidong asked. Su Yuqing's expression was very cheerful at this moment, and he deliberately teased, you 3, guess how many we hit with 6 shots. From Su Yuqing's face, which couldn't hide his happiness, it was clear that he and Nye Pingan had indeed scored quite a few things. Lu Laoda replied with a laugh, 5. We managed to catch 5 roe deer together. Su Yuqing excitedly extended a hand. Why, you 2 must have hit the jackpot, didn't you? How could there be so many? Su Yuqing laughed heartily. Who knows? As soon as your guns went off, a dozen roe deer jumped up from our side. We knocked down 3 with 3 shots, and just as I finished reloading, 2 more came running from your side, and both Nye Pingan and I took them down. It was a real thrill. At this point, not only was Su Yuqing happy, but Lu Laoda and Li Weidong were also laughing. The past few days of hard work really paid off. Plus, with the 5 caught by old Su and the others, they had already harvested 3 pigs and 8 roe deer, and they still didn't know if they had any traps or snares catching anything outside. This forest truly was a treasure trove, hiding so many animals. With these catches, they could easily get through the new year without having to enter the woods. The substantial harvest was also thanks to the heavy snowfall. The animals aren't foolish. When it snows, they always seek sheltered spots with food. This area of forest was particularly well suited for hunting, and with the thick snow, the animals' speed decreased. If it hadn't been snowing, even if they had seen them, Li Weidong and the others wouldn't have been able to catch so many. A few of them went over to Old Za's side, dragging the roe deer they had caught back to Lu Laoda and the others. Li Weidong stood straight and took a breath, saying, I'm going to take a look over there. De Chengzi is still dealing with the pigs, and Mangzi is checking the snares. I wonder if he has caught anything. Lu Laoda called out to Li Weidong, don't rush Dongzi. I'm going with old Su. We might as well check the snares we set. Then he turned to Zhao Xuanzi and Nie Pinggan saying, you two tidy up for now. He'll get Mangzi and Chengzi to help you later. All right then, big brother, you all go ahead. They passed through a couple of 100 meters of woods, returning to where Chengzi was dealing with the pigs. Lu Laodao saw the pig that Li Weidong had caught and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this pig must weigh at least 200 jin. Dongzi, don't say you didn't catch much. Ooh, just this one pig's meat is worth 3 or 4 roe deer. Li Weidong chuckled, but you can't compare them by weight. Sure, this pig is heavy, but it's not as valuable as the roe deer. Who cares about the value? As long as we have meat to eat with these 2 pigs, each of us can at least get 30 jin of meat. Lu Laodao couldn't help but swallow. Although they had caught 8 roe deer, no one was willing to eat them. Those were meant to be sold. Roe deer aren't very large, usually measuring around 1.2 to 1.3 meters in length, with slender necks, large eyes, and big ears, weighing about 60 to 70 jin. The males have antlers while the females do not. Their bodies are a grassy yellow with a tuft of white fur under their tails that gives a small heart shape when they run away. In the northeastern region, roe deer, wild boars, and wolves are common wild animals and hold significant economic value. Roe deer meat is edible and has the effects of warming the stomach, strengthening the heart and lungs, dispelling dampness, and enhancing vitality. Their hides can be used to make leather boots, hats, coats, or bedding, which are very warm and of excellent quality. A single roe deer, including its hide and meat, can sell for over 20 yuan. If just selling the hide, it's around 6 to 7 yuan. Having caught 8 roe deer means they have earned at least 160 yuan, and if they find good buyers, it could easily reach 200. As for the wild boar, that was purely for the group to eat. The reason is that wild boar meat isn't that great, it's tough, and has a strong gamey taste. Given the choice, most people prefer to spend their money on fatty domestic pork. Nowadays, it's not like the difficult times of the 60s. Most production teams raise pigs. Some families with a bit of money might even catch a piglet at the beginning of the year to raise. By the time New Year approaches, they would slaughter it, keeping part for themselves and selling the rest to earn some money. Don't underestimate the impact of raising a pig. In the countryside, selling a pig can be enough to help one's son marry. Thus, as the year ends, the supply and marketing cooperatives are never short on pork, and families that don't raise pigs will go there to buy meat. If a family is out of money, then they can't afford any meat and must settle for vegetarian meals. However, for hunters, wild boar meat is still meat. Having meat is better than having none. It's all caught, and a bullet costs only a few jiao, so they don't feel bad about eating it. A whole wild boar can still sell for a bit, as many leather shoes and bags on the market are made from pigskin, which can fetch 3 to 4 yuan per piece. Seeing Chengzi working hard, Li Weidong asked, is Mangzi not back yet? Chengzi replied nonchalantly, no, he's probably still wandering around. I think I heard him shout a couple of times, so he must have seen something. This statement was not wrong. Mangzi and Chengzi were practically inseparable. When one was acting up, the other would know what he was up to. If Chengzi said there was nothing to worry about, then there truly was nothing to worry about. All right, keep at it. I'll go with Big Brother and Su Gu to check the snares, and if we see Mangzi, we'll send him back to help you. The 3 of them, guns in hand, headed towards the snares. In the first few places, they didn't see anything. The snares had all been emptied, leaving a long trail of footprints in the snow. Clearly, Mangzi hadn't spotted any prey and had wandered off. Let's follow him. If we find Mangzi, we'll send him back, Lu Laodao suggested, and the 3 followed Mangzi's footprints. They had set the snares around the edge of the forest, so the route was relatively long. After following Mangzi's tracks for 400 to 500 meters, they saw him sitting under a large tree. Mangzi, what's up? Is everything all right? Mangzi waved his hand when he saw Li Han and the others, saying, I'm fine, just tired. I'm resting here. Big Brother Su Gudongzi, come over and see what I've caught. When Li Weidong and the others got closer, they discovered that Mangzi was sitting on a pig. The pig was quite large, weighing at least 150 to 160 jin. The pig's leg was caught in a metal trap, one with sharp teeth that could break bones, and the other end was tied to a tree with wire. The wild boar had several bloody wounds, and its snout was also bloodied. Mangzi, how did you kill it? Li Weidong asked curiously. The pig's leg was caught in a metal trap, one with sharp teeth that could break bones, and the other end was tied to a tree with wire. The wild boar had several bloody wounds, and its snout was also bloodied. Mangzi, how did you kill it? Li Weidong asked curiously. There's no denying that Mangzi is indeed a straightforward person. After turning several traps, without finding anything, he thought to himself that having caught so many things, they would likely be heading back soon, and the traps needed to be collected. They couldn't just be left here. So he went through the traps one by one, taking down those that were empty. He had only walked a few hundred meters and checked 5 or 6 traps when he heard some grunting sound ahead like a pig. Mangzi instantly became alert and dashed towards the sound, spotting a wild boar caught in a trap. He initially intended to shoot it, but when he raised the gun and pulled the trigger, he couldn't tell if it was the damp powder in the barrel or a problem with the cap. In any case, when he pulled the trigger it clicked, but didn't fire. Unwilling to accept defeat, Mangzi reset the firing pin and pulled the trigger again, but it still didn't go off. Frustrated, he tossed the gun aside and exclaimed, "What a piece of junk." He never considered that perhaps he had held the gun incorrectly before allowing snowmelt to seep into the barrel. Since the gun was useless now, he had no choice but to resort to his axe, pulling it out from his lower back. His axe was the kind used for chopping wood at home, with one side featuring a curved blade and the other a square hammerhead. The axe had a relatively long handle, about 1.20 meters or 30 centimeters. With the axe in hand, Mangzi quickly approached the wild boar. The wild boar, sensing his presence, panicked and attempted to flee, but its leg was tightly trapped, and after a few steps it was yanked back, unable to break free. Once Mangzi was close, without a moment's hesitation, he swung the axe at the wild boar. He didn't even differentiate between the blade and the hammerhead. He simply struck the boar's shoulder, causing it to stumble. The wild boar was furious. Not only was it trapped and unable to escape, but now it had also been struck by Mangzi. How could it not be enraged? The wild boar turned and charged straight at Mangzi. Rather than feeling fear, Mangzi was filled with excitement as he swung his axe and engaged in battle with the boar. Fortunately, the wild boar was hindered by the trap, limiting its attack range, though otherwise a 200-kilogram pig could have easily knocked Mangzi off his feet. After a fierce struggle, both Mangzi and the wild boar were exhausted. The boar bore several wounds while Mangzi had rolled over multiple times, panting heavily. After catching his breath, Mangzi charged at the wild boar, swinging the axe down towards its head. The blow landed hard, causing the wild boar to sway noticeably, its head likely ringing. Seeing this, Mangzi seized the opportunity to attack relentlessly, and with a loud thud the boar fell to the ground. Yet Mangzi showed no signs of stopping. He continued his assault on the boar's head until it was thoroughly flattened, blood streaming from its snout. Confirming the boar was dead, Mangzi, equally exhausted, tossed the axe aside and sat on the boar, gasping for breath to regain his strength. Just as he was resting, Weidong and the others arrived. Mangzi pointed to the axe lying nearby and said, "I used the axe to cut it down." "You're impressive. Why didn't you use the gun?" Weidong gave him a thumbs up. Mangzi replied with a bitter face, "I didn't want to, but the damn gun wouldn't fire." "How could that be? It worked fine for Sangu, but it wouldn't fire for you." Weidong skeptically approached, picked up the old gun, and after inspecting it, he scolded Mangzi with a laugh, "You idiot, you didn't change the cap after loading the powder. Of course it wouldn't fire with a used cap." Mangzi was confused. "I didn't change the cap. Take a look for yourself." He took the gun and retrieved a cap from his deerskin pouch, attaching it, and aimed the gun skyward before pulling the trigger. With a bang, smoke billowed from the muzzle. Now convinced, he grinned at Weidong and the others, saying, "So, I really didn't change it. I was wondering why it wouldn't fire." "You really are something," Weidong pointed at him. "All right, don't check the remaining traps. Take this pig back and help with processing it. After that, we'll use a sled to bring it to where Xuanzi and the others are waiting." "All right, I got it. I'll head back now." Mangzi nodded. The pig would need to be dragged back on a sled, otherwise no one besides Weidong could carry the 200-kilogram beast. After helping Mangzi to build a sled, Weidong, Lu Laoda, and Lao Su continued to check the remaining traps. They dispatched any traps that had caught something and brought back those that hadn't. Thus the three of them worked until sunset, but still hadn't finished inspecting all the traps, as they had spent an entire day setting them. Moreover, with heavy snowfall, now many traps were obscured, making them difficult to find. However, they managed to retrieve all the iron traps. In the end, they also managed to catch 2 roe deer, while the remaining ropes were unnecessary and could be replaced with hemp ropes later. Dragging the 2 roe deer, they returned to the spot in the woods where Lu Laoda and the others had originally been. Mangzi and Deshang had already brought the pig and roe deer over. The 4 of them were busily processing around the campfire. It was a bittersweet dilemma. Having too much game was a luxury problem, especially in this cold weather, as the initial warmth made it easier to skin and gut the animals. However, after dealing with a few, the remaining game had frozen solid, making it a struggle to process. As darkness began to fall after Weidong and the others returned, they quickly joined in to help. The game hunted in the woods would have some innards or hooves discarded, providing food for wolves, foxes, and other carnivores, effectively sharing the bounty. After all, winter is tough for everyone. With food available, they wouldn't attack hunters entering the mountains or descend to prey upon villagers and livestock. Looking at a pile of discarded innards not far away, Li Weidong said to Lu Laoda, brother, I'm sure some green-skinned creatures will come to eat tonight. Should we set up an ambush and hunt them? Lu Laoda pondered for a moment. The green-skinned creatures in the mountains are endless. Even if we finish off the ones here, others will come from elsewhere. We've already got plenty of game, so there's no need to freeze in the cold for just a few more. As long as they don't provoke us, let's spare them this time. All right then, this time they're just lucky. Li Weidong nodded. However, their decision wasn't about sparing the wolves, but rather about their own good fortune, as more than just green-skinned creatures were lurking around. After the 7 of them finished their discussion, everyone worked together to clean up the remaining prey. The scraps were left on the ground for the carnivores that would come at night. They loaded the wild boar and roe deer onto the sled and pulled it back to the shelter. By now it was completely dark and returning home was no longer an option. They could only spend the night in the shelter. With meat now available, they started a fire in the shelter to roast it thoroughly. After eating their fill, they blocked the door of the shelter and fell asleep warm and cozy. In the middle of the night, they heard a commotion coming from the forest with the howls of wolves, foxes, and other animals echoing back and forth. Li Weidong and the others didn't pay much attention at first, half asleep as they listened. However, a sudden whoa sound jolted all 7 of them awake. What was that noise? A big cat. It sounds like it coming from the forest. Could it really come to our shelter? Who knows, just stay alert. Then came another whoa, this time sounding even closer. Is it really coming over? It shouldn't. We left things in the forest. Why would it come here? But we have meat piled up in the shelter too. What if it really comes? Hey, what else can we do? We just fight it. This was said by Lu Laoda, but his voice clearly trembled. Anyone who claimed they weren't afraid of a big cat coming close was definitely lying. This wasn't a zoo with cages, they were out in the wild. The Northeast tiger is the largest tiger in the world, with male tigers averaging 250 kilograms and females around 180 kilograms. Their claws are 10 centimeters long, and a single swipe can deliver a ton of force. It can run about 15 to 16 meters in a second. With such speed, it would be impossible for even 17 people to confront a big cat at night without getting hurt. The 7 of them nervously held their guns, watching the entrance of the shelter while listening intently to the sounds outside. Fortunately, the next roar from the big cat seemed to be further away, indicating that it had likely only smelled them and was moving back into the forest. Now the forest was completely silent, with no more howls or calls from wolves or foxes. Even inside the shelter, Li Weidong and the others held their breaths and waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 hours, they finally heard lively noises coming from the forest again, and everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The forest had come alive again, indicating that the big cat had left. They stoked the fire in the shelter and added more firewood. Li Weidong said to Lu Laoda next to him, "Fortunately, we didn't set up an ambush in the forest tonight. Otherwise, if that big cat had come, we would have been in serious trouble." Lu Laoda also felt a wave of fear. He had struggled with the decision and had almost agreed with Li Weidong's suggestion. But because they had hunted so much, he decided against going out to hunt wolves at night. Looking back, that decision seemed very wise. If they had really set up an ambush in the forest with human eyesight, they might not even have noticed the big cat coming right up to them. That would have been a disaster. Exactly, it's a good thing we didn't stay there tonight. As soon as dawn breaks, we need to hurry and leave. We can't stay here any longer. Li Laoda nodded in agreement. At this moment, anyone who wanted to stay here would be a fool. If it weren't night, they would have wanted to leave immediately. They stayed awake until dawn, all of them fearing that the big cat might come wandering by at any moment. When the sun finally rose outside, they packed up, loading their gear onto the sled. 2 of them pulled one sled, while Li Weidong dragged another, hurrying away from the place. The group agreed that they would never hunt here alone again. Even when they returned home, they would go hunting with someone else. The territory of the big cat is quite vast, and since they had seen it here, it indicated that it roamed within tens of kilometers. They might encounter it again one day. The sled left deep tracks in the snow stretching through the mountains and forests. They set off in the morning and didn't return to Linsaner village until the sun was about to set. The family members at home had been very worried during these days. It wasn't that they were concerned about them failing to catch prey or getting injured, but rather about the weather. In northeast China, the cold winter weather is more dangerous than any wild animal. Every year, quite a few people freeze to death outside due to drunkenness or getting lost in heavy snow. Linsaner had also been anxious these past few days, feeling very restless since the others had gone hunting and left him at home. But there was nothing he could do. They couldn't go hunting the day after getting married. So every day he would wander around the village entrance looking to see if Li Weidong and the others had returned. Today was no exception. Just before dark, Lin San dressed neatly and went out to the village entrance, gazing into the distance. He immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Li Weidong and the others pulling the heavy sled back slowly. "You're all back. Why you got so much stuff?" Lin San's eyes widened upon seeing the items on the 4 sleds. "Haha, you bet." Third brother this time was truly exhilarating. The oldest Su, walking in front, replied with a smile, adding, "I have to say your new gun is really effective. I took down 3 roe deer with 4 shots. Impressive, right?" "Impressive indeed. I haven't even used my gun yet. Oh, I let you try it first. If you can't hit anything, that would be a waste of my good gun." Lin San then approached Lu Laoda in the middle and asked, "Big brother, how did it go this time?" "Don't worry, it went smoothly. The place you found was indeed good. There were plenty of things inside. Of course, when we went last time, we didn't see any footprints from other hunters. How could there be nothing there?" Lin San replied with a smile. "Exactly, third brother, that's definitely a good place. Not only are there wild boars and roe deer, but there's even a big cat." Mangzi added from behind. "A big cat? You guys encountered a big cat?" Lin San asked in surprise. "If we had encountered it, we wouldn't have returned in one piece. We only heard the sound, and it was just a few hundred meters away from us." "That's pretty dangerous. You can't provoke a big cat. Who can say otherwise? Luckily, after we hunted the wild boar, we left some meat in the forest. Otherwise, who knows, the big cat might have wandered right up to our shelter." As they talked, they walked back. Once they entered Lin San's home, the whole family came out to greet them, and Suna, along with Lu Laoda, an oldZus wife, followed them out as well. The 2 women were both formal and unreserved as they approached Lu Laoda, and Su Yoqing helping to brush off the snow and dirt from their clothes, expressing their concern warmly. Suna also intended to show concern for Li Weidong, but felt a bit shy. At that moment, Huang Guizhi, standing behind her, pushed her, saying, "Sister, what are you dawdling for?" Suna also intended to show concern for Li Weidong, but felt a bit shy. At that moment, Huang Guizhi, standing behind her, pushed her, saying, "Sister, what are you dawdling for?" In the past few days at Lin Saner's home, Su Na has experienced the most comfortable days since coming to the Northeast. Before arriving at Xuanhuan from the Magic City, every day involved morning reports and evening summaries requiring reports to the team leaders for any tasks undertaken and studying in the evenings. After arriving at Xuanhuan, although there were fewer rules, life in this collective setting still required her to be cautious in her words and actions, fearing any mistakes might lead to being reported. The only time she felt relaxed was when she followed Li Weidong to Bago village. The people in Lin San's family are all relatives of Li Weidong's brothers. Whether it's Lin Saner's parents, Huang Guizhi, Lu Laoda's wife, or Su Yoqing's wife, they all treated her very well. There was no hint of discrimination against her due to her background. Everything proceeded naturally. One can easily perceive the kindness or malice of those around them. Suna found herself somewhat enchanted by it all, thinking how wonderful it would be to live like this forever. The men returned from hunting, and the wives rushed to greet their husbands. Suna wanted to step forward, but felt shy. Huang Guizhi nudged her from behind. "Sister, why are you shy? Dongzi has been tired for days. Shouldn't you go and comfort him?" Pushed by her, Suna took a few steps forward, blushing as she approached Li Weidong. "Your back. Are you tired?" Li Weidong smiled. "I'm fine, not tired." "How was your stay at Sangues?" "It was great. Uncle and Aunt Sister Guizhi and the other wives treated me well. I've just been eating and sleeping every day, or I feel like I've gained weight." "Ha ha ha, that's great. I was worried you wouldn't eat well here." "How could that be? It's even better than what we have at our place." Their conversation felt a bit awkward, not typical of a couple. Those around them thought they were just being shy. Lu Laoda's wife joked, "Dongzi, what are you 2 doing? Giving a public speech? Don't be so shy. Hold hands and whisper sweet nothings to each other. Do I need to teach you?" "Exactly, Suna. Look at me and my sister-in-law. What's there to hold back in front of your man?" Su Yoqing's wife chimed in, laughing. This only made Suna feel more embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin San's mother stepped in to defuse the situation. "Dongzi and Suna haven't married yet. They can't be compared to you all. All right, let's hurry inside, but it's cold outside. Saner and you men hurry up and clean up and come inside." Everyone responded and moved indoors. Li Weidong said to Suna, "You should go inside too. I'll be in soon." They moved all the hunted game into the east wing and found a scale to weigh them one by one. After calculating, they found that 4 wild boars, 3 large ones and 1 small, yielded 500 jin of meat, which meant each of the 8 brothers could take home 60 jin. Additionally, there were 10 roe deer producing 420 jin of meat, but this meat couldn't be divided. It had to be sold along with over 10 deer hides that could fetch more than 200 yuan. Once back home, a feast was in order. They stewed a pot of wild boar and roe deer meat. Old man Lin brought out his treasured ginseng wine. Upon seeing the ginseng wine, Li Weidong felt a bit apprehensive. The roe deer meat was nourishing enough, and combined with the ginseng wine, he might end up with a nosebleed that night. But no matter how much he tried to control himself, he couldn't resist the encouragement of the crowd and ultimately raised his cup. However, he didn't fill it too much, and after drinking a few glasses with the brothers, he refrained from pouring more. Even so, by the time he went to bed that night, Li Weidong still felt uncomfortably hot. The next morning, sure enough, he had a nosebleed again, leaving a palm-sized bloodstain on the bedsheet. This led to the brothers teasing him during breakfast about his nosebleed from the night before. Lu Laoda's wife and Su Youqing's wife giggled and pulled Su Na aside to whisper, making Su Na's face turn as red as an autumn apple. After that, she didn't dare to look at Li Weidong. Although he didn't know exactly what they were discussing, he could tell that the two sisters-in-law were definitely talking about something inappropriate with Su Na. He actually felt a bit of expectation. After breakfast, Lu Laoda, Old Su, and Nye Pingan packed their things to prepare to leave. They had been here for around 10 days from attending Lin San's wedding to hunting. The elders and children back home were waiting, so they couldn't stay at Lin San's any longer. Each family took 60 jin of meat and left with a small sled. Only Lin San's family remained along with Li Weidong, Su Na, and a few others like Mangzi and De Chengzi. Li Weidong and Su Na stayed because they needed to sell the roe deer meat and hides in the county today. Last time in the county, they had already arranged with Section Chief Wang of the coal mine that they could bring anything they hunted to sell. Since Section Chief Wang knew both Li Weidong and Lin Saner, it was necessary for them to go. Mangzi and De Chengzi insisted on tagging along, so they stayed behind. 400 jin of meat couldn't possibly be transported to the city by manpower alone. They needed to borrow a cart from the village. After sending off Lu Laoda, Lin San's father headed to the village committee. They quickly borrowed a cart, loaded the meat onto it, and the four of them set off, hoping to reach the county before the workday ended. Su Na stayed at the Lin family to accompany Huang Guizhi. Nothing significant happened on this journey. Upon reaching the entrance of the coal mine company in the county, they found the same guard as before. Having met previously, their exchange was much simpler this time. With just a pack of cigarettes, the guard returned to the guard room to call Section Chief Wang's office. Section Chief Wang evidently remembered the two of them, allowing Li Weidong and the others to drive the cart into the premises and instructing them to wait at the logistics cafeteria. As they drove the cart through the straight and smooth paths of the coal mine factory area, Li Weidong curiously observed everything around. The roads were paved with cement, flanked by tall poplar trees and neatly trimmed wintergreen shrubs. Despite the heavy snowfall just days prior, there was not a trace of snow on the road. At the end of the road was a small square featuring a five-story red office building shining brightly under the sunlight. Turning a corner from the square and walking another 200 to 300 meters leads to the unit cafeteria. While this cafeteria is huge, it's even bigger than our village committee. Mangzi exclaimed, looking at the peaked cafeteria. Ha, how many people does your village even have? This coal mine needs a lot of people, at least several thousand, or maybe even over 10,000. So many. You think so? This is just for their administrative and logistics units. The real numbers are in the mining area. The cart stopped at the cafeteria entrance, and before long they saw Section Chief Wang approaching with two others. Seeing Section Chief Wang approaching, Li Weidong and Lin Saner hurried over to greet him. Hello, Section Chief Wang. You all are here too. It seems there are quite a few people today. I assume you've brought back a good haul. Li Weidong chuckled. You guessed it right. A couple of days ago we went up the mountain and caught over 10 roe deer, bringing back 400 pounds of meat. We remembered what you said about having prey, so we came straight over without delay. Section Chief Wang was quite satisfied with Li Weidong's attitude. Oh really? That's quite a catch. Let me take a look at your goods before we discuss the price. Li Weidong led Section Chief Wang to the cart, instructing Mangzi and De Chengzi to uncover the cloth covering the cart, revealing the processed roe deer meat inside. Section Chief Wang, take a look. This is all well-prepared meat. Section Chief Wang merely glanced at it and did not inspect it himself, but instead asked his two companions to check. After they confirmed the quality, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. As we agreed before, I will pay you the best market price for it, 1 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Li Weidong was a bit surprised. They had not anticipated such a high price during their earlier discussions. They had hoped to sell it for a yuan, and even 0.8 yuan per pound would have been acceptable. Now Section Chief Wang directly offered 1.2 yuan, totaling 480 yuan for the 400 pounds of meat. This was 160 yuan more than their lowest acceptable price of 320 yuan. This was truly an unexpected delight. Li Weidong smiled. Thank you so much, Section Chief Wang. All right, Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhang, take them to the warehouse to weigh the meat. Then before the end of the workday, go to the finance department to collect the payment. After arranging everything, Section Chief Wang left, and Li Weidong and the others followed the two young men to the warehouse. Once everything was settled and the money was collected, the four of them drove the cart out of the company. Li Weidong instructed Lin Sainer to stop the cart by the roadside and said to him, "Third brother, you take Mangzi and Dekengzi to get something to eat and wash up and stay at the guest house where we used to stay. He'll wait here for Section Chief Wang to finish work." "What are you waiting for him for?" Mangzi and Dekengzi looked at Li Weidong in confusion. Li Weidong chuckled and explained, "Why do you think he offered us such a high price? Isn't it because our stuff is good? There are plenty of good things around. What makes him want to take ours?" Li Weidong asked. Mangzi scratched his head. "Then what do you think it is? Does third brother know?" Li Weidong turned to Lin Sainer. "I can understand a little, but I'm not sure if it's the same as what you think. Dongzi, just tell us directly." Lin Sainer, afraid of showing his ignorance, simply asked Li Weidong to reveal the answer. "It's simple, it's all about profit. Section Chief Wang is testing us. If we are sensible, he will take all the meat we bring in the future. If we aren't, this might be the only time." "Are you saying he's waiting for us to give him gifts?" "Not exactly gifts, more like kickbacks. He is the procurement chief of the coal mine and cannot manipulate the accounts, as that would jeopardize his career. But how does he make money? He must take advantage of those who collaborate with him." Now the three of them understood. "Oh, I see. There are so many intricacies. City folks really are quite clever. Hey Dongzi, we didn't say anything about you." Li Weidong waved his hand. "It's all right. This has to do with your lack of exposure to people like him. The principle is quite simple. If you borrow a bowl of cornmeal from your neighbor, even if they give it to you in a flat bowl, you must return it with some heaped up, or they might not lend you again." That makes sense." Lin Sainer nodded. "So Dongzi, how much are you planning to give him?" "Let's give him 100. If it's less, he might not look at it." Li Weidong thought for a moment and said. Lin Sainer and the other two visibly winced at the thought of spending 100 yuan. That was half a year's income for the villagers, and even city folks would consider it 2 to 3 months' salary. Seeing their expressions, Li Weidong laughed. "All right, third brother, don't feel too bad. Even after giving away 100, we still earned 380 yuan. That's 60 yuan more than our lowest expected price, and with the skins each of us can still get around 60 yuan. Most importantly, with this relationship, we won't have to worry about selling our prey in the future. Who knows, he might help us out with other matters as well. What do you think?" Lin Sainer finally nodded. "All right, let's do it this way. Dongzi, this matter is up to you. I'll take Mangzi and Dekengzi to get something to eat and wait for you at the guest house." Li Weidong took 120 yuan from the payment, just in case he needed to treat Section Chief Wang to a meal or something, leaving the rest with Lin Sainer. After the three left with the cart, Li Weidong waited not far from the coal mine's entrance. When it was almost time to get off work, he soon saw Section Chief Wang riding his bicycle out from the unit. Li Weidong waved at him from the roadside. Section Chief Wang had come out with that intention, so when he glanced around after leaving the unit, he spotted Li Weidong at once, feeling that this kid was indeed somewhat interesting. Riding over, he asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for you. I have something I'd like to ask for your help." Li Weidong came up with an excuse. "Oh really? What is it? Speak up. This place isn't convenient for talking. Let's go to that restaurant over there, have a meal, and I'll tell you." Li Weidong pointed to a nearby small restaurant. "All right, let's go." Section Chief Wang was also quite familiar with that restaurant, as it was close to the unit, and he had never been there before. The staff in the restaurant were also familiar with Section Chief Wang. Upon seeing him arrive, they greeted him directly. "Section Chief Wang, is it the same private room as before?" Yes, let's stick with that one. There are only 2 of us today, so just bring a few dishes. Also bring a bottle of liquor." "Sure. Please sit down. The drinks and dishes will be here shortly." Li Weidong followed Section Chief Wang into the private room, and while waiting for the dishes to be served, took out a stack of 10 yuan bills from his pocket and pushed them in front of Section Chief Wang. "Section Chief Wang, we owe you a lot today for helping us sell our roe deer at such a good price. This is just a small token of appreciation." Section Chief Wang pretended to be modest, saying, "What are you doing?" "I'm helping you purely because hunting in this cold weather is not easy, and I have no other intentions." Li Weidong nodded with a smile. Yes, I know. But without your help, we wouldn't have known who to sell it to, and what if we got cheated? Plus, we have other matters we'd like your assistance with. Don't worry, if it's something you can easily help with." "Oh really? Then tell me, what do you need help with?" Section Chief Wang handed Li Weidong a cigarette and casually tucked the money and the cigarette pack into his pocket. "It's like this, Section Chief Wang. Oh, no need to call me Section Chief Wang. Just call me Brother Wang. It feels more friendly that way." "In that case, I will take your advice, Brother Wang. I would like to ask you to help me get some affordable coal. Our village still has some left at our youth point, but the little coal we have won't last until spring. Burning just won't be enough. Oh, is that the case? That's simple. When work starts tomorrow, come find me, and I'll write you a note. I can't promise much, but getting you 30 to 50 tons of coal shouldn't be a problem. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Wang. You've solved a big problem for us. Section Chief Wang waved his hand. No need to be polite. We're all brothers. I just remembered you mentioned the youth point. You came here as a youth sent to the countryside, right? That's right. I'm from Shishir in Beha province. Li Weidong replied, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, Brother Wang, does your coal mine need cotton cloth wool or synthetic fabric? Of course. We're a coal mine enterprise, and the wear and tear on work clothes is significant. We need a large amount of fabric every year. Do you have a way to help us? Section Chief Wang immediately became excited. This was not like him just getting a bit of venison. A fabric procurement was a major task for their coal mine every year. In the current planned economy era, each factory's quota was limited. He wanted to get a few more sets of work clothes for the workers, but he had to beg everywhere, and it wasn't guaranteed that he could really get the fabric. Li Weidong smiled. My dad is the production section chief at Shishi's first cotton spinning factory. If you need it, I can help you contact him and let him report to the factory. I believe we can get the funds as we're using planned surplus materials. That's wonderful. Brother, you don't know how much effort I put in every year to get additional fabric to make a couple of extra sets of work clothes for the workers. I have to plead everywhere. If you can help me get the fabric, I really have to thank you properly. Section Chief Wang's words were absolutely sincere. As a heavy industrial base in northeast China, coal and steel were definitely not in short supply, how acquiring them was very easy. However, light industrial products were scarce, especially fabric, which was already a tight commodity, with production concentrated in the inland regions. The annual allocation of materials was simply insufficient, and the remaining supplies had to be exchanged through their procurement department for surplus materials from others. But with so many enterprises across the country needing fabric, why should they give it to him? Now, hearing Li Weidong say this, Section Chief Wang's eyes sparkled. No matter how good their relationship was, it couldn't compare to the benefit of Li Weidong's father's support. He asked eagerly, Brother, can I directly call your dad in my office tomorrow? If that's possible, he'll bring someone to Shishir right away. No problem. He'll come find you tomorrow morning. The meal was quite enjoyable. After the dishes arrived, Section Chief Wang took the lead in raising his glass to toast Li Weidong. When they finished eating, Section Chief Wang voluntarily paid the bill, not letting Li Weidong spend a dime. The two agreed on the time for the next day and parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Li Weidong returned to the guest house where Lin Sainer, Mangzi, and De Qingzi had already returned and were waiting for him inside. How did it go, Dongzi? Did Section Chief Wang agree? Lin Sin asked eagerly upon seeing Li Weidong come in. He agreed, and there's even good news. I just had a meal with Section Chief Wang, and he promised to give us some affordable coal without needing tickets. Not bad, right? Really? Such good news. Of course. I've already arranged to meet Section Chief Wang tomorrow morning at his unit. Once we get the note, we can go to the coal washing plant to haul coal. At least we can get 30 tons, but our little cart can't carry much. No worries. If we can't haul it all at once, we can make several trips. Li Weidong then raised another question. What do you guys think? Should we deliver this coal directly to the brigade, or should we secretly sell it ourselves? You know, the profit margin here is quite significant. The cost price from the coal mine is about 15 yuan per ton, but the price to sell to the village is 30 yuan per ton. Of course, the market price for finished briquette coal in the city is only 11.5 yuan per ton, which includes government subsidies, and there is a purchase limit of no more than 200 jin per month. Exceeding the limit raises the price. Now, what Li Weidong and the others were getting was affordable coal, which had a price difference of 15 yuan per ton, making it 450 yuan for 30 tons, far more than what they earned hunting. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If people find out, reporting us for speculation could get us into trouble. Not only would we be criticized, but Section Chief Wang would also be implicated. What do you think, Dongzi? Lin Sainer thought for a moment and said, well, that's true. So except for what we keep for ourselves, we should deliver the rest to the brigade. But we need to negotiate conditions with the brigade. At least we should get some work points. Li Weidong was quite persistent. This was something all three agreed on. We definitely can't work for nothing. Work points must be sufficient. However, they still couldn't figure out how to allocate this. Although Li Weidong secured the deal, it stemmed from the shared effort of the 8 brothers in the 400 jin of venison. If it were purely a profit-making venture, Lu Laoda and the others would certainly not want to share, but now they couldn't engage in speculation and could only seek work points, which was another matter. Li Weidong contributed the most effort here, so he deserved to take a larger share. However, it involved the brigade of 5 villages, and distributing the coal back would be complicated. They would leave it to the secretaries of the 5 villages to negotiate and argue it out. As long as the work points for the brothers were in place, that was sufficient. The next morning, as soon as it was time to work, Li Weidong rushed to the coal mine company, while Lin San and the others went to the leather shop to sell hides. Section Chief Wang had also arrived early and greeted the security guard, so when Li Weidong entered the factory, he was not stopped and simply greeted the staff before going in. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the office door with the sign of the procurement section chief hanging on it. Section Chief Wang warmly invited him to sit down, pouring tea and offering cigarettes, making Li Weidong feel a bit uncomfortable. Brother Wang, you don't need to be so polite. It's making me a bit uneasy. Haha, that's just how it should be. If you can accomplish this, it will solve a major issue for our coal mine. In the expectant gaze of Section Chief Wang, Li Weidong stood up. I'll call my dad right now and ask. Great, come sit in my chair. Section Chief Wang led Li Weidong to his desk and placed the phone in front of him. Hello, please connect me to the production section chief's office at the first cotton spinning factory in Beha province. Li Weidong spoke to the operator after dialing the number. At that time, making long-distance calls wasn't as simple as dialing a number directly. You first had to dial the operator at the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau, who would then connect you to the corresponding city and unit. This was also a time when there weren't as many private phones, otherwise the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau's operators would be overwhelmed. After 2 transfers, a familiar voice finally came through. This is the first cotton spinning factory. Who are you looking for? A voice came through, stirring a bit of excitement in Li Weidong's heart. Dad, it's me, Weidong. On the other end of the line, Li Mingliang was clearly taken aback, moving the receiver away to take a look, then quickly putting it back to his ear. Dongzi. It really is you. I thought I misheard. Ha ha, Dad, of course it's me. Ha ha ha, son, where are you calling me from? Is something wrong so early? Nothing's wrong. I'm calling you from Director Wang's office at the Lung County coal mine. A couple of days ago, we caught some prey and sold it here to the coal mine. Director Wang heard that you work at a textile factory and wanted me to give you a call. Then Li Weidong explained the coal mine's plan to procure materials outside of their usual needs to Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang fell silent, quickly pondering whether this could be done and what share they could obtain if it succeeded. Given the current output of the cotton spinning factory, aside from fulfilling the assigned production tasks, they also had to produce foreign trade products to generate foreign exchange, which meant that the amount of unplanned materials they could produce each year was limited. However, from what Li Weidong suggested, it seemed he was very hopeful about making this happen. Li Mingliang also thought that having a local person supporting his son while he was working in Lung County would be much better. Regardless of how much they could secure in the end, this matter needed to be resolved. Please hand the phone to Director Wang. I want to speak with him. Li Mingliang said into the phone. Li Weidong responded and handed the receiver to Director Wang. Director Wang, my dad wants to talk to you. Director Wang took the phone and said, Hello, Li Keqiang. This is Wang Wei from the Lung County Coal Mines Procurement Department. Hello, Director Wang. On the phone, Li Mingliang and Wang Wei chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Li Weidong moved aside to find a place to sit and took out a cigarette to smoke. About 10 minutes later, Wang Wei finally said into the phone, All right, Li Keqiang, I'll wait for your good news. Whatever conditions your factory has, just let me know. If necessary, I'll come to Shirshir with my team. Then he waved at Li Weidong. Weidong, come here and take your dad's call. Li Weidong stood up and walked over to take the phone. Dad, you don't need to worry about this. I'll coordinate with Director Wang later. This matter will definitely be taken care of, and you'll have someone looking after you over there. Okay, thank you, Dad. By the way, did you receive the letter I sent you? Li Weidong asked. I received it. I've already mailed out the things you wanted. You should receive them in a few days. And what about that Hao Chunmei? Is she your girlfriend? No, she's just someone from the youth point. Don't think too much about it. You don't need to worry about what we think. You, my boy, will be 21 after the new year. You should hurry up and find a partner. Your younger sister will be 19 after the new year and should start looking for a husband. It can't be that you, the elder brother, are unmarried while your sister gets married first. Has the younger sister found someone? Not yet, but there are several young men in the factory pursuing her. I think it's about time, so you should hurry up. I understand, Dad. He'll make sure to hurry. All right, just take care of yourself over there and don't worry about things at home, understood? After old Li reiterated his advice, he finally hung up. After putting down the phone, Li Weidong smiled at Li Keqiang. My dad can be so talkative, never stopping with his reminders. Ha, isn't that normal? Who wouldn't worry about their child going so far into the countryside? But now that you're fine, if there's anything in the future, feel free to come to me. In our Lung County, there's not a problem that I Wang Gu can't handle. Wang Wei said this because Li Mingliang had already clearly indicated during the call that they could negotiate the matter of supplying fabric to the coal mine, but the specifics would need to be confirmed after reporting to the factory leaders. Li Mingliang's request was simply to take better care of Li Weidong. Wang Wei naturally had no objections. Taking care of Li Weidong could bring a lot of fabric to the factory each year, making this business absolutely worthwhile. He even began to entertain the idea of getting Li Weidong to work at their coal mine. However, since this matter was not yet settled, he couldn't express his thoughts too early. After chatting for a bit, Wang Wei took out a notebook from his desk drawer and quickly wrote a few lines, signing it and stamping it with a seal. He handed it to Li Weidong. This is what we agreed on yesterday, 50 tons of coal at a fair price. Just take this note directly to the washing plant's warehouse in Nanling Town to buy it. Thank you, Wang Guk. Li Weidong carefully took the note and put it away. With everything settled and the matter concluded, there was no need to stay any longer, so he bid farewell to Wang Wei's office. Exiting the office building and reaching the entrance, he saw Lin San and the others waiting with the horse cart. Dongzi, how did it go? 50 tons isn't that quite a lot? Not just a lot, it's simply too much. When we tell the brigade, they'll be overjoyed. Save it. They'll be happy, but just wait until you see the village heads from several villages scrambling for their share. Lin San laughed heartily. Haha, that's not our problem anymore. Anyway, the goods are coming back and none of our work points can be shortchanged. How about you three? Did you sell the hides? That was quick. What could be slow? We know the folks at the fur shop took a quick look and sold them. 10 roe deer hides and 4 pig hides, and they gave us 80 yuan in total. Li Weidong nodded. That was about right, matching their estimates. All right, let's go then. First, we head to Nanling Town to load a ton to take back. That should keep the family warm for a while. The four of them drove the horse cart to Nanling Town and found the washing plant. After showing the note from Wang Wei to the plant manager, the manager readily agreed to load up a cart for them, without even taking notes. According to the manager, this ton of coal was only 15 yuan, and they didn't want to bother with counting. They could just pay and take it away. Seizing the opportunity, the group didn't say anything more and drove the cart back. This time it was even slower as the horse trudged through the snow with a ton of coal, and one can imagine how slow they moved. The four of them had to help push from behind, without even a seat on the cart. They finally returned home around 9 at night, when everyone in the village was asleep. They knocked on the door. Dong, 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 they knocked a few times. Lin San's father came out with an oil lamp and asked, "Oh, why are you back at this hour? Dad, hurry and open the door. We're all exhausted." Lin San urged. "What happened that you're this tired?" As the cart entered the yard and the tarpaulin was lifted, old Master Lin finally saw the cart filled to the brim with coal. "Where did you get this coal? It must weigh over 1,000 jin, right?" "A full 2,000 jin. Father, hurry and find a place to unload the cart." "Oh, okay, wait a moment, don't rush." While the old man was arranging a place, the old lady Huang Guizhi and Suna also came out of the house. Lin Saner said to Huang Guizhi, "Wife, quickly boil some warm water and grab some salt to give to the horse. It must be exhausted." In this day and age, horses were treasures of the production team. Humans could endure thirst and hunger, but the horse had to be well taken care of. After the long journey, the horse was covered in sweat and was steaming after a stop. He untied it from the yoke and brought it directly into the east wing, where they lit the stove and had old Master Lin wipe the sweat off its body with a rag. Li Weidong and Lin Saner began unloading the cart in the arranged spot. After unloading the 2,000 jin of coal, nearly an hour had passed, and all four of them were covered in black soot, their clothes soaked through. While last night's bath was wasted, Mangzi looked at his filthy hands and said, "Ha ha, who knew we would be handling coal today? Hurry inside, or you'll catch a cold." The four of them walked into the east room, where Huang Guizhi and Su Na had already prepared warm water for them to wash up, and the stove inside was warm and toasty. They closed the door, washed their faces and hands, then removed their soaked clothes and wiped themselves down with a towel, quickly changing into dry clothes. Mangzi and Dekengzi didn't have any clean clothes, so they had to temporarily wear Lin Saner and Li Weidong's. After washing up, they had a smoke to steady themselves, preventing a cold from going outside. Once they were fully ready, they came out from the east wing and arrived at the main house. The food was prepared and laid out on the table, and the four hungry men sat down to eat and drink. After they were full and satisfied, old Master Lin finally asked how they came up with the idea of bringing back a cart of coal. Lin Saner recounted the events. "Father, we thought about giving this coal to the brigade to calculate work points for us brothers. What do you think?" Old Master Lin was shocked to hear about the 50 tons of coal, but his focus was not on the coal itself, but rather on the distribution issue. "Your idea is good, but the distribution might not be so simple. Have you thought about how to divide it and how to talk to the brigade? Lin Saner replied, not yet, but Dongzi is the one who primarily negotiated this deal, so he should get a larger share. The rest can be evenly divided among the villages. The old man chuckled, you're overthinking it. Dongzi getting a larger share will likely not raise objections from others, as he is the key figure in this deal. However, the village heads won't be happy about the rest being divided evenly. Think about it. Our village has 3 of you, Lu Laoda's side has 2, and Su Yuqing and Nye Pingan each represent 1 village. If the distribution is the same, but the work points differ, do you think our village head will be happy about that? Then we'll divide it by the number of our 8 brothers. That should work, right? This is something we have to buy, not given for free. Ha ha, 15 yuan per ton of coal. What's the difference from getting it for free? You can't sell it, and the village brigade can't sell it either. Once it changes hands, it's money. The village officials aren't foolish, who wouldn't want to take more. Mangzi felt it was quite troublesome. Isn't this a mess? We brought back so much coal, and now we have to deal with this. How could it be a mess? This is definitely a good thing. We just need to agree on the distribution. Every village has its own little schemes, but dividing it by the number of our 8 brothers is still fair. At least the village won't feel cheated on the work points. The old man summed it up. Isn't that settled then? Let's divide it by heads. The village hasn't put in any effort and is getting so much coal for free. What more could they want? Mangzi patted his thigh and said. Lin Saner pondered for a moment and said to Li Weidong, Dongzi, how about we divide this 50 tons of coal into 10 shares? You take 3 shares, and the remaining 7 of us take 1 each. What do you think? If you think it's appropriate, I'll go tell our village head tomorrow. Then it's settled. Li Weidong didn't have much thought on this. For him, making connections with someone like Wang Kachang was far more important than the 50 tons of coal. However, having this coal would make his day much more comfortable tomorrow. All right, then it's settled. Mangzi to Kingzi, after you 2 finish breakfast tomorrow morning, hurry up and inform Lu Laoda and Lao Su and have them bring their village head over to discuss this. Then Lin Saner looked at Li Weidong. Dongzi, what about you? Will you go back yourself, or should Mangzi and the others notify you? Li Weidong thought for a moment, feeling too lazy to run. I won't go back. Mangzi, you 2 just go to our village and bring our village head over, okay? Sure, no problem. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. By the time they finished eating and drinking, it was already around 11 or 12 at night. It wouldn't be appropriate to send Su Na to stay at someone else's home at this hour. So Su Na and Huang Guizhi stayed in one room. Lin Saner, Li Weidong, Mangzi, and De Kingzi spent the night in the east wing with the horse. The next morning after breakfast, Mangzi and the others set off to notify Lu Laoda. Old Master Lin and Lin Saner went to talk to the village head about the coal, while Li Weidong felt it was inconvenient to follow and stayed at home. However, at home, he couldn't relate to Lin Saner's mother Huang Guizhi and Su Na, the 3 women of different ages. Bored, Li Weidong could only return to the east wing and lie down. However, not long after lying down, the door creaked open, and he saw Su Na walking in. Why did you come over? Aren't you supposed to be chatting with them? Su Na blushed and said, Auntie and Sister Guizhi both said you were bored, so they let me come over to talk to you. Oh, then come over. There's still space here, and it's quite warm. Li Weidong patted the spot next to him. Now Su Na felt even more shy, but thinking about it, this was Lin Saner's home, and it was still daytime. Li Weidong shouldn't do anything too excessive, right? It was just kissing and hugging, and they had done that before. So she sat on the edge of the bed, moved closer, and lay down sideways, propping her head on her hand, while looking at Li Weidong. Li Weidong also gazed at her intently, unable to resist leaning in and kissing Su Na's rosy lips. However, Li Weidong had been recovering from his injuries recently, and as soon as they kissed, it was like a flood breaking a dam. Everything became uncontrollable. Don't like this. I can't, please. In such circumstances, it would take a remarkably patient man to hold back and stop, unless this person is the reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui. Unfortunately, Li Weidong did not possess the unyielding composure of Lu Xiaohui. He even suspected that Lu Xiaohui might have been a natural eunuch. How else could one remain unresponsive with a beautiful woman in their embrace? Moreover, having tasted meat was completely different from never having done so. More importantly, Li Weidong's mind was still clouded by thoughts from his past life, even though he wasn't considering establishing a harem or engaging in chaotic romantic relationships. However, he could not lack desires for his girlfriend, otherwise it would mean there was something wrong with him. Facing a somewhat intoxicated Li Weidong, Su Na realized that she was likely trapped in this situation, yet she didn't want to casually give herself away. With a voice tinged with pleading, she begged Li Weidong, I beg you, please. I want to save this beautiful moment for our wedding night. Li Weidong was somewhat regaining his senses, but at this point the arrow was already on the bowstring. If he were to give up now, it would fulfill a joke from his past life, and he would scold himself for being worse than a beast. The joke goes like this: a man and a woman spend the night in a room, and before sleeping the woman tells the man, "If you dare to touch me tonight, you are a beast." As a result, the man really didn't make a move during the night, and in the morning the woman scolded him, "You are even worse than a beast," and stormed out. Thus Li Weidong didn't want to be that person worse than a beast, so what should I do now? I don't know. You decide. Suna had never experienced anything like this. How about this? Li Weidong whispered into Suna's ear. Suna blushed even more as she continuously shook her head. Li Weidong half sat up, leaning back against the pile of blankets, and sighed in disappointment. Suna bit her lip, pondering for a long time, internally engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. After all, she had only recently established a relationship with Li Weidong. They had known each other for just 2 months. Did it really have to develop this quickly? However, if she didn't agree, she feared Li Weidong might become upset and even break up with her. That would make her life here truly difficult, and she wouldn't even be able to return to the treatment she received when she first arrived. When a person finds themselves in a low position, they are easily compelled to compromise for some benefits. Suna was clearly in such a situation. She wanted Li Weidong's protection, and in their relationship it was inherently unequal. She had to find a way to please Li Weidong. After some hesitation, Suna chose to compromise. "Then promise me you'll treat me well in the future and won't abandon me." Suna gazed intently into Li Weidong's eyes. "Rest assured, I will definitely treat you well in the future. After some time, when we have informed our families, let's try applying for marriage. How does that sound?" Suna nodded. "Okay, but you must keep your word." Since they were in the East Wing, Lin Dainyu and Huang Guizhi did not come to disturb them. They spent about an hour like this, until voices from Lin San and Lin Laodao returning from outside were heard, prompting Li Weidong and the others to exit the East Wing. Li Weidong felt refreshed, while Suna, trailing behind him, wore a fatigued expression, though her gaze toward Li Weidong shimmered with affection. Today marked a significant breakthrough in their relationship. Although they had not yet become officially married, it was almost as if they were. Regardless of how Suna felt before, she now experienced a sense of belonging. Deep down, she felt that she and Li Weidong were truly a family with no lingering barriers. "Dongzi, come here. This is our village head. You can call him Uncle Zhang." "Old Zhang, this is the Li Weidong I told you about." Lin Laodao introduced the two. Village head Zhang scrutinized Li Weidong from head to toe. "This is Li Weidong, right? He looks like a fine young man. Weidong, thank you for bringing so much coal to the village." "Uncle Zhang, no need for formalities. I just happened to come across this opportunity." Li Weidong replied with a smile. "It's pure coincidence, but there isn't such a thing as mere coincidence." Although he's not a high-ranking official, village head Zhang is in charge of a village and must interact with various leaders in the town. He certainly understands the nuances involved. Without sufficient benefits, how could they possibly offer so much coal at fair prices? Li Weidong played a crucial role in this matter. After entering the main house and settling down, village head Zhang inquired about how the coal was obtained and for Li San and the others' proposed distribution plan. After briefly explaining the situation, Li Weidong expressed that as long as everyone received their fair share of work points, he had no objections. Village head Zhang patted his thigh and praised Old Lin. "It's no wonder the kids from the city have such high awareness. Such a significant contribution, and he's willing to let it go. Your son is truly fortunate to have a friend like this." "Ha ha ha, who wouldn't say so? When I first met this kid 2 years ago, I thought he was something special." Li Weidong scratched his head. "Uncle Zhang, grandpa, you flatter me too much." I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Good is good. However, you are so selfless, we can't be too stingy. When they arrive, I'll talk to them, and several villages will contribute some money as a reward for you." "That really isn't necessary." "Oh, how could that be? The benefits are all taken by the villages, yet you're sharing what you deserve with your brothers. That would be a huge loss for you. We can't do that, otherwise what if you don't help out in the future, right?" Village head Lin was speaking from the heart. Even an illiterate commoner knows that to make a donkey run, you have to give it grass. Since Li Weidong brought so many things this time, if they didn't show some appreciation, who could say he would help again in the future? It echoed the saying that the world isn't just about violence, it's also about human relationships. Since he had said this, Li Weidong decided not to say anything further and nodded in agreement with a smile. Inside the house, Li Weidong and the others were chatting, while in the outer room, Lin San's mother Huang Guizhi and Su Na were preparing the food. They had to prepare dishes in advance for the guests today, with wild boar meat, wild chicken, and rabbit stewing together. Once cooked, the wild chicken and rabbit would be served separately as 2 dishes. In the pork they added cabbage and vermicelli to make a large pot dish. After the guests arrived, they would fry a plate of eggs totaling 4 dishes. This was quite a standard for hospitality. Finally, the 3 women mixed a bowl of dough to prepare dumplings with sauerkraut and meat. By around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the village heads from several villages and Lu Laoda gradually started to arrive. The Lin family yard suddenly became lively. Especially Yang Genxing, the village head of Xuanhuan Tun, couldn't stop smiling when he saw Li Weidong. He approached Li Weidong, grasping his hand tightly, and repeatedly patted his back. "Dongzi, you have done a great service this time. You brought honor to our village. Uncle Yang will definitely thank you properly later." Inside Lin Sainer's small house, the village heads from 5 villages along with Li Weidong and his companions were all sitting together. Although the village heads felt that the coal allocated to their villages was insufficient, they had already discussed this allocation plan with Li Weidong earlier, making it difficult for anyone to refute. Thus, they could only adhere to this plan. This instead led to fewer arguments. Otherwise, it was uncertain how heated the discussions among them might become. According to Li Weidong's plan, out of 10 portions, Li Weidong would take 3 portions, leaving the remaining 7 for each of the others, meaning that Xuanhuan Tun, where Li Weidong was located, would receive 15 tons, while Beigo village home to Lin Siner Mangzi and to Chengzi would also receive 15 tons. Lu Laoda's village would get 10 tons, and finally Su Yuqing and Niepingan's villages would each receive 5 tons. However, this raised another issue. 5 tons was hardly enough for a village to use for a few days. The village heads from the 2 villages receiving less began to incessantly toast Yang Genxing and Zhang village head, hoping to negotiate for 5 tons from them. With this, each village would have 10 tons of coal, making it more manageable. "Sure, no problem. Allocating 5 tons to you isn't a big deal, but it can't be for nothing. We purchased it with real money." Yang Genxing spoke up first. "That's simple. Our village can cover the cost for those 5 tons of coal," one of the village heads replied. "You have quite an optimistic view. Does our village lack a few $100? Right now we are discussing coal, which is already sparse, and we are even calculating labor points. So what do you suggest we do? I won't go into too much detail, but for our 2 villages you will provide us with 200 jin of grain as compensation for labor points. Then during next year's autumn harvest, lend us a large draft animal for work, and that 5 tons of coal will be yours. How about that? The 200 jin of grain isn't much. By value, it's only about 50 or 60 yuan. This grain is merely to supplement the labor points for Li Weidong and Lin Sainer. The key point is that large draft animal. Don't underestimate the work speed of a big animal. During the autumn harvest, it can be more useful than several people. As village heads, they wouldn't argue fiercely over a few $100 worth of coal, but they still needed to maximize their benefits. After a brief discussion, the 2 village heads slapped the table and declared, "All right, it's settled. We will send the grain over to you right away." Thus, the matter of distributing the 50 tons of coal came to an end, with each village receiving 10 tons, which was a happy outcome for everyone. This 10 tons of coal amounts to 200 jin. With an average of 100 households per village, that means each household can receive 200 jin. If they conserve firewood, it can last for a month. Most importantly, this might not even be the first batch. There would definitely be more to come. This allocation method ensures that in the future everyone will share equally, which is the main point. Lin San and Lu Laoda didn't care how things would be divided later. This first opportunity to gain a year's worth of labor points from the village was already thanks to Li Weidong, and they never thought about future allocations. Also, we must thank that brat Weidong for this coal. Without him, none of us would have been able to get this cheap coal. Shouldn't we express our gratitude to him? Yang Genxing directly suggested. As the village head of Xuanhuan Tun, Yang Genxing certainly aimed to secure benefits for his own people. Zhang village head was the first to respond. "Old Yang, if you hadn't brought it up, I would have mentioned it too. Weidong has indeed done a great service this time. He must be rewarded. Weidong, tell us what you want." "I don't really need anything, so let's just forget about it." Li Weidong pondered for a moment. "That's not acceptable. If we say we will reward you, we must reward you. All right, you once mentioned wanting to build a house after the new year. I can help you find a place and arrange for workers. How does that sound?" Yang Genxing cut him off decisively. "That works. Thank you, Uncle Yang." Li Weidong nodded vigorously. He had brought this up with Yang Genxing before, but it had been a casual mention without any concrete plans. Now that Yang Genxing had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was quite favorable. "Don't mention it, you deserve it." Yang Genxing then looked at the other village heads. Zhang village head immediately stated, "Well, we have some wood here in our village. I'll have someone deliver it to you. Oh, just use it as you see fit." The other 3 village heads also offered resources. Some provided wood, others offered bricks and tiles, while some sent carpenters and masons. In just a short time at the dinner table, Li Weidong's requirements for land materials and labor for building his house were all met. Li Weidong was very satisfied with this outcome. He hadn't expected to have his own house so soon without spending any money. It's not that he wouldn't spend at all, he would need to cover the meal costs. Lin Sainer and Lu Laodao were also very happy, expressing that they would come to help when Li Weidong started building. They even joked with Li Weidong asking when he planned to marry Su Na. This reminded Li Weidong of the events from that morning, which were indeed quite memorable. Once that thought arose, his heart began to flutter. I want to get married too, but that requires approval from my family. Su Na and I plan to write home to discuss it and see what they think. However, Uncle Yang, you know the current policies, and there's also Su Na's background issue. It might be a bit difficult for us to get married right now. According to the current policy, late marriage for educated youths is encouraged. Men must be at least 25 years old, and women at least 23 before they are allowed to marry. Marrying early could distract educated youths. Moreover, marriages between educated youths must go through layers of approval, first from the production team, then from the higher-level commune. Such applications often end up being denied. Especially for someone like Su Na, her application would likely be rejected immediately, and she might even be labeled as someone who is unwilling to settle down in the countryside. As for Yang Aimin and Zhang Hongmei, their marriage was approved because Zhang Hongmei was a local resident representing a perfect integration with the working class. Yang Jinxing furrowed his brow after hearing this. Although there was no prejudice against educated youths like Su Na in their village, it didn't mean there wouldn't be issues with the higher-level commune and the educated youth office. If they applied to get married, it would indeed be a problem. We can discuss this later. As far as the village is concerned, I agree. At worst, you two can just get your marriage certificate when you reach the required age. Exactly. Just have the wedding without the certificate. How many people in our village actually have marriage certificates? Yet everyone is still living their lives. Old Lin set down his cup and said, "Who can say anything about that?" Li Weidong smiled but didn't speak. While they could operate like that in the village, educated youths could not. If someone reported them, they would truly be in a dire situation. In the outer room, Huang Guizhi and Su Na were listening to the conversation inside. Huang Guizhi curiously asked, "Xiao Na, is there really such a policy for educated youths?" Although Su Na was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. In the morning, she was too shy to think about the matter thoroughly. Now, hearing Li Weidong bring it up, she recalled those regulations and helplessly nodded. It's true. What should we do? After the new year, Dongzi will only be 21 and you're only 20. You two will have to wait for several years to reach the right age. Huang Guizhi was somewhat surprised, as she truly hadn't anticipated this rule. Her marriage to Lin Sainer was quite straightforward. When they came, the introduction letter had already been prepared at her home. Lin Sainer had gone from the village directly to the town to get the marriage certificate without any obstacles. "We are different from you. Our files are with the Youth Affairs Office, and any transfers or marriages require their approval." Su Na responded with a pained expression. "It's fine, don't worry, Dongzi is capable. He will definitely find a solution. If it really doesn't work, you can just wait for a couple of years. After all, you're still young." Huang Guizhi consoled her. "Let's hope so." At this moment, Su Na could only place her hope in Li Weidong. Although she came from a big city like Mo City, her views were still quite traditional, aligning with the ideals of this era, where loyalty was valued. Despite initially planning to use Li Weidong for protection, this intention was built on her feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to him. Moreover, now that she had developed a close relationship with Li Weidong, her mindset had undergone significant changes. It could be said that she was already tied to him for life. Outside, it was already quite late. Li Weidong and the others had nearly finished eating and drinking inside. Village head Zhang led Yang Jinxing and 3 other village heads back to his home for accommodation, while Mangzi and Chengzi, being from the same village, naturally returned home. Huang Guizhi and Su Na continued to share a room, while Li Weidong and the other 3 stayed in the east wing. After spending the night there, the next day, they hurried back, arranging for people and vehicles to go to Nanling town to transport coal. After staying in Xianyangtan for over 10 days, Su Na and Li Weidong were finally ready to return. Before leaving, Su Na reluctantly held Huang Guizhi's hand, promising to visit her when she had time. The horse-drawn carriage took them to the village entrance in just over half an hour. Mangzi and Chengzi continued to send off the other village heads, while Li Weidong, Su Na, and Yang Jinxing walked towards the village. "Dongzi, you take Su Na back to the Youth Affairs Office first, and then hurry to the brigade's office. They'll notify the other cadres in the village. We need to hold a meeting to arrange things." Li Weidong nodded. "Okay, Uncle Yang, they'll head over shortly." When they returned to the Youth Affairs Office, all the girls in the dormitory rushed out, surrounding Su Na with eager chatter. You guys chat or I have to go do something. Alright, don't tire yourself out too much. The girls completely disregarded Li Weidong, pulling Su Na into the room and incessantly asking her about her experiences, with Li Weidong discussing how fun the wedding was and similar topics. Meanwhile, Li Weidong strolled towards the neighboring brigade office. Before he arrived, he heard Yang Jinsheng calling for the village cadres to come for a meeting through the loudspeaker. Upon reaching the brigade office, Li Weidong pushed open the door. Yang Jinsheng also turned off the loudspeaker, and they both sat down at the table. Li Weidong took out a cigarette and offered it to Yang Jinsheng. Dongzi, I'm not criticizing you, but how did you end up in a relationship with Su Na? A few days ago when you mentioned bringing her to the wedding, I found it a bit puzzling, but yesterday I saw you two really together. Don't you know her background? Yang Jinsheng spoke earnestly. Li Weidong grinned. Uncle Yang, you said you didn't care about these things. I don't care, but do you see me making things difficult for those youth with poor backgrounds? However, one thing must be clear, being with her could affect your progress. Do you understand? Do you still want to join the party? What does this have to do with joining the party? This is my personal matter. You're too young. Whether it's joining the party now or future cadre appointments, they will require investigations. If they find out you're dating Su Na, won't that raise doubts about your political stance? Can you still be trusted for important positions? Haven't you thought about these issues? What can I do now? Am I supposed to break up with her? Of course. If the opportunity arises, it would be better for you to part ways. There are so many good girls in the village and at the youth affairs office, you can't possibly not like any of them. A man can't just look at a pretty face, you know. Li Weidong grinned. Uncle Yang, you're a bit late with that advice. Now I can't even break up if I wanted to. What do you mean? Are you like that scoundrel AI Min already in a relationship? Yang Jinsheng's eyes nearly bulged out. These two were a handful just after resolving AI Min's matter. Now Li Weidong was in this situation. Li Weidong quickly waved his hands. No, Uncle Yang, you can't say that. We're not in a relationship yet. But well, we've done what we should have done, and I can't just break up, or what would I become? Li Weidong didn't dare to mention that their interactions were far more serious than that, and of course he couldn't say it. What can I say about you? Yang Jinsheng pointed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. He had always had high hopes for Li Weidong, otherwise he wouldn't have considered him for the party. Yet now this situation arose. After a brief silence in the room, Yang Jinsheng finally spoke. Don't spread this matter for now, the fewer people who know the better. Once the coal transport is sorted out, I will promptly submit materials for you, aiming for you to join the party next year, so you don't cause me any more trouble later. And I'm serious, you need to keep your actions in check. Don't get into any trouble, or I won't be able to help you. Li Weidong nodded vigorously. I understand, Uncle Yang. Don't worry, though I won't make that mistake before getting married. It's good that you know. At that moment, Wang Shu and Xin Fang and 3 production team leaders arrived at the brigade office. Yang Jinsheng and the others switched topics, discussing the coal procurement issue. After finishing, Yang Jinsheng made arrangements. Our village has 3 teams along with 1 youth affairs office. Tomorrow each team will send 5 people to go with the truck to Nanling town to transport coal. Shuan, you take the money. Weidong, you go back and inform Sun Yongping. Let's aim to bring it back before dark tomorrow. Once everything was confirmed, Yang Jinsheng discussed the rewards for Li Weidong with several others. The allocation of the homestead land was not a decision he could make alone. It required the agreement of all the village leaders. However, Wang Shuwen raised a question. We all acknowledge the merit of Weidong. Giving him a plot of land to build a house should be no problem, and I agree, but the land cannot be under his name since his household registration is under the public account. How do we resolve this? This was indeed a practical issue. Building a house costs money, and it is quite a substantial amount regardless of whether the materials are provided by others. But it would all belong to Li Weidong. If he was given land not under his name, what would happen to the house once it was built? Currently, Yang Jinsheng was still the village head. With the agreement of several village leaders, it was certainly not a problem, but the issue arose if there were a change in leadership one day and Yang Jinsheng was no longer the head of Shenyang village. If the new leader did not recognize that the land was given to Li Weidong, how would it be handled then? Li Weidong would surely suffer the loss. Although Wang Shuwen did not explicitly state this, the meaning was understood by everyone. Seeing that no one was speaking, Yang Jinsheng smiled. Once the house is built, can we just kick Weidong out? There are no shameless people like that in our village. Don't worry, Weidong, you can build boldly. Uncle Yang, if it comes to that, he'll just pay a bit to the village as land rent. We can sign an agreement, right? My ancestors did it that way for 20 or 30 years, didn't they? That's also a solution. What do you all think? Yang Jinsheng looked at the others. Our village has never done this before. How much should we set? Wang Shuwen asked. Anyway, this money doesn't need to be really paid by Weidong. We can write whatever. Let's say 3 yuan a year, and Shuwen, you just keep the accounts. All right, I will write it now, and you just need to stamp it later. After a discussion, they settled on this matter. There was still plenty of vacant land in Xuanhuan village. Li Weidong chose a plot next to Yang Amin's house, about 600 square meters, and after building a 5-room main house and an annex, there would still be a large yard. After signing and stamping the land lease paperwork, it was now officially in Li Weidong's possession. He could now be considered a person with a family of his own, just waiting for the spring to begin construction. After the meeting, when he returned to the Youth Point dormitory, it was still only mid-morning. Those who were logging wouldn't be back until it got dark the day before. With nothing else to do, Li Weidong lay down on the large bunk bed to catch up on sleep, and lunch was brought to him by Suna. When the male youth returned in the evening, Li Weidong told Sun Yongping about the plans to transport coal tomorrow. Sun Yongping readily agreed, saying, "Dongzi, how much coal can we get for our youth point this time? I really haven't asked clearly, but we should at least get 200 to 300 gene right. 200 to 300 gene is fine. That way we won't have to worry about adding firewood every midnight." Sun Yongping nodded. He then casually pointed out a few people to accompany him. Those selected were overjoyed, while those not chosen returned to their seats dejectedly. Such official errands were something that everyone was eager to take on, and not only did they earn work points, but the work wasn't strenuous, and most importantly, they could find time to buy things in town. The next morning, a total of around 30 people, including the driver, set off to Nanling Town with 7 large horse-drawn carts. By the time they arrived at Nanling Town, other village teams had also arrived. After meeting up, they waited a while for the others to arrive. Once everyone was there, they entered the coal washing factory together. Because Li Weidong and the others had been here before, they were already acquainted with the director of the warehouse, making this visit smoother than the last. The warehouse director glanced at the order slip and directly issued them a pickup order. Someone took Yang Zhensheng and the others to make the payment and load the coal. The warehouse director then called out to Li Weidong. "Weidong, our section chief, Wang, called yesterday and asked me to let you know that he has already left for sure. He probably won't be back for about half a month, so you should visit him at the office before the new year." "All right, I understand. Thank you, director. Don't mention it, we're all part of the same team. Section Chief Wang specifically instructed me to ensure you get quality coal. Well, I've already conveyed that to them." Then the warehouse director leaned closer to Li Weidong and said, "I also had the warehouse load a bit more for you, but don't tell anyone else." "Understood, director. We don't have much good stuff in our village. When the new year comes, I'll bring you 2 roe deer to taste." "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Thank you in advance, Weidong. This is why having connections in higher places makes a difference." Originally, they had an order for 50 tons, but in the end, they managed to load 60 tons on a 30-plus carts. If it weren't for their carts being unable to hold any more, they could have loaded even more. This made several village heads regretfully slap their thighs. Li Weidong smiled and comforted them, saying, "All right, don't regret it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just bring more carts next time. However, I just promised the warehouse director that I would bring him some game before the new year. My brothers and I might not have the energy to deliver anything to the village in time." "Oh, that's no problem. You guys just focus on your tasks. The village won't deduct any work points from you." All the village heads patted their chests to assure him. What Li Weidong wanted to hear was this promise. It meant that all the game they hunted before the new year would be theirs to keep, and they wouldn't be restricted from doing other work. Freedom to do as they pleased. While loading coal, those who needed to buy things for their homes went to the nearby stores. Once everyone returned, the convoy emerged from the coal washing factory in high spirits. The journey back was exhausting for the following people. If each cart carried only 1.5 tons of coal, it wouldn't be too hard for 2 horses to pull it. A little push from behind was enough. But now with 2 tons on each cart, people had to push from behind while someone pulled from the front. Although it was tiring, everyone felt happy inside. By the time the convoy returned to the village, it was already dark. However, Yang Zhensheng still announced over the loudspeaker that the village had brought back a batch of coal. The next day, each household could come to the village committee to collect 150 gene each. Since there were many people in Li Weidong's youth point, they received a bit more, totaling 600 gene, which was enough for them to last until the new year. Once this matter concluded, life in the village returned to normal. Li Weidong was no different. After resting at home for 2 days and organizing his gear, he prepared to head back into the mountains. As a hunter, one cannot avoid the mountains in winter. If one cannot bear this hardship, they might as well not pursue this profession. Li Weidong did not seek out Lin Sainer and the others to go with him. Instead, he set off into the mountains by himself, carrying his gun and provisions. The path on the mountain is still difficult to traverse. The heavy snow from before is half a meter deep, and under such harsh conditions it won't melt at all. Moreover, there are hardly any people in the mountains, unlike the road where it has been compacted by the passage of people and vehicles. Stepping down, the snow reaches just below the knees. However, there is an advantage to this. The various footprints of animals in the snow are clearly visible, which is excellent for hunters. Although it is tiring, these tracks reveal the direction in which the animals are moving and the times they appeared, helping to determine whether to follow. Weidong had not been in the mountains for long when he spotted a set of footprints left by a wild boar. From the traces of the footprints, it was evident that this was a large solitary boar. Such boars are typically males known for their solitary nature, only joining others during the mating season. After having their fill, they will leave the group to seek out another location. These male boars are generally quite large, weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, with some exceptionally large ones reaching 400 to 500 pounds. A boar of this size is not easily provoked even by tigers or bears to avoid injury. The same goes for hunters. Weidong assessed the footprint and concluded that this wild boar was likely not particularly large, weighing perhaps around 300 pounds at most. With a gun in hand, he felt capable of taking it down. Thus, Weidong followed the trail of the footprints. The wild boar seemed driven by an unknown attraction ahead, continuing without pause. Weidong followed for an entire day without catching sight of the boar. However, based on the tracks, it seemed that the boar had just passed, making him reluctant to give up. But as dusk approached, he had to pause and find a place to spend the night, planning to continue once dawn broke. While gathering branches for a fire, he inadvertently looked up and noticed a shadow swaying not far away on the ridge. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What the hell, that's the boar I've been tracking all day." Weidong dropped the branches and grabbed his gun, chasing after it. Although the distance seemed short, it was still quite far when he actually moved closer. However, having finally spotted the boar, he was determined to catch up. Halfway there, he saw the wild boar descend to the other side of the ridge. Weidong quickly sprinted towards it. At the ridge's peak, he saw the boar about 200 meters down the slope, rooting around in the snow. At this distance, Weidong worried that if he missed the shot, the boar would get startled and flee. So he cautiously approached down the ridge. He crept within 100 meters of the boar. It seemed to sense danger, raising its head and scanning the surroundings warily. Weidong felt he could wait no longer. If he delayed further, the boar would escape, and his 2 legs couldn't outrun its 4. He decisively raised his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The wild boar stumbled and collapsed into the snow. Weidong's heart soared with joy. It seemed his marksmanship had improved, taking down a 300-pound boar with just 2 shots. However, at that moment, he became somewhat careless. With night approaching, he felt anxious and didn't thoroughly check if the boar was truly dead, hastily running over. Upon reaching the boar, he found it lying on the ground, panting heavily, blood oozing from its front legs and belly. Perhaps sensing someone nearby, the boar suddenly sprang up and charged at Weidong. The distance was too close. Weidong didn't have time to shoot before he was knocked flying by the boar. He flew several meters, losing his grip on the gun, but fortunately the thick snow cushioned his fall, preventing him from crashing into the rocky hillside. After knocking him aside, the boar didn't turn back to fight, but rather ran straight down the slope. Weidong felt a throbbing pain all over his head. "Ouch, hell, you nearly killed me. I must take you down." Gritting his teeth, he got up from the ground, moved his limbs a bit, and checked himself. Fortunately, he hadn't injured his bones, just knocked down. His clothes had been torn by the boar's tusks. Yet Weidong had no time to dwell on this. He picked up his gun and pursued the fleeing boar. He followed it down the slope and into a grove. Only then did the wild boar gradually come to a stop, perhaps too weak from blood loss, seeking refuge in a thicket. Weidong hesitated outside the thicket, unsure if he should enter. If he didn't, what if the boar escaped from the other side? But if he went in, he had no idea if the boar would counterattack. Finally, he steeled himself, thinking if he worried about this, why was he even out here? In I go. Just a few steps inside, he heard a gunshot from the other side, and it was a crisp sound that was definitely not from a hunting rifle. Weidong paused. Could it be that the border guards had encountered the boar? Before he could finish his thought, a rustling came from the thicket, and a group of pigs appeared before him. "I've stumbled into a pig den." Without time to think, Weidong raised his gun and fired. He took down a smaller one with a single shot, but a larger one weighing around 200 pounds, despite being injured, charged straight at Weidong. It was clear it wanted to fight him to the death. At this point, reloading was out of the question, and there were no trees to climb. It was clear that he had to fight back. Weidong threw down his gun, drew his knife from his waist, sidestepped the charging pig, and lunged to grab its ears, stabbing at the boar with his knife. The wild boar was not going to give in easily, struggling fiercely, quickly breaking free from Weidong's grip on its ear, and charged at him again. This time Weidong was not so lucky. One misstep, and he was knocked to the ground. Seeing him fall, the boar didn't relent, but instead charged at him, attacking and biting. Li Weidong fought back, fiercely stabbing the boar repeatedly, its blood splattering all over him. Ultimately, it was the boar that succumbed first, collapsing beside Li Weidong. At this point, Li Weidong was utterly exhausted, and he felt a sharp pain in his ribs, realizing he might have suffered a fracture from the boar's charge. He could care less about anything else, lying on the ground and gasping for air. Yet just as he was regaining his breath, he heard rustling in the thicket. Great, if something big comes now, I'm really done for, Li Weidong thought, gritting his teeth as he sat up to look for his gun. Just then, two people emerged from the thicket, guns in hand. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard them chattering away, and his heart raced once more. These chattering words startled Li Weidong. This was completely not the language of Huaxiao, it was clearly the tongue of the Russians. Have these two crossed the border? Li Weidong hurriedly took a couple of steps to pick up the gun that had fallen to the ground, aiming it at the two of them. You have crossed the border. The two Russians were also taken aback by Li Weidong's actions, quickly raising their guns to point at him, followed by a few more chattering words. Neither side could understand what the other was saying, merely shouting at each other while pointing their guns. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely tense. At that moment, another person emerged from behind the two Russians. Can you understand? You have crossed the border, hurry up and retreat. With the addition of this person, Li Weidong felt an extra pinch of tension in his heart. The newcomer spoke up, and it was a woman's voice. Friend, you are the one who has crossed the border. You should retreat. Impossible. I clearly didn't see the boundary marker. It was you who crossed the border. Retreat immediately, or I will not be polite. Finally, someone who could understand had arrived, and Li Weidong immediately warned the woman. Are you also a hunter? What about it? Since you are a hunter, you should be familiar with the terrain here. Don't you know that there are no isolation facilities in this area? Li Weidong thought carefully, and it indeed seemed to be the case. This area was all mountains and forests, making it impossible to set up barbed wire, and there was no significant value. So there were only boundary markers and border patrols without any obstructions. Could it be that he had really crossed the line while chasing a wild boar? Are you hunters too? Li Weidong asked. Of course we are hunters living in the nearby village. Is there a problem? Li Weidong shook his head. No, since that's the case, let's all step back to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right, as you wish. So can you lower your guns? You go first. The Russian woman murmured a few words to the two beside her, and they slowly lowered their guns while Li Weidong did the same. Then they slowly began to retreat. Wait a moment. Just as Li Weidong was about to turn and leave, the Russian woman called out to him again. Li Weidong cautiously asked, is there a problem? This is your hunted game, aren't you going to take it? Just now we also shot a big wild boar over there, and it looked like it was previously injured by you, right? Yes, I shot it, but I don't want it anymore. Consider it a gift to you. Li Weidong just wanted to leave this place now. If this was truly Russian territory, given the current relations between the two countries, if the patrol team caught him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, and it might even bring trouble to his family. It was better to leave early. Thank you, my name is Yelena. What is your name? I am Li Weidong. Li Weidong's voice came from the forest, and Yelena softly repeated the name a few times, remembering it. Brother, let's go. The two people beside her nodded after confirming it was safe. One of the bearded men spoke up. All right, let's pack up and leave. I felt that this person was very dangerous just now, but he must be injured, or otherwise he wouldn't have retreated so easily. He is injured. Will he be in danger alone in the forest tonight? Yelena asked. That's something we don't need to worry about, it's his own business. How can that be? He just gave us the wild boar, we can't just leave him alone. My silly sister, what is the situation now? Even if we want to help him, would he dare to stay here and treat his wounds? The bearded man replied with a smile. Yelena nodded. All right then, let's thank him the next time we meet. The three of them started a fire in place and began processing the wild boars they had hunted. On the other side, Li Weidong was covering his ribs as he moved through the forest. After walking 200 to 300 meters, he indeed saw a standing concrete pillar with the words National Border written on it. After circling the pillar twice, Li Weidong sighed. How come I didn't see this pillar before? If I had seen it earlier, I wouldn't have crossed the border and gotten injured. Speaking of injuries, Li Weidong immediately felt a piercing pain. He hadn't felt it so intensely before, perhaps because he was no longer so tense after returning to his territory. Now trying to move was a bit difficult. Li Weidong quickly gathered some firewood, found a big tree to sit down, lit a fire, and warmed himself up a bit. Just after the fire was lit for a while, and he hadn't finished his cigarette, Li Weidong felt a chill run down his back. He turned around sharply and found nothing. Listening carefully, he heard a low growl and the sound of claws scraping from behind the big tree. Damn it, this is bad. Upon hearing that sound, Li Weidong knew it was a bear. Peeking over, he found a hole behind the big tree. The sound was coming from inside. This sneaky creature seemed to have been awakened by him. When he looked, the bear had already poked its head out. The gaze of man and bear met. The bear roared at Li Weidong, opening its massive mouth, and a foul stench rushed at him. At such close range, confronting a bear was akin to seeking death. But given the circumstances, what else could Li Weidong do? Ignoring the pain in his body, he grabbed a burning stick and swung it at the bear, then jumped up and turned to run towards the three Russians. At this moment, only they could join forces to deal with the bear and save his life. The bear was hit, merely slowing its movements. It shook its head and completely emerged from the hole, roaring before charging right at Li Weidong. At this point, the distance between Li Weidong and the bear was no more than 20 or 30 meters. Hearing the commotion behind him, Li Weidong suddenly turned around and fired a shot at the bear. The bear's body obviously jolted. Then, enraged, it charged at an even higher speed. As Li Weidong ran another 30 to 40 meters, the bear caught up with him. With a swipe of its paw, Li Weidong was sent flying. Li Weidong cursed, inwardly thinking he shouldn't have come out today. He had been knocked around several times already. Li Weidong crashed into a tree, feeling a warmth in his chest, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Great, this injury was even worse. The bear, seeing that it had struck, stood on its hind legs and let out a roar before launching itself at Li Weidong once more. At this moment, Li Weidong had already dropped his gun. He could only draw out his knife and prepare to fight the bear to the death. Just at that critical moment, 3 gunshots rang out behind him. The bear collapsed to the ground, sliding a few meters due to its momentum, its head stopping less than half a meter from Li Weidong's groin. The bear's mouth was still opening and closing, emitting a low growl from its throat. As the great maw loomed dangerously over his brother, Li Weidong, who had been racked with pain, suddenly sprang to his feet, stepping aside and thrusting his knife towards the bear's neck. The bear, having taken 4 shots, had lost all strength to resist and struggled briefly before drawing its last breath. Li Weidong's spirit relaxed, and then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Yelena and her 2 brothers approached, gazing at the unconscious Li Weidong and the bear beside him. "Brother, what should we do now?" Though reluctant to take a Huahua person back to their home, they couldn't let him die here. The bearded man forced a smile, saying, "What else can we do? Let's take him home. Once he recovers, we can send him on his way." "What about the bear?" "We'll deal with the bear in the morning. You, for now, let's get the person back." The 3 of them ignored the bear, with one of them hoisting Li Weidong and heading back. When Li Weidong woke up again, he found himself lying in bed. Upon opening his eyes, the Russian-style decor confirmed that Yelena and her brothers had saved him. He lifted the covers to check, and aside from wearing a pair of underpants, he was completely unclothed. Not seeing his clothes anywhere, he hesitated to get up, opting to stay curled up in bed. Perhaps hearing his movements, Yelena entered the room with a cup of water and some medicine in hand. "You're awake. You've sustained some internal injuries, and 2 of your ribs are broken. Uncle Andrew has already seen to you and prescribed some medicine. You'll be fine after some rest and no need to worry." Li Weidong nodded. "Thank you, Yelena. If it weren't for you, I might have perished last night. Don't mention it, or we couldn't just stand by and let you die. But you were truly brave back there. I've never seen a man like you here," Yelena praised. Li Weidong snorted, inwardly considering how few people there were in this area. The population of the entire Russian region is largely concentrated in Europe and in Siberia. In the Far East, there aren't many people at all. Only about 18 million, most living in coastal cities in the east. In these mountains and villages, the population is pitifully sparse. There might not even be 1 person per square kilometer. With this population density, how many men could Yelena have encountered? Indeed, Yelena had seen very few people growing up. Their village had only about 10 households, totaling 50 to 60 individuals, all living by hunting. The nearest town was dozens of kilometers away, with a population of only 2,000 to 3,000. It was precisely because there were so few people in their village that the siblings dared to bring Li Weidong back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the courage, especially since there had been conflicts earlier this year. If they were reported by someone with ill intentions, they would face punishment. After finishing his medicine, Li Weidong asked, "May I ask where my clothes are?" "Your clothes were soaked in blood. I've cleaned them for you, and they are drying by the stove. Once they're dry, I'll bring them to you. By the way, are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat." "Thank you." Yelena placed the cup on the bedside table and turned to go prepare food. Li Weidong watched her retreating figure, inwardly marveling at his good fortune. If it weren't for these 3 Russians, he might have perished in the mountains. Regardless of their nationalities, he had to express his gratitude for this life-saving favor. After a while, Yelena returned with a tray that held utensils, slices of bread, a plate of meat, and a bowl of soup. Li Weidong struggled to sit up. "Don't rush, take it slow. Uncle Andrew said you shouldn't exert yourself with your rib injury. Let me help you." Yelena set down the tray and hurried over to assist Li Weidong. Thank you, Yelena. After Li Weidong was seated, she placed the tray on his lap. Hurry and eat. You must be famished. Li Weidong wasted no time grabbing the bread and meat to eat. By the way, Yelena, I remember that bear died last night. Did you bring it back? No, we were too busy saving you to deal with the bear. The bear and the wild boar are still in the woods. My brothers have already gone to clean them up this morning. They probably lost some meat. Li Weidong was surprised. Did you take the bear's gallbladder and paws? No. Why would we need those? Yelena asked, looking puzzled. Li Weidong slapped his forehead, realizing that the Russians had no traditional medicine and wouldn't know how to prepare braised bear paws. For them, the bear's skin and meat were the most important. Oh, we should have taken them then. Both the bear's gallbladder and paws are valuable. Really? It would be the same to take them when my brothers return. They should be back this afternoon. Li Weidong shook his head. The bear's paws could still be good, but the gallbladder would surely spoil. What a pity. It's all right, but it's just a bear. Your life is worth much more, so of course we had to save you first. Indeed, his life was worth much more than a bear's, and in that situation, he couldn't just let an injured, unconscious person lie there while he went to extract gallbladder. Thank you, Yelena. I will definitely find a way to repay you. Yelena smiled sweetly. Great. How do you plan to thank me? This caught Li Weidong off guard. He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything suitable. He decided to ask, what do you need around here? We need quite a few things like thermoses, water cups, tea leaves, cotton cloth, and candies from your side. The list was quite long, and this Russian girl was certainly not shy about it. But it made sense. The Russians place a high value on heavy industry, with light industry accounting for very little. The imported light industrial products are not only expensive, but also beyond the reach of people in remote areas like theirs. No wonder after the two sides resumed contact, so many people from home came to do business here. A freight car of light industrial goods could be exchanged for a freight car of steel, and both sides felt they had profited. Li Weidong realized this was a lucrative trade route, but for now he couldn't engage in smuggling, as getting caught would lead to serious consequences. However, it was certainly possible to send some things to Yelena and her family. All right, no problem. When I return, I'll prepare some for you and send them over. Li Weidong nodded in agreement. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Li. Yelena exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to hug Li Weidong and planting a kiss on his cheek. Li Weidong touched his face, which had been kissed. He thought to himself, as expected, the rumors are true. This old Russian is indeed passionate, getting excited enough to come in for a kiss. In 2 lifetimes, this was Li Weidong's first interaction with a foreign woman. Before his transmigration, he had never even dated a Russian beauty during his short romantic escapades. The main issue was the language barrier, and the costs were high. After all, he couldn't possibly strain his wallet just to learn a few phrases in a foreign language. With this thought in mind, Li Weidong couldn't help but focus on Yelena's figure and appearance. I must say, Slavic women are indeed quite attractive. Yelena stood around 1.75 meters tall, with a high nose bridge, captivating large eyes, a slender neck, and a voluptuous figure. Li Weidong couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling something was off, and quickly diverted his gaze. You Chinese men really are easily embarrassed. If you like looking at my figure, just go ahead. I don't mind. Yelena chuckled, and even stood up to showcase herself. This made Li Weidong even more embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the subject. Yelena, could you please check if my clothes are dry? Yelena smiled gently, turned around, and walked out. Before long, she returned with a set of clothes, saying, your clothes aren't dry yet. These are my brother's. You can wear them for now, but I think it's best if you rest in bed. Li Weidong took the clothes and replied, it's fine. I know my own physical condition, and am already feeling much better. After changing into the clothes, he stepped out of the bedroom into a modest living room furnished with wooden furniture and a fireplace against the wall. In the center of the living room stood a cast iron stove with a kettle on it. Come over for tea, Yelena called, pouring a cup of tea by the stove. Li Weidong walked over slowly and sat down. Is it just you and your 2 brothers at home? Of course not, my mother is here too. What about your mother? I haven't seen her, Li Weidong inquired. She went next door to help out. The two began chatting in the room, and through their conversation, Li Weidong learned about Yelena's family situation. There are 4 people in her family. Her father passed away a few years ago, and now it's just her mother, 2 brothers, and herself. Her 2 brothers are 25 and 23 years old, both still unmarried. Yelena is 19 this year and had been attending high school in Vladivostok until she returned home after graduating last year. As for her Chinese, she learned it during high school from a teacher who spoke the language. Since returning home, Yelena hasn't worked in a factory, but has been hunting in the mountains with her brothers. Life has been rather bearable. Just yesterday, they happened to encounter a wild boar while hunting nearby. The boar charged into a thicket and crossed paths with them, prompting them to shoot. Unexpectedly, they not only startled a group of boars, but also awakened a hibernating bear. After Li Weidong left, they heard the gunshots and the bear's roars, realizing he was in danger, which prompted them to rush over to save him. After carrying Li Weidong back, they sought out the only villager with some medical knowledge, Uncle Andre, to treat him. It's unclear what medicine Andre administered to him last night, but Li Weidong only woke up now. Glancing at his watch, he saw the hands had already passed 1 o'clock. He realized he had been unconscious and asleep for nearly 20 hours. Having learned about Yi Lina's family, Li Weidong felt it was only natural to share his own situation. When Yi Lina learned that Li Weidong had come from the distant inland to assist in developing the frontier, she expressed great admiration and interest in his spirit. The two of them were quite happy in their conversation, and before they knew it, an hour or two had passed. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The sound of a door opening came from outside. "Mom is back." Yi Lina quickly stood up to greet her. Soon she entered with a slightly plump old Russian woman, introducing her to Li Weidong. "Li, this is my mother Daria." Li Weidong stood up. "Hello, Aunt Daria, sorry for the trouble." The old lady couldn't understand what he was saying, but she clearly saw Li Weidong's gestures, walking over to hug him and chattering away. "My mom says not to be so polite. If you're in our home, you're our guest." Yi Lina translated. "All right, please thank your mother for me." After a round of pleasantries, Yi Lina and Aunt Daria began preparing dinner. Li Weidong had nothing to help with and could only sit beside and chat with them. When it was completely dark outside, Yi Lina's two brothers finally returned to the village. They were pulling a sleigh which, though different in style from those in China, served the same purpose. On the sleigh were the wild boar and black bear meat they had hunted yesterday, along with the bear skin. Upon seeing the bear skin, Li Weidong felt quite disappointed because the paw was still attached, but it had no meat, only skin. It was clear that when the brothers were cleaning up, they only thought about taking the whole bear skin and didn't care about anything else. With a few words from the bearded brother, Yi Lina translated, "My brother wants to know why you look so disappointed. I just think it's a waste. Do you have any idea how much bear paws and bear bile can sell for back home?" Seeing that none of the three understood, Li Weidong explained, "1 bear bile is worth 100 yuan, and 4 bear paws can fetch 200 yuan, which is roughly equivalent to 150 yuan here." "How much?" Upon hearing this, the two brothers slapped their thighs. There was no way around it. They had directly lost half the money. Originally, if they caught a bear, they would sell the bear skin, sell part of the meat, and keep some for themselves. As for bear skin prices, Siberian brown bear skins range from 200 to 400 yuan, while black bear skins are between 100 and 250 yuan, or of course this varies based on size and damage. Now, this bear skin had 4 bullet holes and several knife cuts, so the price would be average. Selling it for around 150 yuan would be considered good. Currently, a regular worker here earns about 100 to 120 yuan a month. In stores, a kilogram of black bread is 0.2 yuan, a pair of leather shoes is 20 yuan, and a car costs 5,000 yuan. Who wouldn't feel regret about losing 150 yuan? Seeing their expressions, Li Weidong could only offer some consolation. "It's okay. The game here is far more abundant than back home. If you catch more in the future, just set them aside, and I can help you sell them. But right now we can't exchange money. The money you make from selling won't be useful to us," Yi Lina said with some regret. This old Russian really can't think outside the box. Li Weidong complained inwardly, but his face still wore a smile. "How could it not be usable? I sold money back home and exchanged it directly for the things you need. I can just give you the items." "Right, how did I not think of that? Li, you are really smart." Yi Lina also reacted. After moving all the meat to the warehouse and returning to the house, Aunt Dalia had already prepared the meal. The 5 of them sat at the dining table eating and chatting. With Yi Lina translating, the atmosphere at the table was very lively, with laughter echoing from within the house. From that day on, Li Weidong stayed at Yi Lina's house for a week. The injury on his ribs wouldn't heal quickly. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal muscle and bone. Even though Li Weidong had a strong recovery ability, it wouldn't be fine in just a few days. In these days, he mainly focused on recovering from his internal injuries, and after a week, Li Weidong had mostly recovered. It was time to leave. He couldn't stay here forever, or else the villagers and the educated youth would get anxious. During this week, Li Weidong and Yi Lina got along very well, as they were the only two in the family who could communicate smoothly. They spent the most time together. Aunt Dalia often went next door to chat and work, while Yi Lina's 2 brothers went to the mountains daily, bringing back quite a bit of game this week. They were thinking about having Li Weidong take some supplies back with him to help them exchange for daily necessities. That evening after dinner, the 5 of them sat together drinking tea. Li Weidong spoke up. "Yi Lina, I'm almost fully recovered now. I plan to set off back home tomorrow morning. Thank you for taking care of me these days." He then stood up and deeply bowed to Yelena's family. Thank you. After Yelena finished translating, Aunt Delia stood up and gave Li Weidong a hug. Oh my child, I really feel reluctant to see you go, but you have to return there. Please don't forget that our family here is thinking of you. Li Weidong nodded firmly. Don't worry, Aunt. I will definitely come back to see you whenever I get the chance. He then walked up to Yelena's two brothers, extended his hand, shook hands firmly with them, and bumped shoulders. Igor, Victor, I'm really glad to have met you and to befriend you. The two turned and patted Li Weidong's shoulder. We are honored too, but since you are leaving, we need to have a drink together. Brother Li is still injured. How can he drink? Yelena quickly reminded, not even translating the drinking part. A real man can't be afraid of a little injury. Yelena's brother waved his hand and went to the dining room cabinet to fetch a bottle of vodka. Seeing this scene, Li Weidong certainly understood that Igor wanted a drink with him. He comforted Yelena, who looked worried. It's fine, Yelena, my internal injury is already healed. Drinking a little won't hurt. Don't worry. He reached out and took the glass that Igor handed over, clinked it with theirs, and then downed it in one go. Li Weidong underestimated the strength of this vodka. Its taste was quite different from that of Huagua liquor. In any case, Li Weidong found it somewhat hard to adjust. However, this was about a man's pride, so he forced himself to swallow it down. The three of them raised their glasses and drank together. Noticing that it was getting late, they returned to their rooms to sleep. Li Weidong went back to his room and fell asleep in a daze on the bed. He didn't know how long it had been, but he felt something brush against his face, making him feel itchy, so he turned away. Soon the blanket was lifted and a warm body pressed against him. Li Weidong suddenly opened his eyes, and in the dim light, he saw Yelena nestled against his chest, her eyes fixated on him. Yelena, this isn't right. Li Weidong hurriedly reached out to push her away, but he only touched her delicate skin. Yelena didn't care about that as she wrapped her arms around Li Weidong's neck. Li, don't reject me. I don't know if I'll be able to see you again after today. Don't talk, just kiss me. With that, her red lips came closer, kissing like raindrops falling on Li Weidong's face and lips. Feeling the heat rise within him, Li Weidong turned over, locked his gaze onto Yelena's eyes, and then kissed her deeply. That night, the two of them hardly rested for a moment, entwined until dawn. Li, please tell me you love me, Yelena whispered as she lay in Li Weidong's arms. At this moment, he definitely couldn't say anything disappointing. After all, they had just spent a passionate night together. To say it was just a moment's impulse would only hurt the girl's feelings. Li Weidong lowered his head and kissed her forehead. I love you, Yelena. I love you too. You are the best man I've ever met. I truly wish to spend my life with you and be your wife, but I know that's impossible. Tears fell from the corners of Yelena's eyes as she spoke. I just hope you never forget me. Don't worry, we will still be able to see each other often in the future. Did you forget that I need to help you guys procure some daily supplies? Li Weidong said, stroking her smooth back. No, that's too dangerous. I don't want you to do such risky things often. I'd be satisfied if we could see each other a few times a year. Yelena was indeed a sensible girl, who she understood the current tense relations between the two countries. When relations were good before, the border residents would trade with each other or barter, and the authorities would turn a blind eye. But now it's different. If caught, it could be considered smuggling, leading to fines or imprisonment. At its worst, it could be seen as treason, which no one could bear the consequences of. So it's best to minimize such risks. Okay, I understand. I will come to find you when it's safe, I promise. Outside, the sky gradually brightened and sounds of Aunt Delia cooking and Igor chopping wood could be heard. Li Weidong suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had spent the night with the daughter of this family without any responsibility. How would he face Aunt Delia when he went out later? Dear, don't worry. Our situation here is different from yours. As long as we love each other, we can be together. My mother won't mind. Yelena likely sensed Li Weidong's awkwardness and comforted him. In fact, it was just as Yelena said. When they came out of the room, Aunt Delia not only wasn't angry, but was even more enthusiastic towards Li Weidong. After breakfast, Li Weidong prepared to set off. Yelena's two brothers made a simple sled which carried some meat and a few furs, including a bear skin. The three siblings accompanied Li Weidong into the mountains to see him off at the borderline. Upon reaching the boundary line, the four individuals came to a halt. Li Weidong turned around and approached Yelena, gently taking her hand. This is as far as I can take you. It won't be safe for you to go any further. Yelena understood the situation. Though they were in the mountains, which was not a significant location, the patrols might only come by once every day or two. However, they could encounter trouble at any moment, so caution was necessary. Reluctantly, she held onto Li Weidong's hand. Darling, I hope we can see each other again soon. They'll be waiting for you here. Li Weidong nodded, cradling Yelena's face and kissing her deeply. All right, I'm leaving now. After saying goodbye to Igor and Victor, he finally took hold of the sled and departed. Yelena watched until Li Weidong's figure completely disappeared before turning back with her brothers. While Li Weidong did not feel much pain in his ribs during normal activities, lifting heavy objects was still quite strenuous. He endured the pain and struggled to pull the sled back. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred along the way. Although he saw plenty of animal tracks, he did not encounter any ferocious beasts like wolves. By the time he returned to Xuanhuan, the sky had completely darkened. Li Weidong's clothes were soaked through. He pushed open the door to the youth dormitory, tossed the sled's rope aside, and staggered inside, calling out, "I need a few people." Someone in the dormitory heard the commotion and quickly opened the door. "Dongzi is back. Why were you gone for so many days? If you didn't return soon, we would have had to go up the mountain to look for you." The speaker was Sun Yongping, who rushed to Li Weidong and gave a hearty slap on his shoulder. Li Weidong grimaced, "Don't slap me. Ouch, that hurts." "What happened?" "I was hurt by a bear, broke 2 ribs." Li Weidong said, painfully clutching his left rib. Quick, get someone to help Dongzi inside, be careful." Sun Yongping said, anxiously calling for other youths to help carry Li Weidong. "I'm fine, I'm not that fragile. Just support me a bit. Yongping, please take the stuff from the sled to the storeroom first. We can eat the meat, but don't touch the hide." Sun Yongping waved his hand dismissively. "What are you thinking about at a time like this? Hurry back to the room. Whoever is free, go notify the village chief and call for our village doctor." As they fussed around, the girls from the dormitory rushed out. Upon seeing Li Weidong being supported by 2 people, Su Na's tears instantly flowed. She couldn't care about the crowd and jogged over. "Weidong, what's wrong?" Li Weidong managed to smile. "It's nothing, just a little injury." "Look at your face, it's pale from the pain, and you say it's nothing." A group surrounded Li Weidong as they brought him back to the dormitory and urged him to lie down on the bed. They began asking about his injuries. Li Weidong slowly recounted his hunting experiences in the mountains and how he got injured, but he did not mention that Yelena and the others had saved him. One should never harbor malicious intentions, but one should also be wary. Who knows among these youths if anyone would report him for being rescued from crossing the border, which he must guard against. Li Weidong only mentioned that he had found a small village and stayed with the family for a few days, waiting until he felt better before heading back. At that moment, Yang Jinsheng rushed over with the village doctor. "Dongzi, how are you? Is the injury serious?" "It's okay, Uncle Yang. It's not serious, just 2 broken ribs." Li Weidong replied with a smile. "Is that not serious? What do you call serious? Old Chen, hurry and check him." Dr. Chen wasn't a formally trained physician. He had just self-studied some traditional Chinese medicine and could treat ailments for those around him. Later, the country published the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and established a system for village doctors, making him the officially recognized doctor of Xuanhuan. Regardless of his medical skills, he was definitely much better than an average person. Villagers could solve their common ailments without going to the town. "All right, take off your shirt so I can examine you," Dr. Chen instructed as he approached Li Weidong. Under everyone's gaze, Li Weidong took off his shirt, revealing his well-built physique and the bruised ribs. At the same time, he felt relieved that Yelena did not have a habit of leaving hickeys, otherwise he would have a hard time explaining to Su Na. Dr. Chen pressed on the bruised areas of Li Weidong's ribs gently, then said, "It's confirmed that you have 2 broken ribs, but it's not too severe and hasn't impacted your internal organs. They'll wrap it up with a bandage. Avoid strenuous activities and don't go hunting again before spring. Rest well." "All right, thank you, Dr. Chen." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing there were no serious issues. Yang Jinsheng cautioned Li Weidong. "Dongzi, did you hear that? You can't go back up the mountain before spring." Then he turned to Sun Yongping. "Yongping, keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything reckless. Don't worry, with us around, he won't go out." Sun Yongping assured. "Good, then you all can rest. Dongzi, tomorrow, I'll have your aunt cook a hen to help you recover." "That won't do. Hens are treasures in every household." "No way am I going to accept that. Uncle Yang, that's not acceptable. You have so few chickens, how could I let you kill one? I brought back some meat and bones today. I'll just make some bone soup for myself. Don't kill any chickens." "All right, then when you're out of meat, I'll get you some chicken him off." As he was leaving the room, Yang Jinsheng said to Su Na, "Come outside with me." Su Na followed Yang Jinsheng outside like a little wife. "Village chief, do you need something?" "Su Na, I know about you and Weidong. Although I was initially against your relationship as it could affect his progress, since Dongzi has made up his mind about you, I won't say more. Now that he's injured, you must take good care of him, understand?" Yang Jinsheng said seriously. Su Na nodded vigorously. "I understand, village chief. You can rest assured that I will take good care of him. But do pay attention to your influence. When you 2 are alone, don't let anyone catch you doing anything inappropriate. Do you understand what I mean?" Su Na's face turned beet red, biting her lip, and unsure of what to say, she could only nod lightly. "All right, then you go back. "I'm leaving." With that, Yang Jinxing turned and walked away. From this day onward, Li Weidong completely settled down at home. Every day was filled with eating and sleeping, and when he grew bored, he would stroll around the yard, and with Su Na by his side, life was quite pleasant. This kind of life continued for more than half a month. During this time, Lin Sainer and Air Mangzi came by once, intending to invite him to the mountains while asking if they should deliver the deer and some wild chickens and rabbits they had caught to the coal mine. Li Weidong then remembered that he owed the warehouse manager at the coal washing plant some game, so he asked Lin Sainer and the others to send the game directly to the warehouse manager, postponing the delivery to the government unit until later. Seeing that Li Weidong was injured, Lin Sainer and the others decided not to go up the mountain with him and reminded him to rest well and not to run around. However, Li Weidong was struggling with the situation. He was not someone who could stay holed up at home. Having been used to running around in the mountains, it was quite uncomfortable for him to be confined indoors. Moreover, Li Weidong often thought of Yelena. After all, she was the first woman with whom he had deep conversations after arriving in this world, and he was not the type to forget easily. There were still a few things he needed to take care of. The first was to sell the furs in the county town to trade for living supplies for Yelena and the others, as he had agreed with them before, and Li Weidong wanted to sell them at a good price before the spring festival. After the spring, once his injury healed, he would go into the mountains and deliver the purchased items to Yelena and the others. The second matter was that Section Chief Wang from the coal mine should have returned by now. He had previously told Li Weidong to drop by when he had the chance, as he surely had something to discuss with him. The third matter was that the items his father had mailed him had also arrived in the county town, and he needed to pick them up. Coincidentally, on this day the village was going to the county town for procurement, so Li Weidong hitched a ride with the cart to go to the county. The driver and the person responsible for procurement were also happy to have Li Weidong accompany them, as the road was not very safe, and having Li Weidong around was helpful in case they encountered wild animals. After more than an hour, the cart reached the county town, and the driver let Li Weidong off at the entrance of the coal mine while they went to buy supplies. As for the furs, they remained in the cart for now, intending to sell them at the fur shop later. Li Weidong walked alone towards the coal mine security office. "Are you busy, sir?" Li Weidong was already quite familiar with this place and recognized the security personnel. Indeed, the security personnel recognized him and opened the side door to let him in, saying, "Oh, it's you. Why did you come alone this time? Didn't you bring some game?" "This time I came to the city for business and couldn't bring any. They'll have some in a few days." "Is Section Chief Wang in the office?" Li Weidong replied with a smile. "Yes, he hasn't gone out since he arrived today. You can go in." Smoothly entering the office, Li Weidong walked along the corridor toward the office building. "Come in." After knocking twice, Wang's voice came from inside. Li Weidong pushed the door open and found only Wang inside, smiling as he entered. "Hello, Section Chief Wang, I'm here." "Look at you, didn't I ask you to call me Wang Ge? Why are you calling me Section Chief again? Come sit quickly." Wang was extremely enthusiastic when he saw Li Weidong. Seeing their expressions and attitude, Li Weidong knew that the results he achieved in Shurshur must have been quite good. Sure enough, after sitting down, before Li Weidong could speak, Wang directly said, "Weidong, I really need to thank you this time. If it weren't for your connections, I wouldn't have gotten so much fabric. You look pleased, so you must have got quite a bit." "I just made a few connections. I can't take that much credit." "You can't say that. You haven't seen it. When I went there, your dad's factory procurement department was packed, and everyone was chasing after the factory director. If it weren't for your relationship with your dad, that cotton spinning factory director would even know who I am. And he was able to give me so much fabric. Guess how much I managed to bring back from Shurshur?" Wang said with some excitement. "Since you traveled so far, it must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 bolts of fabric, right?" Li Weidong was fully aware of this, and his intention was to give Wang some room to boast he knew the truth. His father, Li Mingliang, worked at the first cotton spinning factory, which could produce over 1.3 million bolts of fabric annually. Even if the planned materials were few, they wouldn't be given just this little. Wang smiled. "You really underestimate your dad. He helped recommend their factory director, and when we had dinner together, that director waved his hand and allocated us 3,000 bolts of labor cloth, along with coordinating 1,000 bolts of fine cloth and 20,000 pairs of protective gloves. Impressive, right?" Li Weidong was a bit surprised his father had such influence. All these things combined must be worth at least 100,000 yuan. Although the coal mine had to pay for them, getting approval for so many items was not an easy task. "Well, that's impressive, but Wang Ge, these items must be worth quite a bit, right? Does your factory have that much money?" We definitely don't have that much cash. Every factory is tight on cash, but we have coal. We exchanged 5,000 tons of coal for these items. You won't lose outright." Wang waved his hand. "No, don't worry about that. Our leaders are thrilled. The national cotton factory is currently struggling with coal supply, and my visit is just solving their problem. Once these fabrics are delivered, there will be enough to make 2 or 3 sets of work clothes for each worker. That's why I have to thank you. Just tell me what you want, I'll make sure to satisfy you. No, please don't. I'm doing fine right now and don't need anything. How about you come work at our coal mine? You can work right next to me as a specialist. I can apply for you to be a level 22 grade 4 staff member, the same level as a university graduate. This offer was indeed tempting, but Li Weidong thought for a moment if he took a position here, it would be difficult to transfer back later. If he wanted to work, it would be simpler to just work at the cotton spinning factory at home. After all, he had come with the intention of going to the countryside for re-education. Li Weidong preferred the carefree life of hunting in the mountains. Finally, he shook his head. Forget it, Wang Gu, I still prefer the hunting life. It's much freer. Besides, my dad has always wanted me to work back home, and I've been reluctant to go back. I guess in a few years I will have to return. Wang nodded. All right, then it's up to you. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to come to me. I will always welcome you. All right, thank you, Wang Gu. In fact, there was nothing particularly special about inviting Li Weidong over. It was mainly to strengthen their relationship. After chatting for a while, Li Weidong mentioned he had other matters to attend to and was about to stand up to leave when he was called back. After calling out to Li Weidong's section chief, Wang took out 2 cigarettes from the drawer of his desk. He directly stuffed them into Li Weidong's arms, saying, "Here, this is for you. This is specially prepared by our procurement department at the mine. From now on, brother Wang will take care of your cigarettes, 2 packs every month. You can come and pick them up, or I can have someone deliver them to you. This is good. I can't get used to the tobacco grown in the village, and if I want to buy some, I have to go to the town. Right now, I basically rely on the cigarettes that Li Mingliang sends me. If I can get 2 packs of cigarettes from Section Chief Wang every month, that would be great. I've helped them out so much, and it wouldn't be right not to receive anything in return. All right, then, I won't be polite, brother Wang. If you have extras, please prepare a few more packs for me. I never know when I can come to the city again. This is simple, just wait a moment." Section Chief Wang walked back to his desk and picked up the phone. "Hello, how many cigarettes do we have in logistics?" "Okay, great, then bring me 20 packs. After hanging up, he said to Li Weidong, "This should be enough for you to smoke for more than half a year, right? You can't possibly not come to my place for half a year." How could that be? "It won't take that long," Li Weidong replied with a smile. "This is really generous, getting 22 packs at once, which is nearly a year's supply." Soon someone from the logistics warehouse arrived, carrying a cardboard box. "Section Chief Wang, here are the cigarettes you requested. Please sign for them." Section Chief Wang quickly signed, and then pointed at Li Weidong, saying, "Remember him. His name is Li Weidong. He'll get 2 packs every month. If he doesn't come to collect them, just save them for him. After he collects them, you can come to me to sign." The person sized up Li Weidong a few times, memorizing his appearance. "Got it, Section Chief Wang, I'll remember." After leaving Section Chief Wang, Li Weidong walked down the street with the box, looking for a few people from the village. This county town is quite large, and the market isn't far from the coal mine. After walking for about 15 to 20 minutes, he saw a horse cart parked at the entrance of the market with the driver watching over it. "Brother Lu, why didn't you go in and take a look?" "Oh, what's there to see? I'd rather stay here and watch my livestock. There are still things on the cart," the driver replied. "That's true, there's nothing much inside, just for smoking." Li Weidong took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. "Good, let me try this foreign cigarette." After the driver took it and lit it, he took a puff, saying, "No wonder you city folks enjoy it. It's way better than the local dry tobacco. You can handle this. Then here's a pack for you." Now that Li Weidong had a whole box, he became generous and took out a pack to give to the driver. "No, this is just for tasting. It's bought with money. I can't just take it. It's fine, this is a gift from a friend. Really, take it." After some back and forth, the driver opened the entire pack, taking 2 boxes to put in his pocket. "All right, 2 boxes are enough. Oh, I just need to save face when I go out to do errands. I can't bear to smoke this at home." "Fine, if you want to smoke this again in the future, just come find me." When Wang Xuanhuan and the others returned from procurement, Li Weidong distributed 2 boxes to each of them. The 4 of them then followed Li Weidong to the leather goods store and the post office. At the leather goods store, everything went smoothly. He sold a few pieces of leather for 230 yuan. This should be set aside for when he comes to the city alone to buy things for Yelena. After that, he went to the post office to collect his package. Previously, Li Weidong had written to his father Li Mingliang to send things, and later, he added a few more items after calling Section Chief Wang. Li Mingliang had sent him 2 large boxes in total, and when Li Weidong came to collect them, it was precisely 2 big boxes. After signing and collecting the items, a few people helped Li Weidong move the things onto the horse cart, and they headed back to Xuanhuan. The trip was during the day, and everything was peaceful along the way. By the time they returned to Xuanhuan, it was still not dark. The horse cart unloaded the boxes at the educated youth point. At this time it was still light, and the male educated youth had not returned yet, only the females were present. They couldn't let them carry the boxes as Li Weidong still had an injury. Wang Xuanhuan and the driver helped him carry the items into the house. Once the others left, only Li Weidong and Su Na remained in the house. Li Weidong found a pair of pliers and a pry bar to open the wooden box, and they began to check the items that had been sent over one by one. There were quite a few items in the box. Besides the pieces of cloth promised to De Chengzi, most of it was food along with 10 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, 4 cans of tea, and various other items. In the past, apart from sharing some of these items with other educated youths, the rest were for Li Weidong's own enjoyment. This was a common practice among all the educated youths. Whenever someone received items from home, they would share some food with everyone. Now that Su Na was here, Li Weidong naturally wanted to share half of it with her, allowing her to share with the people in the dormitory. This would help her get along better with them. Take half of this food back to your dormitory and share some with them. Keep the rest for yourself. Su Na felt a bit shy, saying, "No, I still have some food that I brought from home." Don't be silly. No matter how much you brought after so long, how much could possibly be left? We're both here, so why are you being so polite? If you feel uncomfortable, you can treat me well when there's no one around. Li Weidong said with a playful expression, and Su Na immediately understood what he meant, lightly scolding, "Pa, what are you thinking every day? Desire is a natural part of being human, isn't that normal? But speaking of which, since you've been back, you haven't given me a chance yet." Su Na lowered her head, saying, "There are too many people. What if someone sees us? We have to wait for the right opportunity." "All right, then we'll wait until there are fewer people. By the way, take some of this tea as well. Your family is in the tea business, so you must be used to drinking tea." Li Weidong handed 2 buckets of tea to Su Na. Su Na opened the lid and sniffed, slightly wrinkling her brow. This tea wasn't very good, but it was better than nothing. The little bit she had brought from home had long been consumed. Li Weidong noticed her expression and smiled, saying, "This tea can't compare to what you have at home. Make do with it. No, this is already very good." After distributing the items, he left a small portion on the dormitory table, packed the rest into his box, and helped carry Su Na's share back. After everyone returned to the educated youth point, it naturally became lively again. Time passed quickly, and several days went by. As the spring festival approached, all activities in the village came to a halt as everyone began preparing for the new year. The young intellectuals were no exception. The male workers wrapped up their logging work, and the female workers ceased weaving various baskets. The village team was at its busiest, primarily for the allocation of work points. In the next few days, money and grain were to be distributed to all villagers, calculating how much had been earned over the year. Another matter was the slaughtering of the New Year pigs. These pigs fell into 2 categories: those raised collectively by the production team and those kept by individual villagers. The pigs raised by the production team were essentially task pigs, receiving piglets and feed from above annually. Once they grew, the authorities would uniformly collect them, offering only a modest subsidy to the production team. However, the village leaders were not naive. They often added a few pigs from the collective to the task pigs, allowing for profit after slaughter, while ensuring the villagers had some meat to eat. For pigs raised by villagers themselves, it completely depended on their family conditions. Those with surplus grain could raise 1 or 2 pigs, which was the limit. Anything beyond that was not permitted. Half of these pigs were required to be sold to the supply and marketing cooperative, while the remaining half could be disposed of at the owner's discretion. Families without money or surplus grain could not raise pigs, relying instead on the village to distribute some meat during the new year for a festive meal. In the Xuanhuan production team, there were 33 pigs, 30 of which were task pigs, and 3 were raised by the village. A few days ago, the 30 task pigs had already been handed over, and as for what they would receive in return, only Yang Jinxing and a few members of the village committee knew. Now the villagers were eagerly anticipating the slaughter of the 3 pigs raised in their village. Most of the pigs at this time were still domestic breeds, such as Yorkshire and Landrace, which had just been introduced, primarily found in large pig farms or ranches. Domestic pigs generally took about a year to grow and were fed poorly, typically only reaching 150 to 160 gene. Very few grew to around 200 gene. The meat yield was about 65, meaning a 150 gene pig could yield approximately 100 gene of meat, of which 60 gene were fat, resulting in a lean meat ratio of only 40. Unlike the 21st century, where people generally preferred lean meat, at that time people were more inclined towards fatty pork. Once taken home, the fat could be rendered into oil, and the remaining grease was easier to store. Whether for cooking dumplings or buns, it was a valuable ingredient. Using fatty meat to render oil, 1 gene of meat could yield 7 liang of oil. If a household could acquire 10 to 20 gene of fat for the new year, it would suffice for half a year's worth of cooking oil. In addition to slaughtering the New Year pigs, there was another activity. Every year around this time, the village would go to the reservoir for winter fishing, bringing back some fish, not only for food, but mainly to relax and unwind. After a busy year, everyone was under considerable pressure, especially the young intellectuals. The villagers had their own homes, warm beds with wives and children, and since they were accustomed to these tasks, their stress levels were manageable. However, the young intellectuals far from home bore much greater burdens. Thus, in the last few days leading up to the spring festival, taking them to participate in winter fishing was a way for them to unwind. Even before logging halted, the young intellectuals had been eagerly discussing this year's winter fishing. Yang Jinxing understood this well, so on the second day after the halt of work, he arranged for a horse cart, taking all the young intellectuals along with some village youth equipped with ice chisels and fishing nets to the Tuanjia Reservoir. The Tuanjia Reservoir is not large, covering only 8 square kilometers. Completed in 1958, it has been in operation for over a decade and various fish species abound here. The reservoir has strict management of villagers from surrounding areas can fish here every winter, but not in spring and summer. The opportunity to go out thrilled the young intellectuals, especially the female ones. Since winter began, the girls had been cooped up in the dormitory making handicrafts and had hardly gone outside. Even when they did, it was just for a stroll in the village. Logging did not require the involvement of women. Among the girls, the most active was Su Na, who had gone out with Li Weidong several times. On the way, the girls were curious about everything, chattering endlessly, startling the pine trees along the roadside and making the wild rabbits on the ground flee far away. Li Weidong watched the girls laughing and talking and shook his head helplessly. It seemed the gun might be useless with them making such noise, scaring away all the animals. When they arrived at the reservoir, a vast expanse of white greeted them. In the distance, a few scattered people had already begun to drill ice holes. With a shout from the cart driver, everyone quickly got off the cart, grabbing their tools and walking towards the center of the reservoir. In the northeast winter, the ice on the water surface was at least 20 to 30 centimeters thick, reaching 30 to 40 centimeters during the coldest times, and even exceeding half a meter in thickness. The method was routine. After selecting several spots, they used ice chisels to carve out a 1-meter square hole in the ice, attaching one end of the fishing net to a wooden float and lowering it into the water through the hole. Using a long pole, they pushed the net to another ice hole. Then one by one they would descend and eventually circle back to the original ice hole to haul in the net. Their fishing method was different from that of Chagan Lake, where the fish yield was significant and the nets were thousands of meters long, requiring several horses and winches to haul them in. At Tuanjia Reservoir, there were not that many fish, so no grand setup was necessary. They simply deployed nets of about 100 meters long, making it much easier to haul them in. In the past, Li Weidong would personally go down to the field with an ice chisel, but this year he had an injury and didn't need to do it himself. Instead, he watched the others work alongside the female intellectuals. As the ice holes were drilled one by one, the nets were lowered through the holes. Next, they just needed to wait a while before they could start hauling in the nets. Young people were inherently restless. After casting the nets, they went to chop some wood to make simple sleds or ice skates. They began playing on the ice far from the holes, especially those from the capital who had never seen such a scene before, enjoying themselves immensely. Laughter echoed throughout the reservoir. Li Weidong sat on the horse cart watching them and turned to notice Su Na's envious and curious gaze. "It's fine, you don't have to stay with me all the time. I go play with them." Su Na shook her head. "No need, I can't skate anyway, but it's nice just to keep you company here." Although she said that, her eyes never left the others. Li Weidong smiled. "All right, once my injury is better, I'll take you skating with me." Having enjoyed themselves, it was time to get down to business. A group of 20 to 30 young men shouted commands, pulling the fishing net with all their might. As the fishing net gradually emerged from the water, it left long marks on the ground, and the fish hanging on the net were pulled out. When the first fish landed on the ice, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. The young female workers were especially unable to contain themselves, jumping and clapping with loud laughter. Li Weidong and Su Na also walked over from the cart to watch the spectacle of fishing. Although the reservoir wasn't very large, the variety of fish was quite abundant, including carp, crucian carp, and silver carp, with some weighing over 10 pounds. As the net was pulled longer, more and more fish came up. The enthusiasm of the people grew as well. Finally, this 100-meter-long fishing net was pulled up onto the ice. The fish on the net kept jumping on the ice, but soon they all became stiff from the cold. It was now time for the young female workers to step in, running together towards the net to start picking the fish off. Suna rolled up her sleeves ready to step in, but Weidong grabbed her arm and said, "You shouldn't go, the water is too cold. In less than 2 minutes your hands will be frozen stiff. You can't handle that. That won't do. Everyone is working you, I can't just stand by and watch. It's fine to just watch, no one will mind." Hao Chuanmei, who was busy working not far from them, overheard their conversation and looked up with a teasing smile at the two, saying, "Weidong is right. We usually benefit from so many of the catches he brings back, so it's only fair that you get a break. Otherwise, if you get frozen, how can he go hunting for us?" This remark drew a burst of laughter, and the other girls began to tease the two. Suna felt embarrassed by all the laughter, breaking free from Weidong's grip and quickly walking over. "What nonsense are you talking? His catches have nothing to do with me. Ooh, I can't just not work. How can it be unrelated? You two are a couple now, so that makes you family. What's his is yours. That still won't do. Work is for the collective. I can't just not participate." Well, it seems our comrade Suna has really raised her awareness. That's commendable. Don't you all think so? Yes, commendable. Hao Chunmei then turned to Weidong. "Unlike some people who only know how to talk, if you care about Suna, come and help her." Weidong grinned and pointed to his ribs. "I can't. I'm an injured person. The doctor has forbidden me from moving." "Humph. You're just lazy. Picking fish is physical labor. Why wouldn't it be? Besides, Suna has already gone to work. We can't both step in." Weidong stood aside, engaging in a verbal spar with a group of young female workers, which enlivened the atmosphere. The male workers finished pulling the net and returned to help pick the fish, significantly speeding up the process. By the time the sun was setting, all the fish had been unloaded and packed into baskets. Weighing them with a scale they brought along, they had a total catch of over 1,000 pounds. As the final weight was announced, the crowd erupted in cheers. A catch of 1,000 pounds meant that each household in the village could receive over 10 pounds, adding another dish to their Lunar New Year feast. This was just one day's haul, and with half a month until the new year, they could easily come back 4 or 5 more times. If they continued to catch as much as today, they might haul in 400 to 500 pounds of fish. Carrying the baskets to the cart, everyone lined up behind the cart, marching back with revolutionary songs floating in the wind. While they were fishing here, the village wasn't idle. Those left in the village had already slaughtered the 3 pigs raised by the commune. Now everything was cleaned up and the meat was stored in the warehouse, with some scraps simmering in a few large pots in the commune's yard. Now they were just waiting for the fish they had caught. Once they returned at Yang Jinsheng's command, the women in the village would all start preparing the fish. Large chunks of fish were placed into the pots, simmering with pig offal along with sauerkraut, vermicelli, and frozen tofu, creating a large pot of deliciousness. Even with the lid on, the aroma wafting through the air was undeniable. In these pots, fish and meat were stewing, while another pot steamed the 2 flour-steamed buns. Such an occasion was rare in the village, with men and women, old and young, all gathering at the village committee, making it livelier than a market. As the lids were lifted, plumes of steam rose into the sky. All eyes turned to the large pots. Yang Jinsheng jumped onto a table and said, villagers, let's quiet down for a moment, or I have a few words to say." Once everyone quieted down, he continued, "Today is our annual big day in Xuanhuan. The New Year pig has been slaughtered and winter fishing has begun. We've cooked a few big pots of food for everyone to enjoy and satisfy their cravings. By the way, I want to mention that tomorrow all the heads of households should come to the commune office. We will tally this year's work points and settle accounts, with 2 team leaders from the youth point coming to participate. That's all I have to say. Lastly, I remind everyone to keep an eye on your children and not let them choke on fish bones. Now let's line up to get our servings, and village leaders, please help maintain order." Several village officials stepped forward to organize the villagers into lines to serve food. Anyone trying to cut in line didn't need to be told, just a look from the team leaders was enough to send them back. It's no wonder that at this time the village officials and team leaders held such authority. It was because these individuals controlled the lifelines of every household in the village. How much work one does is counted as work points, which are determined by the team leaders. If someone disobeys, the team leader can claim they are not working hard enough and deduct 2 work points from them. There was really nothing one could do about it. But don't underestimate those 2 work points. Over a year, that amounts to 600 or 700 points, which can be worth over 100 pounds of grain. How much grain can one person get in total throughout the year? Only about 600 pounds. If someone is targeted and has 100 pounds of grain deducted, it might be fine if they have a small household, but for a larger family, it could mean going hungry, making their situation much worse than others. It's no wonder that during that time, many women had affairs with the village leaders. This was one reason why. Among them were certainly some young female workers who had come to the countryside. The young workers were mostly from cities and inherently lacked much labor experience. If they didn't understand how to work, their earned work points would naturally be fewer. The male workers had it a bit easier due to their youth and strength. However, the young female workers were different, relying solely on themselves made it truly hard to survive. Those with wealthy families had some support, but those without money had to find other ways. However, this was a relatively rare situation. In Xuanhuan, such events did not occur, but the authority of the team leaders was not something anyone dared to challenge. Eating outside in this weather is impractical. The food would freeze before it is finished. So each family sends out one person carrying a large basin to queue up for their share of dishes and steamed buns, and then returns home to eat. Weidong and his group were no different. With over 30 people, it wasn't enough to eat. They brought 2 heavy steel pots from the dormitory to cook porridge and steam buns, and they filled them up, taking back a basket of buns. The fish they caught themselves tasted delicious, and they polished off both pots of food completely with not even a drop of soup left. The buns made from 2 parts flour were devoured by the young women, each eating 2. In the following days, those willing to go fishing went while those uninterested helped with pig slaughtering in the village. There was work for everyone, lively scenes to watch, games to play, and food to eat. If following the pattern of previous years, Weidong would have visited Lin Sainer, Lu Laoda, and Mangzi's homes. However, this year he was injured, and before he could visit, those people came to see him bringing plenty of meat. Unable to host a gathering at the youth station, Weidong took them to eat and drink at Yang Aimin's place. Since Yang Aimin married Zhang Hongmei, opportunities for him to meet Weidong had significantly decreased. He usually didn't eat at the youth station and returned to his small home after work. Regardless of whether Zhang Hongmei intended to trap Yang Aimin into supporting her, she treated him quite well. He appeared a bit chubbier than before and was dressed more neatly. Upon seeing Weidong arrive with guests, Zhang Hongmei warmly welcomed them and helped prepare the meal. After Lin Sainer and the others left, Weidong shared half of the meat brought over with Yang Aimin's family, ensuring they could have a good New Year. As a friend, this gesture was already quite commendable. Just like that, the day of New Year's Eve arrived. On this day, no significant activities were left to be done. Everything that needed tidying up was finished, and they simply awaited the new year. The youth station was filled with a joyous atmosphere, and large red couplets were pasted at the entrance. On the stove in the room, fish and meat were stewing, while a long table was set up with a chopping board, and everyone gathered to make dumplings. As night fell, over 30 people gathered together, the table laden with various snacks, each brought from their small storages. Sun Yongping stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, comrades, this is our youth station's 7th spring festival. Some of you came with me while others arrived later. Especially the few comrades who just came this year, regardless of how we have gathered here from thousands of miles apart. And that is fate. We are one family. Let's raise our glasses and welcome the new year together. Happy New Year. Happy New Year." Everyone stood up, raising their glasses, and after a clinking sound, they downed their drinks. "Is anyone going to perform?" After some eating and drinking, someone shouted. As soon as the words left their mouth, someone stood up. "I'll go first." No matter where one goes, there are always those who enjoy showcasing their talents. With the first person taking the lead, others followed suit to perform, and it even turned into a duet of male and female youth. Weidong just watched and listened. He didn't perform. It wasn't that no one urged him, but he genuinely didn't dare to go up, as the songs in his head were completely inappropriate for this moment and would be shocking to hear. As for those revolutionary songs, everyone knew them. They were quite boring to listen to, and it was better not to perform at all. There was no pressure on that front. Staying up New Year's Eve has its customs, and each place has its own rules. However, in many places after midnight, they set off firecrackers and eat dumplings, only going to sleep at 2 or 3 in the morning, while some places stay up until dawn. After eating and watching the performances, some people took out playing cards and homemade mahjong, forming several small circles in the room to play. Weidong was happily playing cards with a few people when he saw Su Na and 2 young women stand up and walk towards the door. Weidong casually asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "You know, nature calls. We're going to the bathroom." "Oh, be careful. Take a lamp with you. Don't fall into a pit." "Aren't you annoying?" Su Na shot him a glare. Amidst laughter, the 3 exited the room. However, not long after, screams from the young women echoed from outside, their voices cracking, clearly not of a pleasant nature. Weidong reacted the fastest, jumping up from his stool and running outside. In northeast China, the courtyards are generally large, and many youth live there, so when built, the plots were quite spacious. The distance from the house to the bathroom was at least 40 to 50 meters. After running a short distance, Weidong saw Su Na and a young woman dragging another young woman back, with the latter's pants still down. Under the moonlight, a stark white was visible. Seeing this, Li Weidong quickly shouted to those behind, "Don't come over." Then he rushed to Suna. "Quick, pull her pants up." Seeing Li Weidong arrive gave Suna some reassurance as she quickly helped the exposed young woman pull up her pants, preventing further embarrassment. At this moment, Li Weidong asked what happened here. The exposed young woman trembled and pointed towards the toilet. "There's a wolf in there." "A wolf?" Li Weidong was startled. How could a wolf appear now? Although the villagers bought only a few firecrackers, they were not entirely absent. The popping sounds earlier should have scared the wolf far from the village. Could this wolf be mad? "Suna, are you sure it's a wolf?" Li Weidong asked Suna again. "I don't know." Ting Ting went in first, and she ran out immediately. "I hadn't gone in yet," Suna explained. "All right, then you all back away." "Chen Ting, are you hurt?" Chen Ting was silent for a moment before saying, "I got bitten." "Where were you bitten?" Chen Ting fell silent again. Li Weidong had some idea of where it might be, so he didn't press further. "All right, don't stay here, hurry back." Protecting them back to the crowd, Li Weidong entrusted the three to Sun Yongping's care and raced back to his room for his gun. As for why he didn't let others help him, it was because the gun and bullets were stored separately. Usually the bullets were locked in his cabinet, while only the gun was kept outside. A gun without bullets is just a stick. He retrieved the gun, opened the cabinet, grabbed a handful of bullets, and sprinted out. "Dongzi, is there really a wolf?" Sun Yongping, having heard Su Na and the others mention a wolf, stopped Li Weidong to ask. "I don't know, everyone stay put, I'll go check it out." Despite the many young men in the youth commune, none of them had the experience of facing a ferocious beast. Even those with a bit of courage could not guarantee they would emerge unscathed. Therefore, Li Weidong did not let them approach, but instead he cautiously advanced toward the restroom with his gun ready to fire at any moment. As he stepped into the restroom's shadowy wall, Li Weidong felt the hairs on his body stand on end. This surely indicated the presence of wolves, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted this way. It wasn't just Li Weidong. Nearly everyone would have some reaction when encountering a ferocious beast, a primal warning mechanism inherited from humanity's ancestors. However, some people simply did not pay much attention. As someone who had spent years hunting in the mountains, his sixth sense regarding such matters was stronger. Feeling the anomaly, Li Weidong's mind sharpened, and he pressed his body against the rear wall, inching forward. However, when he reached the restroom door and peered inside by the faint light of the wind lamp hanging at the entrance, he found everything inside. It shouldn't be like this. Li Weidong thought, puzzled, feeling something was wrong. How could he not see the wolf? Taking another step, he fully entered the restroom. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him from the left side where it was pressed against the wall. Li Weidong cursed inwardly. This damn beast was indeed cunning, hiding in a place out of sight, waiting to ambush him. But the change occurred in an instant, leaving Li Weidong no time to react. Instinctively, he pulled back with all his might. However, the distance was too short to evade. Li Weidong felt the wolf bite into his thigh, and his retreat revealed the beast's form. If it had been someone else, they would probably have been too frightened to know what to do. But Li Weidong, a seasoned hunter after years of experience, immediately swung his gun around and fired 2 shots at the wolf's head and neck. The wolf let out a howl and was flung away. It collapsed on the ground, and after a few kicks lay still. Li Weidong knew he had shot accurately, and that the wolf had no chance of survival, but out of caution he did not approach to inspect. After all, the wolf might still bite him in its dying moments. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Among all hunters, if half of them were injured while hunting wolves, it was often because they shot a wolf and then approached assuming it was dead, only to be bitten by the dying animal. Of course, most of these injuries were suffered by newcomers. Seasoned hunters rarely made such mistakes, and those guided by mentors were often warned. Even so, the number of injuries each year remained significant. Hearing the gunfire, Sun Yongping and the others rushed over. Weidong, how did it go? Did you hit it? Yes, I hit it. It's in the restroom. Don't go in yet. Wait until the wolf is completely dead before entering. Are you okay? Sun Yongping asked as he approached Li Weidong. Li Weidong touched his thigh. His cotton pants were torn, but he felt no wetness, indicating the wolf hadn't bitten through him. Fine, just my pants got torn. Does anyone have a cigarette? Bring me one. Who has a cigarette? Sun Yongping hurriedly asked. A cigarette was quickly passed to him. Li Weidong lit it, taking a deep drag to calm his nerves. He had indeed felt quite tense, not just because of the wolf's ambush. Moreover, the bite was on his thigh. If that beast had been a bit more accurate, his happiness for the rest of his life would likely be jeopardized. What the hell? Why did the wolves from the northeast learn the tricks of the prairie wolves? After finishing a cigarette, Li Weidong said to Sun Yongping, now that it's all clear, let's have 2 people go in and drag that wolf out. All right, Sun Yongping replied, directly calling over one of the nearby men. The 2 of them went inside, dragging the wolf's hind legs out of the restroom and tossing it onto the empty ground in the courtyard. At that moment, everyone gathered around. Li Weidong walked over to take a look. It appeared to be a young male wolf that had recently matured, slightly smaller than the average male wolf. It weighed about 50 pounds. Its fur was decent, indicating it likely hadn't been lacking food. But why had it come to the village? Was it truly frightened by the sound of the gunfire and had blindly run into the restroom? Regardless of the reason, the situation was resolved. All right, stop dawdling. Let's start a fire in the courtyard and remove the hide. If it freezes, it will be difficult to take off later. Li Weidong directed the others to get busy. The process of skinning was not too complicated. A frame in an X shape or 2 closely spaced trees would suffice. Using rope or nails to secure the wolf's hind legs, they hung it upside down, cutting open from the back paw and extending along the inner thigh to the abdomen, continuing down the belly. One hand grasped the wolf's skin while the other used a knife to slowly separate the skin from the flesh until the entire hide was removed, which was not much different from skinning a sheep. The only thing to be cautious about was not to cut through the wolf's skin and to be particularly careful around the head, otherwise the value would drop significantly if damaged. Once the entire hide was removed, that was only the first step. Next, they needed to use a dull knife to gradually remove the excess fat from the skin, followed by curing it, air drying, and salting. This could not be completed in a day, or it would take at least half a month to finish. However, since the weather was cold, the fat on the hide would not spoil, so there was no rush to process it. The skinned hide was set aside, and the next task was to remove the meat. Li Weidong did not need to handle this himself. The male youth were eager to try. He simply instructed them to be careful not to cut themselves and left it to them. Li Weidong took the severed wolf's head, walked aside, and split it open with an axe, putting the brain into a bowl, and approached Su Na and the others. Here, take this and apply it to Chen Ting's wound. The girls grimaced. Ew, that's disgusting. What for? If you're not afraid that Chen Ting might get rabies, you don't have to apply it. Can this really treat rabies? Li Weidong smiled. Anyway, that's what the medical texts say. If someone is bitten by a dog with rabies, they should apply the dog's brain to the wound to prevent it. I don't know if it's true, but it's better to believe it than not. Right now, there are no rabies vaccines. It will be 10 years before the vaccine becomes available in 1980. For now, this is the only method. After all, hunters have been using it, and no one has died from rabies yet. Although it looked disgusting, Su Na and the others still took the bowl and turned back to the girls' dormitory to help Chen Ting apply the medicine. Chen Ting was indeed quite unfortunate. She was the first to go in, and she didn't even check if it was safe before directly taking off her pants to use the toilet. As a result, just when she was halfway through, a wolf bit her on the rear. The wolf was quite selective about its target. Instead of going for her neck, it bit her rear, likely startled into a sudden attack. Li Weidong also returned to the room, carefully separating the gun from the bullets. He then checked his thigh to see if he had been bitten. Earlier, Su Na had noticed the cotton fluff protruding from Li Weidong's pants. After delivering the wolf's brain to Chen Ting, she came out of the girls' dormitory to find Li Weidong. When she pushed the door and entered, Li Weidong was sitting on the Kong, inspecting his thigh. How did you come in? I came to check on you. I saw that your pants were torn and you weren't bitten by the wolf, were you? Li Weidong smiled. Then come and check for yourself. Although she felt a bit shy, Su Na still walked over to examine the bite on Li Weidong's thigh. The cold fingers touching Li Weidong's thigh made him shiver involuntarily. Don't move. After checking, it was fortunate that Li Weidong's leg only bore 4 bruised marks with some scraped skin, but no bleeding. Although the wolf had torn his cotton pants, it hadn't penetrated through to his long underwear. It's fine, it's not broken. It should be all right. After Su Na finished looking, she raised her head to look at Li Weidong. Li Weidong grinned mischievously. The leg is fine, but some other parts are not. Seeing Li Weidong's mischievous smile, Su Na initially didn't think much of it, but when she followed his gaze downward, her face instantly turned crimson. She reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. You rascal, always thinking about nonsense and ignoring you. Li Weidong pulled her close, wrapping his arms around Su Na's waist. How can you ignore me? This is your doing. Nonsense, like I could control you. Of course you can. What do we do now that it's already like this? Su Na shook her head. No, there are people outside in the yard. What if someone comes in? It's fine, they're all busy dealing with the wolf and won't come in. We'll keep an eye out. In the end, Su Na still couldn't pull away from Li Weidong. She took out a handkerchief, poured some hot water from the thermos to wet it, and squatted down on the ground. Just a little while later, a voice called for Su Na from outside. Su Na quickly stood up, tidied her hair. Hey, I'm here, I'll be right there. Then she shot Li Weidong a playful glare. I'm leaving, I'm not dealing with you. Li Weidong could only watch with regret as Su Na left the room and returned to the girls' dormitory. After calming himself down, Li Weidong tidied up and stepped out of the dormitory, walking over to the bonfire. Yongping, how's it going? Is it easy to handle? It's not hard at all. We're discussing whether to hold a bonfire party in the yard since we have fresh meat. I want to get your opinion. Sure, I have no problem with that. Let's get started. With more hands, things progress quickly. The branches were sharpened, the freshly skinned wolf meat was skewered and placed over the fire, soon sizzling and oozing oil. All the young intellectuals gathered from the house to the courtyard surrounding the bonfire, chatting and laughing. Although the weather outside was cold, everyone was beaming with smiles. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a voice from the main gate called out, "Someone come and open the door for me." "What are you all doing?" "Oh, the village head is here. We are just getting the barbecue ready." After Yang Jinxing entered, he asked Sun Yongping and Li Weidong, "Was it you who fired the gun earlier? What happened?" Li Weidong shrugged. "That was just a little while ago. We caught a wolf." "A wolf? It came into your yard?" "Of course, it came into the girls' restroom and bit someone. We dealt with it, and everyone thought of cooking it." "Really? You still have the mood to eat? What about the person who was bitten? Is it serious? Do we need to send her to the hospital?" The female team leader Lin Dan stepped forward. "Village head, it's nothing serious, just a few bites. We've already treated her, so no need for the hospital." Actually, Chen Ting was bitten quite badly. After all, she was bitten directly, not through her pants. But the location was too sensitive and Chen Ting was unwilling to see a doctor, so it was left to the female young intellectuals to handle. They cleaned the wound and applied medicine, and she was still lying in the room. "Then I'll go in and check on her," Yang Jinxing said as he moved to enter. "No need, no need." Lin Dan quickly stopped him, smiling. "Village head, you don't need to go in. The location of her injury is a bit special, and it's not convenient." Yang Jinxing nodded. "All right, that's fine. If there's a problem, don't hide it. Hurry to the hospital if needed. The village cart is ready, you know." "Okay, understood. Thank you, village head." "All right, then you all enjoy yourselves, but be careful not to start a fire." Knowing everything was fine, Yang Jinxing didn't linger here. He knew that if he stayed, the young intellectuals would feel uncomfortable. After giving a few reminders, he turned to leave. The bonfire party continued. Originally, some people were feeling a bit sleepy, but after the wolf incident, everyone was energized. Moreover, after finishing up, dawn wasn't far off, so they stayed up until morning. When morning came, the young intellectuals grouped together to wish the villagers a happy new year, then all returned to the dormitory to sleep soundly. Li Weidong, Sun Yongping, and Lin Dan had a bit more to handle. If they were to live in the village, they had to establish good relationships with the village leaders. During the new year, naturally, they needed to make more social visits. Originally, this task was meant for Sun Yongping and Lin Dan, but since Li Weidong had a better relationship with the village officials than they did, he was included. They gathered some gifts at the young intellectual's site and went to visit each of the villagers' homes. Finally, around noon, they had a meal together at Yang Jinxing's house before returning to the young intellectual's site. And just like that, the new year passed. The remaining time was mostly spent relaxing. Even though the city has been advocating for a labor-intensive spring festival since 1967, residents have essentially had no holiday during the new year, working on New Year's Eve and the first day of the year. To celebrate the new year, one could only rush home after work to prepare. Life in the countryside was different from the city, especially in the northeast, where it was extremely cold and far from the capital, so the policies were less strictly enforced. Moreover, come winter, many people had to hibernate. There was little work to be found normally, let alone during the spring festival, and formal work usually didn't start until after the Lantern Festival. After the Lantern Festival, the young intellectuals resumed work, and Li Weidong felt he had rested enough thinking about going for a walk in the mountains. As a hunter accustomed to roaming the mountains, especially during winter, it was quite unbearable for him to be cooped up at home. After over a month of rest, due to his fractured rib, Li Weidong felt ready to move again, and a sense of restlessness began to stir within him. Although Suna was somewhat worried, she ultimately could not sway Li Weidong. After the Lantern Festival, the educated youth returned to their original work routines. The men continued logging, while the women busied themselves crafting various items. Li Weidong tidied himself up, strapped on his bullet belt, and stepped out from the educated youth base with his gun. At that moment, he did not have a specific destination in mind. He merely wandered through the forest. Having been cooped up for so long, he needed to stretch his legs before venturing further. Throughout that day, Li Weidong circled around the village, covering a radius of 2 to 3 miles. Whenever he spotted signs of wild chickens or rabbits, he set a few traps, hoping to see some results in a few days. He did not find any traces of other animals. The tracks of wild boars and roe deer were left many days prior, making it pointless to follow. As dusk approached, Li Weidong decided not to linger any longer and headed straight back home. After several consecutive days of running, he had not encountered any large animals, only managing to trap 2 wild chickens. He brought them back to the educated youth base, where they all cooked and shared a meal together. As March arrived, the temperature in Lingtai County had significantly increased. During the day, the highest temperature reached around 3 to 4 degrees above zero, while at night it dropped to about -10 degrees. The temperature in the mountains was slightly lower, but the snow on the sunlit slopes had begun to melt. This time of year, the mountains were difficult to navigate. The snow would melt during the warm daytime temperatures, then freeze again at night, forming a hard crust on top. Stepping on it would create a pit, and one would have to exert effort to pull their foot out, unlike during the particularly cold winter when one could walk through the snow freely. This was true for both humans and animals. Light animals like wild chickens, rabbits, and foxes could easily run on top. However, larger animals such as wolves, roe deer, and sika deer found it inconvenient to move. Therefore, before the hunting season closed in spring, hunters were eager to pursue larger game. After adapting for over 10 days, Li Weidong's body had grown accustomed to long treks in the mountains. Thus, he packed a sheepskin blanket, brought along some food and water, and ventured into the mountains again, determined not to return without a significant catch. The mountain paths were indeed challenging. In a day's time, Li Weidong had only walked over 20 miles. While he was certainly tired, the main concern was that in those 20 miles he had not even seen a single trace of wildlife. Oh, where have all these animals gone? Are they playing hide and seek with me? This is exhausting. Li Weidong leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Looking up at the sky, he realized it was getting late and needed to find a place to spend the night, so he continued walking forward for a few hundred meters. He chose a few large trees that grew close together, using his shovel to clear the snow from the roots and creating a space about 3 or 4 square meters. He then gathered some branches and dry grass to lay down, finally spreading out the sheepskin blanket on top, ensuring he wouldn't feel cold or damp while sleeping. Lastly, he collected some larger branches to start a fire, pulling out the food and cooked meat he had brought and putting it on the flames to warm up. By the time he finished all these tasks, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. With no other activities to occupy him in the mountains, he lay down on the sheepskin blanket, half of it beneath him and the other half wrapped around his upper body, clutching his gun and quickly falling asleep. Not long after lying down still in a half-asleep state, he faintly heard a distant cry for help. At first, Li Weidong thought he might have misheard. He lifted the ear flap of his wool hat to listen more closely, confirming that someone was indeed calling for help, and the voice seemed not too far away, otherwise he wouldn't have heard it. Moreover, it was not just one person, it sounded like 2 or 3 individuals. In the mountains, hearing cries for help certainly indicated someone was in danger. Without thinking much, Li Weidong sprang up, rolled up his sheepskin blanket, and stuffed it into his backpack, and kicked some snow to extinguish the fire. He then grabbed his gun and hurried towards the direction from which the voice came. About 2 miles away, he found a country dirt road where a horse-drawn cart had overturned into a ditch. The horse had already run off, its whereabouts unknown. Beside the cart, a driver held a long whip, watching the surroundings warily. Behind him were 2 women dressed in green military uniforms with braided hair, huddled together in fear, gazing anxiously at the nearby woods. They shrieked for help. "All right, you 2 should save your breath. Who would come to this place at this time? Uncle Nyo, we won't be in trouble, will we?" The driver tightened his grip on the whip, reassuring the 2 women, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here you'll be safe." This driver wasn't entirely boasting. In those vast rural areas of this era, transportation relied heavily on horse-drawn carts, donkey carts, and mule carts. Being a driver was a skilled profession. A good driver wielding a 3 to 4 meter long whip could say they could hit their target precisely. When driving, if one instructed to hit a horse's ear, they would never accidentally strike its head. While transporting goods at night, if wolves chased them with just a whip in hand, 2 or 3 wolves would not dare approach the horse cart. Today was indeed unfortunate. Early in the morning, the forestry station had sent the driver to the city to deliver goods, along with picking up 2 female, educated youths returning from visiting relatives. After a busy day, he dozed off on the way back, letting the horse run on its own. Unexpectedly, something from the forest startled the horse, causing the cart to overturn. They were unharmed, but the cart had tumbled into the ditch, and the horse had broken free from the reins and was nowhere to be found. Once he recovered from the shock of the overturn, he realized something was amiss. There were wolves in the woods, and not just one. No wonder the horse had gotten spooked. However, it was too late to say anything now. He certainly couldn't outrun these wolves. If he were alone, he might not have been so anxious, but he had 2 delicate, educated youths with him. If anything were to happen to them, the burden of guilt would be immense. As for whether he could protect them, the driver was unsure. It would depend on his stamina. Once the whip became too heavy to swing, they would truly be in trouble. He could only hope that before he exhausted himself, someone from the farm would come to their aid. He thought this way, but the wolves had no intention of giving them that chance. The pack surrounding them was already getting restless. Wolves are creatures that understand the concept of preying on the weak and fearing the strong. They are also adept at reading the atmosphere. Once they sense weakness or fear in their prey, they begin to test them frantically, and when the prey collapses or lets down its guard, they launch a sudden attack. The two young women were making loud noises, which made the wolf pack realize that they were afraid, prompting the wolves to start testing them, with one wolf already venturing out of the grass. The screams of the two young women grew even louder. The sound traveled far in the forest, causing Weidong, who was rushing over, to run even faster upon hearing it. However, the concept of 2 or 3 miles in the mountains is entirely different from that on flat ground. Many areas require detours, and running through the thick snow is quite exhausting. It would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to reach them, which was out of the question. But they could not afford to wait. The wolves had already started probing and attacking. The cattle herd swung his whip. Whenever a wolf lunged at him, he would lash out, sending the nearest one tumbling. In the beginning, he could catch them, but soon the wolves learned to be clever. Observing how the cattle herd's whip would swing, the wolves quickly jumped out of his attack range, leaving most of his strikes empty, and the cattle herd's stamina was rapidly depleting. "This won't do. I need to think of a way, or all 3 of us will perish here," the cattle herd thought anxiously. His eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, and finally, he spotted a relatively easy-to-climb tree in the forest. "You two, do you see that tree branch that is lower to my right?" The two young women quickly searched in the direction he pointed, and soon saw a forked tree about 20 to 30 meters away, with the lowest branch nearly 3 meters above the ground. "Uncle Nyo, we see it. Good, it'll protect you as you go over. Hurry and climb the tree. This is no time to delay." The cattle herd waved his whip to fend off the approaching wolves while guiding the two women step by step toward the tree. The problem was that the cattle herd did not anticipate that the two women could not climb trees at all, despite the tree being only about 20 centimeters thick. Its lowest branch was still nearly 3 meters high. The two young women struggled for a long time, but couldn't manage to climb at all. Anxiously, the cattle herd urged from behind, "Hurry up. What are you two dawdling for?" The more he urged, the less the two young women could climb. Their legs became weak, and they couldn't even think about getting up the tree. Finally, the cattle herd, feeling extremely anxious, rushed forward a few steps, swinging his whip forcefully to push the nearby wolves away, then quickly returned. "Come on, step on my legs, and get up fast." The cattle herd bent his leg so one of the young women could step on his thigh, and with a mighty lift, he finally managed to get one of them up into the tree. However, when lifting the second person, an accident occurred. As the young woman stepped on the cattle herd's thigh, she slipped and fell awkwardly to the ground. At that moment, the wolf pack that had approached could not miss this opportunity. One wolf suddenly leaped forward, opening its mouth to bite at the young woman. In that critical moment, the 3 of them heard a gunshot, and the wolf lunging at the young woman was shot and sent flying. Then came another gunshot. The cattle herd saw a flash of light before his eyes as the bullet whizzed past him, and just a few meters behind them, a wolf howled and leaped high before stumbling into the woods. After the 2 gunshots, Weidong quickly reloaded, rushing up to the cattle herd. "Is everyone okay?" "No injuries. Luckily, you arrived in time." "Thank you. Don't mention it. Let's see if there are any other wolves around." Weidong didn't say much and quickly began to scan the area to prevent being ambushed by other wolves. In fact, when his gun fired, the wolves had already scattered. They weren't fools and were very sensitive to the sounds and smells of gunpowder in the forest. Hearing the gunshots and smelling the gunpowder, they immediately chose to retreat. Confirming that there were no other wolves in the vicinity, Weidong looked back at the one that had been shot, and then returned to the cattle herd. "Which village are you from? Why are you wandering around at this late hour without a gun?" The cattle herd smiled wryly. "Oh, don't mention it. It was the horse that startled the wolves and overturned the cart. We didn't want to travel at night, but the cart is overturned over there. We are from the Magiangi Bridge Forest Farm. My surname is Nyo, and I am called Nyo Chingchuan. These are 2 young women from our forest farm." "Can women still work in the forest farm?" "Oh, they mainly do some logistical work." "Comrade, thank you so much today. What should I call you? Which village are you from?" "I will definitely report back to the leaders of the forest farm to express our gratitude to you." Weidong, however, was not one to do good deeds without seeking recognition. He directly replied, "I am Weidong, a young intellectual from Xianyang village." "You are also a young intellectual?" The young woman who had fallen asked. "What makes you think I don't look like one?" "Since you are also a young intellectual, I want to ask you what is wrong with us women. Our awareness is no less than that of you men. Why can't we work in the forest farm?" Weidong smiled, somewhat disdainful. "Working in the forest farm and not being able to climb trees, do you think you are suited for it? Is climbing trees a requirement to work in the forest farm? Who made that rule?" "Enough, I don't want to argue with you. Master Nyo, let's figure out a way to get your cart out." Li Weidong waved his hand and walked toward Niu Qingchuan. The young woman, however, was not ready to let it go, catching up to Li Weidong. Do you look down on us women comrades? Li Weidong shot her a glare. What are you talking about? Just now when the wolves were around, why didn't you ask them if they looked down on you? If you were brave, you wouldn't have climbed the tree. Saving you has brought me trouble. Who raised you like this? You. Sob, you are bullying me. After being rebuffed by Li Weidong, the young woman covered her nose and began to cry. All right, stop arguing now. This is not the time to fight. Let's go check on the cart. Niu Qingchuan quickly interjected, pulling Li Weidong toward the direction of the cart. The other young woman also walked up to the previously crying one, pulling her and advising her to stop talking. After walking a few steps, Niu Qingchuan quietly said to Li Weidong, comrade, Li, don't mind them. These young women have been somewhat spoiled in our forest farm and tend to speak quite bluntly. Are there really so few women in your forest farm? Do you still need to pamper this kind of character? Li Weidong, unable to see what the young woman looked like, thought that based on her attitude, no matter how good-looking she was still a fool. Niu Qingchuan smiled wryly. Of course there are few. You know that a forest farm is not a place for women. There are over 300 people in the entire forest farm, only 45 of whom are women and only about 20 unmarried ones. Pretty precious, wouldn't you say? Niu Qingchuan smiled wryly. Of course there are few. You know that a forest farm is not a place for women. There are over 300 people in the entire forest farm, only 45 of whom are women and only about 20 unmarried ones. Pretty precious, wouldn't you say? With so many men surrounding over 20 women, it was truly difficult not to spoil them. If one person refused to be a sycophant, there were plenty others willing to do so. Such a situation was somewhat understandable. However, this had nothing to do with Li Weidong, as he had no intention of controlling anyone. Following Niu Qingchuan to the carriage, they saw it had only toppled sideways into the ditch, not completely overturned. If Niu Qingchuan had been alone with the two women, it would have been impossible to get it out. But with the two men present, it was much easier. They first righted the carriage, then one pulled from the front, while the other pushed from behind, and without much effort, they managed to push it back onto the road. Afterwards, Li Weidong brushed the snow off his hands and said, All right, the carriage is out. Master Niu, will you stay here and wait, or what? You intend to leave? Niu Qingchuan looked at Li Weidong with some surprise. Of course. Since you are all safe now, I see no reason to remain here. No, brother Li, you must wait until our people arrive. If the wolf pack returns, I truly cannot protect these two girls. Niu Qingchuan grew anxious. Li Weidong turned his head towards the two female educated youths not far off and spoke loud enough for them to hear. Forget it. Some people think they are invincible. What's there to fear from a few wolves? Just confront and kill them outright. Niu Qingchuan chuckled. A young brother, why do you still hold on to that? Don't be so hard on a girl. I don't want to be hard on them, but I fear that if I stay here they might feel uncomfortable and accuse me of looking down on women. I cannot bear such a charge. Niu Qingchuan realized that this young man was sulking at the female educated youth. If he was not allowed to vent, he might really leave, which could be dangerous if trouble arose again. So he beckoned to the two female educated youths. Xuanhuan, Dan, come over here and have a word. Xuanhuan and Weidong had heard Li Weidong's words earlier and felt a surge of anxiety. Weidong held Xuanhuan's hand and whispered in her ear, Xuanhuan, let's go and speak softly. If he really leaves, won't we be in danger again? Don't hold a grudge. I won't go. What was he earlier? Coming over and saying we girls are no good. Do we do less work in the forest farm? Xuanhuan responded with a fragile bravado, though her heart was pounding. The previous verbal conflict made her unwilling to lose face. All right, don't be angry. Let's go together if I'll talk to him. You don't say a word, okay? Behave. Weidong coaxed Xuanhuan, tugging her arm as they approached. You're Li Weidong, right? I'm Weidong, and this is Xuanhuan. We were just nervous earlier and said some unpleasant things. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize to you on her behalf. Li Weidong glanced at Xuanhuan, who lowered her gaze to her toes, silent. Forget it, a good man doesn't quarrel with a woman. Let it be. He waved his hand casually, then turned to Niu Qingchuan. Master Niu, you stay here guarding it while gather some firewood so we can light a fire and at least keep warm. We'll wait and see when your forest farm people arrive. If they don't come by dawn, I'll help you get the carriage back. All right, thank you, comrade Li. Really appreciate it. You're welcome. Li Weidong slung his gun on his back and entered the woods, making 2 or 3 trips to gather a pile of dry branches. As the fire blazed, it illuminated everything around, and the warmth of the flames soothed their restless hearts. Li Weidong went back to the spot where he had fought the wolves, dragging the dead wolf back. As for the wounded one that escaped, he would search for it tomorrow. Wolves once injured usually face a fatal end. Being predators that rely on chasing live prey, injuries impair their hunting ability. Severely wounded, they are abandoned by their pack, making survival extremely unlikely. Therefore, Li Weidong was not in a hurry to track the fleeing wolf who, following its trail, tomorrow might reveal it dead in some grass shelter. After dragging the dead wolf back, Li Weidong took a knife from his waist and cut open its hind leg, peeled back the skin, sliced off some meat, skewered it on a wooden stick, and handed it to Niu Qingxuan. Haven't eaten yet, right? Here, roast this. Niu Qingxuan happily took it and placed it over the fire. It's been a long time since I've had wolf meat. I've been craving this taste. Uncle Niu, you've actually eaten wolf meat. The two female educated youths looked at him in surprise. Of course, there's plenty of wolves in Weidong. When the forest farm first opened, wolves would often invade. We hunted them frequently. Now that more people are around, encounters are fewer, but still happen. You just haven't seen them because you stayed in the camp. Niu Qingxuan explained. Is the wolf meat edible? What can't be eaten? Roasted, it's fragrant. In truth, wolf meat was not particularly palatable, with coarse texture and a strong gamey odor. But in those times, any meat that could be eaten was considered delicious. There was nothing that couldn't be swallowed. It was like soldiers in the army who refused certain foods. The cooks would deliberately prepare those disliked dishes daily. If you didn't eat, you would starve. The training was intense, and after going hungry for a few meals, even the unappealing food would seem tasty. While they spoke, Li Weidong had already cut 2 more pieces, handing them to Wei Dandan, and Xuanhuan then took a piece for himself and sat by the fire. Only then did Li Weidong truly see the appearances of the 2 female educated youths. Wei Dandan had an ordinary appearance, nothing special. Xuanhuan, however, was quite beautiful, with slender brows, large eyes, a sharp nose, and cheeks flushed red from the cold. A delicate visage that inspired affection. No wonder she had such a personality. In the forest farm where women were scarce, and with her striking looks, she was surely adored and spoiled. Li Weidong, you said you are also an educated youth. Where is your hometown? Wei Dandan took the initiative to change the subject. Oh, my home is Beha province. How about you? I'm from Xinyang in the northeast, and Jiangwan's hometown is Jingqing. You should be not too far apart. Not bad, less than 300 kilometers. A 3 to 4 hour train ride. Are your forest farm members all local educated youths, and those from Beijing? Pretty much. There are some from Xinyang, Harbin, Changchun, as well as from Jingqing, and a few from Tianjin. How about your side? Although there had been some unpleasantness earlier, their shared status as educated youths loosened the atmosphere after a while. By the way, I see all your bundles and packages. Did you go home for the new year? How about your side? Although there had been some unpleasantness earlier, their shared status as educated youths loosened the atmosphere after a while. By the way, I see all your bundles and packages. Did you go home for the new year? There are currently no clear regulations regarding returning home for visits. In principle, it is not allowed for the educated youth to return home for visits. The propaganda and regulations require them to settle in the countryside for a long time, preventing them from going back to the city. After all, Li Weidong has been here for 3 years and has not returned home even once. In fact, among the educated youth who have been here for 7 years, the initial group has not returned home except for those who left due to illness or because they had job placements in the city. The earliest group has already married and moved out from the educated youth station. A clear visiting system did not emerge until 3 or 4 years later. So he is quite curious about these 2 individuals returning home for a visit. Wei Dandan nodded. Yes, we are indeed here for a family visit. Our forest farm has a rule that any educated youth who has served for 3 years is granted a visit leave for 1 month. This regulation is truly humane, making Li Weidong envious as his longing for home swelled within him. Seeing Li Weidong fall into silence, Wei Dandan hurriedly said, by the way, we brought back a lot of things from home, many delicious snacks. I'll share some with you. Li Weidong quickly waved his hands. No, my family sends me things regularly, so keep yours to enjoy. Come on, this meat is almost ready to eat. The wolf meat on the fire was already sizzling, releasing an enticing aroma that made one unable to resist salivating. Wei Dandan and Xuanhuan had never eaten wolf meat before, and glancing at the wolf's corpse nearby, they felt a bit apprehensive. Is it really edible? Of course it must be edible. Li Weidong took out a small jar from his bag, opened the lid, pinched out a bit of salt, and sprinkled some on the meat for Wei Dandan, then did the same for Xuanhuan. All right, now it's ready to eat. Watching the two still hesitating, Li Weidong took the lead and bit into the meat, chewing heartily. Nearby, Niu Qingxuan also dug in with great appetite. Afterward, the two of them looked at Wei Dandan and Xuanhuan with satisfied expressions. Seeing how much they enjoyed it, Wei Dandan and Xuanhuan exchanged glances and took a bite. However, the moment they bit into it and chewed a few times, they immediately spat it out. Why is it so gamey? It's terrible. Li Weidong and Niu Qingchuan burst into laughter at the same time. That's the taste of wolf meat. Our current conditions are too simple to prepare anything particularly delicious. But meat is still better than nothing. Just endure it as swallowing it down is the same. No way, it's just too awful to swallow. I'll stick to the snacks I brought from home. Xuanhuan placed the meat aside and got up to grab her bag. Weidong wanted to persist a bit longer, but after taking another bite, she too finally gave up and got up to fetch her bag. Li Weidong did not stop them. It's normal to be unaccustomed to eating something for the first time. He turned to see Niu Qingchuan enjoying his meal heartily. Both women returned to the fire with their bags, opened them, and took out some food and several jars. The jars contained various pickled vegetables, and there were snacks wrapped in oil paper. Here, Li Weidong, Uncle Niu, you should try this. It's really delicious. The pickles are all homemade by my mom. Weidong shared some pickles and snacks with Li Weidong. Xuanhuan also shared some of her food with the two. After they finished eating, they checked the time, which had already reached 11 o'clock at night. Master Niu, I think the people from your forest farm won't come tonight. Did your horse not run back to the farm? Li Weidong asked. Niu Qingchuan hesitated, unsure as who could tell if the horse, after being startled, ran back to the farm. If it didn't return, the farm workers would surely think they weren't coming back tonight, and no one would come to pick them up. That's hard to say. If it comes to that, well, just wait until daylight to see. If it really hasn't returned, I'll have to go find my horse. He hoped it wouldn't be eaten by wolves. Don't worry, it should be fine, Li Weidong could only reassure him. He looked over at the two female educated youths huddled together, shivering. Li Weidong opened his bag and took out a sheepskin blanket, handing it over. Here, wrap yourselves in this sheepskin blanket to keep warm. Just hold out until dawn. No, we don't need it, or we're not cold. Haha, you say you're not cold, but look at how you're shivering. If you're tired, just wrap the blanket around you and sleep in the cart. It should be enough for both of you. The two women were indeed freezing. They reached out to take the sheepskin blanket and wrapped it around themselves. Xuanhuan bit her lip and said to Li Weidong, "Thank you, Li Weidong. Earlier, I had a bad attitude, so please don't take it to heart." This made Li Weidong's impression of her improve a bit. Although the girl had a bad temper, she understood the importance of sharing, and now she could lower her head to admit her faults, which showed she wasn't completely hopeless. Now, looking at Xuanhuan's face, Li Weidong found her much more pleasing to the eye. It's all trivial. I didn't take it to heart. You don't need to dwell on it. Okay, thank you. Xuanhuan smiled at him. Nights in the mountains are hard to endure, not only because of the cold, but mainly due to boredom. Time seems to have frozen at this moment, and looking at the watch, it always feels like the hands aren't moving. In the later part of the night, the two girls wrapped in the sheepskin blanket fell asleep, while Li Weidong and Niu Qingchuan also dozed off intermittently. However, they couldn't really sleep. Even though the night temperature was no longer as low as 2 or 30 degrees earlier, 10 degrees below zero could still freeze a person. Unable to bear the fatigue any longer, he stood up to stretch and rubbed snow on his face to invigorate himself. Finally, they managed to hold out until dawn and woke the two who were sleeping soundly. They loaded their things onto the cart, and Li Weidong and Niu Qingchuan each took a turn at the axle, while the two female educated youths pushed from behind, slowly making their way back. Halfway back, they saw a large group of people rushing towards them from a distance, at least a dozen of them. Li Weidong stopped the cart. "Master Niu, are those people from your farm?" "Yes, it should be. It seems my horse ran back by itself," Niu Qingchuan replied after shading his eyes to look. In fact, the horse had already returned last night, but after arriving it went straight back to the horse pen. At that time, the farm workers were already asleep, so no one heard the horse return. When they woke up in the morning, the person feeding the livestock found out. A group of male educated youths rushed over, surrounding Weidong and Xuanhuan, expressing their concern and completely leaving Li Weidong and Niu Qingchuan aside. Only two middle-aged men approached them. "Old Niu, it's really great that you both are fine. When I saw the horse return this morning, I was truly worried something had happened to you. Fortunately, thanks to Comrade Li Weidong last night, otherwise the three of us might have really ended up as wolf food." Niu Qingchuan pulled Li Weidong over for an introduction. "Xiaoli, this is our Director Fong and Secretary Miao." "Hello, Director Fong and Secretary Miao." Hello, Xiaoli, thank you so much. I see you're dressed like a hunter from the nearby villages." Director Fong shook Li Weidong's hand vigorously. "No, I'm an educated youth from Xuanhuan. In winter, I like to roam the mountains. Luckily, I was preparing to camp nearby last night and managed to save them. Regardless, we must express our gratitude to the one who saved us. Come follow us back to the logging site. I'll treat you to a drink." Li Weidong was a bit reluctant to go. He was still concerned about the wolf he had injured last night. If it had died, it might have been dragged away by something else after a while. Director Fong's Secretary Miao, "Really, there's no need. I just came out after the new year and haven't caught anything at all. I was just planning to wander around the mountains. Hey, it's not about the time. Come on, you must go. Otherwise people will say I old Fong don't know how to thank my benefactor. Niu Qingqiuan chimed in. Shaoli, you definitely have to go. I must thank you properly. In the end, Li Weidong had no choice but to comply respectfully. They arrived together at the Mehikyo logging site headquarters. The headquarters was a large enclosure made of wood with a spacious area outside for storing cut timber. Inside the enclosure were rows of wooden houses, some of which had walls made of adobe. The central area housed the office dining hall and a large auditorium. After returning to the headquarters, the male, educated youths dispersed to work, leaving the director and the secretary to take the four of them back to the office. They recounted the specific situation again, with the clerk taking notes nearby. After hearing it all, the director and the secretary were filled with lingering fear. They repeatedly expressed their relief. If Li Weidong hadn't arrived in time, the three of them at the logging site would have truly met their end at the mouths of wolves, and then both the director and the secretary would face consequences. Clerk, hurry to the dining hall and tell the cooks to prepare some good dishes. This afternoon the secretary and I want to treat Xiao Li to a hearty meal. Understood, director. I'll go right now. The clerk closed the notebook and went out to make arrangements. Secretary Miao turned to Li Weidong and asked, Xiao Li, you saved our employees at the logging site. You've done a great deed. Tell me what reward you want. As long as it's within my and the director's ability, we will absolutely fulfill it. Is there really such a good thing? Li Weidong thought about it. Over the past 3 years he had saved people before, but usually he only received a few tokens of gratitude, nothing particularly special. But he forgot that those he saved before were from nearby villages, and what could they offer him as thanks? A basket of eggs was already a generous gesture. Now, however, Niu Qingqiuan, Weidong, and Xuanhuan were different. They were employees of the logging site, officially registered, and the logging site was a significant organization. The gratitude they could offer would surely be different from that of ordinary people. With Secretary Miao's words, Li Weidong momentarily didn't know what kind of reward to ask for, but he knew one principle: the more one declines, the more the rescued party feels goodwill and wants to express their gratitude. It's fine, you don't need to. I just happened to be nearby. Actually, it's not just me. Any hunter hearing the calls for help would have come to the rescue. That's not the same. It's a fact that you saved someone. Don't be shy, feel free to say it. Secretary Miao waved his hand, looking at Li Weidong with encouraging eyes. Seeing him pondering without speaking, Director Fong spoke up. If you can't think of anything right now, take your time. This promise will stand no matter when both Secretary Miao and I will honor it. Since both the director and the secretary said so, it was certain they would give him something. Li Weidong thought that he might as well ask for something substantial. He tentatively said, Director Secretary, I go hunting in the mountains every winter. A hunter needs a good weapon, otherwise it won't do. You want a gun? Don't you already have a hunting rifle? Director Fong asked curiously. This hunting rifle is fine for short distances, but beyond 100 or 200 meters the accuracy drops. More importantly, it can only fire 2 shots. When facing big game, it's really a disadvantage. Look at my ribs. They were broken by a bear before the new year, and they still haven't healed. Li Weidong lifted his shirt to demonstrate. You've even shot a bear. Director Fong's eyes lit up. Yeah, last year I shot 2 in total, both with others. Without a good gun, I wouldn't dare to take the risk myself. Director Fong immediately followed up with, do you still have the bear bile? It's already been sold. Why do you need some, Director Fong? If you need it, I can help you hunt one back. Li Weidong climbed up the pole smoothly. Director Fong didn't speak, turning to Secretary Miao. Secretary Miao, what do you think? Secretary Miao thought for a moment. All right, let's do it this way. We'll get you a gun from our logging site, but this gun belongs to our logging site. Whenever you stop hunting, remember to return it. Is that all right? Li Weidong nodded vigorously. Sure, no problem. As long as I stop hunting, I'll return it and promise not to lend it to anyone else. Okay, after we finish eating, I'll have old Fong take you to pick up the gun and bullets. Li Weidong was very satisfied, his smile barely contained. However, he was also curious why the director and secretary agreed so quickly when it came to bear bile. Director Secretary, there's something I'm not sure if I should ask. What do you need the bear bile for? Director Fong sighed before explaining the need for bear bile. It turned out that Director Fang's wife had passed away early, leaving him with only one son who suffered from asthma and had occasional attacks. However, there were no particularly good medications for asthma at that time. Asthma inhalers only became widely available in the 1970s and 1980s in the country, and treatment methods were quite limited. Traditional Chinese medicine claimed that bear bile had therapeutic effects for asthma, but bear bile was not something one could easily obtain, which is why he was so anxious. Oh, I see. No problem, Director Fong, rest assured. After I go back, I'll rally my friends. I'll definitely bring you back a bear, and from now on, whenever I hunt one, I'll deliver it to you. After lunch, Director Fong took Li Weidong to the weapons warehouse of the logging site security department. Upon opening it, Li Weidong's eyes widened in amazement. The equipment depot opened, revealing neatly arranged hundreds of guns inside. Even Li Weidong saw machine guns and mortars along with piles of ammunition boxes. Wait a minute, Director Fong, is this a logging camp or a military base? Why are there so many guns? Director Fong laughed. Ha, surprised aren't you? After all, we do belong to the construction corps. You know that last year we had some conflicts with the Mao Bear and even fought a few battles. We have the newly issued Type 56 rifles and Type 56 submachine guns, as well as the retired Type 53 rifles. Which one do you want? A machine gun is out of the question. Li Weidong chuckled awkwardly. He was actually thinking about getting a Type 56 submachine gun. With a single burst, it could take down anything from wild boars to bears, and even elephants would fall. Can I have a Type 56 rifle then? I've been eyeing it for a long time. The Type 56 is a copy of the Mao Bear's SS weighing 385 kilograms with a caliber of 7.62 millimeters or a magazine capacity of 10 rounds and an effective range of 400 meters with a maximum range exceeding 1,500 meters. It can cause effective damage to enemies within 800 meters, but not everyone is a sharpshooter. At a distance of 800 meters, both humans and animals appear as mere dots, hardly distinguishable, let alone shooting them. However, within a distance of 400 meters, as long as one's hands are steady, hitting the target is practically guaranteed. It was simply the dream gun for Li Weidong. All right, I'll get you a Type 56, but you must remember you can't lend it to anyone, and when you're done, it has to be returned to the logging camp. Director Fong reminded him again. Understood, you can rest assured. How many bullets will you give me? Director Fong thought for a moment. I'll give you a base amount of 200 rounds of ammunition that should last you 2 to 3 years, right? When you run out, just come back to ask for more. They'll write you a borrowing note when I get back to the office, so no one will ask. Great. Thank you, Director Fong. Li Weidong nodded vigorously. Holding the gun felt even more intimate than his own wife. He just couldn't take his eyes off it and couldn't help but touch it. He didn't expect that he had just upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. This gun was much more powerful than a hunting rifle. Now he had 2 guns, and he could shoot whatever he wanted. After completing the paperwork, Li Weidong slung his hunting rifle over his back, held the Type 56 in his hand, and strapped a bandolier of bullets to his waist. He said goodbye to Director Fong and the others, preparing to leave the farm to find the injured wolf. Just as he walked a short distance from the logging camp's gate, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Li Weidong stopped, turned around, and saw Wei Dandan and Xuanhuan running out. Li Weidong, why didn't you even say goodbye before leaving? Are you still mad at me for yesterday? Xuanhuan asked, panting. Li Weidong laughed and replied, Ha, how could I be? Yesterday's matter is behind us. I saw there was nothing urgent, so I was going to carry on with my hunting. I'm glad to hear that. Will you come back to the logging camp again? Of course. Didn't I promise to help Director Fong hunt bears? If I catch one, I'll definitely come back. Well then, when you come, make sure to find both of us. You can't just leave without saying a word, all right? Li Weidong looked at Xuanhuan with some confusion, but nodded. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely look for you when I come. Can we come find you at Xuanhuan when we have time? Of course, you're welcome anytime. Great, then it's settled, Xuanhuan said as she handed a small cloth bag to Li Weidong. Wei Dandan also handed Li Weidong a small package. This is for you, Li Weidong. Thank you for saving us last night. No need to be polite, since we know each other, we're friends now. I'm off. Li Weidong stuffed the 2 small packages into his backpack and turned to leave. Wei Dandan and Xuanhuan kept watching his retreating figure. Dandan, do you think Li Weidong has a girlfriend? Wei Dandan laughed. What's this? Our beautiful one is interested in him. Among so many people in the logging camp, you didn't like any of them, yet you like this Li Weidong that you've only just met. He's not even that handsome. Why does a man need to be so good looking? Look at the men in our logging camp. Can any of them compare to him? This is a real man. Xuanhuan replied leisurely. It's not that Xuanhuan thought this way without reason. There were indeed many capable people in the logging camp. But that's how it is. Familiarity breeds contempt. Being around them all day, catering to their whims, left beautiful young intellectuals like Xuanhuan feeling nothing but annoyance. On the other hand, someone who suddenly barges into their lives, especially in such a heroic manner, and without giving her any face, left a deep impression on Xuanhuan. As the saying goes, a dog that licks a bone ends up with nothing. Well, you have to see if he has a girlfriend, or if he could ever like you. Wei Dandan shrugged in response. She didn't have strong feelings for Li Weidong, Being an ordinary-looking girl, she was quite rational in matters of the heart and felt more gratitude towards her savior. If I don't believe it. With my looks, how could he possibly not like me? Even if he has a girlfriend, I'll still try to take him away, Xuanhuan said proudly before turning around to head back. Weidong, of course, had no idea what the two women were discussing. He was still immersed in the joy of having received his new gun, running his hands over the gun's body as he walked with a smile on his face that was hard to suppress. After walking for about an hour, he returned to the spot where he had saved the three of them last night. After wandering around for a bit, he followed the trail left by the wounded wolf. In fact, the wolf hadn't run too far. Weidong's shot last night had been quite heavy, hitting it hard in the belly and shattering its internal organs. Fueled by sheer adrenaline, it had run about 200 to 300 meters before collapsing into the snow and dying. Following the blood trail for a while, Weidong finally spotted the wolf. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. He flipped the Type 56 rifle forward and with a click secured the bolt. He approached with the gun aimed and prodded the wolf with the bayonet. It was already stiff. Only then did Weidong put away the gun, pulled out his knife, and eviscerated the wolf, cleaning out the insides. After that, he fashioned a sled and placed the prepared wolf on it, pulling it back. On the way back, Weidong wished he could encounter some prey to fire a couple of shots. However, things didn't go as planned. By the time he returned to Xuanhuan, he hadn't seen a single large animal. The wild chickens and rabbits he saw weren't worth using such a gun on, as shooting them would just ruin them. Upon returning to the youth station, the first person he saw was Suna. During these past few days, Weidong had been out, and she was worried, constantly checking the entrance. When she saw Weidong come in, she immediately ran out. "Weidong, you're back." Suddenly, Suna rushed out to say this to him, leaving Weidong puzzled. "What happened? Is there a problem at home?" "It's nothing, just that your injuries haven't healed yet, and they are worried about you." As she shifted her gaze, Suna noticed the wolf on the sled behind Weidong. Her brows furrowed sharply. "You encountered a wolf again. You're not hurt, are you?" She then began to examine Weidong from top to bottom. Weidong spread his arms and twirled. "No, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I just encountered a few people from the logging camp last night who were surrounded by a pack of wolves. I saved them, and that's how I managed to fend off the wolves. I didn't mean to provoke them." After hearing Weidong's explanation, Suna nodded. "That's good to hear. Your injury isn't healed yet, so you shouldn't engage in strenuous activities. Let's only hunt for easier targets and avoid dangerous animals." All right, I got it. You're becoming quite the little housekeeper," Weidong teased, poking her nose playfully. "You're annoying. I'm not like you say. If you don't want me to take care of you, then I want." Suna pouted and acted coy. Ever since the two had shared a few intimate moments, and with Weidong being unable to go anywhere due to his injuries, they had spent more time together. Suna had become a bit clingy, like a curious child wanting to know everything, and when in front of the educated youth, she no longer acted shy around Weidong. "Don't. You're in a good mood right now, come on, give me a smile," Weidong joked. Suna burst out laughing. "All right, stop being silly, let's hurry inside. Have you eaten yet? I can get you something." "Not yet. Just so happens I still have the thank you gift from before. Take it, there should be something you like." Weidong pulled out a small package given by Xuanhuan and the others and handed it to Suna. He then unloaded the wolf from the sled and placed it in the storage room, waiting for Sun Yongping and the others to return for processing. When he returned to the male educated youth dormitory, Suna had already brought the food and placed it on the table. Weidong sat down without hesitation and began to eat, recounting the events of the previous day. "So you're really going to hunt the black bear? That's so dangerous," Suna said with great concern. "It's fine. I'm not going alone. They'll visit Sangu in the next couple of days and gather a few more people. Besides, I got a gun from them, so I can't just not use it." "But you already had a gun, why do you need to change it?" Suna pouted. "Ha, you wouldn't understand. This new gun I got is a 56 semi-automatic, very powerful. With this gun, I won't have to worry about wild boars getting too close." "All right then, I don't understand these things, but you must be careful and not get hurt again." Weidong smiled and nodded. "MHM, no worries. By the way, do you want to come with me? You haven't seen Huang Guiji in a while." "Really? That would be great. But will our team leader agree?" Strictly speaking, it was no longer winter, as spring had already arrived according to the calendar. The village had started to repair the irrigation ditches in preparation for planting after the thaw. The female educated youths were also preparing to stop their weaving work and join the villagers in farm labor. It seemed inappropriate to visit at this time since work had already been arranged. But Weidong didn't care. "It's fine. They'll go talk to Lin Dan. Oh, she will definitely agree. You probably wouldn't be able to handle digging ditches with your small frame." "Don't underestimate me. I'm strong," Suna retorted. Weidong grinned mischievously. Yes, you're quite strong. You're so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going back. Su Na instantly understood Li Weidong's meaning, shot him a charming glance, and stood up to leave. Li Weidong wore a smile, then lowered his head to continue eating. After finishing his meal, Su Na returned to collect the dishes, while Li Weidong lay down on the kong to rest for a while. When the other educated youths returned in the evening, he instructed Sun Yongping to have them deal with the wolf. Despite being tired from a day's work, they were still eager to handle such tasks. Who wouldn't want to eat meat? Though wolf meat isn't particularly tasty, with the addition of some seasonings to suppress the gamey smell, it was still quite acceptable. As these people cheerfully skinned the wolf and cooked the meat, Li Weidong didn't interfere, but went back to the dormitory to continue sleeping. He hadn't slept at all the previous night and was truly exhausted. The next day, Li Weidong fully regained his strength and was in high spirits. He planned to visit Lin San to discuss hunting bears before the busy farming season, ensuring he could bring one back. After finding Lin Dan and asking her to grant Su Na a few days off, the two packed a few things and set off together. This time there were no horse-drawn carts available. All the village carts were being used to prepare the irrigation ditches, so they had to go on foot. The two villages were over 20 li apart, but it wouldn't take too long to walk there. They arrived by noon. Huang Guizhi was very happy to see Su Na, grabbing her hand and pulling her inside to chat. Li Weidong sat down in the hall with Lin San, poured some water, and lit a cigarette. Dongzi, did you come over this time for something? Hey, where did you get this gun? Lin San noticed the 56 semi-automatic leaning against the table. Li Weidong picked up the gun and handed it over. I just got to take a look. Lin San took it, feeling it up and turning it over, making a clicking sound with his tongue. This is nice. It packs a punch. Now I feel like my new hunting rifle isn't as appealing. Where did you get it? Li Weidong then recounted how he saved the people from the logging camp and how the manager had entrusted him to hunt bears and acquire bear gallbladder. After hearing this, Lin San was envious. Damn, how do you keep stumbling upon such good fortune? You saved a few people and got a gun for free. That's quite a deal. Don't say it's a deal, but it's just a loan. I'm not keeping it. Once I stop hunting, I have to return it. Well, that's convenient. Every winter from now on, it will be much easier. Can you get another one? Every man loves guns, especially one like this semi-automatic. Li Weidong shook his head. That's hard to say, or it depends on the opportunity. If I can get another one, I'll get it for you too, but first we need to successfully hunt a bear. They are urgently waiting for the bear gallbladder. Is it easy to find Sangun now that he's out of the storage? Whether it's easy or not, we'll have to see after some searching. Just the two of us won't be enough. They'll call Er Mang and the others over to discuss it together. Also let them visit Lu Laoda and Lao Su to keep an eye on things. Lin San thought for a moment before responding. Wildlife in the northeastern mountains is abundant, but black bears are not everywhere. One must search carefully. Fortunately, many black bears have already awakened from hibernation and begun to move around. As long as they are active, they will leave traces, and with enough people exploring, one is bound to find signs of them. However, one should not shoot at sight. Mother bears with cubs cannot be harmed, only solitary bears may be hunted. In spring, not only bears, but all animals that are nursing or pregnant should not be hunted. If one hunts freely this spring, there will be fewer wild animals in winter or the following year, and what will the hunters eat then? Lin Saner called over Er Mangzi and De Chungzi, and the four of them went together for lunch. The two hurried out to find Lu Laoda and the others. They had to wait until tomorrow to return. Lin San and Li Weidong, feeling idle, took their rifles and wandered into the nearby woods, primarily because Lin San wanted to test Li Weidong's gun. Simply holding it in hand wasn't satisfying. They had to fire a few shots to try it out. However, there weren't many prey around the village, just some wild chickens and rabbits. Lin Saner was very familiar with the surrounding terrain and had a good understanding of where wild chickens might be active. The two ran to some dense shrubs and indeed found a few wild chickens. Lin San and Li Weidong each fired a few shots, gratifyingly hitting several wild chickens. As they retrieved the wild chickens from the bushes, none of them were intact. Either their heads or necks were blown off, or half of their bodies were destroyed. Lin San couldn't help but exclaim, "This gun is incredibly accurate and effective, but it has too much power. It can't hit small things. What a pity." Of course, third brother, this thing isn't meant for shooting birds. With a 7.62 bullet, not to mention wild chickens and rabbits, even an elephant would be in big trouble if it got hit. Li Weidong replied with a smile. Haha, that's right. With this gun, hunting black bears will be a piece of cake. Once Mangzi and the others return, we'll head into the woods. Compared to the 56 semi-automatic rifle, the hunting rifle has its advantages. Using a slug within 50 meters remains very powerful. If one hits the vital part of a black bear, it could take it down in one shot. But at long distances, it's not effective. Beyond 100 meters, the accuracy of the hunting rifle drops significantly, and with only 1 or 2 bullets per shot, if one misses it could be very dangerous if a black bear charges. The 56 semi-automatic rifle, on the other hand, can fire freely within a range of 400 meters, making the difference in shooting distance quite significant. Moreover, the key point is that the 56 semi-automatic rifle can fire 10 shots in succession. Even if 1 or 2 shots miss, the remaining bullets would be enough to take down the bear as it closes in. This gave them confidence. After bringing home a few damaged wild chickens, they cooked them up and enjoyed a hearty meal that evening. The next afternoon, Mangzi and De Chengzi finally returned. As soon as they walked in, Mangzi shouted loudly, "Third brother Dongzi, come out quickly, something good has happened." "What good thing?" Lin Weidong and Lin Sen walked out from the inner room. After entering the house, Mangzi first poured himself a bowl of water from the kettle and gulped it down, sitting down to catch his breath. "Guess what?" "Oh, get out of here. Where are we supposed to guess from? Just tell us." Lin Saner laughed and kicked him. Mangzi grinned and said, "Dongzi wanted to find a bear leader, and just a few days ago, old Su actually spotted one. De Chengzi and I went and mentioned it, and Su Gu told us that if we wanted to hunt it, we should hurry over in the next few days. We should definitely be able to track that bear." Lin Weidong and Lin San were delighted. "Really? Su Gu really said that? Of course would we lie?" De Chengzi nodded from the side. "Third brother, it's true. Su Gu said he nearly got caught by it when he went to catch a bear the other day." Lin Weidong looked at Lin Sen. "Third brother, then it must be true. When should we go?" Lin Sen glanced at the sky. Oh, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, with still a couple of hours until dark. "Let's go now? If we wait another day, that bear might have run far away." "What? We're leaving now? Third brother, we haven't even warmed our seats yet." Mangzi and the others groaned in unison. "What are you sitting around for? You're young men. Are you afraid of this little road? Just take a few minutes to rest, and once Dongzi and I pack our things, we'll leave." Lin Sen paid them no mind and directly ordered them. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. When Li Weidong and Su Na came, they were already prepared. Lin Sen only needed to get his gun and bullets ready, grab a skin blanket for the overnight stay, and take some dry food. Li Weidong also informed Su Na, asking her to wait for him at Lin San's house. After everything was ready, the 4 of them set off. They reached Su Yuqing's house just as it got dark. Su Yuqing did not live with his parents, but had built a yard next to their house. His home was not very large, just a 3-room adobe house. On the east side of the yard was a wooden storage room, while on the west side there was a pile of wood and coal stacked in the open. When Su Yuqing saw the 4 of them coming, he was a bit surprised. After all, Mangzi and the others had just left in the morning, and now they were back in the afternoon. Surprise aside, he quickly welcomed them. "Third brother Dongzi, you're here. Come in quickly." After entering, he turned to his wife and said, "Hurry up and prepare some food. Bring out the frozen wild chickens and rabbits from the storage room and start cooking." No, don't bother with those. Just make do with what you have." Lin Sen quickly stopped him. They couldn't eat all the meat stored at his place. Old Su's family still had elders and children. But Su Yuqing insisted, "It's fine. If we run out, I can always catch more. I've caught several since the new year. Hurry up, wife, you all sit down." Once seated on the warm Kong lighting a cigarette, Su Yuqing asked, "Third brother, you rushed over because of that black bear, right?" "Absolutely. There's someone in urgent need here, and we're just thinking of getting it done as quickly as possible." Lin Sen nodded. Li Weidong then briefly recounted the situation. Su Yuqing nodded. "Indeed, there's some truth to that. Bearbile combined with other main medicines can treat asthma." "Exactly, they knew this is why they wanted me to hunt it." "Su Gu, where exactly did you see that bear?" "It was in the gully behind our house. It was probably just coming out of hibernation. I encountered it when I went to catch a bear the other day, about 50 to 60 meters away from me. Luckily, it didn't come towards me." Li Weidong and the others nodded. "Indeed, very lucky. A bear just out of hibernation would be starving, and if it had charged, Su Yuqing would have been in serious trouble. Do you think it's still in that gully now?" Su Yuqing smiled. "I don't know about that, but since a few days have passed, it shouldn't have wandered too far, right? Forget about that. Seeing it is definitely better than searching the ocean for a needle. Let's go check it out tomorrow morning and follow the tracks to see if we can find it," Lin Sen decisively stated. After dinner, the group rested early. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Li Weidong and the others had already packed up efficiently. The 5 of them had 3 guns, and Mangzi and De Chengzi were carrying large axes, setting out early. Upon reaching the back mountain, they indeed found bear tracks next to the valley, just as Su Yuqing had said. Lin San squatted down to observe. "This fellow is quite big. It looks like a male weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds. This is a black bear that has just awakened from hibernation. After consuming all winter, it still weighs 300 to 400 pounds. One can only imagine how heavy it was before winter." "That's great. If it's a female with cubs, we won't be able to hunt it. Li Weidong was quite excited finally seeing a clue. No matter how big the bear was, it couldn't withstand a volley of bullets from a 56 half. There was no hesitation. The 5 of them followed the tracks. They walked for another 2 full days, and this black bear was quite the wanderer. It hardly stopped since it had awakened. Along the way, they had even clashed with wolves, presumably having stolen the wolves' food, leaving a scene of chaos behind. This was a good sign. A hungry black bear would be on the hunt for food, making it even more ferocious. A well-fed bear would need to find a place to rest, which provided Li Weidong and the others some time. By noon on the 3rd day, the 5 of them stopped at a place filled with various tracks. Last night this bear must have slept here. It seems we are not far from it, Lin Sin said after checking around. Really, Sang-gu, that's fantastic. Everyone was excited. Look, the cuts on these branches are all fresh. Lin San explained his reasoning. What are we waiting for, Sang-gu? Let's hurry up and chase it, Mangzi said eagerly. All right, let's go ahead. Lin Sin nodded and led the way. After another half a day's travel, as night approached, the 5 finally spotted the black bear's silhouette. The black bear was climbing up a small hill about 300 to 400 meters away from them. This distance was within the shooting range of the 56 half. Sang-gu, should we shoot? Li Weidong was eager. Lin Sin thought for a moment and decided it was safer to wait. Don't shoot yet, let's get a bit closer. Otherwise, if it runs, we'll have to chase it far. All right, then let's move forward. Since they had spotted the bear, their pace quickened. Despite being several hundred meters away, the black bear had not noticed them and continued to climb slowly. The black bear wasn't in a hurry and was searching for food as it walked. This gave Li Weidong and his companions time to quickly approach within about 100 meters of the bear. At this moment, the black bear seemed to sense danger, stopping to turn its head and observe. Dongzi, get ready, Lin Sin said decisively. Li Weidong was already restless, loading the rifle and resting the stock against his shoulder, aiming at the black bear. He locked the bear in his sights and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp gunfire echoed through the mountains and forests. They saw the black bear, which was almost at the top of the hill, suddenly leap up. After a few jumps on the spot, it bolted down the other side of the hill, disappearing in an instant. Chase. Seeing that they had hit it, they absolutely couldn't let it get far. Night was about to follow. If they didn't catch up now, the bear would surely die in the dark, and they would lose the gallbladder. The 5 of them dashed up the hill. The spot where the bear had been hit was covered in blood, and along the path it had run down the hill there were plenty of blood drops. Dongzi, it seems you shot quite well. We definitely have this bear, Lin San said with excitement in his voice. Of course. If I couldn't hit it from 100 meters, I should quit hunting. I aimed for its head with the first shot. At the very least, I hit its neck, Li Weidong said confidently. However, when they reached the top of the hill and looked down, they couldn't see the black bear's figure, only a patch of forest and bushes below. Let's go down and search. Be careful, a wounded bear is the most dangerous, Lin Sin reminded them. As they descended, Li Weidong led the way. His weapon was the most effective, allowing for the quickest response in case of any sudden situation. Following closely behind were Lin San and Su Yoqing, followed by Mangzi and De Chengzi, each carrying a large axe. It was easy to follow now as the blood on the ground guided their direction. Once they entered the woods, they hadn't gone far before they spotted a den in the grass, a large pit dug out in the snow with plenty of blood inside the den. It was clear that when the black bear had come here, it was struggling and had collapsed on the ground for a while, likely hearing the humans and moving on. But its movements were noticeably slower than before. It would run a few steps before stumbling and struggling. It seems this bear is close to its end, Li Weidong grinned. Lin Sin nodded. Yes, it shouldn't be able to run much further. Let's keep moving forward, be careful, and be prepared. The 3 of them cautiously advanced with their guns. After walking about 100 to 200 meters, they heard the low growl of the black bear. Taking a few more steps and looking carefully into the woods, they saw the black bear crouched under a tree, looking as though it was almost done for. Seeing the approach of humans, the black bear struggled to stand, baring its teeth and lowly growling at them. At that moment, Li Weidong noticed that the black bear had a large gash on its face. The flesh on the left side of its face was torn from the jaw all the way to the back of its head, making its growling expression even more terrifying. It seemed his first shot had missed the mark, not hitting the black bear's head or neck, but rather grazing its face. However, the remaining 2 shots must have hit the bear's vital areas, otherwise it wouldn't be in such a state now. Since it could no longer run, he decided to give it one more shot to finish it off, aiming for its head. With a loud bang, they saw a hole burst through the back of the black bear's head. After swaying a few times, it fell to the ground with a thud. We've done it, solved the problem. Sang-gu, let's hurry over and take the gallbladder, Li Weidong said with a smile as he put away his gun. Lin Sin shook his head. You really know nothing about conservation. This bear is clearly done for a why waste that bullet. Lin Sen shook his head. You really know nothing about conservation. This bear is clearly done for a why waste that bullet. Li Weidong grinned and said nonchalantly, it's fine, wasting one bullet is no big deal. After all, these bullets are free. His words were absolutely valid. Not only were the bullets free, but the guns were also provided at no cost. The field manager had previously told Li Weidong that if he ran out of bullets, he could always come back for more. In the armory of the forest farm, the bullets were packed in boxes, so it didn't matter if he fired one or two. What was most important was ensuring that the black bear had no capacity for resistance. Li Weidong's words made Lin Saner and Su Yuqing curl their lips. Unlike him, they had to spend money on their bullets. Although not very expensive, each bullet still cost 0.30 yuan. They weren't as wealthy as Li Weidong, and every shot had to be calculated. Mangzi and De Chengzi didn't care about that. They excitedly ran over, pulled out their knives, and began to gut the black bear, reaching in to extract the bear's gallbladder. They soon retrieved it, and Mangzi held it up, showing it to Li Weidong and the others. Look, this guy's gallbladder is really big. It must weigh at least half a gene. Even when dried, it should weigh at least a couple of taels. The fresh bear gallbladder could measure 5 to 8 centimeters wide and 10 to 20 centimeters long, containing a large amount of moisture and bile. Once dried, its weight would only be about 20 of its fresh weight. This is why a bear's gallbladder quickly deteriorates after death. The moisture and bile within break down. At that point, its medicinal value would be significantly lower. Only gallbladders taken shortly after death are considered the best. This bear weighed over 300 to nearly 400 gene, so its gallbladder was much larger compared to those of other black bears. Lin Saner took the gallbladder into his hands, examining it closely. This gallbladder is at least at the level of a gold gallbladder. Dongzi, it looks like we struck it rich this time. What is a gold gallbladder? Li Weidong had never heard of this term. Lin Saner began to explain. Bear gallbladders are classified by weight and quality. The weight is measured in cash and taels. The heavier it is, the higher the price. Ours should weigh at least a couple of taels once dried. Then they are categorized by quality into gold gallbladders, cauliflower gallbladders, and iron gallbladders. A gold gallbladder has bile that is golden yellow or amber in color, while a cauliflower gallbladder is green and an iron gallbladder is black. Come and see if this bile has a hint of yellow. Li Weidong and the others gathered closer to take a look, and indeed, as Lin Saner had said, the bile had a yellow tint. How much can we sell this for? At least 200 to 300 yuan, right? This is much better than the last gallbladder we got from that bear. Lin Saner had never encountered such a gallbladder and could only speculate on the price based on what he had heard. Is it worth that much? Shouldn't we sell it? Li Weidong asked hesitantly. Originally, the plan was to take the gallbladder to the field manager for medical use, but now that they had obtained such a high-quality gallbladder, Li Weidong felt a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, this is money. The gallbladder, along with the bear's paw, hide, and meat, could easily sell for at least 500 yuan. Each of their group of 5 could get 100 yuan, which is roughly equivalent to a year's worth of labor points in the village. Li Weidong might not care so much, but Lin Saner and the others did. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Saner interrupted him. No way, Dongzi. You promised to give the gallbladder to the field manager for medical purposes. You can't just say that since this gallbladder is of high quality, you'll sell it yourself. We can't do that, Lin Saner insisted. But Sangu, this is worth quite a bit of money. Why do we hunt? Leave that to me. We still have the bear paw, hide, and meat. It's just a matter of losing a bit of profit. We can't lose our credibility. If the field manager finds out we got the gallbladder and sold it, what will he think of us? Su Yuqing and Mangzi also chimed in. Yeah, Dongzi, we can't go back on our word. If we have to take a smaller share, then so be it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This mountain isn't just home to one bear. Li Weidong nodded. All right, then I'll take this to the field manager and see if I can get a few more quick guns from him. If we all have quick guns, what can't we hunt? This struck a chord with everyone. Mangzi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Li Weidong. Dongzi, can you really get your hands on those quick guns? That's hard to say, but I saw that they still had plenty of 53 style rifles in their storage. The kind that uses a bolt action. I reckon it should work. These outdated guns shouldn't be too hard to obtain from the field manager. If he couldn't provide them, Li Weidong thought about trying to ask Director Wang at the coal mine. As a key enterprise in Ling County, the armament in the security department of the coal mine was quite impressive. Given his relationship with Director Wang, he should be able to get a couple of rifles without much trouble. This was Li Weidong's contingency plan. Mangzi nodded. That's fine, or a quick gun is much better than this old rifle. You don't need to tell me that, Li Weidong replied. But Dongzi, don't let it put you in a difficult position. If it works out, great. If not, that's fine too. Then the group got to work removing the bear's paw, skinning it, and cutting the meat. Once the sled was ready, they loaded everything they could carry and left the remaining scraps behind. After that, Mangzi and De Chungzi pulled the sled and the 5 of them started heading back. The return journey was relatively smooth. The group of them didn't encounter any wild animals that dared to approach them, as they were all too busy avoiding trouble. The scraps they left behind weighed several tins of gene, enough for wolves or foxes to have a good meal. With food around, no one was willing to take the risk of attacking humans. The 5 of them returned to Su Yuking's house in the middle of the night. When they got home, it was already late. They knocked on the door, entered the house, set down their things, and immediately fell asleep. When they woke up the next day, Su Yuking's wife had already cooked the meat, and there were pancakes beside the pot. After eating their fill, Li Weidong asked the others, "Sangu, I plan to deliver the gallbladder to the field manager today. Are you staying here or heading home? After I deliver this, we can go to the city and sell the meat and hides." Su Yuqing replied directly, "Stay here with me. It's not every day you come by. How can you leave so soon? Once you're done with your business, come back here. Today I plan to go with Sangu and the others to explore the forest again." Lin Saner nodded. "All right, Dongzi, you go deliver it. After that, come back to Laozu's place." After confirming, Li Weidong took the gallbladder from Su Yuking's house and headed toward the forest farm. The field manager also did not expect that Li Weidong would come so quickly. It had only been a few days, and here he was rushing out to greet him as soon as he heard the news. "Oh, little Li, you got it so quickly." Seeing Li Weidong arrive, Director Fong was very happy. He truly did not expect that after just a few days of explaining things to Li Weidong, he would actually come to deliver it himself. Li Weidong smiled. "Director Fong, what a coincidence. A few days ago, when a friend of ours went up the mountain, he encountered a black bear. We rushed to hunt it down because the child's illness is urgent." Thank you. Little Li, you have truly helped me a great deal. Come on, let's go inside. I need to thank you properly." Back in the director's office, Li Weidong took out the already wrapped bear gallbladder. "Director, take a look at this. What do you think? I don't know how long this gallbladder will last. If it's not enough, we can go back up the mountain to find more." Director Fong had seen and experienced a lot. When treating the child, he had also heard about these things from an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Although he didn't know much about it, he was still quite shocked to see the size and color of the bear gallbladder. "This is good. It's better than the gallbladder I've seen from the doctor. This bear must have been quite large, right?" "Absolutely. That bear weighed at least 400 gene. My friends and I followed it for 2 days before we could catch it. The main issue was our equipment. I only had a 56 style rifle, while the others had old foreign rifles, and 2 were using axes. We couldn't pursue it too closely." Li Weidong intentionally downplayed his friend's weapons, hoping that Director Fong would bring it up himself later. "Oh, it must have been tough. If we didn't have good guns, we really wouldn't dare to tackle such a large black bear." Director Fong seemed not to have caught the underlying meaning in Li Weidong's words, as his attention was fully on the bear gallbladder. "Yes, luckily we managed to hunt it down. I must thank you for lending me this gun." "It's nothing. Don't be polite. By the way, little Li, I won't be polite about this bear gallbladder. As for payment, I'll give you 300 yuan. I don't know the exact value of such a specimen. Does that work for you?" As a parent, being able to cure his child's illness was worth any amount of money, and Director Fang's salary was quite decent, at least at the level of a full or deputy division chief. His monthly salary was at least 155 yuan, so 300 yuan was merely 2 months' worth of salary for him. Li Weidong quickly waved his hand. No, Director Fong, why are you even mentioning money? Didn't we agree beforehand? You lend me a gun, and I'll get you a bear gallbladder. That's not the same. Giving you a gun was to thank you for saving 3 people from our factory. That was official. Asking you to hunt the bear was my personal matter. I still need to pay you what you deserve." After Director Fong said this, Li Weidong was left somewhat speechless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to be straightforward. "Well, Director, if you really want to give me something, could you possibly lend me 1 or 2 more guns? It doesn't have to be anything fancy. A 53 style would be fine. Even an old Hanyang-made one would do." Director Fong was taken aback and scrutinized Li Weidong. "Why do you need so many guns?" "Director, don't get me wrong. I mentioned earlier that my best friends are still using old foreign rifles and 2 are using axes to hunt. How much can we really catch like that? I was thinking if it's convenient for you, I would like to awkwardly ask for one. If it's not convenient, just pretend I never said anything." Seeing Director Fang's cautious expression, Li Weidong quickly explained and felt a bit anxious. He was worried that he would end up with no new gun, and that they might take back the one he currently had, which would be a significant loss. "Oh, I see. However, I can't make that decision alone. I need to discuss it with Secretary Miao before deciding. How about this? Let's eat first, and after dinner I'll arrange a place for you to rest. I'll get back to you this afternoon or tomorrow." You're not in a hurry to go back, are you? Li Weidong shook his head. Not in a hurry. That's good. Then you can stay here for the night and leave tomorrow. All right, thank you, Director. At noon, Director Fong took Li Weidong to the cafeteria for a special meal and then had the secretary take him to the guest room to rest. Director Fong then went off to handle his own affairs. Li Weidong took a short nap, and after waking up had nothing to do, so he stepped out of the room and started wandering around the living area of the timber yard. While walking, he heard someone calling him. Li Weidong, is that you? Li Weidong turned around sharply and saw 5 or 6 girls walking out from a yard behind him. Among them was Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, is that you? Xuanhuan jogged over and stopped in front of Li Weidong. When did you come to our timber yard? You didn't say you were coming to find us. I just came to deliver the bear gallbladder to Director Fong. I arrived this morning and haven't had a chance to find you yet. Li Weidong thought to himself, I would have liked to look for you, but I don't know which house you're in. You got the bear gallbladder so quickly. You really are impressive. After praising him a couple of times, Xuanhuan pulled Li Weidong's sleeve and led him over to the other girls. Come, let me introduce you. This is the person who saved me and Dandan from wolves that night. What do you think? Just like we described, right? The girls curiously examined Li Weidong, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. What's wrong with you all? Am I not looking right? It's not that you look wrong, but you don't look particularly handsome either. How did you manage to mesmerize Xuanhuan so much? Said one of the young women teasingly. Stop it, Ching. Who's mesmerized? Don't say nonsensical things. Xuanhuan quickly interrupted, her face turning red. She then turned to Li Weidong and said, don't listen to their nonsense. They just like to tease people. Come on, let's chat somewhere else and ignore them. Li Weidong never got a chance to interject, and amidst the laughter of the girls, he was pulled away by Xuanhuan. Comrade Xuanhuan, where are you taking me? Xuanhuan turned around. Call me Xuanhuan, no need for the comrade title. I'm taking you to see where I usually work. Li Weidong had nothing else to do, so he followed her. They arrived at a large open area outside the village where timber was stored. Xuanhuan's job involved counting the timber and assisting in dispatching it. Xuanhuan spoke animatedly, but Li Weidong found it rather dull, as he had no connection to this work and couldn't muster any interest. Noticing his boredom, Xuanhuan switched topics, asking about the bear hunt and amusing hunting stories. Only then did Li Weidong become interested, sitting on a log lighting a cigarette and sharing stories until it was dark. Xuanhuan sat beside Li Weidong listening with great interest, and the two of them unknowingly chatted from the afternoon until the sun set. Li Weidong glanced at the sky outside and said, all right, it's getting late now, let's head back. If we don't leave soon, it will be pitch dark. Xuanhuan also stood up. Okay, let's go. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly asked, Li Weidong, what do you think of me? This question left Li Weidong somewhat bewildered. You're great. Why do you ask that? You don't have any prejudice against me because of that previous incident, do you? Li Weidong chuckled. No, if I had an issue with you, I wouldn't be chatting with you here. Well, that's good. What if I were to be your girlfriend? How would you feel about that? Li Weidong was momentarily dazed. Was this sister really that direct? How did the conversation suddenly shift to this topic? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think I'm not pretty enough to match you? Seeing that Li Weidong remained silent, Xuanhuan pressed on with another question. No, you are indeed very beautiful, more than enough for me. However, I already have a girlfriend, so it's better that you don't harbor any thoughts about me. Is she prettier than me? Li Weidong hesitated for a moment and replied, you both are quite beautiful. It's just that we're already together. Seeing him in this state, Xuanhuan nodded. All right, I get it. I really want to see what your girlfriend looks like. They'll come find you at Shenyangtun later. I believe I'm definitely not worse than her. Oh, she just got there first. After saying this, Xuanhuan strode away, leaving Li Weidong standing there in a daze. If this were in the future, such an eager girl would have readily accepted. After all, he wouldn't lose anything. Xuanhuan and Suna both indeed had their own merits. But at this moment, it wouldn't do. If it were found out that he was playing both sides, he would truly be in a lot of trouble. By the time Li Weidong returned to his residence, he still couldn't comprehend why Xuanhuan was interested in him. Was it really just because he had saved their lives? Then why did she confront him that night? Was she just being idle? In truth, Xuanhuan was attracted to Li Weidong precisely because of this. Typically at the logging site, the single male workers and educated youths were all very compliant with the girls. Especially for a beautiful girl like Xuanhuan, no one dared to speak loudly to them. Unlike Li Weidong, who almost made her furious that night. Not to mention, after arriving in Weidong, even in Beijing, there weren't many boys who dared to speak to her like that. Moreover, Li Weidong had stepped forward to save them during their most perilous moment, which left a deep impression on Xuanhuan. Once their relationship eased, that feeling surged up uncontrollably within her. And the bold and passionate nature of the girls from Beijing did not allow her to remain silent, which is why she asked directly today. As for Li Weidong already having a girlfriend Jiang, one wasn't particularly surprised. In her view, any man she found attractive would certainly not lack women around him, and it all depended on who had the better skills. Whoever could laugh last would win. Li Weidong, of course, had no idea about all of Xuanhuan's thoughts. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. As soon as he returned to the place arranged for him by the head of the logging site, the clerk Lu Wen rode in with several lunch boxes. Weidong, the head has something going on tonight and can't join you for dinner. He specifically asked me to bring you some good dishes. Li Weidong's heart sank at these words. Did he make a request that displeased the head? Okay, thank you, Lu Go. Li Weidong took the lunchbox and then pulled out a cigarette to offer Lu Wen one. Did the head say anything else? No other instructions. Do you have something going on? No, thank you, Lu Go. Don't mention it. They'll be off now, or you should eat quickly. After you finish, just leave the lunchboxes on the table. They'll come back tomorrow to collect them. After explaining, Lu Wen turned and left. Back in his room, Li Weidong wasn't in a hurry to eat. He placed the lunchbox on the stove to warm it up, sat on the bed, lit a cigarette, and pondered what the head meant. Could it really be because he asked for a gun that the head was upset and deliberately avoided him? But he had mentioned waiting for news this afternoon or tomorrow morning. It shouldn't be like that. A head of such a large logging site wouldn't feel angered by a request for a gun. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it. By tomorrow morning I'll know. If it doesn't work out, I'll just let it go and leave. Li Weidong tossed the cigarette, but on the ground, and stepped on it to extinguish it. He then moved a stool to the stove, opened the lunchbox lid, and began to eat heartily. After finishing his meal before going to bed, he added some coal and wood to the stove, warming the room thoroughly, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside, and there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Weidong, it's me, Lu Wen. Are you up yet? Li Weidong jumped up from the bed. I'm up. Lu, good, just a moment. He quickly put on his cotton coat and pants, shuffled his shoes to the door, and opened it. Lu Gu, you're here, so early. Lu Wen smiled as he walked in. It's still early, but it's already past 9 and almost 10. Did you not sleep well last night? No, mainly because I didn't sleep at all the night before in the mountains. Is the head looking for me? Yes, the head asked me to check if you were up. If you were, go to his office. All right, Lu, good, just a moment. Li Weidong quickly poured some water from the thermos, washed his face, and used his fingers to dab a bit of the toothpaste on the windowsill into his mouth to brush his teeth. After finishing his wash and getting dressed, he said, all right, Lu Gu, let's go. He followed Lu Wen to the head's office door, where Lu Wen said to him, you go in or I'll go attend to other matters. Okay, thank you, Lu Gu. Li Weidong lightly knocked 3 times on the door, and he heard the head's voice from inside, come in. Leader, you were looking for me. Li Weidong entered and respectfully asked. Ha, shall Li, quickly sit down. How did you sleep last night? I was in a rush to get the bear bile to the doctor for medicine, so I didn't entertain you. Don't mind it. The head stood up, walked around the desk, and explained while walking. At this moment, Li Weidong realized the reason, or it turned out he had overthought things. It's fine, leader. I ate well and slept well last night. That's good. Today I wanted to talk to you about that gun issue. After sitting down, the head handed him a cigarette and poured a cup of water before speaking. Li Weidong's heart jumped to his throat as he looked at Director Fong with anticipation. Yesterday, Secretary Miao and I discussed this. The firearms at the forest farm are all registered and in principle cannot be lent out. Seeing the disappointment on Li Weidong's face, Director Fong chuckled and continued, however, special circumstances require special consideration. You are all hunters who roam the mountains, and you, indeed, need good equipment. As for our forest farm, we have a heavy workload and significant tasks. Our workers need to replenish meat regularly to ensure supply. If you can guarantee to provide us with 2,000 pounds of meat in a year, I will lend you 2 Type 53 rifles. What do you think? This put Li Weidong in a difficult position. 2,000 pounds of meat meant he would need to hunt at least 10 pigs over the winter. If it were just one person, it would indeed be quite a challenge to complete this task. Last winter they had a relatively good harvest, but the 8 of them only managed to hunt bears, badgers, roe deer, wild boars, wild chickens, and hares, totaling around 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, which was only about 400 to 500 pounds per person. That was already quite good. Trading 2 rifles for 2,000 pounds of meat required every year seemed a bit arduous. However, with quick shooting, hunting would yield better results. With some effort, it wasn't impossible. While he hesitated, he heard Director Fong continue, of course, we are not asking for this meat for free. The price we offer will be lower than the market rate. I discussed it with Secretary Miao, and we will pay you 70 of the market price. If you agree, we can sign the agreement, and you can borrow the rifles. Li Weidong frowned, quickly calculating the numbers. At 60 of the price considering wild boars, a 200-pound wild boar yields about 140 pounds of meat with the usual market price around 50 to 60 cents per pound, which is about 30 to 40 cheaper than domestic pork. 2,000 pounds of wild boar meat could sell for 1,000 to 1,000 yuan, but selling to the forest farm would only fetch around 700 to 800 yuan, which is quite a difference. However, thinking further, quick rifles are not something you can just buy whenever you want. Even during the previous war, ordinary people who had leftover firearms at home found it challenging to acquire ammunition. Without bullets, no matter how fast the rifle, it is merely a stick. It's like a man, no matter how big his equipment is, if he lacks stamina, what good is it to have a beautiful woman lying on the bed? In the end, that woman would say, "What can you do besides drooling over me?" Thinking of this, Li Weidong gritted his teeth and said, "All right, director, I will take the rifles. But you know our hunting rules, we don't hunt in spring and summer. We can only bring you meat in autumn or winter. If you also want fish, we can provide you with some fish meat in spring and autumn." Director Fong nodded. "I understand. As long as it's meat, it's fine. You can manage that. Our farm has a quota too. We aren't relying solely on your hunts." "All right, it's settled then. 2,000 pounds of game per year, and he'll sign the agreement now." Director Fong chuckled. "That's a deal. He'll write it up now." After signing the agreement in duplicate, Director Fong led Li Weidong to the armory of the security department. The administrator took out two Type 53 rifles, provided two ammunition belts, and handed Li Weidong 200 rounds of ammunition, which perfectly filled the two belts. "All right, you have the guns now. Remember our agreement. If you fail to deliver the required amount of meat by this time next year, I will reclaim these rifles. Also, aside from your hunting trips, you must not lend these guns to anyone else. If anything happens, our forest farm will not be responsible." Li Weidong nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, director. When I'm not out hunting, I'll keep them locked up, or no one will touch them." "That's good. Let's go, and we can have a meal together. You can head back this afternoon." While having lunch in the cafeteria, Li Weidong saw Jiang, one who was eating with her friends. That girl had a lot to say with her eyes. If it weren't for Director Fong being there, she might have rushed over. Li Weidong thought to himself that he should leave early. He found it hard to handle such an overly proactive girl, especially one who seemed a bit spoiled. Looking at such girls was one thing, but if a relationship were to develop, he certainly wouldn't be able to cope. After finishing lunch and bidding farewell to Director Fong, he hurriedly left. As he expected, just after Li Weidong left, Jiang appeared at the place where he had stayed temporarily yesterday. Upon learning that Li Weidong had already left, Jiang stomped her feet in anger, thinking to herself, "Li Weidong, you wait. Do you think you can escape me like this? No way." Li Weidong, carrying the rifles, felt overjoyed as he ran along the road, covering 30 to 40 kilometers without resting much. He returned to Su Yuking's home before dark. Lin Sainer and the others had not been idle. After Li Weidong left, Lin Sainer along with Su Yoqing, Mangzi, and De Chengzi went back into the forest. Each village has different terrain and resources, and the forest's abundance varies. For example, at Su Yuking's home, which is not far from the river, the north has mountains and forests, while the south has farmland and a meandering river. Thus, this area has more wild boars, wild chickens, and rabbits, while roe deer are scarce, as they prefer denser forests and only appear in open areas during dusk or when they need to drink water or migrate. The group was also waiting for Li Weidong to return, so they didn't venture far, just wandering around the village. In 2 days, they managed to catch a few wild chickens, enough for a stew. When Li Weidong returned, the others were still outside. He placed the rifles prominently on the table in the living room at Old Zu's house, waiting for them to come back. Su Yuking's wife, seeing Li Weidong like this, couldn't help but laugh. "You men never grow up. You always have to show off something. Indeed, living life requires some fun. It's so boring to keep a straight face every day, right, sister-in-law?" "Yes, you're right. From now on, you should teach your brother Su a thing or two. He acts so old at such a young age." "I don't think Su Gu is like that." "Why do you say he seems old?" Li Weidong asked, somewhat confused. You've only been with him for a few days. After you met, it was all about hunting. I live with him every day. How could I not know what he's like?" "Oh." Li Weidong deliberately stretched out the sound. He then teased, "I see, sister-in-law. It turns out Su Gu lacks charm when he's at home. Don't worry, he'll take care of it. He'll give him a good talking to." Su Yuking's wife sensed the hidden meaning in his words. "Hey, you little rascal, at such a young age you don't learn well and dare to speak carelessly. It's just because I'm close to Su Gu and you guys, I wouldn't say this about anyone else." Li Weidong replied with a smile. "When Su Gu comes back, I'll have him deal with you. When I see Su Na later, I have to tell her to watch out for you, you naughty guy, so you won't take advantage of her." Li Weidong smirked. "Sister-in-law, there's no one like you. Su Na is my girlfriend. How can I be taking advantage of her?" "That's mutual affection, okay? I don't believe you with that mouth of yours. If Suna let you sell her out, you'd probably still help her count the money. Dongzi, you two aren't married, yet you have to hold yourself together. Don't ruin her reputation. Su Yuking's wife warned. I know, sister-in-law, you're being too strict. We are all living together at the youth point. I would like to, but there's no opportunity. Li Weidong said this, but in his heart he thought that he had already done what he should and shouldn't do long ago. Now, he was just missing the final step. If I know how men are, once they taste a bit of sweetness, it's endless. By the way, sister-in-law, it seems like you have quite a bit of experience. You and Su Gu must have spent a lot of time in the cornfields before getting married. Get lost. Why are you asking about this? It's not proper. Su Yuking's wife also blushed. Seeing this, Li Weidong realized that there was something going on here. Who said that people from this era are all conservative? While they were joking, they heard the sound of the courtyard door from outside. Wife, have you started cooking? Old Zh's voice came in first. It'll be ready soon, just waiting for you all to come back. Dongzi is back too. Is that so? We were just thinking about this. As they spoke, old Su and Lin San lifted the door curtain and walked in. Su Yuqing and Lin San were empty-handed, while Mangzi and De Chengzi each carried a rabbit and the other held 2 wild chickens. Why, you guys had a good harvest today? Li Weidong said with a smile. Of course, we couldn't just wander around for nothing all day. There must be. Halfway through his sentence, Su Yuking's gaze was drawn to the gun on the table. What the hell? San, go look. Lin San also noticed the gun on the table, walking over and picking one up. Dongzi, did you bring this back? What do you think? If it wasn't me, could it walk over by itself? Li Weidong laughed. Great, with this gun there's nothing we can't hit. Lin San held the gun and mimicked loading it several times. Dongzi, how did you get this? Li Weidong plopped down onto a chair, crossing his legs. Of course, it's thanks to my charming face and eloquence. After going there and talking it over, the director finally agreed to lend us 2 quick guns and 200 rounds of ammunition. So easy. Lin San couldn't quite believe it, but holding the gun made it a reality. It wasn't that easy. A look at this. Li Weidong took out the agreement he signed with the director and handed it over. Lin San took the agreement and after reading it frowned. 2,000 jin. Is that enough? Don't forget we have a quota with the village. Based on their experience from previous years, relying on 2 people with 2 guns to hunt 2,000 jin of game would indeed be quite a challenge. After all, the animals wouldn't just stand there waiting to be shot. To hunt, they first had to find the game, and often it took 3 to 5 outings just to encounter something. Whether they could get it during that trip was uncertain. Getting 3 or 4 pigs or roe deer in a winter would already be very satisfying. If they managed to catch this many this year, it would definitely be a miracle. Usually they'd be lucky to get 500 or 600 jin of meat, but now one person was expected to get 1,000 jin, which was quite a tall order. This quota was for every person going hunting. After the autumn harvest, when things weren't as busy, if they wanted to go into the mountains to hunt, they needed the village brigade's approval. Generally, the division was either 70-30 or 60-40, with the individual taking more and the village less. Otherwise, it was just a flat quota of game to be given to the village each year, allowing them to hunt without participating in village labor until spring. Previously, Lin San and the others had signed an agreement with the village to only provide 1 or 2 wild boars or roe deer for the entire winter. Li Weidong, however, had a profit-sharing agreement with the village, which was unavoidable. The treatment of educated youth and villagers was still different. After hearing Lin San's words, Li Weidong spoke up. Sangu, I was also hesitant at the time, but later I thought about it. When we hunted before, our equipment was lacking. We had to keep the game within 100 meters to shoot, which easily scared them away. But with this gun, it's different. We can shoot from 300 to 400 meters, and if necessary, we can shoot from 200, which is much farther than our previous range. This means we can definitely hit more than before. I think we can get enough. What do you think? The 53 style rifle, that's a replica of the Mosin Nagant M1944 carbine, caliber 7.62, gun length 10-20, magazine capacity 5 rounds maximum, range 1,000 meters, effective range 400 meters. Although it can't compare to the 56 rifle, it is much better than a shotgun that can only shoot 1 or 2 rounds. Pulling the bolt allows for shooting with a firing rate of 10 to 15 rounds per minute. With a caliber of 7.62, within a distance of 400 meters, as long as you hit it, it will go in like a hole and come out like a bullseye cavity. Basically, there's no chance of escape. At most, it'll just struggle for a bit. After listening to Li Weidong, Lin San nodded in agreement. You have a point. Having a good gun will definitely help us get more. If we run actively this winter, we should be able to reach the target. If it really doesn't work out, if they want to take the gun back, we can't do anything about it. Exactly, that's my thinking. Anyway, we're getting paid. Let's just try it for this winter. They're not refusing to pay us, although the price is a bit low, but this kind of equipment isn't something you can just buy whenever you want. Of course, who can have such a good thing? Lin San repeatedly stroked the 53 style rifle in his hands. By the way, Dongzi, we only have 2 of these guns. How do we split them? Who gets one? Lin San raised another question. Sangu, you'll definitely get one, but what about this one? Sugu, are you willing to take on this 1,000 gene task? If you dare to take it, it's yours. Li Weidong turned to Su Yuqing. Now that it's been said, if Su Yuqing said he wasn't willing to take it, he could never raise his head again. He straightened his neck. What's to be afraid of? If Sangu can take it, why can't I? Give me the gun. Li Weidong laughed as he tossed a gun toward him. Sangu, Dongzi, now that you both have good guns, what about the guns we used before? Mangzi asked with shining eyes. Although Mangzi and De Chungzi were not skilled with guns and did not particularly like using them. Among the brothers, they were the only 2 without guns. Previously, when the group went hunting for wild boars and roe deer, they found that having a gun did not matter much. Now they saw that Li Weidong, Lin San, and Su Yuqing all had quick guns. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious. Thus, Mangzi asked this question. Li Weidong and Lin San exchanged glances and burst into laughter. So now you want to use a gun? Didn't you think guns were a hassle before? Ha, what kind of broken gun was that back then? You had to reload it after every shot. The hunting rifles you have left now are much simpler to use. Alright, so whose do you want to use? Of course it's yours and Dong's. Who would use Su Guess broken gun? It's much more thrilling to use a double-barreled shotgun. Mangzi was quite discerning. He no longer looked down on Su Yuqing's old shotgun. What's wrong with my gun? You guys still look down on it. Su Yuqing was displeased. His gun was quite good among hunters, and he had just bought it a few years ago. Mangzi chuckled. Hee, Su-gu, it's not that your gun is bad, but comparing goods must be done. Sangu and Dongzi have double-barreled shotguns, and they are better than the one you bought. Especially San-Guess, which is still new. Who would use a worse one if there's a better option? Su Yuqing couldn't refute this. His 16-gauge shotgun was indeed inferior to the guns of Lin San and Li Weidong. Lin San turned to Li Weidong. Dongzi, what do you think? I have no problem, but Sangu, your Eagle brand gun has been fired a few times since you bought it. Are you willing to let these 2 use it? What if something happens to it? Lin San hesitated. As well, his gun had only been in use for 2 months and had not been fired more than 30 times. It was practically brand new. But since the gun was just sitting there, he finally said to the 2 Mangzi, De Chungzi, you can borrow this gun for now, but you must cherish it. Don't worry, Sangu, we will definitely take good care of it. When we go hunting in the future, we'll go with you, and you can keep an eye on us. What do you mean by going with me? With 3 people together, how much can we catch? That's true, so whatever we catch on the mountain will count towards the 2,000 gene you need. Thus, the ownership of the guns was decided. Li Weidong, Lin San, and Su Yuqing all had quick guns, while the 2 double-barreled shotguns were given to Mangzi and De Chungzi to use. However, this was not a gift, but a loan. If in the future the forest farm wanted the quick guns back, those 2 shotguns had to be returned to Li Weidong and Lin San. Even so, Mangzi and the others were extremely happy. Now that they all had good guns, the group's thoughts started to stir. They all wanted to go out and try them. After dinner, they discussed, and 5 of them decided not to head back just yet, but to stay at Su Yuqing's place and see if they could catch something. After dinner, the group hurried to rest, and the next morning they got up early, shouldered their guns, and set off into the mountains. This time, they planned to venture deeper into the mountains where there were more wild animals. Instead of heading north, they went directly west, as the border with the Russians was just a few dozen miles away. The Russian side was vast and sparsely populated with plenty of wildlife. While humans respect borders, wild animals do not. Thus, every year, many wild animals cross over from the Russian side, making it more likely to encounter them by heading in that direction. There's a saying, the more you want something, the less likely it is to come. The 4 of them wandered in the woods for 2 full days, finding nothing at all. There were plenty of tracks, but when they followed them, they either crossed into another country or were too fast to catch. By the end, all 5 felt a bit demoralized. Sangu, should we keep looking? If not, we should head back. We're running out of food. Lin San opened his backpack to check the remaining 2 steamed buns. Sighed. Let's go back. If we don't, well, all end up hungry. Therefore, hunting requires not only skill and good marksmanship, but also a good deal of luck. No matter how good your aim is, if you don't encounter any game, it is all for naught. A clever housewife can't cook without rice. The group could only walk back dejectedly. Another saying goes, when the mountains are heavy and the waters are deep, there seems to be no way, but a village appears amidst the willows and flowers. Just as the group was about to give up and head back, they turned a ridge and came upon a very dense thicket. From within the thicket came the sound of hum hum hum. The eyes of the group brightened simultaneously, and Li Weidong looked at Lin San. Sangu, is that the sound of pigs? Lin Sin nodded excitedly. It sounds like it should be a group of wild boars. After 3 days of searching, we've finally come across something. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wait, don't rush. We need a strategy for this. Lin Sin stopped Mangzi, who was eager to charge in. He then arranged, all right, Lao Su and Dongzi, we will form a semicircle around this marshy area. Dongzi, you stay in the middle while I and Lao Su will be on either side. Your quick gun can cover both sides. Mangzi and Dai Chengzi, you two will make a big circle around and enter from the other side. When you get close, just shoot regardless of whether you see pigs or not. Drive the pigs towards us. Remember, after firing, do not move forward. Our guns have a long range. Oh, we don't want to accidentally hit you. Sengu, we also want to shoot. Why do you want us to just drive the pigs? Mangzi was a bit unhappy. It was hard-earned to have a weapon. How could he just shoot in the air? But when Lin Sin glared at him, he shrank back. No more nonsense, hurry and go. If you do well, see more, but will be credited to both of you. All right, then we're off. Mangzi and Dai Chengzi took their guns and ran in a big circle around to the back of the thicket. Li Weidong, Lin San, and Su Yuqing spread out on the outskirts of the thicket, finding suitable spots with each of them at least 200 meters apart. This way the three of them could cover a width of 800 to 900 meters. After finding their positions, they just needed to wait for Mangzi and the others to fire. About half an hour later, they heard 2 gunshots from behind the marshy area. Instantly, the area fell silent, followed by a series of rustling sounds. Evidently, the gunshots from Mangzi and Dai Chengzi had startled the animals in the marsh. The animals weren't dumb. They ran in the opposite direction of the gunfire. Thus, they appeared within the line of sight of Li Weidong and the others. The first to emerge was the group of wild boars they had heard earlier, which happened to sprint out between Li Weidong and Lin San. This was actually beneficial for Li Weidong and Lin San, as the pigs were about 100 meters away from both of them. At this distance, even an old musket could hit the target, let alone a quick-firing gun. A group of about 10 wild boars led by an old sow with her half-grown piglets dashed out in a line from the bushes. Li Weidong was the first to fire. Bang, 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 bang. There was no pause at all. He emptied 10 rounds from his .56 rifle directly at the pig herd. Afterward, he couldn't tell how many he hit and reached for a magazine from his ammo belt. He opened the empty chamber of the gun and pressed a new set of bullets inside. Only then did he look up to search for moving targets. Lin Saner was doing the same. Although loading his bolt-action rifle took a bit longer, it was still much faster than a shotgun. Upon spotting the wild boars, he quickly fired, and soon his magazine of 5 rounds was emptied. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing also fired several shots in quick succession. By the time Li Weidong finished reloading and turned towards Su, there were no moving figures between them. "How's it going, old Su?" Li Weidong shouted loudly. "I think I got 2. I'll go check." "Don't shoot." After Su Yuqing called out, he emerged from his hiding spot. Li Weidong turned to Lin Saner and shouted, "Third brother, I'm coming out. Keep an eye out." "All right." After receiving Lin Saner's response, Li Weidong stepped out from his hiding place and walked towards the area where the wild boars had burst forth. Upon reaching the spot, he found that 6 wild boars were lying on the ground, including an old sow weighing over 200 pounds and 2 half-grown ones weighing around 120,130 pounds each, with the remaining 3 being small piglets of 6,070 pounds. The old sow had 3 bullet holes in her body, clearly indicating that both Li Weidong and Lin Saner had aimed for the largest target first. When Lin Saner arrived, Li Weidong smiled and said, "Third brother, you were aiming for this one too." "Of course. You aim for the biggest head. Besides, the old sow came out first, so she had to be shot first. I got the 2 smaller ones behind her." Li Weidong checked and indeed found that the 2 5,060-pound piglets had bullet holes from Lin Saner's direction. The others were all shot with Li Weidong's .56 rifle. Lin Saner looked at the 6 pigs, touched his gun, and sighed. "This gun is really great, powerful enough to take them down with 1 shot." Li Weidong chuckled, "Of course. With a caliber of .7.62, not just a pig, even a bear couldn't withstand it. These 6 pigs should weigh around 400 pounds altogether. Yeah, about that. If we keep this up, giving 2,000 pounds to the forest farm in a year won't be difficult." Lin Saner took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Li Weidong. "So, Dongzi, are we sending this meat to the forest farm, or what?" Li Weidong shook his head. "No need to send it now, we can talk about it when winter comes. They haven't said we need to start sending meat right away. We'll divide some among ourselves and set aside over 100 pounds for Dikengzi's wedding. He's getting married soon, right? The rest we'll take to the coal mine to sell. They pay more there." Although the forest farm provided them with guns they weren't given for free, the prices were lowered, and there was no need to send all the game to them. As long as they met the annual quota, that was sufficient. The rest still had to be sent to the coal mine, where Section Chief Wang offered them the highest price. No matter how you calculated it, they shouldn't lose money. You also need to save some for yourself. When the weather warms up, aren't you planning to build a house? You can't just feed the workers carrots and cabbage. Lin Saner reminded him. If he hadn't mentioned it, Li Weidong would have indeed forgotten about it. It was time to prepare some meat for the upcoming house building. All right, I'll save 100 pounds. The rest will sell. Just as the two were discussing how to divide the meat, they heard rustling from the grass pit, followed by the voices of Mangzi and Kengzi. Third brother Dongzi, how many did you get? Come and see for yourselves. Mangzi and Kengzi burst through the grass, and upon seeing the scene, their faces lit up with joy. Wow, this is a lot. We hit the jackpot. Don't celebrate just yet. Hurry and help Su get what he shot back. We'll skin and gut them here soon. All right, you two take a break. I'll go with Kengzi. The two of them turned around and ran back towards Su Yuqing. Before long, they returned dragging 2 roe deer. How about that? Not bad, right? 2 roe deer with 4 shots. Su Yuqing said, pointing at the deer. Li Weidong and the others nodded with smiles. Yeah, not bad. We really hit a big haul this time. I didn't expect we could score this much before heading back. Who says otherwise? We're really lucky, if otherwise this trip would have been a waste. After resting for a while, the 5 of them began to process the pigs and roe deer. They had caught too much this time, and it took them until it was completely dark to finish everything. As they finished, Li Weidong suddenly felt something was off in the surroundings. He said to Lin Saner and the others, Third brother old Su, do you feel like there's something around us? Lin Saner paused his actions and scanned the area, not seeing anything, but he could sense that something was amiss. It should be some wolves. Damn, are these wolves so bold? They dare come close with so many of us around. Should we go after them? Let's not. We've already got plenty today. These wolves are probably just waiting for a chance to eat something. As long as they don't provoke us, let's just ignore them. Lin Saner replied after some thought. Wolves are creatures that if they don't actively approach humans, they can be hard to find in the dense bushes. Even though they felt the presence of wolves around, if the wolves didn't come out voluntarily, they wouldn't be able to shoot them unless they decided to ambush and wait for them to lose patience. But wolves are extremely patient animals. Now that they had harvested so much, there was no need to stick around and compete with a few wolves. Moreover, there were countless wolves in the northern wilderness, and taking down a few wouldn't affect their numbers. It was better to hurry back. Thus the group gathered their belongings, loading the pig and roe deer meat onto 2 sleds. Mangzi and Kengzi pulled one, while Li Weidong and Su Yuqing pulled the other, with Lin Saner guarding them with his gun. They left the grassy pit and headed home. Once they disappeared without a trace, several wolves rushed out from the grass pit, frantically devouring the entrails of the wild boars and roe deer they had left behind. It wasn't just the wolves. Other carnivorous animals like foxes, yellow weasels, and badgers also appeared and began to wander around. The 5 brothers pulled 2 sleds and did not return to Su Yuqing's home until late into the night. However, the journey was quite peaceful, with nothing following them. When they returned home, old Zu's wife had already gone to bed with the child. After knocking on the door and tidying up a bit, they all went back to sleep. The next day after breakfast, the brothers discussed what to do next and whether they should take another trip into the mountains. They had quite a lot of things on hand: 4 bear paws of bear skin, over 300 pounds of bear meat, and combined with wild boar and roe deer meat, over 400 pounds in total. This is already quite a lot. I plan to go into town to sell this meat, and when I come back, the village should be starting to plow the fields. Let's hold on to our guns and wait until this autumn to run again. What do you all say? Li Weidong suggested. Lin Sin nodded, saying, indeed, it has already become civilized. In a few days, the village will be busy. So according to what we discussed before, Dongzi, you need to build a house. Take back 100 pounds of pork, and Kengzi needs to take 100 pounds back for his wedding at the end of the month. As for the remaining 200 pounds of pork, we'll give a bit to Lu Laoda and the others and sell the rest. The money from that won't be shared with Lu Laoda. The 5 of us will split it. Is that okay? After seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Lin San arranged further. All right then, old Su Yu and Kengzi, go deliver the meat, and Dongzi's portion can be left at my house until he comes back to take it. Kengzi, you can focus on preparing for your wedding. Mengzi Dongzi and I will take the remaining items to town to sell, and we'll find time to send you money later. After making the arrangements and distributing the meat, Su Yuqing and Kengzi went to deliver to each household, while Li Weidong, Lin San, and Mangzi pulled the sled towards the county town. This was all second nature to them. They first sold the bear skin at the fur shop for 50 yuan. Then they went to the coal mine company, found Section Chief Wang, chatted for a while, and after receiving his note, directly handed the meat to logistics and went to finance to collect their payment. The over 300 pounds of bear meat and 70 to 80 pounds of roe deer meat were purchased by Section Chief Wang at the price of 1.5 yuan per pound, and the 4 bear paws for 50 yuan each, totaling 770 yuan. Now Li Weidong and the others had earned 820 yuan. If they split it among the 5 of them, each person would get 164 yuan. Earning this much money just before the new year while retrieving their guns was something that had never happened before. It was unimaginable. If there were various entertainment venues available, now Li Weidong would definitely take Lin San and Mengzi out to enjoy themselves after earning so much money. For now, they could only find a restaurant to eat and drink. With money in hand, they called Section Chief Wang at the office building, and the 4 of them went to the best restaurant in Ling County for a grand meal. That evening, Section Chief Wang arranged for them to stay at the coal mine's guest house. The facilities at this guest house were far superior to the large roadside inn where they had previously stayed. Inside the rooms, instead of stoves, they used heating systems as the coal company had an abundance of coal. The temperature in the room could reach around 26 or 27 degrees Celsius, making it feel like a sweat when dressed warmly. Although there was no television or radio in the room, the beds were made of solid wood with thick cotton mattresses on top, which was quite rare in that era. Most guest houses used straw or grass mattresses, while common households mostly used straw mats with a thin layer of cotton or rag quilts on top. Sleeping on such beds was definitely good for the back, even straightening out lumbar disc issues. After settling them in, Section Chief Wang said to Li Weidong and the others, "There's a bathhouse in the guest house. If you're not in a hurry to rest, you can go soak and relax." "Of course we must go. Thank you, Brother Wang." Li Weidong nodded repeatedly. In the cold weather of northeast China, who would bother taking baths at home fearing that it would affect their immunity? Generally, they would only wash up once every month or two, and it would just be a matter of wiping themselves down with a hot towel. Even when couples wanted to do something intimate, they would simply wash with a basin. Just like before, Su Na had only wet a handkerchief with hot water. After placing their things down, Li Weidong took the basin, soap, and towel prepared in the room to the bathhouse. The bathhouse was not as luxurious as in later years. It consisted of a few tiled hot water pools and a row of shower heads against the wall. After soaking in the pool for half an hour, they asked a scrubber to help clean themselves, then used soap to wash their bodies, dried off, got a haircut, shaved, and finally soaked for a bit longer. Only then did they return to their room to rest, and the next day, after checking out, they met with Section Chief Wang to say goodbye before setting off for home. This time they did not go to Su Yuking's house, but went straight to Lin San's place in Bago village, where Su Na was still waiting at his home. Upon returning home, they found that Lin San's house was not just occupied by Su Na. Lu Laoda, Zhao Xuanzi, Nie Pingan, and Su Yuqing were all there. Lin San was somewhat surprised. "Eldest brother, why are you all here?" "We came to check out the rare things." "Goodness, if it weren't for old Su and Kingzi going over, we wouldn't have known that the 3 of you quietly got 3 fast guns. Where are the guns? Hurry up and show us." Lu Laodao said with a smile filled with envy in his words. Zhao Xuanzi and Nie Pingan were also fixated on Li Weidong and Lin San. Li Weidong and Lin San laughed as they took down the gun holsters from their backs, opened them, pulled out 2 guns, and handed them to Lu Laodao and the others. Lu Laodao received them, his eyes lighting up. "How did you get these?" Li Weidong could only recount the process of obtaining the guns again. "Impressive. Dongzi really has the skills and a sharp mind." After praising them a bit, Lu Laodao shifted the topic. "Can you get more?" "It's just 1 gun for 1,000 pounds of meat. That's a fair trade." "That's hard to say. I estimate that borrowing 3 guns from the forest station is already quite pushing it. They definitely wouldn't dare lend out more." Hearing this from Li Weidong, Lu Laodao, and the others all showed regretful expressions. "Indeed, that's such a pity. If we could have a fast gun, we could definitely hunt a lot more this winter." Li Weidong's eyes turned. "Actually, it's not impossible, but I can't guarantee it. The coal mine also has this kind of money. If it doesn't work out, I can try again in autumn. What if it succeeds?" "Dongzi, how confident are you about this?" "Not sure. It depends on whether they are willing." However, Section Chief Wang from the procurement department at the coal mine has a good relationship with me. Even if he doesn't agree, he won't turn hostile. I'll give it a try. After all, we need to seal the guns now. Yes, we still have half a year, no rush. When autumn comes, Dongzi, you can give it a try. Don't force it. If it doesn't work out, we still have the current weapons." Lu Laodao nodded in agreement. Lin San nodded and said, "Yes, there is no rush for now. We can discuss it again in autumn. Our priority now is to Chengzi's wedding and Dongzi's house construction. We need to plan and arrange the timeline." Lu Laodao looked at Li Weidong and asked, "The date for Chengzi's wedding has been confirmed, so that can be arranged. Dongzi, when do you plan to start building your house? Have all the materials been prepared?" Li Weidong thought for a moment and replied, most of the materials are ready. The wood and bricks promised by several village chiefs have already been delivered and are piled up on my land. However, I think some are still insufficient. I plan to go to the brick factory in a couple of days to get a truckload of bricks, and then we just need to determine the start date. I intend to begin construction right after Changzi's wedding at the beginning of next month. That works perfectly. April isn't too busy, and if we have enough people, it can all be done in a month. After letting it dry for 2 to 3 months, you should be able to move in by summer. When we start working well, I'll come to help out. Lu Laoda calculated and said. In Weidong, the spring plowing officially begins at the end of April and is usually completed by the end of May to early June. The period before that is mainly spent leveling the land and repairing irrigation channels, which isn't particularly busy. Moreover, since Li Weidong helped several villages acquire a significant amount of coal last winter, if he were to help again this winter, Lu Laoda and the others would definitely come to assist with his house construction, and the village chiefs would not be able to refuse. Additionally, they would have to calculate work credits for Lu Laoda and the others. As for the house, even though he would eventually leave this place to return home in 7 or 8 years, he was uncertain who would own the house then. However, since he was building it now, he wanted to make it a bit more comfortable for himself. Li Weidong planned to build 5 rooms on the north side consisting of 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. The main rooms would be used for receiving guests and living, while one side room would serve as a kitchen and the other as an indoor toilet and bathing area. He planned to add 2 doors leading to the kitchen and toilet from the main rooms so that in winter he wouldn't have to run outside to cook or use the toilet. As for the drainage issue for the toilet, Li Weidong had already thought it through. His land was spacious enough so he could dig a soakaway pit a few meters behind the house and connect it with a chimney made of clay. In the rest of the yard, apart from building a small storage room, he planned to leave the remaining space empty. Li Weidong intended to plant some fruits and vegetables in the yard so they could have fresh produce during winter. This is similar to a farmer's private plot, but the educated youth did not have such plots. Now that he had his own yard, he could plant whatever he wanted. With the brothers all together, Li Weidong stayed at Lin San's house for another night. The next morning, he left with Suna. Upon returning to the educated youth point, Li Weidong immediately sought out Yang Jinsheng to discuss his house construction plans. Dongzi, you're here. Is there something you need? Yang Jinsheng had just returned home and sat down when Li Weidong arrived. Uncle Yang, it's like this. Spring has come and I plan to start building my house at the beginning of next month. Do you think that's okay? Don't let it interfere with the farm work. Li Weidong pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. That's fine. At that time it won't be too busy. I can have a few masons from our village come to help you. They'll also speak to some from the other villages so that anyone capable can come over, making the construction faster. Li Weidong smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what I was thinking. I'll need to trouble you with this, Uncle Yang. There's one more thing. I'd like to borrow a cart from our village for a couple of days to transport some more bricks. Are you planning to build the entire house out of bricks? Yang Jinsheng looked at Li Weidong in surprise. He had seen the bricks and wood sent from other villages. If the interior used adobe and the exterior was brick, there would definitely be enough material. Yes, that's my plan. Li Weidong nodded. Unexpectedly, Yang Jinsheng waved his hand and said, Silly boy, do you think a fully brick house is better? Its insulation is not as good as that of adobe walls. If you want it to look nice, I suggest using adobe inside and putting a layer of bricks on the outside. It looks good and keeps warm. Is that really the case? Li Weidong asked, somewhat perplexed. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? How cold does it get here in winter? If you use all bricks, you'll need to burn a lot more firewood. Li Weidong had not thought about this carefully. Houses in later generations were mostly built with bricks and cement, and there weren't many adobe houses left. Only after coming here did he realize that the houses they lived in were mostly adobe. He initially thought that people couldn't afford to build brick houses due to poverty, but it turned out there was this reason as well. Upon reflection, adobe is made from a mixture of soil with straw or wheat chaff, and the soil itself has a slower heat dissipation rate. It seems Yang Jinsheng's advice is indeed reasonable. It seems I didn't think this through. Then Uncle Yang, let's go with your suggestion, use adobe inside and add a layer of bricks outside. Will the bricks I have at home be enough for that? Yang Jinsheng thought for a moment and responded, I think it should be about right. Let's start building and see how it goes. If it's not enough, you can buy some more at the last minute to avoid wasting anything. All right, I'll follow your advice, Uncle Yang. Li Weidong nodded. When someone gives you good advice, you should listen and make timely corrections. Then he asked Yang Jinsheng, isn't Yang also planning to build a house? Has he talked to you about it? He hasn't come to find me yet. Are you two planning to start together? Yang Jinsheng nodded. All right, you go see what he says. I suspect might have a hard time. Li Weidong didn't understand what he meant, but he didn't ask further. After leaving Yang Ginxing, he took a few steps to Yang Aimin's place. After marrying Zhang Hongmei, Yang Aimin lived in another house belonging to Yang Ginxing, so it was only a few steps away. He knocked on the door, and Zhang Hongmei came to open it. Dong Gu, you're here. Come in, I mean Dong Gu is here. When Li Weidong entered the room, Yang Aimin came out from the inner room. Dong Gu, you're here. Now Yang Aimin looked a bit chubbier and more mature than he had 2 months ago. It seemed this was the state of a man after marriage. I've been busy running around these days and haven't had time to come see you. How are you and your wife doing? We're doing well. My wife has dinner ready every day, and the Kong is warm and cozy. Dong Gu, you're here for something, right? Yang Aimin let Li Weidong into the room and offered him a cigarette before asking. Li Weidong nodded, saying, well, I'm here to discuss the matter of building a house. I have already talked to Uncle Yang about it, and am planning to start construction at the beginning of next month. What about your house? Are you planning to build it together with me? Hearing Li Weidong's question, Yang Aimin did not answer directly, but turned to Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei paused for a moment before replying, Brother Dong, the thing is we are not planning to build a house for the time being. Oh, why not? Wasn't it agreed upon before? The situation is like this, you know, our family has 5 people, including the elderly and children. Only Aimin and I are earning work points, and now I'm pregnant. It seems that only Aimin will be able to support the family for over a year. We have so little money, and if we build a house, our family might really starve. So we discussed and decided to postpone building the house for now, and well, consider it again when the child is a bit older. Li Weidong asked again, then where will you live? You can't keep staying at Uncle Yang's place. Yang Aimin somewhat awkwardly replied, Brother Dong Hongmei and I were thinking, could you help us talk to Uncle Yang and see if we could stay at his house for a while longer or find us another place? We can pay rent too. Mainly because Hongmei is pregnant and we need to save some money for emergencies. I haven't discussed our situation with my family, and we can't ask them for help if something happens. You understand, right? Li Weidong looked at Yang Aimin, realizing that this guy was indeed somewhat under the thumb of Zhang Hongmei. However, since he had never been a decisive person since arriving at the educated youth point, it was understandable that he was being managed. A widow in the village with 2 children and an elderly father-in-law, if she didn't have some means, she would have been swallowed alive long ago. Li Weidong sighed, knowing there was no point in discussing this matter further. After all, Yang Aimin and Zhang Hongmei were the ones making the decisions, and as an outsider, he had no say. What do you plan to do with the house plot allocated to you by the village? Just leave it idle. We intend to plant some grains on the house plot first, that way we can get some extra food. This family, including Old Yang, would soon become a family of 6. Old Yang had little labor capability and could only barely earn enough basic food each year. The 2 children were still young and couldn't contribute any work points. Zhang Hongmei, now heavily pregnant, would probably just be getting enough basic food this year, with the rest relying entirely on Yang Aimin. Relying on this little grain would certainly not be enough to feed their whole family. Perhaps this couple's decision to delay building a house was primarily motivated by wanting to plant food on the plot first, which was not small at all. The size of their house plot was about the same as Li Weidong's, over 600 square meters. If they decided not to build and planted food instead, they could harvest over 200 jin of wheat or 300,400 jin of corn. Moreover, the food harvested from this plot would be similar to that from their private land, with all the produce belonging entirely to their family. The private land in the village was a supplementary measure based on the collective farmland. According to regulations, the village would allocate 5 to 7 of the collective farmland to villagers as private land for household side production. The location of Xuanhuan was already mountainous, with more hills than flat land. The amount of arable land was relatively less compared to other areas, but on average, each household could still have about 4 mu of land. With over 80 households and more than 400 people, there was a total of 1600 mu of arable land. Based on the minimum 5 allocation, the village would have 80 mu of private land, with each family receiving about 1 mu. Most villagers planted crops on this private land to supplement their household food supply, and the village would not interfere with what they chose to plant. If Yang Aimin's family also planted grain on their house plot, it would essentially double their private land, solving a significant problem for Yang Aimin's family. Li Weidong glanced at Yang Aimin and then at Zhang Hongmei, saying, "All right, then I will proceed to build my house first. I mean, you should come with me to talk to Uncle Yang and see if we can stay here a while longer. If not, we can look for a rental place elsewhere." After saying this, Li Weidong stood up and prepared to leave, with Yang Aimin quickly following him out. "Brother Dong, are you a bit unhappy? I really don't want to delay building a house, but the situation at home." Li Weidong waved his hand. "Oh, what do I have to be unhappy about? You two will live your lives as you see fit. As long as you two have come to an agreement, that's fine. But I mean, let me remind you, it's good to care for your wife, but you must not let her take control of you. I noticed that your demeanor just now seemed like you were fully under her thumb. Haha, don't worry, brother. I know that the big decisions at home still need to be made by me. Yang Aimin scratched his head and chuckled. Li Weidong had nothing more to say after all. They were sharing a bed. No matter how good his relationship with Yang Aimin was, it couldn't compare to that of a married couple. He had said what he needed to say and pointed it out. How things turned out in the end would still be up to Yang Aimin himself to decide. Perhaps he even enjoyed being managed by his wife. The two walked to Yang Jinsheng's house, knocked on the door, and entered. Yang Jinsheng seemed to be expecting them, sitting in the main room on a chair smoking a cigarette and waiting for them. You two are here. Uncle Yang, were you waiting for us? Haha, not really. I was just sitting here having a smoke and preparing to sleep soon. So how did your discussion go?